Chapter 1 Return from the Abyss of Tianyuan. Chen Qingyuan, I present you with two choices. 1. To become my Dao partner. 2. I am in the heart of a forbidden zone known as Tianyuan. A young woman clad in a crimson gown spoke coldly. Her long dress trailed behind her, adorned with a few exquisite blossoms. Her bare feet revealed delicate ankles, as pure and flawless as jade. A dark veil concealed her features, leaving only a pair of star-like eyes visible, with willow-like brows and cascading hair that resembled a waterfall, every expression radiating. Allure. That I choose the second option. Before the crimson-clad maiden could articulate her subsequent words, a youth garbed in azure decisively made his choice. Beautiful women are often akin to poison, especially those whose ages are shrouded in mystery. Chen Qingyuan had endured a century of torment at the hands of the woman in red, fully aware of her terrifying nature, and remained untempted by her beauty. Moreover, he had made a verbal pact with another maiden to become Dao partners, a promise he could not betray. You fool, do not regret this. The woman in red shot a glare at Chen Qingyuan and scoffed. Never will I regret. Chen Qingyuan's resolve was unwavering. Then let us establish 9 agreements, after which I shall grant you your freedom, severing our ties. The woman in red produced a jade bracelet, extending it to Chen Qingyuan from a distance. Taking the bracelet, Chen Qingyuan set forth on his journey home. Master, the soul lamp of my junior uncle has ignited. A core disciple on duty at the Hall of Destiny rushed into the elder's courtyard in a flurry. Nonsense. Your junior uncle has been dead for over 100 years. An elder inside reprimanded loudly while brewing tea. Truly, if you do not believe me, go see for yourself. This was a matter of great significance, and the core disciple had confirmed it multiple times before daring to report. Upon hearing this, the elder choked on the tea he had just sipped, his eyes widening in astonishment. Is it true? Arriving at the Hall of Destiny, a faint glow emanated from a soul lamp in the corner, confirming the claim. The elder's body quivered slightly, overwhelmed with excitement, yet a hint of trepidation lingered, fearing the possibility of despair revisiting him. Has the soul lamp reignited? Could my junior brother truly still be alive? Master, what shall we do? The core disciple inquired. Investigate. A glimmer of hope sparkled in the elder's eyes as he clenched his hands, his expression grave. His name was Dong Wenjun, a highly esteemed protector elder of the Xianqing Dao sect. Located over 100,000 miles from the Xianqing Dao sect lies an ancient forbidden zone, known as Tianyuan. That a century ago, the Tianyuan forbidden zone exhibited strange phenomena, with reports of a celestial treasure plummeting into its depths. Consequently, numerous sects from a northern wasteland ventured into Tianyuan. The Xianqing Dao sect dispatched over a dozen powerful elders along with dozens of core disciples. Among them was a newly appointed intersect elder named Chen Qingyuan, youthful in age yet holding a high rank. Upon entering the Tianyuan forbidden zone, many of the sect's experts vanished without a trace, meeting their untimely demise. The Xianqing sect has suffered more than other sects. Facing total annihilation, a century later, the soul lamp of Chen Qingyuan flickered to life, igniting fervor among all members of the Xianqing sect. At last, I have emerged, he breathed, standing at the edge of a lake, exhaling deeply. His garments were dust-laden, devoid of any aura of spiritual energy. He was the last disciple accepted by the venerable ancestor of the Xianqing sect before his passing. The elders of the sect referred to him as their junior brother, while the younger disciples respectfully called him uncle, even great uncle. I have no desire to re-enter that abyss in this lifetime, Chen Qingyuan remarked, casting a glance back at the dark forest, concealing an ancient chasm filled with hidden wonders. Just as he uttered these words, an ethereal female voice echoed in his ears. Young man, do not forget our pact. This. Chen Qingyuan shivered, hastily silencing himself. The century spent within the abyss was a haunting experience he wished to forget. A lingering question plagued his mind. How had he managed to survive? Was it due to his handsome visage? While the likelihood was slim, it was not entirely impossible. The lady in the red dress discreetly informed him that the Xianqing sect would soon discover his presence and send people to seek him out. I shall find a shaded place to rest, he decided, opting to lie down beneath a large tree, drifting into a blissful slumber. One could hardly ignore the audacity of Chen Qingyuan, who, despite having lost his cultivation, dared to act so nonchalantly in such a desolate wilderness. This suggested that, although his powers were diminished, he undoubtedly harbored secrets unknown to others otherwise. He would not be so brazen. An hour later, Dong Wenjun arrived at the scene with a group of followers. Upon seeing Chen Qingyuan reclined in the shade, Dong Wenjun trembled with excitement, his lips quivering, yearning to shout. Yet, fearing it might be an illusion, he remained frozen, ripples of disbelief washing over him. "Junior uncle, wake up," some disciples urged, rushing forward to call out. Slowly, Chen Qingyuan opened his eyes and beheld the gathered crowd. In the next moment, he locked eyes with the silver-haired Dong Wenjun, joy illuminating his face as he softly called, "Brother Dong." Hearing the familiar voice jolted Dong Wenjun back to reality. He swiftly approached Chen Qingyuan and cautiously grasped his arms, asking, "Junior brother, is it truly you?" "It is I," Chen Qingyuan replied with a smile. "Be gentle, that hurts." Dong Wenjun released him, scrutinizing him closely. "Junior brother, what has happened to your cultivation?" Previously overlooked, Dong Wenjun now noticed the absence of any spiritual energy within Chen Qingyuan, confirming his complete loss of power. "It's gone, but it's not a significant issue," Chen Qingyuan replied, his demeanor remarkably serene, a smile lingering on his lips. Typically, for a cultivator to become powerless is akin to facing death. Yet, Chen Qingyuan appeared unfazed, as if it were a trivial matter. The life spent in the abyss for over a century had not been entirely devoid of benefits. "Huh?" This Dong Wenjun expressed astonishment, accompanied by a hint of sorrow. "Let us speak no more of this, let us return." Chen Qingyuan waved his hand, interrupting the conversation. "Very well." Dong Wenjun nodded earnestly, acknowledging that this was indeed not the appropriate place for idle chatter. Thus, Dong Wenjun retrieved a treasured artifact to shield Chen Qingyuan's corporeal form and set off towards the Xianqing sect. The Xianqing sect was able to locate Chen Qingyuan with the guidance of the soul lamp. Before long, Chen Qingyuan finally returned to the Xianqing sect. Mountains towered majestically, shrouded in swirling mists. Gazing upon this breathtaking scenery, a radiant joy illuminated Chen Qingyuan's face. "At last I am home." Having grown up in the Xianqing sect, it was a pity that shortly after being accepted as a disciple by the Supreme Elder, his master passed away due to the end of his lifespan. Consequently, Chen Qingyuan cultivated under the guidance of his senior brothers and sisters, forging deep bonds with them. The council hall was filled with individuals, all elders of the Xianqing sect. This meeting was of utmost importance, and the core disciples were deemed unworthy of attendance. Chen Qingyuan was brought into the council hall, where he beheld familiar faces and respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, esteemed senior brothers and sisters." The sect leader of the Xianqing sect, Lin Changsheng, was Chen Qingyuan's eldest senior brother. "Little junior brother, how did you survive?" Lin Changsheng, seated at the head, was already aware of the general circumstances. Alas, this tale is lengthy and difficult to recount. Standing in the center of the hall, Chen Qingyuan felt uneasy under the scrutiny of dozens of gazes. "We have ample time, please. Share your tale at your own pace." Lin Changsheng's expression was grave. In light of this, Chen Qingyuan began to recount slowly. "On that fateful day, we entered the Tianyuan." Thus, he articulated the narrative he had long prepared. In summary, a group had ventured into the Tianyuan, encountering various prohibitions and unknown perils. With only Chen Qingyuan emerging alive, by employing a secret technique, he feigned death and spent a century escaping. Though he had narrowly escaped death, the backlash of the secret technique had obliterated his cultivation, severing his spiritual roots. As the others listened, they fell into contemplative silence. Unfamiliar with the circumstances within the Tianyuan, they could not ascertain the veracity of Chen Qingyuan's words. "You are the sole survivor, alas." Lin Changsheng sighed. Initially, the others had harbored a glimmer of hope that perhaps the others had shared a similar fate, feigning death to escape. The Tianyuan is not to be entered. Chen Qingyuan reflected on the harrowing scenes of his comrade's demise, his expression heavy with sorrow. The laws within the Forbidden Zone were exceedingly terrifying. To touch them was to invite death. Chen Qingyuan's survival might have been a stroke of luck, or perhaps a twist of fate. "Little junior brother, for the sake of caution, we must examine your physical condition," Lin Changsheng stated with solemnity. "Understood. Please proceed." The Xinqing sect was concerned that Chen Qingyuan might have fallen victim to soul possession, and if not handled with care, it could pose a threat to the sect. Typically, soul possession could only seize the physical body, lacking access to memories. However, there were rare instances where the possessor retained the memories of their former self. Chapter 2. Regret of Engagement. After various arcane examinations, it was determined that Chen Qingyuan's body exhibited no abnormalities. Could it be that we have been overly cautious? It is indeed difficult for the masses to believe that the junior disciple, who had perished a century ago, has suddenly returned to life. Many wonder if he has been possessed by some formidable entity. Observing the lingering skepticism among the crowd, Chen Qingyuan turned his gaze towards the venerable elder Dong Wenjun, seated in the prominent position on the left, and could not refrain from exclaiming, "Brother Dong, I recall vividly how a century and a half ago, you and I stealthily pilfered the precious by Ling fruit that sister he had nurtured for years." That ate this remark. Brother Dong's face flushed instantly, his eyes darting away in embarrassment. Continuing his playful onslaught, Chen Qingyuan shifted his attention, declaring, "Brother Su, have you squandered all the thousands of spirit stones you once hoarded away from your wife?" Brother Su's brows twitched, his eyes widening in alarm, as if fearing the revelation would reach unintended ears. "Brother Wang, last time you mentioned that the fairies of Dongyi Palace were exceedingly beautiful, far surpassing your wife. Does she know of this?" Upon hearing this, Brother Wang found his ears twisted by the sister sitting beside him, his expression contorting in pain. "Brother Shiman, you owe me 3,700 top-grade spirit stones. It is time for repayment." "Brother Ling, have you opened the treasure box you keep at home? What delightful treasures lie within?" As Chen Qingyuan was about to continue his teasing, the brothers hurriedly placed a hand over his mouth, urgently signaling him to cease. "Junior brother, do not continue. I can assure you, this is indeed our junior brother, without a doubt." Yes, absolutely true. There is no question it must be him." The crowd expressed unwavering support for Chen Qingyuan, dismissing any notion of possession. "You rascal, did we not agree to keep this a secret forever? What is the meaning of this commotion?" The brothers communicated discreetly with Chen Qingyuan, their whispers buzzing in his ears. Belief was now unanimous, no one doubted him. Only an extraordinarily powerful being could seize the memories of another. However, even if memories could be appropriated, one's character and temperament remain immutable. Chen Qingyuan's cunning disposition and the subtle smile gracing his lips left no room for doubt. Was undoubtedly their junior brother. "It seems I must reveal these secrets to prove my identity. Alas, I cannot be blamed for this." Chen Qingyuan expressed his resignation, realizing he had to sacrifice his brothers for his own vindication. "Junior brother, do go on. Why have you stopped?" On the right, the sisters wore stern expressions, their gazes sharp. With matters having escalated to this point, the elders momentarily set aside their joy at Chen Qingyuan's return. "Well, I find myself rather fatigued. I shall retire to rest for now." After a few coughs, Chen Qingyuan made a hasty exit. Shortly thereafter, the hall erupted into chaos, even escalating to physical confrontations. Having lost his cultivation, Chen Qingyuan enlisted the help of a diligent disciple to escort him to an idol cave dwelling that had remained untouched for a century. After consuming a modest meal, he reclined on his bed, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a voice pierced through his thoughts. "You, returning and causing such a ruckus, are truly a headache." "Big brother." Chen Qingyuan sprang to his feet, recognizing Lin Changsheng, who had entered the room, clad in a purple robe with graying temples and an air of ethereal grace. Lin Changsheng embodied the essence of a transcendent being. The hall was filled with a cacophony that was almost unbearable, and Lin Changsheng, disinterested in the personal affairs of others, sought an excuse to depart, making his way directly here. "Your spiritual root has been severed. There is little I can do to assist you, junior brother." Having confirmed that Chen Qingyuan had not fallen victim to possession, Lin Changsheng retracted his earlier stern demeanor, now wearing a mask of concern. "It is of no consequence. Living as a mortal has its own merits," Chen Qingyuan replied, flashing a smile that conveyed his indifference. "If only I had forcibly intervened back then, this calamity might have been averted," Lin Changsheng lamented. A century ago, he had deemed the abyss of heaven exceedingly perilous and had repeatedly warned Chen Qingyuan against entering. However, Chen Qingyuan, resolute in his intentions, insisted on proceeding. Eventually, Lin Changsheng had no choice but to acquiesce. Even now, Lin Changsheng could not comprehend why Chen Qingyuan had been so adamant about venturing into the abyss. With Chen Qingyuan's prodigious talent, he could have soared to great heights without the need for extraordinary fortune. This is hardly the fault of the senior brother. Please do not blame yourself. Chen Qingyuan offered, pouring a cup of tea for Lin Changsheng with a gentle smile. It seemed that, at that time, Chen Qingyuan had been inexplicably drawn by some force, unable to resist the compulsion to enter the abyss, a situation that even he could not fully understand. What are your plans for the future? Lin Changsheng, unable to focus on the tea, was preoccupied with thoughts of Chen Qingyuan. But I have my own arrangements. There is no need for you to fret, senior brother, Chen Qingyuan reassured him. To outsiders, the loss of his cultivation and the severing of his spiritual root appeared to be a calamity, but for Chen Qingyuan, it was hardly a concern. Very well, Lin Changsheng acknowledged, knowing well that once Chen Qingyuan had made up his mind, no one could alter it. I shall do everything in my power to help you restore your foundation. Chen Qingyuan merely smiled in response, offering no further comment. There is a matter I find difficult to broach, Lin Changsheng admitted. His visit was not solely to check on Chen Qingyuan. There was another reason. Please speak candidly, senior brother, Chen Qingyuan urged, as they sat together in the courtyard, a gentle breeze wafting through the air. The Eastern Palace and the Tianyuan sect are preparing for a marriage alliance. Lin Changsheng pondered for a moment before continuing, and the intended bride is by Shishue. At this revelation, Chen Qingyuan's eyelids flickered slightly. Bai Shishue of the Eastern Palace had once been betrothed to Chen Qingyuan at that time. He was renowned as a prodigy in the northern wilderness, adored by countless women. During his travels, he and Bai Shishue had developed feelings for each other, leading their respective sects to formalize a marriage contract, awaiting an opportune moment to unite. However, following the events in the abyss, the world had presumed Chen Qingyuan dead, and the engagement had been all but forgotten. Now that he had returned, the situation had become complex. Is this decision made by the two sects, or is it by Shishue's own desire? Chen Qingyuan's expression grew more serious. It is said that the young master of the Tianyuan sect bestowed upon Bai Shishue a spirit elixir to aid her in breaking through to the golden core realm. In my view, since Bai Shishue accepted this favor, she likely harbors no intention of refusal. Lin Changsheng conveyed the information he had gathered. The path of cultivation is delineated into several realms: the acquired realm, the innate realm, the yellow spirit realm, the profound spirit realm, the earth spirit realm, and the heaven spirit realm. These constitute the 6 foundational stages of physical cultivation. Ascending further, one encounters the golden core realm, the nascent soul realm, the transformation of spirit realm, the union of body and spirit realm, the crossing of tribulations realm, and the great completion realm. That a century ago, Chen Qingyuan was a practitioner of the nascent soul stage, renowned as a paragon among the younger generation of the northern wastes. When shall the formal union take place? Chen Qingyuan inquired, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. In a year's time, Lin Changsheng replied, calculating the time frame. I understand. Chen Qingyuan nodded gently, opting for silence thereafter. Junior brother, since you yet live, your engagement to Bai Shishue naturally remains unresolved. It is possible that Dongyi Palace may send someone to visit. Perhaps she will come herself. Lin Changsheng expressed his concerns, fearing for Chen Qingyuan's well-being. Should she come, it would be beneficial to observe her choice. Chen Qingyuan responded with a calm demeanor, betraying little emotional turbulence. Perhaps Lin Changsheng hesitated, words unspoken. Brother, I am weary and wish to rest, Chen Qingyuan interjected, rubbing his temples. Very well, I shall not disturb you further, Lin Changsheng replied, casting a lingering glance at Chen Qingyuan before rising and departing the chamber. In a matter of days, news of Chen Qingyuan's resurrection spread widely, inciting a wave of astonishment. Simultaneously, the revelation that he had become a cripple also circulated, drawing numerous murmurs and discussions. This information inevitably reached the higher echelons of Dongyi Palace. To ensure the betrothal remained unimpeded, Dongyi Palace promptly dispatched representatives to address the matter. A few days later, a respected elder named Yao Susu arrived, a middle-aged woman of enduring grace. The hospitality of the Xianqing sect left no room for criticism, however. She felt compelled to voice her purpose. Sectmaster, may I request an audience with Elder Chen Qingyuan? Certainly, Lin Chongsheng sighed inwardly, maintaining a facade of composure as he sent word to Chen Qingyuan. Upon learning of this, Chen Qingyuan instructed a disciple to guide him to the council hall aboard a spiritual artifact. Inside the hall, mist swirled, creating an ethereal atmosphere reminiscent of being amidst clouds. As Chen Qingyuan entered, all eyes turned towards him. Yao Susu scrutinized Chen Qingyuan, conducting a covert assessment, and mused, indeed, he has been rendered a shell of his former self, such a pity. Once a luminary in the northern wastes, he now stood as a mere husk, his spiritual roots severed. Brother, Chen Qingyuan greeted Lin Chongsheng with a respectful bow before taking a seat beside him. Today he donned a pale white robe, his long, ink-black hair secured with a wooden hairpin. Elder Yao, what brings you to see me? Chen Qingyuan asked, feigning ignorance. Before all esteemed colleagues, I shall speak plainly. If I cause any offense, I beg your forgiveness, she replied, having been sent precisely because she was by Shishue's master. Proceed. Chen Qingyuan nodded, as silence enveloped the room, the responsibility of addressing the matter resting squarely upon his shoulders, regardless of the form that Chen Qingyuan may assume. He remains the beloved junior disciple in the eyes of many, deserving of respect and free from any humiliation. Should the Dongyi Palace dare to speak disrespectfully towards Chen Qingyuan, the Xianqing sect would not hesitate to retaliate. In years past, Elder Chen and his cherished disciple, Shi Shue, had formed a verbal engagement, a union that was to be a momentous occasion for both families. However, when Elder Chen entered the abyss a century ago, and his soul lamp extinguished, it was widely believed that misfortune had befallen him. Consequently, Shi Shue languished in despair for several years before gradually regaining her former self. Yao Susu initially placed the burden of responsibility upon Chen Qingyuan, while also expressing Shi Shue's deep concern and yearning for him. Continuing, Yao Susu elaborated, "We all presumed that Elder Chen had met with calamity, and I trust your esteemed sect shares this sentiment." Thus, the verbal engagement was deemed null and void without further discussion. 2 years ago, Shi Shue encountered the young master of the Tianyuan sect, forming a bond and setting a wedding date. From a logical standpoint, Dongyi Palace bears no fault, nor did Shi Shue intentionally contravene the agreement. We have come here to clarify this matter, to prevent any unnecessary complications. With a flourish of her right hand, she produced a Qinquan pouch and retrieved its contents. The fact that Elder Chen has returned alive brings great joy to Dongyi Palace, and we have prepared a modest gift, which we kindly ask you to accept. A medium-quality spiritual vein spiraled above the assembly hall. This vein had been condensed through Qinquan techniques. The actual vein extended for hundreds of miles and could yield numerous spirit stones, providing ample resources for many disciples and elders to cultivate. This was no mere token of goodwill. Although Yao Susu had not articulated her intentions explicitly, all present understood her message and found no fault in her approach. She first clarified the situation and then presented a substantial gift, thereby safeguarding the honor of the Xianqing sect. Should the Xianqing sect persist in its grievances, it would then reflect poorly on them. After all, the original engagement had no formal documentation, and the Dongyi Palace's willingness to come and apologize was, in itself, commendable. The apology from Dongyi Palace served two purposes. Firstly, to avoid any unnecessary conflict with the Xianqing sect, and secondly, to prevent disturbances from arising later. Junior brother, what are your thoughts? Lin Chongsheng refrained from making an immediate decision and instead turned his gaze towards Chen Qingyuan. Chapter 3. Severing Causality. Regret, not although a reconciliation between the two families would yield the most favorable outcome. Lin Chongsheng harbored concerns about potentially damaging Chen Qingyuan's dignity, necessitating a cautious approach. Elder Yao, being aware of the modest gifts exchanged, decided it was best to retract them. Chen Qingyuan pondered for a moment, his expression inscrutable. At the sound of his words, the onlookers subtly raised their brows, their hearts tightening. Yao Susu furrowed her brow and inquired, "What does Elder Chen mean by this?" The verbal betrothal from years past should not be taken too lightly. However, to resolve this matter of causality, it would be prudent for Shi Shue to visit in person. I assure you, Once she arrives, I will not press the issue further, Chen Qingyuan stated earnestly. His intention in uttering these words was to discern whether Bai Shishue's feelings were genuine or she had been coerced by the sect. Prior to his journey to Tianyuan, Chen Qingyuan had conversed with Bai Shishue, who had vowed at the time to wait for him indefinitely, be it a millennium or 10,000 years, without remorse. Furthermore, Bai Shishue had been an ordinary disciple back then, who, due to Chen Qingyuan's influence, received significant cultivation from Dongyi Palace. It could be said that much of what she possessed was a gift from him. Should her choice be voluntary, Chen Qingyuan would harbor no resentment. After all, to the world, he was considered deceased, and no blame could be assigned to anyone. Some matters are best addressed face to face. It was indeed appropriate to clarify such matters directly. Yao Susu initially believed that Chen Qingyuan sought to exploit the situation, but it appeared otherwise, and she nodded in agreement. I shall have Shishue come to see Elder Chen in a few days. Moreover, if Elder Yao truly wished to celebrate my return with a gift, a single medium-grade spirit vein would hardly suffice. Although Chen Qingyuan currently lacked cultivation, his gaze was sharp and piercing, akin to a blade that rendered Yao Susu uneasy in the past when Bai Shishue and I explored the secret realms. The treasures I bestowed upon her were numerous, including no less than 3 high-grade spirit veins, and the medium-grade veins are beyond mention. Upon hearing this, Yao Susu laughed awkwardly and promptly retracted the medium-grade spirit vein. Lin Changsheng and the others regarded Chen Qingyuan with complex expressions. It appeared that during his many excursions, he had returned empty-handed only to have gifted those treasures to others. Yet, those instances were scarce, and no further inquiries were made. After all, the majority of the resources Chen Qingyuan had previously acquired were devoted to the sect's development or discreetly bestowed upon his senior brothers as personal funds. Having no further matters to address, I shall take my leave. Thank you for your hospitality, Yao Susu stated before turning to depart. Once Yao Susu had left, the protecting elder, Dong Wenjun, could not suppress his curiosity. Junior brother, you reckless spendthrift, how could you not bring back the fine treasures you once obtained? Elder Dong, do not place such importance on material possessions, Chen Qingyuan replied with a gentle smile. Over the years, Chen Qingyuan had indeed brought back numerous resources to the sect, aiding in its construction and the nurturing of disciples. You rascal! The others shook their heads in exasperation. Even though Chen Qingyuan had become a mere mortal, they still regarded him as family, offering neither reproach nor disregard. It was precisely this bond that led Chen Qingyuan to consider Xianying's sect as his home. Days later, visitors from Dongyi Palace arrived once more. Several elders and more than 10 disciples gathered. Among them was Bai Shishue. The Xianying sect had arranged for the guests of Dongyi Palace, allowing Bai Shishue to spend time alone with Chen Qingyuan. Clad in a flowing pale pink gown that brushed the ground, her long hair was elegantly secured with a jade hairpin, and a pink sash adorned her waist, from which hung a jade pendant. Her features appeared as if meticulously sculpted from jade, her skin as pristine as snow, and her eyes enchanting like a painting. Standing within the room, Bai Shishue placed her delicate hands on her abdomen, betraying a hint of anxiety. Why the silence? Chen Qingyuan, seated nearby, observed Bai Shishue, who dared not meet his gaze, his voice cold and indifferent. I am sorry. Bai Shishue harbored many words she wished to share with Chen Qingyuan, yet now it seemed unnecessary. All she could offer was an apology. Does my return leave you feeling somewhat at a loss? Chen Qingyuan's gaze remained calm, perceiving Bai Shishue as a stranger. No, I am genuinely pleased that you, Brother Chen, have returned safely, Bai Shishue replied, her lips pressed tightly together, her gaze lowered. The soul lamp extinguishes, life ceases. One cannot wait indefinitely for a lifeless spirit, I understand. Chen Qingyuan remarked. Our meeting today was merely to ascertain whether you were coerced by the sect. From your demeanor, it appears not. Chen Qingyuan bore no resentment towards Bai Shishue. Perhaps it was simply a matter of fate. Had you returned sooner, perhaps circumstances would have been different. Bai Shishue spoke softly, if I were not powerless. What choice would you and Dongyi Palace have made? Chen Qingyuan gently shook his head. This is not a matter of my late return, but rather of strength. Bai Shishua longed to explain, yet ultimately remained silent, choosing not to utter a single word. Enough, it is all in the past, Chen Qingyuan declared. Bai Shishua's expression subtly shifted, yet she refrained from responding. Observing her, it seemed she held little affection for the young master of Tianyuan sect, with her feelings leaning more towards a relationship of interest. Had Chen Qingyuan retained sufficient strength rather than being powerless, Bai Shishua would undoubtedly have exhibited a different demeanor. For cultivators, a century is but a fleeting moment. If Bai Shishua truly loved Chen Qingyuan to the core, she could not easily forsake her feelings. Moreover, now that Chen Qingyuan had returned, they could indeed rekindle their past. However, Bai Shishua's intentions were not to indulge in romantic sentiments, but to sever ties. Perhaps a century ago, she genuinely loved him, but now everything had changed. From this day forth, we shall have no further entanglements, Chen Qingyuan mused. Within the room, silence reigned, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken words. An elder from Dongyi Palace gently knocked on the door, signaling that it was time to depart. As she prepared to leave, Bai Shishua glanced up at Chen Qingyuan, noting that he had lost the brilliance of his former self, his aura devoid of spiritual energy. At some point, Bai Shishua's gaze shifted from initial guilt to neutrality, her inner tension gradually dissipating. After casting one last deep look at Chen Qingyuan, Bai Shishua chose silence and exited the room. Although Chen Qingyuan had lost his cultivation, he had noticed the subtle movement of Bai Shishua's hand. She had crushed a jade talisman to summon an accompanying elder to break the stalemate. Alas, the hardships endured over the years seemed to have been in vain. Within the confines of the Tianyuan forbidden zone, the young lady in red developed an affection for Chen Qingyuan and wished to forge a bond with him. However, Chen Qingyuan, unwavering in his resolve, declined her advances, citing an existing engagement. Consequently, he faced various torments that ultimately led to the ruin of his spiritual roots and the loss of his cultivation. In the words of the young lady in red, it was all for Chen Qingyuan's own good. Although Chen Qingyuan possessed remarkable talent, he ultimately fell short of reaching the pinnacle of greatness. To unlock infinite possibilities for the future, a fundamental rebuilding was imperative. With that matter concluded, it was time for him to attend to his own affairs. Chen Qingyuan had not forgotten the pact with Tianyuan and planned to embark on his journey in a few days. Recently, news of Chen Qingyuan's return from Tianyuan spread across the land. Many factions sought to ascertain the circumstances within the Forbidden Zone and dispatch high-ranking members to the Xianshui sect. In response, the Xianshui sect claimed that Chen Qingyuan was unwell and would not meet with any visitors. Despite the pressure and temptations from various powerful entities, the Xianshui sect steadfastly protected Chen Qingyuan, shielding him from such troublesome matters. In secret, under the arrangements of his senior brother, Dong Wenjun, Chen Qingyuan quietly departed from the Xianshui sect. Although many were curious about his whereabouts, they refrained from probing further, hoping only for his safety. With his cultivation in ruins, temporarily leaving the Xianshui sect was indeed a wise choice. He traveled to a nearby city, purchasing several spirit symbols that required only spirit stones to activate, sparing him the need to expend his own spiritual energy. After a full month, Chen Qingyuan finally arrived at his destination, Mingyue City, a secluded corner of the northern wilderness. At the end of a street within the city stood a modest courtyard, seldom frequented by passers-by. "Who is it?" Chen Qingyuan knocked on the tightly shut courtyard door, and an aged voice resonated from within. "You will know once I open the door," Chen Qingyuan replied. With a creak, the door swung open, releasing a jarring sound. An elderly man, with dark skin and a hunched frame, appeared, leaning on a cane, looking frail and delicate. The old man scrutinized Chen Qingyuan for a moment before breaking into a toothy grin, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "Young master, have you come to the wrong place?" "I have not. I seek you," Chen Qingyuan stated, producing a palm-sized wooden token. The moment the old man laid eyes on the token, his pupils dilated sharply, and his expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness. He then solemnly uttered, "Please, come in." This token was something Chen Qingyuan had brought from Tianyuan, said to represent a significant debt owed to a powerful individual, allowing its bearer to command the token's owner to perform any task, even to surrender his life. Where did you acquire this? Once inside, the old man's demeanor transformed entirely, his gaze sharp and his voice low. Tianyuan, Chen Qingyuan answered candidly. Upon hearing this, the old man retracted his earlier wariness and bowed deeply to Chen Qingyuan, expressing his respect. Then, recalling a recent event, the old man inquired, "Could it be that you are Chen Qingyuan of the Xinshui sect?" "Indeed," Chen Qingyuan nodded in affirmation. "Since you have obtained the wooden plaque, I, an old man, must honor my promise. What is your command?" The elder was prepared to sacrifice his life, displaying an earnest demeanor. "Is there any way to help me restore my foundation?" Chen Qingyuan clarified his intentions. Indeed, the elder observed Chen Qingyuan's physical condition and nodded, stating that he had anticipated a significant matter, only to find it rather simple. "Are you certain?" Chen Qingyuan questioned with doubt. "It's not difficult," the elder replied. "May I inquire about your esteemed name, senior?" The collective wisdom of all the high-ranking members of the Xianqing sect could not fathom how to assist Chen Qingyuan. Yet, the elder before him found the task uncomplicated, earning Chen Qingyuan's profound respect as he clasped his fists in reverence. "Just an old fool," the elder chuckled at himself. Chapter 4. Reconstructing the Foundation. The mysterious Taoist essence. "How should I address you, esteemed elder?" Chen Qingyuan inquired, tactfully refraining from further questioning. "You may call me the lame one," the old man replied. Glancing down at his severed right calf and the walking stick in his hand, his tone nonchalant. "That is quite inappropriate," Chen Qingyuan protested, daunted by the thought of addressing such an enigmatic elder in such a manner, fearing it might offend. "It matters not," the old man replied indifferently, unperturbed by the designation. Subsequently, the elder arranged for Chen Qingyuan to have temporary lodgings, for he had to depart to procure certain items essential for reconstructing Chen Qingyuan's Taoist roots. "I am grateful for your assistance, esteemed elder," Chen Qingyuan expressed with a cupped fist. "This is merely my duty." The old man returned the gesture with a bow and exited the premises. As Chen Qingyuan surveyed the disheveled courtyard, his gaze fell upon a spiderweb in the corner. The yellowed, withered leaves in the flower bed, and the stone slabs laid upon the earthen ground. Following the stone path beneath his feet, he discovered a woodshed, filled with a multitude of dried firewood. "How peculiar," Chen Qingyuan mused to himself. "Why does the elder's way of life resemble that of a mere mortal?" Upon further observation, he noted that the furnishings within the courtyard were commonplace. A wooden table, wooden chairs, and a layer of dust covering everything. Casting a glance at the woodshed, Chen Qingyuan decided to venture to the garden instead, seeking a more pleasing atmosphere. Now, a mortal, he found himself venturing out daily to procure sustenance. After 10 days of residing here, he had grown quite familiar with the nearby streets. As the autumn wind howled, a chill enveloped him, prompting Chen Qingyuan to prepare some porridge to warm himself. Upon entering the woodshed to gather kindling, he stumbled upon a broken sword among the firewood, instantly piquing his curiosity. The broken sword, approximately 2 feet in length, was rusted and dark, etched with the marks of time. Chen Qingyuan examined it closely, sensing that this blade was anything but ordinary, though he could not discern its true nature. Crouching down, he reached for the blackened sword resting on the ground. The moment his fingertips made contact, an overwhelming weight descended upon him, as if countless mountains pressed against his chest, inducing a suffocating sensation. This feeling intensified, and beads of cold sweat began to form on Chen Qingyuan's forehead, just as he resolved to summon his hidden powers from the abyssal domain. A gentle breeze swept through the woodshed. In an instant, the oppressive aura of the black sword vanished without a trace. Chen Qingyuan withdrew his hand, his expression tense. "Young master, I have returned," the old man announced as he entered the courtyard, leaning on his walking stick, his hands empty. Chen Qingyuan stepped out of the woodshed to meet the elder's gaze, unreservedly stating, "I am thankful for your intervention. Otherwise, I would have found myself in quite a predicament." A mere broken sword could hardly pose a threat to the young master. The elder chuckled, his face creased with age. If that were truly a broken sword, then there would be no precious blades left in the world. Though Chen Qingyuan had lost his cultivation, he could still recognize the terrifying nature of the black sword. You jest, esteemed elder, he replied. Even a single sword holds such power. One can only imagine the formidable strength of the elder who possesses it. Have you reaped any rewards on this journey, esteemed senior? Chen Qingyuan did not probe further, deftly shifting the topic. Rest assured, all is well, the elder replied, nodding slowly. Years ago, deep within the Tianyuan forbidden zone, Chen Qingyuan encountered a mysterious maiden clad in red, her abilities unfathomable. This enigmatic figure severed Chen Qingyuan's spiritual roots, disrupting his cultivation. Subsequently, she presented him with a wooden token, instructing him to seek out this elder once he left the forbidden zone, promising to help him reconstruct his roots and elevate his innate talents. The elder opened a long sealed chamber, revealing a bath carved from ice stone, an icy chill permeating the air. He retrieved various herbs and necessary items, instructing Chen Qingyuan to remove his shirt and sit cross-legged in the icy basin. Following the elder's guidance, Chen Qingyuan settled into the ice bath, his expression serene. I recently heard a rumor the Dongyi Palace and the Tianyuan sect are to be wed. Are you aware of this, young master? The elder rasped as he busied himself with the herbs. I am aware, Chen Qingyuan replied with a slight nod. Is there anything you require of me? During this outing, the elder had thoroughly investigated Chen Qingyuan's background. In addition, he had ventured to the periphery of the Tianyuan forbidden land. No need, Chen Qingyuan shook his head. The ties of causality have been severed. Esteemed senior need not trouble yourself. That is well, the elder remarked as he placed various rare herbs into the icy basin, his murky eyes seemingly perceiving all that exists in the world. Chen Qingyuan gazed at the herbs, astonished. Red yin, eight-angled mysterious leaves, white moon vine. A mere glance revealed they were exceedingly precious elixirs, rare and sought after. There were also a few other rare herbs whose names eluded Chen Qingyuan, but their worth was undoubtedly greater. Young master, the reconstruction of your foundation may entail some discomfort, the elder kindly warned. Do not hesitate to proceed. I can endure, Chen Qingyuan affirmed, steeling himself for what was to come. Thus, a torrent of immense spiritual energy surged within the elder, illuminating the chamber's floor as an ancient array materialized. The elder then struck the ice basin with his right palm, while his left hand activated the great formation. A hum resonated. Overhead, it seemed as though countless stars had manifested, rippling across an expansive sea of stars. In an instant, Chen Qingyuan felt the world spin around him, his body immobilized and unable to move. As time passed, he sensed his soul nearly leaving his body, tortured by innumerable blades, the agony excruciating, prompting a muffled groan to escape his lips. Clenching his teeth, Chen Qingyuan was drenched in sweat. The intensity of the pain escalated, gradually eroding his resolve. The elder continued, coldly observing the tormented Chen Qingyuan. After a full hour, Chen Qingyuan's face contorted in agony, his skin splitting, blood and flesh grotesquely mingling. Upon closer inspection, one could glimpse his internal organs through the gaping wounds, a sight both shocking and ghastly. A glimmer of golden light emerged from his chest, resembling a seed. The moment had arrived. The old man's expression shifted dramatically as he hastened to the next step. A dense chill enveloped Chen Qingyuan, the mingled blood and medicinal herbs forming a thick, crimson concoction that sent shivers down one's spine. Now, the old man formed hand seals, conjuring forth a black box before him. With utmost caution, he opened the box, revealing a segment of bone, approximately a foot in length. The black bone resembled charcoal. Could he withstand it? The old man glanced at the unconscious Chen Qingyuan before slowly directing his gaze to the bone within the box, murmuring to himself. As per the old man's knowledge, this black bone was a remnant of an ancient being's Tao bone, fallen in a cataclysmic battle, leaving behind only this fragment. Not long ago, he had ventured into the Tianyuan forbidden zone, obeying the instructions of the crimson-clad maiden to retrieve the black bone. Reconstructing the foundation was not a daunting task. The challenge lay in integrating the black bone into Chen Qingyuan's body. Would it truly succeed? Initially, the old man found himself at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. Eventually, the crimson-clad maiden communicated telepathically, instructing him to operate the Tao formation. Upon witnessing a golden seed manifest at Chen Qingyuan's chest, he could extract the black bone, for all would unfold as destined. After a brief moment, the black bone began to levitate. With a rustling sound, the outer layer of the bone shed away, revealing a pure golden hue, intricately inscribed with numerous ancient laws. Having endured the test of time, the old man's pupils constricted, his entire being tensed as he observed the black bone descend upon Chen Qingyuan. Gradually, the black bone seamlessly melded into Chen Qingyuan's body, vanishing without a trace. Despite the old man's probing, he could not detect its presence. Truly a remarkable individual. Initially, Chen Qingyuan exhibited a degree of rejection towards the black bone, but this phenomenon swiftly dissipated, achieving a perfect harmony, genuinely becoming one. Days later, Chen Qingyuan awakened. The old man had vigilantly remained by his side, fearing any misstep. Upon witnessing Chen Qingyuan's awakening, the heavy weight that had burdened the old man's heart finally lifted. My body, Chen Qingyuan felt no pain, instead experiencing an extraordinary lightness, devoid of any scars. In the next moment, he became attuned to the spiritual energy of the universe, his expression shifting as he hastily examined his physical condition. A golden Tao bone? Chen Qingyuan was both astonished and elated, lifting his gaze to meet the old man's eyes. Chapter 5. The Sword Immortal Chonggong, reaching the Huangling realm in the past. Chen Qingyuan possessed extraordinary talent, yet he was merely a mortal being. According to ancient texts, the golden Tao bone symbolizes a flawless foundation, devoid of imperfections, conferring unimaginable advantages for future cultivation. Among the 5 domains of the world, the northern wasteland encompasses vast territories and is home to countless stars. Once, Chen Qingyuan was regarded as a renowned prodigy of the northern wasteland, with considerable insight. Nevertheless, he had never heard of anyone achieving the legendary flawless golden bone. Chen Qingyuan understood the unparalleled value of this golden Tao bone. It was truly priceless. Senior this, he did not remain engulfed in joy for long. As his expression gradually became intricate, hesitatingly he spoke, "This is excessively precious. I feel undeserving of such a gift. By the decree of the esteemed elder of the Forbidden Zone, this Tao bone is bestowed upon you, young master." The old man shook his head, indicating that it was not his merit, and explained the circumstances in detail. The Forbidden Zone. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan recalled the girl in red, a wave of trepidation washing over him, accompanied by an inexplicable longing. "Young master, please rest well. I shall take my leave." With that, the old man exited the secret chamber. In the stillness of the chamber, Chen Qingyuan fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable time, he organized his thoughts and grasped his own situation, resolving to abandon futile musings. With a flawless Tao bone and a perfect foundation, as long as Chen Qingyuan's resolve remained steadfast, his future achievements would undoubtedly be limitless. He donned a clean and tidy robe and ventured into the courtyard. In a corner of the yard, the old man sat upon a wooden chair, a walking stick by his side, wielding a broken sword to chop firewood. Observing the old man's actions, Chen Qingyuan hesitated momentarily before approaching. "Senior, why squander such a fine sword? A broken sword is of no use." "No matter how splendid it once was," the old man replied dismissively. "My foundation may be shattered, but surely you possess the great power to mend it. Is there truly no hope for this broken sword?" Chen Qingyuan could not bear to see such a magnificent sword used for chopping wood. "I have attempted many times, yet I have failed." The old man's chopping motion paused slightly, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in his eyes. Hearing this, Chen Qingyuan was at a loss for words, enveloped in silence. "What is the name of this sword?" After a moment, Chen Qingyuan inquired. "Giang." The old man pondered for a long while before revealing the name of the sword. "Giang, I believe I have heard this name before." Chen Qingyuan murmured it several times, sensing familiarity, and lowered his brow in contemplation. After a brief moment, he suddenly raised his head, astonishment flickering in his eyes, which soon transformed into reverence as he exclaimed, "You are the sword Immortal Chonggong." Upon hearing this title, the old man trembled slightly, his expression intricate, his voice hoarse. It has been many years since anyone has referred to me as such. Clearly, the old man acknowledged his identity. Initially, he had been reluctant to disclose who he was. However, after witnessing Chen Qingyuan's fusion with the mysterious Dao bone, he altered his stance. It is truly you. It is hard to believe. Chen Qingyuan was rendered speechless, his emotions in turmoil, struggling to regain his composure. The Hongyan sword immortal, known by his true name, Yang, was once a legendary figure whose prowess reverberated across the world, hailing from the elite ranks of swordsmen in the northern wilderness. Historical records indicate that the last appearance of the Hongyan sword immortal occurred a millennium ago, when he is said to have ventured into the central continent, also known as the Imperial Continent. With a single strike, he cleaved the purple cloud mountain, a symbol of the will of heaven and earth, in pursuit of the pinnacle of swordsmanship. This act of defiance against the heavenly mandate provoked divine retribution, resulting in his defeat in that fateful battle. The world believed him to have perished, his essence buried beneath the laws of the cosmos. Since then, the life of the Hongyan sword immortal has morphed into a legendary saga, regarded as an insurmountable monument by countless practitioners of the sword. Yet, such accolades are mere illusions, dissipated like smoke. Yang had long since transcended these trivialities. A figure of unparalleled caliber, how could he remain in such a place? Chen Qingyuan had heard tales of the Hongyan sword immortal since childhood and held him in great reverence. It is no exaggeration to assert that should Yang so desire, he could effortlessly establish a formidable power. He sharpened his sword. Even a starving camel is larger than a horse. No matter how fallen, Yang was not a mere cultivator of ordinary caliber. Though he had faced countless failures, he had never relinquished his resolve to refine his sword in this manner. Chen Qingyuan gazed at the scattered firewood, momentarily unable to comprehend. Young master, what do you believe is the most important quality for a sword cultivator? Yang set aside the broken sword and met Chen Qingyuan's gaze. According to conventional wisdom, it is vital for a sword cultivator to possess a sword that resonates with their essence, in addition to superior swordsmanship techniques. Chen Qingyuan continued, however, I believe that regardless of the path one chooses, the most crucial aspect remains the heart of the way. To cultivate, one must first cultivate the heart. As he listened to this response, ripples of thought danced in Yang's eyes, rendering him momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, he sighed deeply. Had I possessed your wisdom in my youth, I would undoubtedly have avoided such a fate. The truth of cultivating the heart as a precursor to the path is a lesson I have only come to understand in my twilight years. Yang was not merely honing a sword. He was refining his own heart of the way. In his youth, he believed himself to be exceptionally gifted, effortlessly overshadowing his peers, who dared not raise their heads in his presence. During his peak, he even proclaimed himself the third in the world, inspiring awe among countless sword masters. Why did he claim the title of the third in the world? Because heaven and earth are one and two. He declared himself the third, as no one dared to claim the first or second positions, fearing the wrath of the heavenly way. Eventually, Yang found it increasingly difficult to find a worthy opponent among sword cultivators, leading him to believe his strength had reached an extraordinary zenith. He set his sights on the revered purple cloud mountain, drawing his sword to challenge heaven and earth. Alas, he was defeated and subsequently faded into obscurity. May I inquire, esteemed elder, where is the other half of the treasured sword? Chen Qingyuan had been fixated on the rusted broken sword. The sword's rust was a result of its spiritual intelligence slumbering, reduced to a mundane weapon. One day, when Yang rejuvenates his heart of the sword, he will awaken the treasured sword, revealing its former brilliance. It remains at the purple cloud mountain, Yang replied, gazing into the distance, lost in myriad thoughts. The purple cloud mountain in the central continent is indeed a forbidden realm. Chen Qingyuan gazed silently in the direction pointed out by Yang. In the days that followed, he commenced his cultivation. On the very first day of his renewed practice, he stepped into the realm of postnatal. Both the postnatal and innate realms serve as the foundation of cultivation, each comprising 9 levels. within a mere month, leveraging his unparalleled innate talent and profound comprehension. Chen Qingyuan shattered the ninth level of the postnatal realm and ascended to the innate realm. After solidifying his foundation for several days, he diligently endeavored to enhance his cultivation. This regimen persisted for 6 months, during which Chen Qingyuan advanced to the initial stage of the yellow spirit realm. To establish such a foundation and reach the yellow spirit realm in just half a year is nothing short of astonishing. Had Li Muyang not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would find it difficult to believe. In his recollection, no one could compare to Chen Qingyuan. Without relying on elixirs or the guidance of formidable masters, solely drew upon the spiritual essence of the universe. Moreover, Chen Qingyuan's foundation was remarkably solid, devoid of any flaws. At last, he attained the cultivation of the yellow spirit realm, achieving his first objective, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan remained indoors, retrieving a dark-hued bracelet from his belongings. The reason he had managed to emerge alive from the abyssal zone was due to an agreement made with the girl in the red dress. He was to assist her in completing 9 tasks, thereby resolving the karmic bond between them. Faced with such a demand, Chen Qingyuan had no grounds to refuse. Only upon reaching the yellow spirit realm could he employ the special secret arts imparted by the girl to unlock the bracelet's restrictions. What was the first task she asked of me? After much effort, Chen Qingyuan dispelled the restrictions, allowing a fragment of his consciousness to enter the depths of the bracelet. Chapter 6: The First Pact. Attending the marriage ceremony within the bangle lay a realm of its own, an expanse filled with terrifying laws. Chen Qingyuan's consciousness swept across the surroundings, causing his soul to tremble. A resonating hum echoed as a white umbrella materialized before him. The emergence of this umbrella triggered a certain restriction within the jade bangle, and a chilling voice declared, "Chen Qingyuan, this is a wedding gift for your beloved. Your presence is mandatory." Presenting a white umbrella at a wedding, was it not a curse upon others? Could it be that the voice was laced with jealousy? Chen Qingyuan felt a wave of embarrassment. He had anticipated the first task of their agreement to be arduous, yet proved to be quite the contrary. Years prior, upon entering the abyss, the woman in red had expressed her desire to become his partner, often teasing him about it. Chen Qingyuan had firmly declined, citing his engagement to another, not due to any lack of beauty on her part, but rather out of a sense of commitment. If one were to speak of appearances, the woman in red was extraordinarily beautiful, transcending the mundane, and her allure was beyond mere words. By Shishue of Dongyi Palace, though likened to the beauty of fish and swans, paled in comparison to the woman in red. There existed a stark disparity in their respective auras. Why does she seem a bit scheming? Chen Qingyuan murmured softly to himself. Initially, he had come to terms with the past, allowing it to fade into memory. Little did he know that the woman in red would orchestrate such a situation, compelling him to attend. One should not assume that leaving the abyss granted complete freedom. Failure to honor the pact would lead to dire consequences. After resting for several days, Chen Qingyuan resolved to depart from Minghua City and return to Xianying sect. With half a year remaining until the union of Tianyuan sect and Dongyi Palace, time was of the essence. "Senior, I must take my leave," Chen Qingyuan said, having packed his belongings as he clasped his fists in respect towards Li Muyang, who was seated in the courtyard. "Should you encounter difficulties in the future, you may seek me here," Li Muyang promised. "Agreed," Chen Qingyuan responded without formality, recognizing this as a safeguard for his life. Once Chen Qingyuan departed, Li Muyang gazed into the distance, deep in thought. At the Xianying sect's council hall, discussions were underway regarding routine matters, including the impending marriage between Tianyuan sect and Dongyi Palace. They contemplated sending an elder to merely make an appearance. As the day of a union approached, representatives from various factions had already set off, and Dongyi Palace was gradually becoming lively. "Junior apprentice, you have returned." As Chen Qingyuan reached the entrance of Xianying sect, the gatekeeper disciple promptly reported the news. To avoid complications, Chen Qingyuan concealed his cultivation level. As long as he bore the jade bangle, it would activate the restrictions within, masking the fluctuations of his spiritual energy. The Sword Immortal had repeatedly cautioned him against revealing anything concerning the Dao Bone. Otherwise, It could lead to terrifying consequences that would endanger those around him. Moreover, the sword immortal wished to keep his whereabouts hidden, leaving Chen Qingyuan unable to explain the restoration of his spiritual roots. He resolved to find an appropriate opportunity to share this with his senior brothers in the future. "Where have you been for the past 6 months?" asked the protective elder Dong Wenjun, setting aside his affairs to greet him eagerly. "I went out for a brief respite," Chen Qingyuan replied with a gentle smile. The elders gathered in the rear courtyard, engaging in casual conversation with Chen Qingyuan. It had been a while since his last return, and he had scarcely settled before embarking on a new journey, leaving little time for his fellow disciples to enjoy a cup of tea together. Upon his previous arrival, a considerable stir had ensued, with various sects eager to meet him in hopes of gleaning information regarding the forbidden realm of Tianyuan. However, upon learning that Chen Qingyuan had become incapacitated and had faked his death to escape, coupled with the firm stance of the Xinqing sect, the other factions refrained from pressing him further. Now, as the two sects prepared for their union, the focus of the forces in the Fuliu star domain had shifted away from the Xinqing sect. The northern wilderness was home to countless star domains, with the sects of the Fuliu star domain numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The Xinqing sect was regarded as a premier power within this realm, boasting significant prestige. "Junior brother, the woman from Dongyi Palace has called off the engagement. It is her loss, so do not dwell on it too much. We shall devise a brilliant plan to help you reconstruct your spiritual roots, allowing you to regain your former glory," an elder with a white beard speculated, believing that the impending union of the two sects had caused Chen Qingyuan's discontent, prompting him to seek solace outdoors. "Thank you for your concern, Brother Su," Chen Qingyuan replied warmly, a smile gracing his face. "Today, as we gather so rarely, let us set aside our worries and raise a glass together." The sect leader, Lin Changsheng, took his place at the center, rising to toast. "Cheers!" The assembly stood and drank from their cups, whether filled with wine or tea. The internal unity of the Xinqing sect was commendable, unlike other factions rife with intrigue and self-interest. Of course, minor frictions occasionally arose within the sect, but they were easily resolved. The cohesion among the upper echelons had been meticulously cultivated by the Grand Elder, who had invested considerable effort into fostering such bonds. The core elders present here today had all benefited from the Grand Elder's patronage. Approximately 2 centuries ago, the Grand Elder had brought home an infant still in swaddling clothes, taking him on as a closed-door disciple. Shortly thereafter, the Grand Elder passed away. Since then, the elders had placed great importance on this male child, publicly acknowledging him as a junior brother while treating him as if he were their own kin. In truth, the Grand Elder had only taken one disciple throughout his life, and that was Chen Qingyuan. The elders referred to him as junior brother in deference to their respect for the Grand Elder, whom they addressed as Uncle Master. "Senior brother, I wish to attend the ceremony for the union of the two sects," Chen Qingyuan expressed after several rounds of drinks. At this declaration, silence fell over the hall as all eyes turned towards him, uncertainty etched on their faces. "Why?" Lin Changsheng inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. The others gazed at Chen Qingyuan with perplexity and astonishment. "There is nothing to evade," Chen Qingyuan stated plainly. The elders contemplated this, beginning to understand. "Are you truly resolved?" Lin Changsheng's eyes reflected deep concern. "I am," Chen Qingyuan replied with a subtle smile. "Then you may accompany Brother Yin to the ceremony." Lin Changsheng deliberated briefly before nodding in agreement. "Thank you, senior brother." Chen Qingyuan expressed his gratitude. The Xinqing sect dispatched Elder Yin Minghai to Tianyuan sect to present a gift, for regardless of the awkwardness between the two families, a semblance of courtesy must be maintained. After 2 months, Yin Minghai, accompanied by over 10 others including Chen Qingyuan, embarked on their journey. Aboard a spirit vessel, Yin Minghai donned a deep gray robe, standing tall at 7 feet, his hair slightly gray. "Junior brother, the sect master has been tirelessly seeking renowned physicians for your condition. Yet, once your plight is disclosed, none are willing to intervene, deeming it hopeless." Yin Minghai stood shoulder to shoulder with Chen Qingyuan, enveloping him in a protective aura of mysterious light. "Thank you for your concern, senior brother," Chen Qingyuan replied, keeping these matters close to his heart. Sigh. Yin Minghai lamented. In your prime, your brilliance was unparalleled, renowned throughout the northern wilderness. Yet now you face such a fate. Had we known, we would have bound you to prevent your journey to Tianyuan. Senior brother need not worry. Perhaps this is my destiny, Chen Qingyuan mused, guarding the experiences within the Tianyuan forbidden zone as secrets to avoid calamity. Furthermore, some matters are best kept to oneself. Before long, the Xianqing sect's warship reached the territory of Tianyuan sect. Gazing around, one could see the void filled with various spirit vessels and treasures, adorned with the banners of numerous sects, a grand spectacle indeed. Tianyuan sect was nestled among misty mountains, ancient trees rooted in the rocks reaching toward the heavens, casting shadows over the land. At the foot of the mountains stood formidable spirit beasts, alongside soaring deep green giant pythons and flaming birds, as well as winged steeds. With merely 3 months remaining until the union of the two sects, representatives from various factions could either enter Tianyuan sect or remain aboard their respective vessels. Junior brother, let us remain here for the time being. When the day arrives, we shall make a brief appearance, Yin Minghai proposed, intending to accommodate Chen Qingyuan's feelings by staying on the ship. Senior brother, we have already entered Tianyuan sect's domain. As the representative of Xianqing sect, it would be somewhat unbecoming for you not to make an appearance. Go greet our fellow practitioners. I can manage alone, Chen Qingyuan urged, not wishing to impose on Yin Minghai. That would not be appropriate. The Xianqing sect's worship is visible to all. If you remain hidden, it might be perceived as a slight, harming our reputation, Yin Minghai countered. It is of no concern. I am well aware of my boundaries. Do not fret. Chen Qingyuan reassured him with a confident look. After a moment's contemplation, Yin Minghai nodded in agreement. Very well. You shall stay in the cabin during this time. Do not venture out. Understood, Chen Qingyuan replied, watching Yin Minghai depart. Even though the Xianqing sect was no ordinary sect, it was imperative to maintain amicable relations with various prominent powers, avoiding unnecessary conflicts. Thus, although this occasion was a matrimonial ceremony between Tianyuan sect and Dongyi Palace, it also served as an opportunity for diverse sects to gather, fostering communication and goodwill among one another. Before long, an individual approached the worship of the Xianqing sect, accompanied by a mocking voice. Chen Qingyuan, you dare to attend the union of the two sects? Are you not concerned about your reputation? This remark, laced with sarcasm, was clearly intended to revel in Chen Qingyuan's misfortune. Chapter 7. My departure is none of your concern seated within the confines of the cabin. Chen Qingyuan discerned the utterance and pushed the door open, revealing a young man clad in purple, suspended in the void. It was none other than Xia Xiaochong. How long it has been! A subtle smile graced Chen Qingyuan's lips as he stood in a light-colored robe, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of elegance. You, the purple-clad youth, Xia Nanzhong, a member of the Serpent Clan and a former adversary of Chen Qingyuan, remarked, you remain as unappealing as ever. Having spotted Chen Qingyuan's silhouette while observing the battleship of the Xianqing sect, Xia Nanzhong approached without hesitation. You are no human, Chen Qingyuan retorted. At these words, Xia Nanzhong felt a flicker of irritation. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he was indeed not human, so he suppressed his retort. Nevertheless, Chen Qingyuan's comment carried a hint of insult, prompting Xia Nanzhong to huff in annoyance. More than a century prior, a dispute had erupted between Xia Nanzhong and Chen Qingyuan, culminating in a fierce confrontation. Following that battle, Chen Qingyuan had humorously bestowed upon Xia Nanzhong the nickname Little Bug, much to the amusement of onlookers. Defeated, Xia Nanzhong had no choice but to accept this moniker. Are you not aware of the identities involved in our family's intended union? Xia Nanzhong, stifling a trace of anger, chose not to stoop to Chen Qingyuan's level. I am aware, Chen Qingyuan replied with an indifferent expression. Knowing this, yet you still come. Such fortitude you possess, Xia Nanzhong remarked, raising a thumb in a gesture that mingled admiration with mockery. In your prime, you overshadowed all. The young sect master of the Tianyuan sect, Qin Yutong, certainly bore the brunt of your prowess. Now that Qin Yutong is to wed by Shi Shua, are you not courting humiliation? Xia Xiaochong, Is this your way of expressing concern for me? Chen Qingyuan replied with a smile that danced on the edge of irony. Concern for you? Dream on, Xian Nanzhong retorted. Not particularly fond of the nickname, yet the animosity faded in the presence of their complex relationship, a blend of rivalry and camaraderie. Let me offer you some advice. You have become a mere shadow of your former self. Remaining within the Xinqing sect is your safest option. Thank you for the suggestion. Chen Qingyuan dismissed nonchalantly. I may mock you a few times, but others may not show you the same leniency. With that, Xian Nanzhong lost interest and turned away. After this encounter, Xian Nanzhong confirmed Chen Qingyuan's diminished state, feeling a mix of satisfaction and melancholy. Having walked a distance, he glanced back at Chen Qingyuan, sighing softly. Such a prodigy, what a pity. In just a few days, news of Chen Qingyuan's arrival in the territory of the Tianyuan sect reached many ears. Cultivators from various sects gazed at the battleship of the Xinqing sect, whispering amongst themselves. What treasures lie within the abyss of heaven? Did you acquire anything from the abyss? A young man questioned from an elevated position. Why does it concern you? Chen Qingyuan shot a cold glance at the young man clad in black, responding with indifference. He did not recognize this individual, likely a figure who had risen to prominence in recent decades. How many formidable beings of the transformation and integration realms perished within the confines of the abyss? What right does a mere nascent soul cultivator have to emerge unscathed? The young man in black persisted, showing no sign of relenting, dismissing Chen Qingyuan entirely. Had this been a century ago, I would have slapped you against the wall. Chen Qingyuan declared with a scornful tone. Oomph. Now, you can only reminisce about your past glories. The young man in black, aware of Chen Qingyuan's illustrious achievements, recognized his own inadequacies. However, times had changed. Chen Qingyuan had become a mere shadow of his former self, and there was no need for fear. Chen Qingyuan, smiling silently, deemed conversing with such a fool a waste of time. He settled at the prow of the boat, savoring fragrant tea and reveling in the picturesque surroundings, completely disregarding the incessant chatter of the young man in black. In truth, many were eager to uncover how Chen Qingyuan had managed to survive, or perhaps glean some secrets about the forbidden zone from him that might prove useful in the future. Due to the influence of the Xinqing sect, various cultivators refrained from employing excessive means against Chen Qingyuan. What puzzled everyone was his claim of faking his death to escape. Yet what method could possibly sustain life in the forbidden zone for over a century? If one were to acquire such knowledge, they could attempt to enter the Tianyuan forbidden zone in search of opportunities. Time slipped away, and soon the day of the two sects' union arrived. A group of elders and disciples from Dongyi Palace gathered, preparing to enter. The bride, by Shishua, had yet to make an appearance and would only reveal herself on the official day of the union. Leading the elders was by Shishua's master, Yao Susu, dressed in a simple light-colored garment, cinched at the waist with a pristine white sash, her long hair secured with a jade hairpin. She exuded an air of elegance and classical grace, her hands gently resting on her abdomen. Suddenly, Yao Susu caught wind of some murmurs around her and turned her gaze to the side, spotting Chen Qingyuan 100 paces away, halting in her tracks. After a brief moment of hesitation, she resolved to approach him, accompanied by over 100 followers. What brings Elder Chen here? In the presence of esteemed figures, Yao Susu displayed a courteous demeanor towards Chen Qingyuan, offering a respectful salute. Congratulations, she said. Chen Qingyuan remained seated, merely glancing up at her. The crowd from Dongyi Palace perceived Chen Qingyuan's lack of courtesy and were inclined to reprimand him, but Yao Susu intervened. Such formalities are trivial. They need not concern us. What truly occupied her mind was the reason behind Chen Qingyuan's presence. Was he there to disrupt the union between the two sects? She tentatively inquired, "Is it merely to extend your congratulations?" "Indeed, I have brought a gift for the occasion," Chen Qingyuan replied, recalling the white umbrella within the jade bracelet. Though it might cause some discomfort, it posed no substantial harm to either sect. Furthermore, it was not his intention. He was compelled by circumstance. Compared to the actions of Dongyi Palace, Chen Qingyuan appeared almost saintly. In the past, he had bestowed numerous treasures upon them. Yet now, with the annulment of their engagement, they had not returned any. To demand compensation with a middle-grade spirit vein was nothing short of an affront, a humiliation in Chen Qingyuan's eyes. What sort of gift? Yao Susu felt a weight in her heart, an inexplicable sense of unease. Since it is a gift, I cannot disclose it to you. Had it been in the past, Chen Qingyuan might have shown Yao Susu some consideration, but now he regarded her with indifference. Chen Qingyuan, should you dare to disrupt the union of our two families, do not blame me for the East Palace's lack of sentiment. Perceiving Chen Qingyuan's blatant disregard for her, Yao Susu discarded her pretense, removing her mask and coldly warning him with her piercing gaze. Oh, Chen Qingyuan, unperturbed, replied with a light laugh. Is there truly a past connection between the Xianqing sect and the East Palace? How pitiable. To Yao Susu, Chen Qingyuan's words merely echoed a bravado, a feeble attempt to preserve a shred of dignity. With a disdainful glance, she slowly shook her head. You ought to understand one thing. Cultivators live for millennia, while mortals scarcely reach a century. Now that you are but a shell of your former self, even if the Xianqing sect were to extend your life, your time would still be limited. So what? Chen Qingyuan's expression remained unruffled, as tranquil as water. It will be in your best interest, as well as that of the Xianqing sect, for you to return now. In a bid for safety, Yao Susu sought to drive him away. Should Chen Qingyuan depart from the Tianyuan sect, the union would undoubtedly proceed without incident. His presence here was akin to a ticking time bomb, liable to unleash unseemly words, resulting in immeasurable repercussions. My presence or absence is not something you can dictate. Chen Qingyuan chuckled. This union is a matter between the East Palace and the Tianyuan sect, and I naturally possess a degree of authority. Observing Chen Qingyuan's refusal to leave, Yao Susu's unease deepened, prompting her to issue an outright dismissal. The Xianqing sect had received an invitation from the Tianyuan sect, traveling great distances to offer their congratulations. You wish to expel me? Are you serious? How had she never noticed before how insufferable Yao Susu, this old hag, truly was? I merely wish for Elder Chen to depart, with no ill intentions toward the Xianqing sect. As a core elder of the East Palace, Yao Susu knew the importance of her words, hastily clarifying. Thousands of eyes were upon them, and one misstep could bear grave consequences. Impudent! Before Chen Qingyuan could respond, a voice of fury erupted from within the cabin of the warship. Chapter 8. The overprotective senior brother dressed in a gray robe, Dong Wenjun stepped out, his expression somber. Upon seeing Elder Dong, Yao Susu and the others immediately changed their countenance and bowed deeply. Who is Dong Wenjun? He is the revered protector elder of the Xianqing sect, a formidable figure at the tribulation stage. The mere presence of such an esteemed individual sent shivers down the spines of many, instilling a profound sense of respect. The arrival of the protector elder of the Xianqing sect, a figure of great renown, was indeed unexpected. The union of the two sects could hardly warrant the personal attendance of such a powerful being. It seemed he had not come for the sake of the marriage alliance. Otherwise, he would have revealed himself sooner rather than lurking in the shadows. The gathered cultivators erupted in astonished murmurs, taken aback by the revelation. Dong Wenjun had not left the Xianqing sect for many years, and his secretive appearance was driven by concerns for Chen Qingyuan, who had been enduring hardships in the confines of the ship S-hold. Senior brother, why have you come here? Chen Qingyuan inquired, astonished, as he turned to face the venerable Dong Wenjun, whose flowing white hair and imposing demeanor commanded respect. I came because I feared for your safety, Dong Wenjun replied, his icy demeanor towards outsiders melting away as he turned his gaze to Chen Qingyuan, revealing a gentle smile and speaking in soft tones. He had lost a young disciple once before and vowed that he would not endure such a loss again. The extinguishing of Chen Qingyuan's soul lamp had struck Dong Wenjun like a thunderbolt, leaving him in profound sorrow. Later, before the tomb of the Grand Elder, Dong Wenjun had knelt in remorse, confessing his failure to adequately protect Chen Qingyuan. Senior brother Chen Qingyuan felt a pang of emotion, his throat tightening. The protector elder was only permitted to leave the sect in times of dire crisis or pressing matters. Yet, to ensure Chen Qingyuan's safety, Dong Wenjun had defied the sect's regulations. The onlookers were both astonished and envious upon hearing Dong Wenjun's words. To have a tribulation stage senior brother as a guardian was something that countless individuals could only dream of. In the past, this would have been understandable, as Chen Qingyuan was a prodigy, the very hope of the new generation of the Xinqing sect. Now, however, he had fallen to the status of a mere mortal, and one could not fathom why the higher-ups of the sect would go to such lengths. "No one shall bully my little junior brother," Dong Wenjun declared, instructing Chen Qingyuan to stand aside while he took charge of the situation. He then stood tall, surveying the gathering of cultivators from various sects, his gaze finally settling on the members of the Dongyi Palace. "If the union of our sects is unwelcome to the Xinqing sect, then we shall take our leave at once. Elder Dong, please do not take offense. That was never our intention," Yao Susu replied, her posture bending lower, her back dampened with cold sweat. Moments earlier, she had dared to speak harshly to Chen Qingyuan, underestimating the situation due to the few inner disciples accompanying him. Had she known Dong Wenjun was concealed within the ship, she would not have uttered such words even under duress. Offending Dong Wenjun's authority warranted an apology from the current leader of the Dongyi Palace. A formidable figure at the tribulation stage was not to be trifled with in the vast northern wilderness. "What do you mean by that?" Dong Wenjun queried loudly, his voice resonating with authority. The younger generation, the oppressive weight of an overwhelming force descended upon Yao Susu, rendering her as if crushed by an immense mountain, heavy and breathless. Previously, out of consideration for her junior apprentice, she had indulged in conversation, granting him a modicum of respect. However, when it comes to seniority and strength, she lacked even the qualification to stand before this esteemed presence. To dare to oppress my junior apprentice today is a gross overstepping of bounds. Dong Wenjun had watched Chen Qingyuan grow up, pampering him since childhood, fulfilling his every desire for delicious treats and enjoyable pastimes. He himself could hardly bring himself to scold Chen Qingyuan, let alone tolerate others imposing upon him, were it not for a few aged souls residing in Dongyi Palace. Dong Wenjun would have resorted to delivering a few sharp slaps to Yao Susu instead of merely exerting his pressure. When a younger generation approached with provocation, Dong Wenjun chose to turn a blind eye, unwilling to intervene. However, when the older generation dared to flaunt their seniority, his patience wore thin. The younger one recognized her error. Yao Susu, unable to withstand the pressure of the tribulation phase, felt as if her bones were fracturing and reluctantly apologized through gritted teeth. "Oomph." With a cold snort, Dong Wenjun dissipated the oppressive aura. "Should this happen again, I shall ensure you receive a thorough education on behalf of Dongyi Palace. Thank you for your forgiveness, esteemed elder." Although Yao Susu harbored 1,000 resentments and grievances within, she could not exhibit them and had to express her gratitude instead. "Get lost." Dong Wenjun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, utterly dismissive of Yao Susu. With a mere flick of his finger, he could easily suppress her. Subsequently, Yao Susu and her companions hastily departed, not daring to look back. This embarrassment was significant, destined to become fodder for gossip among many. No one anticipated that such a formidable figure from the Xinqing sect would make an appearance. And the young man who had just verbally insulted Chen Qingyuan fled in fear of retribution, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The commotion attracted the attention of Yan Minghai, who, upon learning that it concerned Chen Qing, rushed over. "Brother Dong." After a brief inquiry, Yan Minghai grasped the sequence of events. Upon returning to the warship, he first saluted Dong Wenjun, then turned to Chen Qingyuan with a worried gaze. "Junior apprentice, are you unharmed?" Suddenly, Dong Wenjun delivered a swift kick to Yan Minghai, sending him flying 1,000 meters. Yan Minghai paused mid-air, adjusted his attire, and deftly returned to his original position. "Shao Qi, how could you be so thoughtless as to leave our junior apprentice alone on the ship? Had I not accompanied you, who knows how he would have been bullied?" Dong Wenjun scolded Yan Minghai, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "It is all my fault. I nearly put our junior apprentice in danger." Yan Minghai lamented. "Brother Dong, I am fine. Please do not blame Elder Yan." Chen Qingyuan quickly stepped forward to mediate, guiding Dong Wenjun to a chair and pouring him a cup of tea. "Brother, have a sip of tea to calm your temper." Dong Wanjuan's kick had been executed with such swiftness that Chen Qingyuan had barely registered it until now. If the junior apprentice is not upset with you, then let it be. After sipping the tea, Dong Wanjuan's anger subsided significantly. Yin Minghai cast a grateful glance at Chen Qingyuan, relieved to have avoided a severe reprimand. The assembled cultivators gazed at the unfolding scene in disbelief. They struggled to comprehend why, despite Chen Qingyuan being rendered a mere shell of his former self, he received such lavish affection. Elder Dong had personally graced the Tianyuan sect with his presence, extending an invitation to enter and take a seat. Just as the crowd wrestled with their confusion over Chen Qingyuan's favored status, the Grand Elder of the Tianyuan sect stepped forward, a smile gracing his face as he performed a respectful bow. I wish to engage in a game of chess with my junior disciple. I have no time, Elder Dong replied, unyielding in his refusal to acknowledge the Tianyuan sect's courtesy. Upon hearing this response, the Grand Elder of the Tianyuan sect was momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure swiftly, he smiled and remarked, "Whenever Elder Dong finds the time, you are always welcome to enter. The Tianyuan sect will certainly extend its finest hospitality." However, Elder Dong had little patience for such formalities and chose to remain silent. Due to Elder Dong's presence, numerous venerable figures emerged to pay their respects, each approaching to exchange pleasantries. These trivial matters were deftly handled by Yin Minghai, while Elder Dong sat comfortably within the cabin, engaged in a game of chess with Chen Qingyuan, sipping tea and sharing jovial laughter. Before long, the day of the union arrived. As the skies above were adorned with auspicious, radiant clouds stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles, many sects arrived punctually, parading their lavish gifts and well wishes. The welcoming procession of the Tianyuan sect made its timely entrance, exuding grandeur that drew the attention of all present. 7 serpentine dragons pulled a chariot crafted from white jade, brimming with powerful cultivators, their presence commanding respect. Following the magnificent chariot was a flower palanquin. Though referred to as a palanquin, it resembled a mobile palace, constructed entirely of gold and jade, intricately etched with designs of soaring dragons and dancing phoenixes. Ethereal white mist enveloped its surroundings, and within the palanquin sat Bai Shishu, adorned in a flowing pink gown and wearing a phoenix crown. The celestial mist swirled gracefully as radiant clouds painted the heavens, captivating the gaze of all cultivators from a distance. Chapter 9. The White Umbrella and the Disruption by Shishu arrived, her demeanor serene and frigid, akin to a snow lotus perched atop an icy peak, eliciting admiration yet remaining unattainable. To welcome her, several elders of the Tianyuan sect, accompanied by 100 disciples, emerged. Petals of crimson floated gracefully through the air, converging to form a pathway leading directly to the grand entrance of the Tianyuan sect, resembling a breathtakingly beautiful painting. Bai Shishu had donned a flowing red gown, its hem swaying in the gentle breeze, enchanting all who beheld her. Adorned with a phoenix crown, her hands rested delicately before her, her skin as radiant as carved jade, with every movement exuding charm. As the war chariot came to a halt, the dragon-like beast roared, instilling fear among the surrounding spiritual creatures, which bowed in submission, daunted by its might. Following this, Bai Shishu stepped forth from the Huajiao Palace, trailed by a group of strikingly beautiful female disciples. Additionally, a stately middle-aged woman stood beside her, clad in modest light-colored garments, yet radiating an air of elegance and nobility. This woman was Du Ruoxing, the current holy master of the Dongi Palace. Naturally, the sect leader would not be absent from this union of the two sections. Master Du, please enter. The leader of the Tianyuan sect, Qingyuan, made his appearance, dressed in resplendent attire, exuding an imposing presence. The leaders of both sects instinctively turned their gaze toward the same direction, their eyes resting upon the worship of the Xianqing sect. They were well aware that Dong Wenjun had arrived, yet his demeanor was far from cordial. There was no need to seek unnecessary conflict. Tus, Qingyuan, Du Ruoxing, and the others proceeded into the grand hall, their faces adorned with expressions of joy. After today, the Tianyuan sect and Dongi Palace would forge an alliance, endowing them with greater influence within this starry domain, their status unassailable. Within the worship, Chen Qingyuan gazed at the multitude of figures, murmuring, "What a grand affair." "Junior brother, stay safe," Dong Wenjun cautioned, uncertain of Chen Qingyuan's motivations for attending the union ceremony, suspecting no good would come of it. "I shall do nothing untoward, rest assured." "Senior brother," Chen Qingyuan replied with a slight smile. "No matter what occurs, I will protect you," Dong Wenjun asserted. "Since I am here today, I will ensure your safe return home." Regardless of Chen Qingyuan's intentions, Dong Wenjun had prepared for every eventuality, even discreetly bringing along the sect as protective treasures, just in case. "Thank you, senior brother." Chen Qingyuan felt warmth in his heart as he turned towards the entrance of the Tianyuan sect's hall. Dong Wenjun was a formidable figure at the third stage of tribulation, requiring to face a tribulation every millennium, ultimately needing to endure 9 tribulations to transcend into the great ascension realm, roaming freely through the heavens and earth. In recent years, he had increasingly found it challenging to suppress the surging waves of law within him. It was likely that soon he would have to confront his next tribulation, a perilous endeavor. "I am growing old. I fear I may not survive this trial," Dong Wenjun mused, watching Chen Qingyuan depart. "Years ago, my master bestowed grace upon me, and you are the sole heir to his legacy. Even if it costs me my life, I must ensure your safety." A century ago, during the incident with the Tianyuan Abyss treasure, all members of the Xianqing sect who entered met with annihilation. Upon receiving this news, Dong Wenjun found it difficult to accept, her heart aching profoundly. Now that Chen Qingyuan had returned alive, Dong Wenjun could no longer allow similar events to transpire. The Grand Hall of the Tianyuan sect was overflowing with people. High-ranking officials from various sects were permitted to enter the inner hall, where they could enjoy superior service, while ordinary disciples were relegated to the front hall, engaging in conversation with peers of equal standing. Chen Qingyuan, did he truly dare to enter? It was rumored that he had once made a verbal engagement with by Shishue of the Dongyi Palace. Was he here today to cause a disturbance? The Tianyuan sect and the Dongyi Palace were no ordinary powers, and should Chen Qingyuan dare to create chaos, he would surely face dire consequences. It seemed there was a spectacle to behold. The crowd, noticing Chen Qingyuan approaching from afar, was filled with eager anticipation, relishing the unfolding drama. Representatives from various sects presented their gifts, while the heavenly phenomena of radiant colors manifested above the Tianyuan sect, creating an auspicious atmosphere. The Grand Elder was responsible for receiving the gifts, his face beaming with delight as he expressed gratitude to the guests and meticulously recorded the items bestowed by the various factions. Chen Qingyuan, accompanied by Yan Minghai, proceeded to the entrance of the Grand Hall. "Friends of the Xianqing sect, please enter," announced the elder of the Tianyuan sect, who cast a courteous glance at Chen Qingyuan and bowed respectfully. The elder, having received instructions regarding Chen Qingyuan, was to ensure no hindrance was placed in his path. This was a token of goodwill from the Xianqing sect. Yan Minghai, acting as the representative of the Xianqing sect, retrieved a gift box and slowly opened it. A faint azure light emanated from within, revealing a blue spiritual pearl. Among the array of gifts, it was neither particularly remarkable nor meager. "Thank you." The welcoming elder accepted the gift graciously. As Yan Minghai prepared to enter the hall, Chen Qingyuan halted him. "Senior brother Yan, hold on a moment." "What is it?" Yan Minghai paused and turned back. "I have a gift prepared separately." As he spoke, Chen Qingyuan produced a low-grade spiritual stone to obscure his true intentions, then retrieve a white umbrella from his Chinquan pouch. By using the spiritual stone to activate the pouch, he ensured his cultivation level remained concealed. If the news of Chen Qingyuan reconstructing his Dao root were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a tumult. Given his current modest strength, it was imperative to remain hidden, even from his fellow disciples. The welcoming elder and the disciples were momentarily taken aback, soon displaying expressions of displeasure. On the joyous occasion of the two sects' union, Chen Qingyuan had the audacity to present a white umbrella, which was clearly ill-intentioned. White objects were typically associated with funerals, and upon deeper reflection, the umbrella implied dispersion. "What does Elder Chen mean by this?" The welcoming elder inquired, his countenance darkening. "It is merely a gift. Were it not to fulfill the existing agreement with Tianyuan, Chen Qingyuan would certainly not have come to the Tianyuan sect. For him, since Bai Shishue had chosen another, she was no longer a suitable match. All was in the past. If Bai Shishue truly harbored genuine feelings for Chen Qingyuan, she would have withstood all pressures to accompany him upon his return. However, the reality was starkly different. When Bai Shishue confirmed that Chen Qingyuan had become a cripple, her guilt ebbed away like the receding tide, leaving her heart untouched. On the day of the union, presenting a white umbrella seems nothing short of a disruption. How splendid was Chen Qingyuan in his prime. Yet now he resorts to such means to uphold a semblance of dignity. How pitiable. I had anticipated a grand spectacle, only to be left in vain expectation. The disciples of Chen Qingyuan, who had been observing intently, shook their heads in disinterest. Initially, they had hoped to witness Chen Qingyuan's outburst, perhaps uttering some unseemly words. The umbrella was fashioned from ordinary materials, a mere trifle. The elder in charge of welcoming guests intended to reprimand, but was interrupted by the sudden command of the grand elder: accept the item and avoid unnecessary complications. Obeying the directive, the elder reluctantly set aside the white umbrella and addressed Chen Qingyuan with a grim expression. The gift from Elder Chen has been accepted by the Tianyuan sect. Please proceed inside. It was merely a white umbrella. The Tianyuan sect wished to avoid causing a significant uproar that could disturb the greater scheme. As long as Chen Qingyuan did not overstep, the Tianyuan sect would remain indifferent. Having concluded this matter, Chen Qingyuan and Yin Minghai walked side by side and took their seats in a designated area of the inner hall. The hall was adorned with thousands of tables and chairs, resplendent in gold and jade, with a gentle white mist swirling across the floor. While tables overflowed with exquisite fruits and divine brews, the aroma of fine wine wafting through every corner. Junior brother, you have been rather reckless, Yin Minghai whispered. Forgive my rashness, senior brother, Chen Qingyuan replied. I understand your frustration, Yin Minghai said, casting a glance towards the direction of the Eastern Palace and speaking earnestly. It is not that I blame you, but I urge you to consider our strategy. Should a conflict arise, we must be prepared. The Tianyuan sect would not engage in war over such matters. Chen Qingyuan replied with a light laugh. Better to be cautious than to face dire consequences, Yin Minghai insisted. Ever prudent. Understood. I shall heed your counsel, Chen Qingyuan acknowledged, appreciating Yin Minghai's concerns. As the auspicious hour approached, the Grand Elder of the Tianyuan sect stood upon the elevated platform in the inner hall and proclaimed loudly to the assembled guests, let us welcome the two newcomers. Chapter 10. The Abyssal Cavern, the union postponed in the East Palace by Shishue and Tianyuan, donned in crimson garments, appeared atop the elevated platform in the inner hall, standing side by side. To the assembly, the pair presented a striking image of youthful elegance and charm. It was well known that young Master Qin was a talented figure, and upon witnessing him today, the rumors were undeniably validated. The elders of various factions began to extol their praises. Qin Yutong surveyed the crowd, his gaze landing on the corner where Chen Qingyuan sat. A smirk crept upon his lips, his eyes gleaming with a provocative challenge, clearly mocking. Chen Qingyuan met Qin Yutong's gaze with an air of calm indifference, unruffled and serene. Having spent over a century in the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, he had undergone considerable tempering and was not easily provoked. Thank you, esteemed friends, for your support, Qin Yang, the leader of Tianyuan sect, proclaimed from the center with a smile, clasping his fists in salute. After a lengthy monologue, he declared that Tianyuan sect would henceforth stand united with East Palace. The Holy Master of East Palace, Du Ruoxing, also took to the stage, uttering the customary pleasantries. Once these formalities concluded, the two newlyweds prepared to perform the heavenly rites. Upon completion of the ceremony, they would officially become partners in both joy and hardship. A towering incense stick, approximately 10 meters in height, was ignited, its fragrant smoke ascending to the heavens as the sacrificial rites commenced. As the ceremony approached its climax, a flicker of joy danced in Qin Yang's eye, accompanied by a hint of something intriguing. Logically, given the profound heritage of Tianyuan sect, one would not expect Qin Yang to exhibit such delight merely due to an alliance with East Palace. Should the two sects unite today, East Palace might indeed come to rue this decision. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from afar, reaching the ears of all present. The utterance caused the ongoing ceremony to falter. No need to mind this, Sect Master Du. It is surely the mischief of some petty individuals. I shall dispatch someone to handle it immediately. Qin Yang's expression shifted at once, turning to Du Ruoxing with a slight smile, and then relaying a message to the elders within the sect. Seal all barriers, allowing no one to enter. Du Ruoxing furrowed her brow, sensing an undercurrent of unease. However, she opted not to halt the wedding rites, instead gazing towards the source of the voice, eager to discern the situation. The barriers of Tianyuan sect suddenly activated, capturing the attention of the assembly, who were left in bewilderment. Sect Master Qin, what is the meaning of this? Questioned a cultivator. To prevent certain nefarious individuals from causing disruption. Once the union is completed, the barriers shall be lifted. There is no need for concern, esteemed friends, Qin Yang feigned composure, urging the guests to be understanding. The majority, upon hearing this rationale, nodded in agreement, though a few remained skeptical, furrowing their brows in contemplation. Proceed. Qin Yang hastily signaled to the Grand Elder to expedite the sacred union ceremony. The Grand Elder, understanding the cue, prepared to have the two newcomers exchange tokens, perform the blood oath, and sign the soul contract, thus solidifying their bond as partners. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the eastern barrier. The barrier was torn open, and a man clad in black exerted all his strength to proclaim, "The underground demon lair beneath the Tianyuan sect is a threat. Should the Dongyi Palace enter into an alliance, calamity will undoubtedly follow." At this declaration, the assembly erupted in chaos. Countless eyes turned towards Qin Yang, seemingly seeking a definitive answer. After a moment of silence, Du Ruoxing, who had remained quiet until now, interjected, halting the proceedings. Sect Master Qin, do you not owe us an explanation? Such fabrications. Qin Yang vehemently denied. Is that so? Du Ruoxing's expression turned grave. If this is a falsehood, would Sect Master Qin dare to swear an oath of sincerity? In that instant, the atmosphere became palpably tense, as if one could hear a pin drop. Many elders of the Tianyuan sect moved towards the eastern barrier, intent on eliminating the disruptor of the alliance. The black-clad man had no intention of leaving alive. My name is Wang Ping, once a core disciple of the Tianyuan sect 500 years ago. I stumbled into a forbidden area, discovering the demon lair, which incited the ire of the sect's higher-ups. Fortunately, I managed to escape with my life. To tear open a gap in the barrier, I have employed all my life-preserving techniques, driven by a desire to tarnish the reputation of the Tianyuan sect and exact vengeance. The sect, in its ruthless pursuit, tortured my family to death to force me out. After 5 centuries of hiding, I have finally found an opportunity to unveil the truth. Millennia ago, the Tianyuan sect was merely a third-rate power in the flowing star domain, yet has risen to prominence in mere centuries, all due to the resources from the underground demon lair. The sect has been extracting resources from this lair while allowing it to expand, keeping this matter under wraps. Now, the power of the lair can no longer be contained, and the Tianyuan sect seeks scapegoats. As Wang Ping spoke, he resisted the elders of the Tianyuan sect while loudly revealing the truths he knew. The demon lair is filled with countless resources. The Tianyuan sect has only extracted a fraction, yet it has catapulted itself to the pinnacle of the flowing star domain. To conceal the existence of the lair and prevent leaks, no more than 5 individuals within the sect are aware of it. As it stands today, the lair has grown vast, resembling an endless abyss of darkness. Only now does the Tianyuan sect seek to suppress it, but they have discovered it is too late. Thus, they have schemed to ally with the Dongyi Palace. Should the two factions unite, the Dongyi Palace will find it difficult to remain uninvolved, and they will be compelled to assist the Tianyuan sect in addressing the demon lair. Is it possible? Someone murmured. I seem to recall a Wang Ping who mysteriously vanished. The rapid ascent of the Tianyuan sect indeed seems peculiar. Transforming into a colossal entity within mere centuries is strange. If what this man claims is true, the consequences of an eruption from the demon lair would be unimaginable. The crowd was abuzz with Wang Ping's revelations. Chen Qingyuan, seated nearby, had not anticipated the situation would develop to this extent. Intrigued, he was relieved he had come and not missed this spectacle. If this is the case, matters could become quite troublesome. Yin Minghai's brow furrowed as he muttered to himself. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with the guests' expressions turning grave, the more they pondered. The greater their trepidation. Qin Yang's expression darkened significantly, his hands, concealed within his sleeves, clenched tightly as he gazed with loathing at the figure in black on the eastern barrier, wishing nothing less than to rend him to pieces. Noting Qin Yang es prolonged silenge. Du Ruoxing sensed that the matter was likely not baseless. She swiftly positioned herself beside Bai Shixue, forcefully severing the connection between Bai Shixue and Qin Yutong, and coldly declared, "If your esteemed sect fails to provide a reasonable explanation, the union between our two sects may prove exceedingly difficult to pursue. Master Du, after the ceremony concludes, I shall take my time to elucidate matters with you," Qin Yang insisted, hoping to ascertain whether an alliance with Dongyi Palace could still be forged. Occupying the position of a sect leader, Du Ruoxing was not easily swayed. She stated plainly, if there is something to be said, it may as well be voiced now, rather than postponed. Bang! Following a fierce battle, Wang Ping was besieged and perished at the hands of the elders from Tianyuan sect, his body erupting in a mist of blood. No one mourned Wang Ping's demise. Expressions remained indifferent. Those from Dongyi Palace cast a fleeting glance toward the direction of Wang Ping's demise, filled with gratitude. Were it not for Wang Ping's sacrifice, Dongyi Palace would undoubtedly have fallen into the clutches of Tianyuan sect. Qin sect leader, will you not offer an explanation? The matter concerning the demon cave is of grave importance. Should it indeed be true and Tianyuan sect choose to conceal it, they would likely become the adversary of all sects within the Fu Liuxing domain. We implore you, Qin sect leader, to speak candidly and refrain from withholding information. Representatives from various sects voiced their concerns, placing immense pressure upon Qin Yang. The multitude of elders and disciples from Tianyuan sect appeared bewildered, failing to comprehend how the ceremony for this alliance had devolved to such an extent. No wonder Tianyuan sect was so eager to ally with Dongyi Palace. Their intentions were indeed suspect. Based on Qin Yang's demeanor, no one entertained the notion that the matter of the demon cave could be fabricated. Dongyi Palace had nearly fallen prey to deception. Many felt a chill of apprehension for Dongyi Palace. Had the alliance been sealed, they would have inevitably become entangled in the consequences of the demon cave, with no hope of remaining uninvolved. Dongyi Palace was regarded as a premier force within the Fu Liuxing domain, capable of alleviating pressure for Tianyuan sect. Initially, Dongyi Palace had envisioned that an alliance with Tianyuan sect would fortify their own foundations and grant them greater influence within this star domain. Little did they anticipate the depths of concealment practiced by Tianyuan sect. Given the circumstances, I invite all esteemed friends to step aside for a more detailed discussion. Acknowledging that the truth could no longer be concealed, Qin Yang resolved to lay all cards on the table. Chapter 11: Departure of the Multitude, guided by Qin Yang. The senior members of various sects followed closely behind. On one side, Qin Yutong wore an exceedingly grim expression, his eyes betraying a hint of doubt. He was entirely unaware of the matters concerning the demonic cave. His union with Bai Shixue was a command from his father, Qin Yang, given by Shixue's past as Chen Qingyuan's confidant. Qin Yutong had invested considerable effort in courting her. He had originally intended to engage Chen Qingyuan in a candid discussion following the marriage ceremony, perhaps even exchanging some harsh words, which would surely have put him in good spirits. However, the sudden turn of events left him utterly bewildered. Bai Shixue stood at the center of the crowd from Dongyi Palace, equally confounded, her expression one of dazed incomprehension, as if she had yet to grasp the specifics of the situation. "Senior brother Yin, let us see what is happening." Chen Qingyuan, clad in a blue long robe, was eager not to miss the unfolding drama and urged Yin Minghai to keep pace with the throng. "You must not wander off. Stay close to senior brother." Yin Minghai expressed his concern for Chen Qingyuan's safety. He had intended to escort him to the warship, but yielded to Chen Qingyuan's stubbornness and reluctantly agreed. "Do not worry. I shall not stray. This is not the Xianxing sect. We must exercise caution," Chen Qingyuan reassured him. Qin Yang proceeded to unlock a series of prohibitions, leading the group to the forbidden area of the back mountain. where a lush forest teemed with vitality. Initially, some core elders attempted to argue with Qingyuan, opposing the idea of bringing members from various sects to the demonic cave. However, after Qingyuan presented his reasoned arguments, the informed elders lost their temper and ultimately acquiesced. They recognized that if a solution to the demonic cave was not found promptly, its eruption would spell disaster for Tianyuan sect. At that moment, not only would Tianyuan sect suffer, but the entire Flowing Star region would be imperiled. Traversing through the dense forest, over 1,000 individuals arrived at a desolate plain. Deep within this plain lay a chasm approximately 10,000 meters in diameter, its opening illuminated by intricate magical runes. Thick tendrils of demonic energy emanated from the abyss below. The demonic cave was situated at the bottom of this chasm, right at the core of Tianyuan sect's subterranean realm. Due to the multiple layers of barriers established around the chasm by Tianyuan sect, the demonic energy had not yet dispersed. What a vast demonic cave! To what depths does it lead? Is it connected to the demon realm? If disturbances arise from the cave, Tianyuan sect will bring calamity upon the entire Flowing Star region. This is intolerable. Master Qin, why was I not informed at the first sign of the cave's emergence? Now that the situation has escalated, the consequences could be dire. The elders of various sects began to hold Qingyuan accountable, their expressions darkening. Listening to their accusations, Qingyuan remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm. He had anticipated such a day and was mentally prepared for it. Once the elders had exhausted their approaches, Qingyuan finally spoke. Esteemed friends, it is true that Tianyuan sect bears responsibility in this matter, and we willingly accept the consequences. However, I implore you to return and confer with your respective sects to collectively address the issue of the demonic cave. You are all well aware that if it erupts, every corner of the Flowing Star region, and even other star domains, will be affected. There can be no escape for anyone. Master Qin, this calamity has been brought upon by Tianyuan sect. Why must we bear the burden of your troubles? A voice thundered in anger. The Tianyuan sect is willing to relinquish half of its treasury to bestow upon the various sections. Qingyuan soared into the air, standing tall, and proclaimed to the gathering, once this matter is resolved, the Tianyuan sect shall bear the accountability of the world's heroes. He then turned his gaze towards the members of Dongyi Palace. Sect leader Du, if Dongyi Palace is willing to continue our alliance with the Tianyuan sect, the remaining half of our resources shall be offered with open hands. Although Qingyuan felt a pang of regret, such a course of action was necessary. The eruption of the demon cave would most severely impact the Tianyuan sect. For the future of the Tianyuan sect, Qingyuan had no choice but to set aside his pride and exhaust the sect's resources to garner the support of others. It seems that Dongyi Palace is not destined to ally with the Tianyuan sect. Perhaps it is for the best. Du Ruoxing unhesitatingly declined, stating that she would not gamble the future of Dongyi Palace. Resolving the chaos of the demon cave would merely yield a plethora of resources. If they failed, Dongyi Palace would surely be dragged down, never to rise again. Wouldn't sect leader Du consider this further? Qingyuan sought to persuade her. Du Ruoxing merely cast a cold glance, offering no response. Understanding her resolute stance, Qingyuan refrained from pressing the matter. He then spoke some grandiloquent words, urging the guests to relay the message back to their respective sects and hastily devise a solution for the demon cave crisis. What a situation! Being tasked with cleaning up after the Tianyuan sect is truly infuriating. This is a significant matter. We must return and formulate a strategy at once. Let's depart. After a brief period of uproar, the assembly left in indignation. Before their departure, the Tianyuan sect returned all gifts. Since the two sects had not forged a marriage alliance, the banquet was rendered unnecessary. My esteemed colleagues, my sincerest apologies, in an apparent attempt to avoid offending any sect and to seek their assistance. The elders of the Tianyuan sect offered their apologies one by one, in stark contrast to their earlier arrogance. On their return, Chen Qingyuan encountered the members of Dongyi Palace at the entrance of the Tianyuan sect. Sect leader Du, Yanming Hai, of slightly lower status, clasped his fists in greeting. Elder Yin, Du Ruoxing nodded in acknowledgement, her expression indifferent, betraying none of her inner thoughts. After exchanging pleasantries, Du Ruoxing's gaze fell upon Chen Qingyuan. She scrutinized him deeply, finding nothing particularly unusual, and inwardly sighed at the sight of a once great talent reduced to a mere shadow of himself. Such a pity. An elder returned the gift from the Xianqing sect, leaving in a dejected manner. Chen Qingyuan, holding the white umbrella, wore a somewhat peculiar expression, murmuring to himself, "Although the gift has been returned, it is not due to my actions. The first agreement should still stand fulfilled, right?" The members of Dongyi Palace could not help but notice the striking white umbrella. Previously, the Tianyuan sect had wished to keep matters discreet, and many were unaware of Chen Qingyuan's gift of the umbrella. At this moment, numerous gazes converged upon Chen Qingyuan, whispering amongst themselves. "Chen Qingyuan, your gift is indeed fortuitously timed," Du Ruoxing remarked with an expressionless face. "It is merely a coincidence." In the presence of the leader of Dongyi Palace, Chen Qingyuan remained composed and unperturbed. "As far as I know, you're not one to lack composure." Du Ruoxing spoke softly, standing a distance of over 10 meters from Chen Qingyuan. The expressions of the elders standing behind were grim, for this union had devolved into a farce, bringing them disgrace. Bai Shishue, clad in a red dress, cast a furtive glance at Chen Qingyuan, feeling a blend of shame, awkwardness, and helplessness. The decision regarding the sect's marriage alliance was not within her purview. If given the choice, Bai Shishue would prefer to see this union through rather than endure the pointed fingers and the loss of face it would bring. Soon, she found herself persuading her own heart, slowly lifting her gaze as a transformation occurred within her eyes. Having embarked on this path, there was no turning back. From this moment onward, she would still be the exceptionally gifted cultivator she had always been, while Chen Qingyuan would have a lifespan of no more than a century. The flicker of guilt that once lingered within her had now vanished completely. "There is no ulterior motive. Master Du, please do not overthink it." Chen Qingyuan replied with a calm smile, carefully folding his white umbrella. "You were fortunate to emerge alive from the abyss. Might you share what transpired within?" Du Ruoxing was indeed very intrigued by the abyss. Upon hearing this, many turned their attention toward Chen Qingyuan, their gazes becoming increasingly hostile. Chapter 12. The Alliance is Cancelled. A shock to all Yin Minghai sensed a multitude of unfriendly pressures, clearly intrigued by Tianyuan, and promptly prepared for defense, moving a few steps closer to Chen Qingyuan. Should anyone dare to act against Chen Qingyuan, Yin Minghai would be the first to shield him. If Master Du is so curious, why not venture in and see for yourself? Chen Qingyuan remarked with a slight smile, unfazed by Du Ruoxing's imposing presence, casually dismissing her with a nonchalant remark. "If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly pay a visit." In front of everyone, Du Ruoxing could not intimidate or coerce Chen Qingyuan. Most importantly, within the nearby warship sat the elder of the Xianqing sect, a powerful figure in the tribulation stage whom Du Ruoxing had no desire to offend. There was no necessity for such a confrontation. "Senior Yin, let us depart." Chen Qingyuan disregarded the members of Dongyi Palace, not even casting a glance at Bai Shishue. As Chen Qingyuan had articulated, the bond between him and Bai Shishue had been severed. Perhaps Bai Shishue had once genuinely cared for Chen Qingyuan, but that was contingent upon his status as a celebrated prodigy. Since Chen Qingyuan's return, it had become common knowledge that he had been rendered a cripple. Bai Shishue exhibited no significant emotional response towards him, at most feeling a twinge of guilt. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty when it comes to encountering those who are truly sincere. Although Chen Qingyuan could empathize with Bai Shishue's actions, he would not forgive her. They had become as strangers, with no debts owed to one another. This fellow must be harboring secrets, Du Ruoxing murmured as she observed Chen Qingyuan's departing figure. Had Chen Qingyuan emerged alive a century ago, the world of cultivators would have shown little interest, merely deeming Tianyuan a realm of great terror, best left untouched. However, with Chen Qingyuan's reappearance after a century, how could it not pique the curiosity of cultivators everywhere? "Master, is there truly no room for negotiation between Dongyi Palace and Tianyuan sect?" Yao Susu summoned her courage to inquire. "What? Does Elder Yao wish to act as a mediator?" Du Ruoxing turned a glance at Yao Susu, her tone indifferent. "That is not my intention. Please do not take offense." "Master." Yao Susu quickly bowed in apology, acknowledging her misstep. Du Ruoxing snorted coldly and departed with her followers from Dongi Palace. Had the two sects formed a marital alliance, Yao Su Su, as by Shishua's mentor, would undoubtedly see her status rise. Thus, at the request of a certain elder from Tianyu's sect, she sought to make an attempt. The matter of the demon cave was exceedingly grave. Du Ruoxing would not foolishly shoulder the responsibility for Tianyu's sect. An alliance? What a farce! Although many yearned to extract information about Tianyuan from Chen Qingyuan, no faction dared to exert pressure. Not far away, the silver-haired Dong Wenjun stood upon the warship of Xianxing's sect, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Chen Qingyuan's direction. Anyone contemplating an ill deed against Chen Qingyuan would do well to consider whether they could withstand Dong Wenjun's might. Why would one protect a cripple so fiercely? Many found it difficult to comprehend, their hearts filled with confusion. In other sects, becoming a cripple often signified death, a state to be disregarded. The practitioners of the world may not fully comprehend the significance of Chen Qingyuan in the eyes of the higher echelons of the Xianxing sect. It is a bond of kinship rather than a mere matter of vested interests. With the deterrent presence of Dong Wenjun, Chen Qingyuan safely returned to the warship. The group departed from the Tianyu sect in grand fashion, encountering no troubles along the way. Before long, news of the annulment of the betrothal spread across the vast lands, alongside the troubling matters pertaining to the demon abyss. How infuriating it is that all the benefits were accrued by the Tianyu sect, yet now they have conjured a significant predicament for us to bear. What utter nonsense! It is no wonder the Tianyu sect is eager to swiftly ally with the Dongi Palace. They seek a scapegoat before their inevitable downfall. I had always wondered how the Tianyu sect could ascend over the centuries. It turns out they obtained tremendous fortune from the demon abyss. Now that the situation there has spiraled beyond control, the Tianyu sect wishes for us to shoulder the consequences. Truly inhumane. Upon hearing this, the leaders of various sects erupted in outrage, wishing to raze the Tianyu sect to the ground. However, the Tianyu sect, having developed significantly over the years, is replete with formidable warriors, making them a challenging adversary. Thus, the practitioners could only mutter their disdain in private. In the inner sanctum of the Xianxing sect, a group convened to deliberate on the issue of the demon abyss. Although Chen Qingyuan had lost his cultivation, he was still able to offer insights while enjoying a cup of tea on the sidelines. After a lengthy discussion, some members advocated for confronting the demon abyss alongside the strong from other sects, seeking retribution against the Tianyu sect. Conversely, others felt that since this matter originated with the Tianyu sect, it was best to refrain from immediate action. What is your opinion, junior brother? Lin Changsheng raised his hand to call for silence, turning to the relaxed and content Chen Qingyuan. It is not our concern. There is no need for us to quarrel. Chen Qingyuan expressed his thoughts candidly. The Tianyu sect should be the one in a state of urgency, not our Xianxing sect. Even if the demon abyss were to erupt, we could first eradicate the Tianyu sect and then join forces with our fellow practitioners to address the situation. I concur with junior brother S perspective. Should we be compelled to take action, it would be prudent to wait until the Tianyu sect has been vanquished. Many senior brothers and sisters voiced their agreement, expressing their profound dissatisfaction with the Tianyu sect's actions. However, this approach risks missing the optimal moment to resolve the issues surrounding the demon abyss. Once the situation spirals out of control, one can only imagine how many innocents will suffer. An elder furrowed his brow, deeply concerned. In my view, we should observe the developments. Chen Qingyuan recognized the worries of the assembly, and his expression grew more somber as he pondered. Let's not dwell on these matters for now. Lin Changsheng interjected to quell the ongoing debates, suggesting they observe the actions of the Tianyu sect before making further deliberations. As the meeting concluded, Lin Changsheng asked Dong Wenjun and Chen Qingyuan to remain while the others dispersed. Junior brother Dong, do you realize your error in leaving the sect without permission? Lin Changsheng appeared younger than Dong Wenjun, yet he was actually considerably older, possessing slightly greater strength. I understand my mistake. Dong Wenjun lowered his head in acknowledgement, offering no rebuttal. I am aware of your concerns for junior brother S safety, but as the sect's protector, your responsibilities are grave, and you must not depart lightly. If I were to be temporarily away from the sect for any reason, and you were absent as well, the consequences of an intrusion by nefarious individuals would be dire. Lin Changsheng and Dong Wenjun both hailed from the same lineage, referring to Chen Qingyuan's master as their revered uncle, having benefited from his grace. The junior disciple willingly accepted his punishment. Before leaving, Dong Wenjun contemplated the consequences. You are to meditate against the wall for 3 months and abstain from alcohol for half a year, Lin Changsheng pronounced solemnly. What? Dong Wenjun exclaimed, a bitter smile crossing his face. Senior brother, I can endure the wall meditation, but could the alcohol abstinence be waived? Absolutely not, Lin Changsheng replied sternly. Very well, Dong Wenjun, who had never been swayed by the allure of women but had a profound affection for wine, found the prospect of 6 months without it excruciating, yet felt compelled to accept his punishment. Junior disciple, you have returned, but have yet to pay respects to our revered uncle with incense. Do visit him today. Having concluded this matter, Lin Changsheng's previously stern demeanor softened considerably. All right. Chen Qingyuan's esteemed master was someone he had never encountered. Shortly after taking Chen Qingyuan into the fold, his master had passed away, departing this world. The circumstances surrounding his master's demise felt somewhat suspicious, yet Lin Changsheng had personally interred him, and many elders had witnessed the event, compelling acceptance of this reality. At that time, Chen Qingyuan had still been in swaddling clothes, oblivious to the affairs of the outside world. Due to the kindness his master had extended, Chen Qingyuan had reaped considerable benefits. Over half of the upper echelons of the Xianqing sect had received favors and opportunities from his master, particularly Lin Changsheng and Dong Wenjun, who had been repeatedly rescued from peril by him. With such connections, Chen Qingyuan had never faced any grievances and was privy to many secrets of his senior brothers. During the last investigation to ascertain if he had been possessed, Chen Qingyuan had regrettably sacrificed his seniors to prove his innocence. It was not that he was incapable of keeping secrets. As Chen Qingyuan and the others arrived at the cemetery on the back mountain, the autumn breeze whispered a melancholic tale. Chapter 13, The Second Pact. The trace of the ghost physician in the southeastern corner of the cemetery stands a monument inscribed with the words grave of Shangguan Rong. He was a legendary figure of the Xianqing sect and also the adopted master of Chen Qingyuan. Since the dawn of his memories, Chen Qingyuan had never laid eyes upon Shangguan Rong, only knowing that he was brought back by him. Master, your disciple has come to pay respects. Despite never having met his master, Chen Qingyuan held profound reverence, bowing deeply as he offered incense. Uncle Master, Lin Changsheng and Dong Wenjun also bent in salute, their eyes brimming with respect. Without Shangguan Rong's guidance and benevolence, they would not only have failed to ascend to the positions of sect leader and elder protector, but they might have perished in some forgotten corner long ago. The trio tidied the dust from the grave, performed a few simple rites, and then departed from the cemetery. Dong Wenjun was reprimanded to reflect in solitude, while Lin Changsheng remained with Chen Qingyuan in a secluded cultivation chamber, discussing pressing matters. Junior brother, I have been inquiring about the matter of reconstructing spiritual roots and have made some progress. Senior brother, there is no need for such concern. Everything follows its own destiny. Chen Qingyuan noticed Lin Changsheng's slightly haggard appearance. He had clearly been troubled by his own issues. The world of cultivation is fraught with peril, and human hearts are exceedingly complex. It was not that Chen Qingyuan was unwilling to disclose his endeavor to reconstruct his Tao body, but rather that he could not. If the news were to leak, not only would Chen Qingyuan face numerous troubles, but the entire Xianqing sect would be drawn into turmoil. Having survived a century in the heavenly abyss and reconstructed his flawless Tao roots, such news reaching the ears of certain powerful beings would surely incite unimaginable upheaval. This is what a senior brother ought to do. Lin Changsheng gently shook his head. I have discovered the whereabouts of the ghost physician, rumored to be in a certain location within the Yunhai star domain. He is the most renowned physician of the North Wilderness, having cured numerous perplexing ailments. And it is even said that he possesses the ability to revive the dead. Chen Qingyuan had heard tales of the ghost physician since his youth. He was the most formidable healer in the North Wilderness, reportedly commanding respect even from those of the Great Ascension stage, who would not dare to be disrespectful. Upon hearing that the ghost physician's trace has appeared in the Yunhai star domain, I will accompany you to seek our fortune. To obtain such information, Lin Changsheng must have expended considerable effort and resources. However, every sacrifice was worthwhile to secure a cure for Chen Qingyuan. Senior brother, if I am beyond cure, will you be disappointed? Chen Qingyuan raised his gaze to meet Lin Changsheng's, his expression grave. That is utter nonsense. You are a bringer of fortune, and auspicious individuals are favored by fate. It is impossible that you cannot be healed. Lin Changsheng, fearing that Chen Qingyuan might lose hope, hastily offered consolation. Every circumstance has its exceptions. But what if? Chen Qingyuan sought to understand Lin Changsheng's thoughts, taking the matter seriously. Seeing Chen Qingyuan's somber demeanor, Lin Changsheng fell silent for a long while. After a moment, he spoke with unwavering resolve. If you truly cannot be healed, I will ensure that your later years are carefree, finding you a suitable match and ensuring your lineage continues. After your passing, your senior brother will inter you beside the grave of your revered master, visiting periodically to tend to your resting place and share tales of the sect's intriguing happenings. In truth, Lin Changsheng had contemplated the direst outcome numerous times, envisioning nothing less than witnessing Chen Qingyuan succumb to the frailties of mortality. However, as long as Chen Qingyuan draws breath, Lin Changsheng vows to shield him from any injustice. This sentiment resonates not only with Lin Changsheng, but also with the upper echelons of the Xinqing sect. All right, I understand. Chen Qingyuan suddenly chuckled, breaking the somber atmosphere of the room. We haven't reached the point of my demise yet. There's no need to be so grave. Were you not the one to broach this topic? How is it that you now turn the tables? Lin Changsheng's gaze was sharp. My apologies. Let us not dwell on it. Chen Qingyuan responded, feeling a warm glow in his heart from Lin Changsheng's earlier words. The Xinqing sect, unlike other sects that prioritize profit, is steeped in profound camaraderie, which is why Chen Qingyuan feels such a deep reliance on it. The whereabouts of the ghostly physician are exceedingly elusive. We shall depart for the Yunhai starfield at dawn, Lin Changsheng declared. Are we in such a rush? Chen Qingyuan queried, taken aback. If we miss this opportunity, it may be a century before we encounter the ghostly physician again. The implication was clear. Chen Qingyuan had but this singular chance to restore his spiritual roots. After all, living as a mere mortal in this world allowed for only a fleeting century. Brother, if you accompany me, what will happen to the sect? Chen Qingyuan expressed concern that his absence might bring turmoil to the Xinqing sect. Junior brother Dong will oversee matters at home. There will be no issues. Do not fret about such things. Lin Changsheng had arranged everything meticulously, allowing him the time to leave the Xinqing sect. For him, the task of restoring Chen Qingyuan's spiritual roots was of utmost importance and demanded his full attention. Very well. Chen Qingyuan found no reason to decline and nodded in agreement. Lin Changsheng escorted Chen Qingyuan to his cultivation cave before turning to leave. In the stillness of the night, Chen Qingyuan sat at the edge of his bed, retrieving the jade bracelet to scrutinize it closely. As his consciousness entered it, he once again felt the oppressive grip of a terrifying law enveloping his soul, a suffocating sensation weighing heavily upon his heart. The first agreement is barely fulfilled. A cold voice echoed in Chen Qingyuan's ears. The jade bracelet contained an inscrutable power, seemingly capable of bridging the abyss and facilitating dialogue with the enigmatic girl in red. Now, you must undertake the second task, the girl in red continued. What task? Chen Qingyuan inquired. Travel to the North Song starfield. A gift awaits you. The chilling words reverberated through every corner of the space within the jade bracelet. What gift? Chen Qingyuan was filled with curiosity. You will know when you arrive. With that, Chen Qingyuan's consciousness was expelled from the jade bracelet. The North Song starfield. Chen Qingyuan fell into deep contemplation, feeling both anticipation and a twinge of anxiety regarding the gift spoken of by the girl in red. Each recollection of his century spent in the abyss filled him with trepidation, sending shivers down his spine. The following day, Lin Changsheng arrived early at Chen Qingyuan's doorstep, ready to escort him to the Yunhai star domain. Just as they were about to depart, a distressed elder from the inner sect hurriedly approached. Sect Master, This is the joint invitation from the 18 sects of the fully used star domain, requesting your esteemed presence to discuss matters concerning the Demon Cave. The fully used star domain comprises 19 first-rate and top-tier factions, including the Xinqing sect. The significance of such an invitation is not to be underestimated. With the Demon Cave expanding swiftly, all parties must devise a solution. I have no time. Let the Grand Elder attend instead. Lin Chongsheng frowned, his initial impulse being to decline the invitation, disinterested in engaging in verbal sparring with the sect leaders. Sect Master, this situation is exceedingly grave. Your absence may prove detrimental. The elder replied with a wry smile. Why should I be the one to negotiate a resolution for the troubles caused by Tianyuan sect? Lin Chongsheng snorted coldly, feeling that merely refraining from adding to their misfortunes was commendable. The escalation of the Demon Cave will inevitably bring calamity upon our Xinqing sect as well. Sect Master, you must attend. Perhaps you can negotiate for substantial resources from the Tianyuan sect. This elder, tasked with overseeing both internal and external affairs of the sect, held a degree of authority to supervise the sect master. Brother, you go tend to your matters. Chen Qingyuan, understanding the gravity of the situation, also recognized Lin Chongsheng's desire to accompany him in seeking the ghostly physician. However, in the face of the sect's greater good, Lin Chongsheng, as the sect master, could not be absent. Let someone else accompany me. Lin Chongsheng turned to Chen Qingyuan, his expression solemn, and sighed deeply. Alas. After some contemplation, Lin Chongsheng resolved to prioritize the larger picture and summon someone via thought transmission. Who might that be? Chapter 14. The benevolent Lin Chongsheng was truly reluctant to address the troubles caused by the Tianyuan sect. However, the significance of the matter compelled him to act, for his absence could potentially yield adverse consequences. Let Pingyan accompany you on this journey. After much contemplation, Lin Chongsheng arrived at a decision. Very well, Chen Qingyuan nodded gently, feeling a slight sense of relief. Without Lin Chongsheng by his side, he could seize opportunities to act independently, alleviating his concerns about revealing his condition. Before long, a young man clad in white appeared. His name was Lin Pingyan, the sole son of Lin Chongsheng. As an inner elder of the Xinshan sect, he had attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. Despite being several centuries older than Chen Qingyuan, he was obliged to address him as junior uncle due to the hierarchical structure of their lineage. Father, junior uncle, he greeted after receiving a telepathic summons, hurriedly setting aside all his affairs to bow deeply to the two. Initially, Lin Pingyan found it challenging to utter the title of junior uncle. However, after witnessing Chen Qingyuan's remarkable talent, which eclipsed the prowess of his peers in the fully used star domain and garnered fame across numerous star realms in the North Wilderness, he was thoroughly convinced and harbored no lingering resentment. You are to accompany junior uncle on this journey. Regardless of what transpires, you must ensure his safety. Do you understand? Lin Chongsheng gently tapped Lin Pingyan's forehead, imparting the trajectory of the ghostly physician's movements with a solemn tone. I understand, Father, Lin Pingyan replied earnestly, resolving that as long as he remained unharmed, he would not allow any misfortune to befall his junior uncle. Go forth. Lin Chongsheng refrained from assigning too many companions to avoid drawing attention. With Lin Pingyan safeguarding Chen Qingyuan, they could adeptly navigate most challenges, provided they did not encounter formidable beings who had cultivated for millennia. Thus, Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan set forth. Meanwhile, Lin Chongsheng conferred with several elders, preparing to deliberate on matters concerning the demonic abyss. A stone carriage, stretching approximately 100 meters, could be activated by placing spirit stones in a designated position, allowing it to traverse vast distances at an astonishing speed. Chen Qingyuan sat comfortably within the carriage, feeling utterly at ease. Junior uncle, it is estimated that we will require a month to reach the Yunhai star domain, Lin Pingyan remarked. Although his gifts did not quite match those of the former Chen Qingyuan, they were still considerable, and the elders of the Xinshan sect held high hopes for him. Had it not been for Chen Qingyuan's emergence, Lin Pingyan would undoubtedly have been appointed as the young sect master. A century prior, the Xinshan sect had initially resolved to appoint Chen Qingyuan as the young sect master, believing he could uphold the weight of the sect and lead it to glory. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. As 100 years passed, the upper echelons of the Xinshan sect, after extensive deliberation and consideration, sought to choose an auspicious day for Lin Pingyan to officially assume the role of young sect master. However, Chen Qingyuan's unexpected return disrupted the sect's established plans. Through the elder's demeanor, there remained a hope that Chen Qingyuan could be healed, allowing him to assume the leadership position of the sect. No witties. There is no need to rush. Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan sat within the stone carriage, where a selection of spiritual fruits and fragrant tea adorned the table. Lin Changxing's decision to have Lin Pingyan escort Chen Qingyuan was not a spur-of-the-moment whim, but rather a conclusion reached after considerable reflection. Only when the two of them are together can they resolve unnecessary troubles and even strengthen their bond as disciples. Lin Pingyan was raised solely by Lin Changxing, and given Lin Pingyan's character, it is inconceivable that he would engage in any deviant acts. At most, he would feel a tinge of discontent. Pingyan, I have heard that the senior members of the sect intend to appoint you as the junior sect master, but my presence has complicated this matter, Chen Qingyuan candidly expressed, unwilling to keep it bottled up. Despite the significant age difference, Chen Qingyuan, due to his seniority, spoke with the authority of an elder. It is of no consequence. Lin Pingyan smiled faintly, seemingly unperturbed. If this were my situation, I would undoubtedly feel aggrieved, and I would not hesitate to confront those who obstructed my path. Perhaps even curse them within a drawn circle. Chen Qingyuan remarked with a fierce tone, as if he were the one who had been wronged. Observing Chen Qingyuan's demeanor, Lin Pingyan's sorrow and worries inexplicably diminished, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Little uncle, it's not that serious, is it? Oh, it is indeed serious. Chen Qingyuan asserted earnestly. You have devoted years to arduous cultivation for the position of junior sect master, having lost an opportunity a century ago. Now, after finally waiting for a new chance, it has been thwarted by me. To be honest, I feel indignant on your behalf. Why not strike me to vent your frustrations? Little uncle, your dramatics are a bit excessive. Lin Pingyan, clad in a white robe, exuded the grace of a gentleman, warm and gentle as jade. He was meticulous in his demeanor and typically reticent. Little uncle, I have indeed felt some resentment in secret, but that is a normal psychological response. Once I come to terms with it, all will be well. Furthermore, if I can restore your health, my accomplishments will surely not fall short of those in the past. And I am more than willing to assist you in becoming the sect master, regardless of whether it was a century ago or now. Lin Pingyan's noble aura was unable to withstand the charm of being with Chen Qingyuan, and he quickly let his guard down. What I find most unbearable about you is this. How can a cultivator be so reasonable? Chen Qingyuan sighed softly. You do not understand me, nor do you grasp the sentiments of senior brother and the others. What do you mean by that, little uncle? Lin Pingyan inquired, his brow furrowing slightly in confusion. I have never aspired to be the junior sect master, nor do I possess the capability to shoulder the responsibilities of the sect. I can only strive to protect it with all my might. I have mentioned this before. Despite the sect's grandeur, it is not my true abode. What I yearn for is a life of leisure and freedom. With ample time ahead, Chen Qingyuan resolved to have a deeper conversation with Lin Pingyan. Pingyan, do you know why your father and the elders wish to compel me into this position? Chen Qingyuan asked. Little uncle possesses exceptional talent, surpassing his peers, and is undoubtedly deserving of the leadership role in the sect. Lin Pingyan held great respect for the strong, thus willingly addressing him as little uncle. That is one reason, but it is not the fundamental factor. Chen Qingyuan gently shook his head. Are there other reasons? Lin Pingyan queried with intrigue. Is it because of the supreme ancestor? No. Chen Qingyuan shook his head once more. Then what is it? Lin Pingyan's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. From childhood to adulthood, whether in the outside world or within the sect, I have never suffered a loss. Chen Qingyuan slowly articulated. You are different. Your disposition is overly gentle and lacks the necessary ruthlessness. Should you lead the sect, it would inevitably result in constraints everywhere, causing the disciples to gradually lose their spirit. This would be a fatal blow to any sect. Life is precious. I do not wish to become a butcher. Lin Pingyan, having lived for over 5 centuries, has taken the lives of no more than 10, all of whom were heinous criminals. His excessive compassion renders him unsuitable for the role of a ruler. This time, the elder brother has entrusted you with my protection, both out of faith in you and a desire to temper your character. Accompany me on my travels, perhaps under my influence. You may rectify these undesirable traits. In the realm of cultivation, the greatest taboo is compassion. Yet Lin Pingyan embodies the temperament of a cultured scholar. Had he not been born in the Xianxing sect, where internal strife is rare, he would undoubtedly face a harsher reality in other sections. The benevolent are often taken advantage of. This applies to mortals as it does to cultivators. Let be. Lin Pingyan does not wish to be cruel. He simply cannot bring himself to do so. In his eyes, life is invaluable. Unless one is destined to die, he cannot strike with lethal intent. It is precisely this indecisiveness and excessive kindness that deter the higher echelons of the sect from allowing him to become the junior sect master. As a leader of a sect, who among them has not stained their hands with blood, for the benefit of the sect, one must sometimes undertake actions that they know to be wrong. Only in this manner can the sect thrive and intimidate adversaries, safeguarding its disciples. Gradual change is the path forward. Chen Qingyuan reclined his rocking chair, gently closing his eyes. If you can transform, the position of future sect master will undoubtedly be yours. As your little martial uncle, I shall certainly assist you. It may be a challenge for Chen Qingyuan to guide someone towards goodness, yet leading them astray incurs no such pressure. I do not covet power. I merely wish to avoid disappointing my father. Lin Pingyan diligently cultivates to become the junior sect master, motivated solely by the desire for recognition from Lin Chongshen. Given the current direction and pace, we should pass by the base sect tomorrow. Remember to pause for a while. Chen Qingyuan whispered as he lay in bed. For what purpose? Lin Pingyan inquired. To collect debts. A faint smile of mischief appeared at the corner of Chen Qingyuan's mouth. Chapter 15. Debt Collection. A firm attitude. The following day, the war chariot came to a halt at the borders of the base sect. Lin Pingyan requested the steward of the base sect to come forth. Chen Qingyuan sat comfortably, savoring his tea. Although Lin Pingyan was unaware of the nature of the debt that Chen Qingyuan intended to collect, he refrained from inquiring further and swiftly made his way to the entrance of the base sect. With utmost courtesy, Lin Pingyan presented his identity and awaited the disciples' announcement at the gate. Observing Lin Pingyan's decorum, Chen Qingyuan felt a sense of exasperation and called out, "As an intersect elder of the Xianxing sect, why must you wait outside? The gatekeepers of the base sect are clearly lacking in etiquette. Simply kick the door open." Remaining inside the war chariot, Chen Qingyuan's voice carried clearly to Lin Pingyan. "Junior uncle, this is hardly appropriate. Kicking down the door at the slightest provocation is not in line with your principles." Appropriate? Nonsense. The base sect is merely a second-rate sect. As an elder of the Xianxing sect, if they do not invite you in directly, it is a blatant disregard for our sect's dignity. If word of this spreads, our disciples will surely be bullied wherever they go, with everyone eager to trample upon us. Chen Qingyuan exaggerated the gravity of the situation to exert pressure on Lin Pingyan. Is it really that serious? Lin Pingyan glanced back at the war chariot not far away, and communicated telepathically. "Pingyan, am I still your junior uncle?" Seeing Lin Pingyan's hesitation, Chen Qingyuan resolved to leverage their familial hierarchy. "Yes," Lin Pingyan responded hastily. "Then heed your junior uncle's advice and kick the door open." Chen Qingyuan insisted sternly. "If you do not do this today, I shall forego my journey to the Yunhai star domain and let my ailments remain untreated." Upon hearing this, Lin Pingyan felt a surge of anxiety. If Chen Qingyuan truly refused to heal his injuries, Lin Pingyan would be burdened by guilt for the rest of his life. With no other recourse, Lin Pingyan steeled himself and delivered a forceful kick. A resounding crash echoed as the gate of the base sect was flung open. In an instant, numerous figures appeared in the sky above the base sect, eager to ascertain who possessed the audacity to act so brazenly, creating a tense atmosphere. "Elder Lin, what is the meaning of this?" An inter-sect elder of the base sect approached hastily upon learning of Lin Pingyan's arrival, his expression darkening as he witnessed the door being kicked open. Nothing of consequence. Lin Pingyin felt a twinge of guilt, but maintained an outwardly indifferent demeanor. Just as the two parties found themselves at an impasse, Chen Qingyuan spoke from within the war chariot. He produced a common item, a sound amplification tube. This device could amplify sound by dozens or even hundreds of times, offering little utility to practitioners. Standing at the forefront of the war chariot, Chen Qingyuan raised the tube to his lips and bellowed toward the base sect. Pingyin is an inner sect elder of the Xinqing sect, the beloved son of our sect leader. He has come to visit the base sect, yet he is left waiting outside. Do you not hold our Xinqing sect in esteem? Regardless of the truth, he sought to place a heavy burden upon the base sect. Chen Qingyuan, it is indeed him. Many from the base sect recognized Chen Qingyuan at a glance, whispering among themselves, pondering the implications. The base sect harbors no such intentions. An elder hastily remarked, according to the rules, only after the gatekeeper has announced can visitors be permitted entry. Nonsense. Chen Qingyuan retorted vehemently. If an elder from the Tianyuan sect were to arrive, would the base sect deny them entry? Base sect's refusal to extend a courtesy to the Xinqing sect suggests they perceive us as diminished and easily bullied. Does it not? Elder Chen, do not take offense. It is indeed the base sect that has erred in etiquette, neglecting Elder Lin. The Grand Elder of Bei sect intervened, urging others to remain silent to prevent the situation from escalating further. Recognizing one's mistake is commendable. Chen Qingyuan's tone softened slightly. Please, two elders come in. Tea has already been prepared within the hall. The Grand Elder clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. No need, Chen Qingyuan declined. I have come today to settle accounts, not to partake in tea. Settle accounts? What accounts? The Grand Elder expressed mild confusion, uncertain whether his demeanor was genuine or feigned. Inquire of your sect's 13th Elder, Chen Qingyuan proclaimed, holding up a communication device. Immediately, the Grand Elder summoned the 13th Elder, a slender middle-aged man. What is the matter? The 13th Elder recounted past events in detail. A century prior, Chen Qingyuan had invested in a venture, establishing a trading company with the 13th Elder of Bei sect, sharing profits equally. However, since the incident involving Chen Qingyuan and Tianyuan, the 13th Elder had failed to fulfill his promise of distributing the company's profits. Chen Qingyuan had conducted thorough investigations, which prompted his visit to collect what was owed. Over nearly a century, the company had experienced difficulties, yielding little in spirit stones. I understand you have not earned much, the 13th Elder confessed, lowering his gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I do not care about your profits or losses. You shall compensate me with a medium-grade spirit vein, and this matter will be settled. Chen Qingyuan had no desire to scrutinize the company's financial records. He had already decided before his arrival. A spirit vein? How could that be? The 13th Elder exclaimed, his head snapping up in disbelief. For a century, you have concealed this matter from both sects, clearly intending to monopolize the company's benefits. Alas, your incompetence in management is of no concern to anyone else. Reimbursing me with a medium-grade spirit vein is already lenient. Had this been a century ago, I would have personally rendered you incapacitated. Even if Chen Qingyuan was not as formidable as he once was, he had not lost his authority and unleashed a torrent of invective. Elder Chen, shall we not sit down and discuss this? The Grand Elder sought to avoid escalating the matter further, concerned about the sect's reputation. There is nothing to discuss. He is a member of your base sect, and base sect must bear this responsibility. Chen Qingyuan offered no concessions, continuing, should he fail to provide, then base sect shall settle the debt. Is Elder Chen truly so unreasonable? The Grand Elder's expression darkened, clearly displeased. Were I unreasonable, I would not have come to collect debts. Rather, I would have summoned the senior members of the Xinqing sect to debate. Chen Qingyuan was unafraid of threats, recognizing that some sects only respect the strong and must be dealt with accordingly. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. He had heard of the extravagant affection that the Xinqing sect had shown towards Chen Qingyuan and dared not utter any harsh words. Tianyuan, I shall take a brief siesta. After the passage of half an hour, should the base sect refuse to settle their debts, I shall engage in a friendly spar with my contemporaries among the elders, and I shall hold nothing back." Having spoken these words, Chen Qingyuan retreated to the chariot, indulging in fruits and tea while disregarding the representatives of the base sect. Lin Tianyuan bowed respectfully towards the chariot and replied, "Understood." He then turned to face the members of the base sect, displaying no sign of trepidation. Regardless of the sweet words uttered by the base sect's higher-ups, Lin Tianyuan had but one response: "Any matter should be discussed with my little master uncle." Half an hour later, the base sect reached a resolution. Here, though reluctant to part with a mid-grade spiritual vein, they had no choice but to comply. Chen Qingyuan's temperament was notorious in the Fuliexing domain. He was known for his ruthless nature and resolute actions. "Take it," he declared, "and, after today, this account shall be settled." The Grand Elder, his face darkened, presented the spiritual vein before Lin Tianyuan. Gazing at the entire mid-grade spiritual vein, Lin Tianyuan felt somewhat dazed. He had not anticipated that the base sect would truly capitulate. "I am rather preoccupied with matters at hand, so I will not invite Elder Lin inside for tea." The Grand Elder issued the dismissal, leaving without a backward glance. Once back in the chariot, Lin Tianyuan placed the spatial ring containing the spiritual vein upon the table. Fixing his gaze intently upon Chen Qingyuan, "Little master uncle, we have obtained the spiritual vein." Chen Qingyuan replied, stretching lazily, seemingly unsurprised by the outcome, his expression devoid of elation. After a moment, he raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Is it comfortable?" "What?" Lin Tianyuan was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 16. Are you suited to be a monk? How does it feel to collect debts? Is it pleasurable? Chen Qingyuan reiterated. "Well," Lin Tianyuan hesitated. "Do not stammer. Speak candidly," Chen Qingyuan urged. "To be honest, Master Shishu, it feels somewhat peculiar," Lin Tianyuan confessed. "At first, I felt a bit uncomfortable, finding it rather crude. However, upon successfully acquiring a spiritual vein, I was immensely pleased, as if I had stumbled upon a treasure." "What do you mean by stumbled upon?" "That is an investment made by your Shishu a century ago," Chen Qingyuan remarked. He never engaged in unprofitable ventures, often exuding an air of aloofness, yet occasionally revealing a cunning side, making his character enigmatic and hard to decipher. "Master Shishu, is this truly debt collection or mere extortion?" Lin Tianyuan felt a twinge of guilt. If it were extortion, do you think the matter could be resolved so effortlessly? Chen Qingyuan sipped his tea. "The 100-Leaf sect first disrespected you and then intentionally concealed matters regarding the trading association. They were already in the wrong. A mid-grade spiritual vein as compensation, though painful, is within the 100-Leaf sect's means, especially with the esteemed reputation of our Xianshan sect, which they dare not disregard." Chen Qingyuan was not unwilling to demand more, but rather unable. Had he been overly greedy, he would not only have gained nothing, but would also have made a mortal enemy of the 100-Leaf sect. The circumstances now were different. Although the 100-Leaf sect was displeased with Chen Qingyuan's actions, they had to express gratitude that he did not lay blame, striving to maintain cordial relations with the Xianshan sect. Demanding what is owed is indeed an art. One must navigate the fine line between offending others and incurring losses. "Master Shishu, this is not a sustainable strategy. It would be wise to refrain from such actions," Lin Tianyuan asserted, believing one should not bully others. "If all members of the Xianshan sect were like you, there would be no sustenance left in the northwest winds. The spiritual minds of the flowing meteor domain are limited. Fairness in handling such matters is a myth, and it all relies on one as capabilities." Chen Qingyuan found Lin Tianyuan's disposition utterly perplexing. How could someone so refined and benevolent survive in the world of cultivation? "No worries, I shall gradually guide him. He will eventually alter his perspective." Shortly thereafter, Chen Qingyuan led Lin Tianyuan to collect several more debts. An elder from the Yukon mountain had borrowed over 1,000 spiritual stones from Chen Qingyuan after a century. With interest, the debt had swelled to 5,000 spiritual stones. Dare they refuse repayment? Chen Qingyuan instructed Lin Tianyuan to confront the elder, threatening to publicize the matter and tarnish his reputation if he was unwilling to negotiate. Through various means, Chen Qingyuan reclaimed his rightful share of spiritual stones, content to continue on his journey. Such incidents occurred a dozen times. Chen Qingyuan sat in the war chariot while Lin Pingyan oversaw the proceedings. After numerous debt collections, Lin Pingyan inexplicably felt a strange sensation as he gazed at the table laden with spiritual stones and treasures, enough to rival the entire assets of a third-rate faction. As they were nearing the Yunhai star domain, Lin Pingyan ceased allowing the chariot to advance on its own and instead took the reins. Mindful of avoiding the fragmented laws between the star domains to prevent unnecessary complications. Master Shu, hold on tight, Lin Pingyan intoned, forming seals with his hands to traverse the celestial seas between the realms. The terrifying realm laws loomed ominously over the war chariot, nearly breaching its protective barriers on numerous occasions, only to be subdued by Lin Pingyan. Chen Qingyuan sat leisurely within the war chariot, unperturbed, contemplating his subsequent actions. Several hours later, the chariot emerged from the chaotic storm of the star domain, halting in a secluded corner of the Yunhai star domain. Have we arrived? Upon sensing the chariot stop, Chen Qingyuan turned to gaze outside. Indeed, Lin Pingyan replied, surveying the surroundings and searching for the direction of the ghost doctor. Based on the information at hand, the ghost doctor was believed to reside in the eastern part of the Yunhai star domain, in a place known as Kitchen Star. Let us take a chance. Chen Qingyuan, unwilling to disappoint the members of the Xianxing sect, resolved to undertake this journey. When the time was right, he would concoct an excuse for Lin Pingyan to return, allowing him to act independently. As they continued their journey, they encountered a band of robbers notorious for ambushing travelers. Lin Pingyan managed to dissuade them, administering a light punishment without taking any lives. Chen Qingyuan repeatedly urged Lin Pingyan to show no mercy, insisting he should strike hard. However, Lin Pingyan, valuing life, chose to give the robbers a chance. You, Chen Qingyuan exclaimed in frustration, teasing, with your talk of righteousness and morality. You would fit right in with the monks. I dare say the monks of the Buddhist sect are not nearly as magnanimous. You could easily become an esteemed leader. Uncle Master, please do not jest, Lin Pingyan replied, aware that this was a veiled criticism of himself. After all these years, do you not grasp a fundamental truth? Chen Qingyuan admonished. In the realm of cultivation, treachery abounds, and vendettas frequently arise. Either you endure the bullying or retaliate fiercely, should you choose to strike back. You must show no mercy and ensure your enemy's annihilation. Lin Pingyan understood this principle, yet found the execution far more challenging than the theory. He bowed his head in contemplation, letting out a soft sigh. Although Lin Pingyan was significantly older than Chen Qingyuan, it was Chen who imparted this wisdom. Should you display kindness, those around you may bear the brunt of misfortune. Remember, do not let a moment of weakness lead to a lifetime of regret. Lin Pingyan took this to heart. He had his own ways of handling matters, and transforming them would not occur overnight. It required gradual guidance. Let us cease this conversation. Call for me once we reach our destination. Chen Qingyuan remarked. How did our Xianxing sect, a den of cunning foxes, end up with a little white rabbit? Moreover, this little rabbit is the offspring of the most cunning fox of them all. Truly absurd. Is Lin Pingyan not the biological son of the eldest brother? With idle thoughts occupying his mind, Chen Qingyuan began to muse. As this notion took shape, a smile crossed his face. Such a scenario was utterly impossible. With Lin Chongqing's abilities, he could discern his own lineage with a mere glance, thus ruling out such a possibility. If there were indeed a matter of bloodline, it could only pertain to the sister-in-law. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan recalled something. He had never encountered the eldest brother Lin Chongqing's wife, nor had he ever heard any information regarding the sister-in-law's identity. Forget it. I shall not dwell on this, he decided, closing his eyes to conserve his energy. More than 10 days later, the war chariot descended onto the surface of the 7 dust star. Master Shu, we have arrived at our destination. Lin Pingyan communicated within the cabin. Understood, Chen Qingyuan replied, adjusting his attire before gracefully stepping out. Not far ahead loomed a colossal city, where 3 dim golden characters flickered in the void. Pusu City. According to intelligence gathered by the Xianxing sect, the ghost doctor was likely within the confines of Pusu City. It was rumored that 2 years prior, the ghost doctor had intervened to save a life. with all clues pointing toward this very city. Numerous powerful factions had discreetly congregated in Pusu City, hoping to encounter the ghost doctor and beseech for a chance at his aid. However, for 2 long years, no one had caught a glimpse of the ghost doctor. His interventions were dictated solely by fate. He shunned fame and power, adhering strictly to the principle of destiny. When fate smiled upon him, he would save even a beggar without asking for recompense. Yet, if fate did not align, even the most esteemed lords of the greatest factions, with their enticing promises, would not sway him. He would simply turn and depart. This peculiar disposition had elevated the ghost doctor to legendary status. In 7 Dust Star, I believe I have an acquaintance who might prove helpful. Chen Qingyuan suddenly recalled, a hint of a smile dancing at the corners of his lips. An acquaintance? A flicker of doubt appeared in Lin Pingyan's brows. Chapter 17. Friends in Life and Death. Seeking the ghost doctor in the realm of Chiching Star. Within the city of Pushu, Chen Qingyuan held a faint recollection of this place, which reminded him of a certain friend. Pingyan, I need you to make a trip to the nearby Tianyuan sacred land and deliver this letter to a man named Hongyan. Chen Qingyuan entrusted the letter to Lin Pingyan, containing important details that would facilitate their endeavors. Master, what about you? Lin Pingyan inquired. A hint of concern etched on his face. I cannot bear to leave you here alone. I shall remain here and go nowhere. If you are worried, then set up a few protective barriers, replied Chen Qingyuan. Is this letter truly significant? Lin Pingyan asked. Once we locate that acquaintance, our operations here will become considerably more convenient, and our chances of finding the ghost doctor will increase. Chen Qingyuan affirmed with a measured nod. Very well. I shall return swiftly. As Lin Pingyan prepared to depart, he indeed sealed Chen Qingyuan within the stone carriage and activated a special protective mechanism. Once Lin Pingyan had left, a serious expression settled upon Chen Qingyuan's face as he murmured to himself, I must devise a plan to lure Pingyan back. Only then can I attend to my true business. Thus far, he had not disclosed the matter of reshaping his spiritual roots to anyone. Only by growing stronger could he evade other scrutiny and prevent chaos from arising. If I can set a trap for that rascal Hongyan, it should be easy enough to deceive Pingyan. Chen Qingyuan contemplated, closing his eyes to rest and await the passage of time. Days later, clad in white, Lin Pingyan returned with a young man dressed in black. This young man was Hongyan, who recognized the letter as Chen Qingyuan's at a glance. The contents detailed past events, leaving no room for doubt. Consequently, Hongyan hastily abandoned his affairs to rush over. Chen, is it truly you? Hongyan exclaimed, astonished yet overjoyed upon seeing Chen Qingyuan. The incident from a century ago in Tianyuan had stirred widespread commotion, reaching even the distant Yuhai star domain, where Hongyan had heard the news. Upon learning of Chen Qingyuan's demise in Tianyuan, Hongyan had mourned for a long time. Thus, when he first beheld the letter, he was utterly bewildered. It was only after Lin Pingyan's explanation that Hongyan grasped the truth of Chen Qingyuan's famed death and remarkable fortune. Old Han, I saved your life back then. It is time for you to repay that debt, Chen Qingyuan stated directly, disinterested in reminiscing. Of course, I shall repay it. Hongyan replied earnestly. Come inside and let us discuss further. Chen Qingyuan gestured towards the stone carriage. In an instant, the three found themselves seated within the carriage, enjoying tea and engaging in a thorough discussion. To ensure the confidentiality of their conversation, Lin Pingyan reinforced several protective barriers. After half an hour, Hongyan began to understand the circumstances at hand. Throughout their conversation, Chen Qingyuan regarded Hongyan with profound intensity, speaking earnestly. Old Han, you are a prominent figure in Chiching Star. Surely, you can locate the ghost doctor. I shall do my utmost, Hongyan assured. Hongyan and Chen Qingyuan exchanged a solemn glance, their expressions grave. Through Chen Qingyuan's gaze, Hongyan seemed to comprehend something unspoken regarding the elusive ghost doctor. I have indeed heard whispers. It is said that this individual conceals himself within the vastness of Pusu City, where many formidable beings have sought him. Yet to no avail. Hongyan spoke slowly. You shall reside in the city for the time being. Grant me a moment to inquire further. Should I uncover any clues, I will inform you at once. Understood, Chen Qingyuan replied with a nod. Lin Pingyan stood, clasping his fists in gratitude. "We appreciate your assistance." "Do not mention it," Han Shan said, casting one last glance at Chen Qingyuan before departing. After Han Shan had walked a fair distance, a hint of concern surfaced on Lin Pingyan's countenance as he quietly asked, "Little Master Uncle, can we trust this person?" "Rest assured," Chen Qingyuan responded. "Old Han and I share a bond of life and death. There's no cause for alarm." "That is reassuring," Lin Pingyan acknowledged, his caution entirely reasonable. In unfamiliar surroundings, one must not place their trust in others lightly, lest they invite disaster. Lin Pingyan stowed the battle chariot within his Qingyuan bag, and together with Chen Qingyuan, they ventured into Pu-Su City. The city was vast, accommodating millions of souls, bustling with vitality. To locate the ghost doctor within its confines was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The two sought refuge in a secure inn for cultivators, opting for a spacious cave dwelling fortified with barriers to ensure no outsiders could intrude. After a night of rest, Chen Qingyuan expressed his desire to explore the city. "Now that we are here, we should enjoy ourselves. Little Master Uncle, let us exercise caution and refrain from wandering aimlessly," Lin Pingyan advised. The distance from Xinqing's sect was significant. Encountering trouble could place Chen Qingyuan in peril. For safety's sake, they ought to remain within the cave dwelling. "Why are you so cautious?" Chen Qingyuan chuckled, teasing, "The city is guarded by the militia. Disturbances are rare. It is quite secure. Better to be safe than sorry. It is wise to proceed with caution," Lin Pingyan insisted, resolutely blocking all exits to prevent Chen Qingyuan from venturing out. "Now you are being excessive," Chen Qingyuan protested, initially intending to step outside and utilize special means to communicate with Han Shan regarding their next steps. However, Lin Pingyan had effectively thwarted this plan. For the sake of his little master uncle's safety, Lin Pingyan felt justified in his actions, assuming an air of righteous determination. Seeing this, Chen Qingyuan relented, reclining on a soft bed to rest. "Fine, I shall remain indoors." A month of monotonous existence passed until Han Shan finally returned, having exchanged messages via sound-transmitting jade talismans. It was simple to ascertain one another's locations. "Little Master Uncle, we have news," Lin Pingyan announced with great enthusiasm. "Really?" Chen Qingyuan exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of curiosity rather than joy. "Han brother is currently located on East Street. Let us go find him." With that, Lin Pingyan dismantled the barriers and, with a gentle force, swiftly guided Chen Qingyuan toward East Street. At the entrance of a narrow alley on East Street, Han Shan stood quietly, awaiting his companion. "Brother Han," Lin Pingyan said, swiftly approaching and clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. "Brother Lin," Han Shan reciprocated, his gaze drifting into the depths of the alley as he lowered his voice. "After extensive inquiries, I have eliminated most of the locals and identified several suspicious individuals who have arrived in Pu-Su City over the past decade." "Get to the point," Chen Qingyuan interjected. "Currently, I have a dozen candidates, all of whom could potentially be the ghost doctor. We must attempt to engage with them one by one," Han Shan replied earnestly. In truth, Han Shan had diligently pursued the trace of the ghost doctor, and there was no deceit in his efforts. However, this was merely to assuage Lin Pingyan's concerns and prevent any suspicion from arising. From Chen Qingyuan's earlier glances, Han Shan had a vague understanding of the deeper implications. They intended to fabricate a false ghost doctor to placate Lin Pingyan. Although Han Shan did not fully grasp the rationale behind this scheme, he felt compelled to comply. The bond of brotherhood, forged through life and death, would not wane even after a century. Chen Qingyuan harbored multiple intentions. As long as they had the guise of a ghost doctor for treatment, they could publicly declare that he had been healed, leaving no room for doubt and allowing him to reveal his true prowess without reservation. Furthermore, once Lin Pingyan was dismissed, he could attend to his own pressing matters and devote time to cultivation. To ensure everything appeared plausible, it was essential for Lin Pingyan to believe that they had genuinely found the ghost doctor who would agree to heal him. "Let us proceed inside and investigate," Han Shan urged, leading the way as Chen Qingyuan and the others followed closely behind. Chapter 18. The mysterious man in the bamboo cottage in a secluded alley. There resided an enigmatic old man, rumored to have arrived in the city of Pushu 5 years prior. Rarely did he venture outside, and few had glimpsed his true visage. Han Shan shared this information, which Lin Pingyan could certainly verify. At the end of the alley stood a thatched cottage. The door was firmly shut, and the yard was cluttered with firewood, presenting an appearance of an ordinary dwelling devoid of any ethereal energy. Could the fabled, ghostly physician truly reside in such a place? The group murmured amongst themselves. Upon reaching the entrance, Han Shan bowed respectfully and inquired, "Is anyone home?" The sound of disarray emanated from within as an old man emerged, his face betraying a look of fear. Upon noticing Han Shan and his companion's respectable attire, the old man immediately knelt, pleading, "Esteemed sirs, I am but a humble commoner unable to afford spirit stones. I implore you, do not cast me out of the city." It was clear that the old man mistook them for guards, quaking in terror. Evidently, he was an ordinary elder, devoid of any spiritual resonance. Seeing the old man kneeling, Chen Qingyuan and the others exchanged incredulous glances at Han Shan, thinking him rather unreliable. "This is a disturbance," Han Shan remarked, his expression shifting slightly as he turned to leave. No matter how discreet the ghostly physician might be, it was implausible for him to kneel before anyone. Clearly, Han Shan's first lead could be dismissed. Exiting the alley, Chen Qingyuan jested, "Old Han, your skills in gathering information are quite commendable. Do refrain from sarcasm. There are more leads ahead," Han Shan retorted, his expression darkening. Subsequently, the group encountered a myriad of characters. A burly blacksmith approached, inquiring if they required weapons, his body reeking of sweat. An unattractive old woman peddled spiritual herbs, her toothless grin revealing a face weathered and darkened by age. There were also vagrants loitering about the streets, among others. In summary, Chen Qingyuan encountered an assortment of peculiar individuals, half of whom were undocumented immigrants who had entered through illicit means, shrouded in mystery. The other half consisted of newcomers to the city, still unfamiliar with their surroundings. Although many possessed some level of cultivation, the strongest among them barely reached the golden core stage, making them unrelated to the ghostly physician. "Brother Han, do you truly believe this will work?" Lin Pingyan, who had remained silent until now, could not help but voice his skepticism. "We must sift through them one by one. Do not be hasty. There are still several to consider," Han Shan replied, somewhat awkwardly. After 5 days of searching, they had ruled out 16 individuals. Today, Han Shan led them once more to a rather secluded spot at the end of South Street, a place rarely frequented by others, yet adorned with picturesque scenery, shimmering waters, and willows swaying in the breeze. There stood a humble abode, constructed from green bamboo, with a garden flourishing with various fruits and vegetables, resembling a hidden paradise. To the left of the bamboo door hung a wooden sign inscribed with a phrase, "Due to prior engagement, I shall wait until the thatched roof decays." Chen Qingyuan pondered over the phrase, realizing its essence conveyed the concept of fate. Upon reaching this point, Chen Qingyuan felt that Han Shan had finally become somewhat reliable, indicating that the moment of significance had arrived. In Chen Qingyuan's perspective, this place represented Han Shan's true strategic layout. All previous actions were mere preparation to illuminate the arduous journey of seeking the ghost doctor to Lin Pingyan, a task not easily accomplished. Whether Han Shan could elude Lin Pingyan's perception would depend on the sophistication of his strategy, at the very least requiring a formidable expert far surpassing Lin Pingyan in cultivation. Han Shan approached the door and knocked, his voice resonating. "Is anyone inside? We mean no harm." After a prolonged silence, no response came. "Is there anyone present?" Han Shan called out once more. The stillness of the surroundings persisted, compelling Han Shan to utilize his divine sense to probe the interior. However, such an intrusion could easily offend, which is why he called out multiple times before resorting to this course of action. Boom! Just as a wisp of Han Shan's divine sense sought to breach the threshold, it was abruptly interrupted by a formidable barrier of law, causing his body to recoil several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he coughed lightly. Cough. The severing of his divine sense resulted in a backlash, inflicting him with injuries. Old Han, are you all right? Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan hurried over to assist him. Concern etched on their faces. Seizing the moment Lin Pingyan turned his head, Chen Qingyuan exchanged a glance with Han Shan, admiration flickering in his eyes. The performance was all-encompassing, demonstrating Han Shan's willingness to endure personal harm to deceive Lin Pingyan. Old Han, you're impressive. Oblivious to Chen Qingyuan's thoughts, Han Shan was currently in a state of bewilderment, entirely unaware of the law barrier surrounding the courtyard. Had he known, he would never have dared to probe with his divine sense, as the pain of injury was quite unpleasant. I'm fine, Han Shan said as he regulated his breathing, stabilizing the turbulent energy within him. Once he regained composure, he fixed his gaze on the bamboo hut, his expression tense as he whispered, "There may be a powerful being residing here. We must tread carefully and avoid offending them." Could it truly be the legendary ghost doctor? Lin Pingyan was visibly excited, glancing at Chen Qingyuan. Should they locate the ghost doctor, there would be hope for the recovery of his junior uncle's injuries. Chen Qingyuan inwardly mused, realizing he had underestimated Han Shan's capabilities. He would undoubtedly treat Han Shan to a drink afterward. To devise such an intricate domain in less than a month is quite remarkable. With Chen Qingyuan's discerning eye, he could detect no flaws in the bamboo hut. I am Han Shan, a core disciple of the Tianyuan sacred land. I inadvertently trespassed. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Esteemed senior. Han Shan bowed towards the bamboo hut, revealing his background in hopes of tempering the other's temperament, rendering them less likely to take offense. What brings you here? A voice processed through some arcane technique emanated from within the hut, gender indistinguishable. A friend of mine is gravely injured, and I seek a renowned physician for treatment. I dare to inquire, esteemed senior, are you the ghost doctor? As the voice resonated, Han Shan distinctly sensed a terrifying pressure enveloping him, rendering his body nearly immobile, as though countless colossal mountains bore down upon his shoulders. Gritting his teeth, he spoke. Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan slightly bowed, unwilling to show any disrespect. After a lengthy pause, silence reigned within the hut. Unbeknownst to the crowd, they could only await the unfolding events. After an entire hour had passed, Han Shan, losing his patience, turned to Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan and murmured, "It seems that this individual may be a reclusive master residing here, rather than the ghost doctor. Perhaps we should take our leave. There are several other suspicious candidates to consider." Chen Qingyuan cast a glance at Han Shan, secretly admiring his tactic of retreating to advance. Feigning mystery, quite an astute maneuver. It was well known that the ghost doctor possessed a rather eccentric temperament, and given the intricate enchantments surrounding this place, they could not depart without confirming his identity. Lin Pingyan was unwilling to forego any possibility and wished to remain a while longer. "Are we truly not leaving?" Han Shan inquired, his gaze fixed on Chen Qingyuan. "We cannot easily abandon this endeavor. Let us wait a bit longer," Chen Qingyuan replied earnestly. "Very well." Han Shan could only grit his teeth and endure. After 2 additional hours, as night descended and the full moon began to reveal its outline, a voice devoid of emotion resonated in the ears of those present, accompanied by a mysterious light that enveloped Chen Qingyuan. "This person shall remain. The rest may depart." In an instant, Han Shan and Lin Pingyan were gently pushed away by a soft force, unable to approach the bamboo cottage. Chapter 19. The Woman in the Black Dress. The legendary ghost doctor. The door of the bamboo house creaked open, and Chen Qingyuan was drawn inside by an unseen force. "Little Master Uncle," Lin Pingyan exclaimed anxiously, his voice echoing with concern. However, as the barrier of the bamboo house activated, Lin Pingyan found himself powerless to approach, no matter how hard he tried. "Cease your clamor. Should you dare to continue, do not blame me for my ruthlessness," a stern voice admonished. Instantly, a chilling wind surged towards Lin Pingyan, propelling him back 100 meters. He quickly fell silent, daunted into submission. Truly, the ghost doctor was formidable. The terrifying laws and oppressive aura left Lin Pingyan with no doubt. Meanwhile, Han Shan stood frozen in place, never expecting to encounter such a powerful entity. While he appeared dazed on the surface, his heart was in turmoil, crying out, "Brother Chen, this is not the trap I set. The next destination was meant to be the real stage. His intention was twofold: to buy time and to endure a few failures, ensuring that his scheme did not seem contrived. Han Shan had arranged for his master to impersonate the ghost doctor in a secluded corner of the western city. He had invested considerable thought into orchestrating this deception. Yet, before his master could make an appearance, he unexpectedly stumbled upon this terrifying presence. According to Han Shan's deductions, the individual within the bamboo house was likely the elusive ghost doctor sought after by various factions. In recent years, the influx of people into the city had been overwhelming, and the individuals Han Shan previously sought were chosen at random, including this venture to the bamboo house. It was utterly absurd that he had inadvertently stumbled upon the ghost doctor. Do not let this news spread beyond these walls. Do you understand? Came another telepathic communication. The younger generation comprehends, Lin Pingyan affirmed, now convinced that the occupant of the bamboo house was indeed the ghost doctor. He performed a deep bow, imploring, "Please, esteemed elder, say my little master uncle. If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to command. Begone." The figure within the bamboo house issued an unequivocal dismissal. Thus, Lin Pingyan and Han Shan departed, each with a tumultuous mix of emotions. Han Shan still could not believe that the seemingly random location he selected had indeed led them to the ghost doctor. "Brother Han, you must have exerted considerable effort this time. You have been of immense help. Should you ever find yourself in the Lintian meteor domain and require assistance from the Xinqing sect, do not hesitate to ask." Lin Pingyan expressed his gratitude, fully aware of the resources Han Shan must have expended, vowing to remember this favor. In no need for such formality, Han Shan stammered, still in a daze. "I must report this matter to the elders of the sect, so I shall not detain you further. If there is ever an opportunity, I shall certainly share a drink with you." After uttering these words, Lin Pingyan soared into the air, unwilling to waste any time. Remaining there served no purpose. He would rather return swiftly to report and ensure the elders awaited, preventing any unforeseen circumstances. Given the involvement of the ghost doctor, Lin Pingyan knew that his status and strength were inadequate for direct engagement. Once Lin Pingyan departed, Han Shan gazed toward the bamboo house, his expression a tapestry of complexities as he murmured, "Brother Chen, do not speak carelessly and offend anyone. May you find your own fortune." It was said that the ghost doctor possessed an exceedingly peculiar temperament, indifferent in emotions and difficult to interact with. Han Shan could only pray silently, hoping to see Chen Qingyuan again. Meanwhile, within the enigmatic bamboo house, Chen Qingyuan was gently guided to the depths of the courtyard, where a crystal-clear pond lay, surrounded by a sprawling bamboo grove and a carpet of verdant grass. The soft sound of footsteps echoed from within the bamboo thicket. Chen Qingyuan glanced over, wondering what tricks old Han was up to. He initially thought it was a scheme devised by Han Shan, and, feeling emboldened, he settled onto a nearby stool. Before long, a woman of striking height, approximately 6 feet, emerged. She donned a pale gray long dress and a dark veil, her hair as black as ink, secured with a strip of black fabric. She approached gracefully, her hands resting on her abdomen, exuding an air of dignity and nobility. The veil she wore added an aura of mystery to her presence. Who was this young lady in relation to Han Shan? Chen Qingyuan mused. Having never encountered this woman in black before, assuming she was associated with Han Shan, and thus he inquired. "Han Shan, I am not acquainted," the woman in black replied, her voice clear and melodious, akin to the sweet song of a lark or the gentle flow of a stream. "My lady, there is no one else here. We need not conceal our identities. Please, find an opportunity to release me. I would be most grateful," Chen Qingyuan said, rising to his feet and clasping his fists in respect. "You seek me, yet now wish to depart. What is the reasoning behind this?" The woman in black narrowed her eyes slightly, as if attempting to see through Chen Qingyuan. Due to the concealment provided by the jade bracelet's power, she could not discern his cultivation or essence and mistakenly perceived him as a mere mortal. Chen Qingyuan was taken aback, realizing the woman's tone was grave and devoid of jest. Could there have been a misunderstanding? This seemed implausible. He began to ponder, his brow furrowed in thought. At that moment, a thread of profound energy emanated from the woman in black. In an instant, the bamboo grove and grassy expanse transformed. An ordinary blade of grass metamorphosed into a 9-leaf spirit flower, while the bamboo grove evolved into ethereal purple bamboo, each leaf infused with extraordinary spiritual resonance. A rarity to encounter. The ground was now scattered with spiritual herbs and treasures of the Tao, leaving Chen Qingyuan's expression one of astonishment. This was no ordinary meadow. It was a breathtaking medicinal garden. Each herb could incite fervor among countless cultivators who would willingly risk their lives for a chance to possess them. Chen Qingyuan's mind reeled, slowly turning to gaze at the woman in black, his expression shifting to one of awe and reverence. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly deduced her identity. A ghostly physician. What manner of trickery was old Han employing? Had he truly summoned the real entity? In that moment, Chen Qingyuan longed for a face-to-face conversation with Han Shan. Encountering the ghostly physician was a predicament that far exceeded his expectations. Originally, he intended to deceive Lin Pingyan, proclaiming himself cured, and proceed to fulfill the second agreement at the designated location mentioned by the Celestial Abyss. I, the junior Chen Qingyuan, am of the Xinqing sect, and have the honor of meeting the esteemed ghostly physician. He finally regained his composure after a moment of stunned silence, bowing deeply to the woman in black. Initially, I presumed that the legendary ghost doctor would be a decrepit old man. To my astonishment, it is instead a young woman. Despite her black dress and veiled face, her figure is graceful, her eyes shimmer like stars, and her beauty is undoubtedly remarkable. Judging by your demeanor, it appears you are not here to seek my assistance. Through Chen Qingyuan's behavior, the ghost doctor could discern certain nuances, her tone notably detached. I am seriously injured, and my elders from the sect have gone to great lengths to locate your esteemed presence, hoping that I might encounter a stroke of luck. I never anticipated meeting you, so I find myself somewhat at a loss. Naturally, Chen Qingyuan could not reveal the entire truth. Oh, is that truly the case? The ghost doctor's gaze remained fixed upon Chen Qingyuan, sensing a peculiar essence emanating from him. Of course, I would not dare to deceive you, esteemed one. Chen Qingyuan affirmed with a solemn nod. Then allow me to examine your body thoroughly and ascertain whether I can offer you treatment. Intrigued by the distinct essence, the ghost doctor felt compelled to investigate further. Chapter 20. A remarkable resilience with the extraordinary abilities of the ghostly physician, coupled with certain past experiences. He could discern the lingering traces of forbidden zones on Chen Qingyuan's being. The laws of these forbidden zones are profoundly unique, starkly contrasting with the imprints of the celestial pathways. The younger generation, well aware of his own deteriorated condition, wished to spare the elder any futile efforts. Furthermore, being devoid of resources, he feared he could not afford the cost of treatment, so he thought it best to refrain from such endeavors. Upon hearing the ghostly physician's intention to heal him, Chen Qingyuan hastily interjected. The secrets he harbored were far too numerous to unveil. I practice medicine solely based on fate. Having chosen you, I shall not demand a single coin in return. The more Chen Qingyuan resisted, the more the ghostly physician's curiosity grew, prompting him to probe further. Take a seat. With a gentle wave of his left hand, the ghostly physician conjured a stone table and 2 stone stools before them. Reluctantly, Chen Qingyuan complied, contemplating how to navigate the ensuing situation. Should the ghostly physician harbor ulterior motives, he would have no choice but to resort to his last line of defense. Before departing from Tianyuan, the girl in red had gifted him a talisman for preserving life. If he encountered a life-threatening crisis, he could invoke the talisman to transform peril into safety. Of course, Chen Qingyuan had never tested it and was unaware of its true efficacy. Moreover, he found it peculiar that the girl in red had shown him such kindness, sparking a hint of narcissism within him. Could it be that his striking appearance had stirred feelings of affection in her? Extend your hand, the ghostly physician gestured. Gradually, Chen Qingyuan raised his hand and placed it upon the table. The physician's fingers settled on his wrist, commencing the pulse examination. After several breaths, the physician's brow furrowed slightly. Pondering, the pulse is steady, unlike that of an injured person. Yet, if he were uninjured, how could his body resemble that of a mere mortal devoid of spiritual resonance? Truly perplexing. While examining the pulse, the ghostly physician discreetly scrutinized Chen Qingyuan's meridians and dantian, yielding no discoveries. The more normal it appeared, the more sinister it seemed. Are you concealing something? The ghostly physician retracted his hand, gazing intently at Chen Qingyuan, as if he wished to dissect him for thorough examination. No, Chen Qingyuan internally egoist. Noting that the physician had evidently not discerned his body's restoration. With a calm facade, he shook his head. You shall reside here for the time being, allowing me to treat you at my leisure. The ghostly physician found great interest in complex maladies. That may not be appropriate. A sense of foreboding enveloped Chen Qingyuan. Perhaps this was his fate, and it would be better not to trouble the elder. Perhaps I should take my leave. You wish to depart. Yet I shall not permit it. The ghostly physician, with his peculiar temperament, showed no desire for idle conversation and pointed towards an empty room on the left side of the bamboo house. You will stay there. Having uttered this, the ghostly physician turned and walked away, leaving Chen Qingyuan seated in an awkward silence. What a predicament! Chen Qingyuan had never intended to seek out the ghostly physician. His body had already healed and required no treatment. Yet, he could not disclose this fact to the physician, lest he be subjected to dissection for study, particularly concerning the invulnerable Tao bone within him. Old Han, once I find an opportunity, I shall ensure you receive your due recompense. We are brothers, and I once saved your life. How could you betray me in such a manner? Chen Qingyuan seethed with indignation, casting the blame for this incident squarely upon Han Shan. Little did he know, Han Shan was equally bewildered, for who could have anticipated that amidst the vast sea of humanity he would find the culprit so easily? Had he known, it would have been wiser to sell the information regarding the ghost doctor. Surely it would have yielded a substantial fortune. For the time being, the ghost doctor harbored no malice towards Chen Qingyuan, merely seeking to unravel the mystery of the peculiar marks upon him. Thus, the ghost doctor confined Chen Qingyuan within a bamboo hut, employing various methods to gather intelligence about him. Residing in the bamboo hut, Chen Qingyuan found himself at ease. Alas, it is all beyond my reach. He gazed at the abundant spiritual herbs and precious medicines strewn about, longing to take them, but could only sigh in frustration. Do you desire them? Chen Qingyuan had been in this place for 5 days, and at last, the ghost doctor made his appearance. Chen Qingyuan bowed deeply to the ghost doctor, unabashedly acknowledging his presence. Such honesty. Through his inquiries over the past few days, the ghost doctor had gained a comprehensive understanding of Chen Qingyuan's background. Considering the honesty of the younger generation, perhaps I shall bestow upon him a few spiritual herbs? With audacity, Chen Qingyuan took the hint. The ghost doctor shot him a glance that seemed to say, "Are you dreaming?" Indeed, even in dreams, I yearn for them. Most of the spiritual herbs in the garden are of the highest quality, treasures that even the Xianqing sect could scarcely procure. Caught off guard by Chen Qingyuan's response, the ghost doctor hesitated momentarily before swiftly redirecting the conversation. Answer me a few questions first, and if you are truthful, I may grant you a few spiritual herbs. What would the esteemed senior like to know? Chen Qingyuan pondered anxiously. A century ago, you ventured into the abyss of heaven. What transpired there? The ghost doctor, deeply curious about the forbidden zone, broached the subject directly. Within, there exist numerous terrifying laws. During that time, the great sacred lands of the flowing star domain dispatched powerful individuals, most of whom perished beneath the laws of the abyss, their remains utterly obliterated. I narrowly escaped a calamity, losing all my cultivation and becoming but a mortal, Chen Qingyuan recounted, his words a blend of truth and fabrication. Whether Chen Qingyuan was merely adept at deceit, or if the protection of the jade bracelet rendered the ghost doctor unable to discern the veracity of his words. The latter questioned, if you escaped by chance, why did you emerge from the abyss only after a century? The laws within the abyss are numerous. I inadvertently triggered a mechanism that sealed me for 100 years. Chen Qingyuan maintained unwavering eye contact, earnestly stating, once the seal was lifted, my cultivation was entirely wasted. And only then did I realize that over a century had passed in the outside world. Little one, should you dare to deceive me, you must consider the consequences carefully. The ghost doctor feigned a fierce demeanor, his eyes glinting with a sanguine light. I would not, Chen Qingyuan replied. What business did you have in Ming West City afterward? The ghost doctor continued his interrogation. To clear my mind, Chen Qingyuan answered. Ming West City lies a great distance from the Xianqing sect. Are you truly suggesting you ventured there merely for leisure? The ghost doctor regarded this explanation with skepticism. Since you have investigated me, you must be aware that recently, the Tianyuan sect and the Dongyi Palace have decided to unite in matrimony. Once, my beloved departed from my side, leaving me in a state of melancholy. In my sorrow, I wandered aimlessly, losing track of time and distance. Chen Qingyuan never anticipated that this incident could serve as a pretext. As he spoke, a shadow of sorrow crossed his visage, and he let out a deep sigh. Upon hearing this, the ghost doctor found it remarkably plausible, unable to detect any faults in the narrative. After a moment of contemplation, the ghost doctor mused, From my intuition, it seems that you, young man, are uttering naught but falsehoods. Although Chen Qingyuan's account appeared rational, it did little to convince the ghost doctor at a fundamental level. Esteemed senior, every word I speak is the truth. You must believe me, Chen Qingyuan earnestly asserted, vowing that not a single syllable of his was fabricated. Chapter 21. The arrival of the sword immortal. After all that has been said, it is merely a desire to procure a few spiritual herbs. The ghost doctor discerned Chen Qingyuan's subtle intentions and scoffed softly. I dare not refuse such a gracious gift from my esteemed predecessor. Chen Qingyuan replied with a naive smile. If I were to decline what my predecessor has promised, it would be a sign of disrespect. You have an extraordinary thickness of skin. Having navigated the treacherous waters of human deceit for many years, the ghost doctor felt that few could rival Chen Qingyuan's audacity. What was most striking, however, was that Chen Qingyuan's approach was measured, evoking no sense of aversion. Very well. Chen Qingyuan's gaze shifted toward the nearby medicinal garden. His intentions unmistakable. Take them. Despite his reluctance, the ghost doctor felt obliged to comply due to the circumstances. Thus, he casually plucked 3 spiritual herbs and tossed them into Chen Qingyuan's embrace. Thank you, esteemed predecessor. Chen Qingyuan regarded the herbs as treasures, hastily placing them into an ordinary spatial pouch. Utilizing such a simple pouch required no infusion of spiritual energy. You little trickster, the ghost doctor muttered with a light snort before turning to depart. In the ensuing days, the ghost doctor conducted numerous examinations on Chen Qingyuan, yet found no abnormalities within his body. Logically, if Chen Qingyuan had indeed sustained grave injuries, there ought to be some trace of them. Strangely, he appeared as if he were an ordinary person, with no signs of any damage to his essence. From the ghost doctor's extensive experience, this situation could stem from 2 possibilities. 1, that the entity responsible for Chen Qingyuan's plight was extraordinarily formidable, erasing all traces. Or 2, that Chen Qingyuan had concealed the true state of his body through some secret method or artifact. Regardless of which scenario it was, the ghost doctor felt a sense of gravity, recognizing the need for caution in his dealings. Surely, I cannot resort to soul probing. The ghost doctor dismissed that notion as inappropriate. Her curiosity about Chen Qingyuan did not extend to a desire to make him a mortal enemy. Furthermore, his enigmatic nature prompted her to exercise prudence, avoiding underhanded tactics. Esteemed predecessor, since you are unable to ascertain my physical condition, would you consider allowing me to leave? Chen Qingyuan reiterated his request. Absolutely not. The ghost doctor responded without hesitation. At that moment, a figure descended outside the barrier of the bamboo house, transmitting a voice, Nan girl, let him go. Upon hearing this, the ghost doctor's delicate frame trembled slightly, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Simultaneously, Chen Qingyuan displayed a peculiar expression, for the voice was all too familiar. The ghost doctor promptly opened the barrier to welcome the newcomer. An elderly man clad in simple garments entered, leaning heavily on a cane as he approached with a noticeable limp. Sword immortal! Upon sighting the old man, Chen Qingyuan exclaimed in astonishment, stepping forward to pay his respects. The visitor was none other than the illustrious sword immortal, Li Muyang. What brings you here? The ghost doctor expressed profound respect toward Li Muyang, for he was her savior. Thousands of years prior, when her life hung by a thread, it was Li Muyang who intervened to rescue her, forging an unbreakable bond. It is for him, Li Muyang said, casting a direct gaze at Chen Qingyuan. The ghostly physician turned to glance at Chen Qingyuan, his expression a mixture of confusion and astonishment. What has happened to him? He inquired. He is a young acquaintance of mine. For my sake, do not trouble him and allow him to depart. Li Muyang had been closely observing Chen Qingyuan's movements, secretly safeguarding him. Observing that Chen Qingyuan had encountered difficulties, Li Muyang felt compelled to intervene, also to catch a glimpse of the ghostly physician, whom he had not seen in many years. He is actually your friend? The ghostly physician found it hard to believe. Rest assured, I have not harmed him. Elder, sword immortal, you two are acquainted? Chen Qingyuan approached hastily, astonished. Indeed, Li Muyang replied with a warm smile, his demeanor amiable. Her name is Gongsun Nan. Had I known earlier, I would not have been so anxious these past few days. The burden in Chen Qingyuan's heart, and he sighed in relief. Young man, I have not bullied you, have I? Do not wear such a distressed expression, Gongsun Nan, the ghostly physician, said with a frown. Had she known of Chen Qingyuan's connection to Li Muyang, her attitude would have surely been markedly different. As it stands, I have no issues at present. Had Elder Sword Immortal not arrived, the outcome could have been uncertain. Given Li Muyang's presence, Chen Qingyuan felt no fear of Gongsun Nan and pretended to be aggrieved. You, Gongsun Nan clenched her fists, wishing to chastise Chen Qingyuan, and coldly remarked, you truly know how to feign. You were quite respectful to me before. Yet now you turn your back. That was merely a strategy of self-preservation, dictated by necessity. No matter how formidable the ghostly physician was, she could never rival the once mighty sword immortal Chang'Gong. Thus, Chen Qingyuan spoke boldly, unafraid of offending Gongsun Nan. Enough of this banter, Li Muyang interjected, halting their quarrel. Young man, you may leave at any time. Moreover, I shall ensure that Nan girl attests to your recovery, so you need not worry about your cultivation being exposed. However, regarding that matter, do not disclose it to anyone, nor display it publicly, for it may bring great calamity. Understood. Thank you, Elder Sword Immortal, Chen Qingyuan responded, cupping his hands in gratitude. Though Li Muyang's concerns stemmed from the crimson-clad maiden of the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, Chen Qingyuan appreciated the kindness and resolved to repay it should the opportunity arise. The matter Li Muyang referenced pertained to the mysterious Dao bone. Observing from the side, Gongsun Nan's eyes sparkled with undeniable astonishment, her heart racing. Elder Sword Immortal addressed him as young master. It is the first time I have witnessed such deference toward the youth. Who on earth is this Chen Qingyuan? Elder Sword Immortal, Elder Ghostly Physician, I shall take my leave, Chen Qingyuan declared, having no intention of lingering longer. After bowing, he was no longer hindered by the barrier and vanished into the horizon. Once Chen Qingyuan had departed, Gongsun Nan retracted her gaze, hesitating to speak. Li Lao, why do you regard this young man with such fate? Li Muyang's response carried an air of mystery. From what you just said, is there truly no issue with his body? Gongsun Nan inquired once more. I have restored his physical form, and he is now unscathed, Li Muyang replied. Ah, I see, Gongsun Nan exclaimed in sudden realization. I had wondered why this young man appeared perfectly normal. It turns out it was Li Lao's intervention. Gongsun Nan assumed that Li Muyang had concealed Chen Qingyuan's physical condition, thus preventing him from seeing through it. To this, Li Muyang offered no explanation, merely smiling in silence. I am aware that you have long sought remedies for your appearance. Yet regrettably, there has been no progress over the millennia. Li Muyang spoke gravely. If you have not yet relinquished hope, you might consider engaging more with young Master Chen. Perhaps an opportunity will arise. The reason Gongsun Nan always wore a veil was due to an incident from long ago that marred his visage. Is there still a chance? Gongsun Nan gently caressed his face, gazing in the direction Chen Qingyuan had departed, murmuring to himself. He has left. Li Muyang had no intention of lingering over tea and turned to depart. Take care, Li Lao. Gongsun Nan bowed in respect. Chen Qingyuan, how is it that you have garnered Li Lao's esteem? What abilities do you possess? From this day forth, Gongsun Nan developed a profound interest in Chen Qingyuan. Certain they would meet again, Meanwhile, Chen Qingyuan arrived at the domain of Qianlan's sacred land, intending to reconnect with Han Shan. Chapter 22. Introducing a companion in the sacred land of Qianlan. Within a certain city, Chen Qingyuan utilized a sound transmission technique to contact Han Shan. While indulging in food and drink without a care in the world, Han Shan was suddenly jolted by Chen Qingyuan's voice, his mind racing with numerous thoughts. The fact that Chen Qingyuan could employ this technique indicated that his foundational cultivation had been restored. Shortly thereafter, Han Shan rushed to Chen Qingyuan's side, scrutinizing him with an expression of disbelief. "Brother Chen, you truly have recovered, with the ghostly physician as a safeguard." Chen Qingyuan was untroubled by prying eyes and felt at liberty to disclose his restoration of cultivation. Thus, he concealed the essence of his Tao bones within the jade bracelet's laws, revealing only an ordinary spiritual root and the initial stage of the yellow spirit realm. The foundational levels of cultivation are categorized into the postnatal realm, innate realm, yellow spirit realm, Shin spirit realm, earth spirit realm, and heaven spirit realm. Beyond these lie the golden core realm, Yuan Ing realm, transformation realm, harmonization realm, tribulation realm, and the great ascension realm. At present, Chen Qingyuan's cultivation level rendered him akin to an ant within the cultivation world, easily squashed by others. "Why is your cultivation so feeble?" Han Shan's eyes reflected both astonishment and concern. Alas, such is fate. To retain even this modicum of cultivation is indeed fortunate. Chen Qingyuan sighed softly, feigning sorrow. In truth, his original cultivation had long been eradicated, and he was merely embarking on the path of recultivation. According to the crimson-clad maiden from Tianyuan, although Chen Qingyuan's initial foundation was relatively superior, it fell short of true perfection. Consequently, the maiden gradually nullified all of Chen Qingyuan's cultivation without harming his intrinsic essence. A feat of considerable complexity. Why did the crimson-clad maiden take such an interest in Chen Qingyuan? Even he was uncertain. Perhaps it would only become clear in due time. "What a pity," Han Shan lamented. "Yet, the restoration of your spiritual root is no small feat. The ghostly physician's intervention is indeed remarkable, as befits a legendary figure." "I owe much to your assistance, old Han," Chen Qingyuan replied, a hint of frustration in his gaze. If it were not for the appearance of the sword immortal of Chang'an, the ghostly physician would have undoubtedly taken her time, studying Chen Qingyuan, unwilling to let him depart easily. Cough. Han Shan, sensing Chen Qingyuan's reproachful stare, cleared his throat to mask the awkwardness. "Brother Chen, you cannot blame me. Who would have known that the person I casually approached would turn out to be the ghostly physician?" Han Shan continued, "Had I known, I would have sold the ghostly physician's information instead, surely making a fortune. Furthermore, had it not been for my accidental discovery of her, your body might never have been restored. Ultimately, you cannot hold me at fault. You ought to be grateful. You still dare to claim credit? Truly shameless." Chen Qingyuan retorted coldly. "Do not speak so harshly. If we are to discuss shamelessness, I learned it from you. Once upon a time, I was such an upright and kind-hearted child, but ever since meeting you, alas, it is a tale too complex to relate." The more he spoke, the more sorrowful he became, culminating in a deep sigh from Han Shan. "Get lost." Chen Qingyuan remained undeterred by Han Shan's present strength. As he delivered a swift kick and jestingly rebuked, "Old Han, have you ever suffered by following me?" Indeed, it was true. He had merely faced disdain from others. Over the years, his reputation in the sacred land had suffered, with many labeling him as shameless, causing several junior sisters to keep their distance. Han Shan, possessing considerable wealth, likely surpassed many of the inner elders of the sacred land. Were I in your position, I certainly would not be so poorly regarded. Chen Qingyuan cast a glance at Han Shan, feeling a sense of superiority. "I believe you. Despite being crippled, the higher-ups of the Xianqing sect still protect you. Even Lin Pingyan, the sect leader's son, holds you in high esteem. It is rather perplexing." Han Shan, intrigued, inquired, "Brother Chen, do you still have a few techniques you haven't taught me?" "This is something you cannot learn," Chen Qingyuan replied. "Come on, just tell me," Han Shan insisted, eager to bask in the privileges akin to those enjoyed by Chen Qingyuan, envisioning a future where he could traverse the Qianlan sacred land with ease. "Currently, you owe me a favor. Do not be so stingy. This is my innate charm. Do you understand? Chen Qingyuan said with a slight upward curve of his lips, unabashedly. Han Shan, rendered speechless, rolled his eyes. The two then sought a tranquil spot by the mountains and waters, sitting together to savor tea. After a leisurely chat, they turned to serious matters. Han Shan's expression grew more somber as he asked, Brother Chen, should I notify the friends of the Xianqing sect to bring you back? Not for now, Chen Qingyuan replied, shaking his head. I have my own plans. What plans? Han Shan queried, perplexed. That is not for you to concern yourself with. Chen Qingyuan replied mysteriously. I may not involve myself, but with your current cultivation, should you encounter ill-intentioned individuals, the consequences could be dire. If such a situation were to arise, the Xianqing sect would undoubtedly hold me accountable. Han Shan vigorously shook his head, unwilling to let Chen Qingyuan act alone. It was far too perilous. In all the years you have known me, have you ever seen me suffer? Noticing the worry etched on Han Shan's brow, Chen Qingyuan felt warmth in his heart. This friendship was indeed valuable. Having experienced life-and-death struggles and conflicts over interests, Chen Qingyuan placed immense trust in Han Shan. Not at all, Han Shan reflected. Indeed, he could not recall a time. Despite my mere Huangling realm cultivation, I possessed numerous means of self-preservation. Chen Qingyuan felt compelled to persuade Han Shan, as he would need him to provide cover later. Considering the time, it was certain the Xianqing sect had dispatched experts to assist him. Once they arrived, they would undoubtedly escort Chen Qingyuan away, ensuring he faced no danger. Although everyone in the Xianqing sect cared deeply for Chen Qingyuan, it had also become a shackle, making it difficult for him to act freely. That will not do. Han Shan deliberated for a moment, still unwilling to let Chen Qingyuan depart. Why are you so obtuse? Chen Qingyuan felt a strong urge to give Han Shan a sound thrashing, but after some thought, he decided against it. In the past, he could afford to tease Han Shan, but now it was unwise, as it could easily lead to being taught a lesson by Han Shan in return. No amount of persuasion will make me allow you to leave. When the allies of the Su-Ing sect arrive, any troubles that may arise thereafter shall no longer be my responsibility. HNSH and sincerely consider the safety of CH and Qingyuan. CH and Qingyuan sought out HNSHN, firstly to reminisce and engage in a heartfelt conversation about the past. Secondly, to enlist HNSHN's assistance in dealing with the members of the Su-Ing sect, thereby alleviating any concerns the elders of the sect might harbor. Should CH and Qingyuan depart silently, he would undoubtedly face a torrent of reproach from his senior brothers and sisters upon his return. Old HN, let us deliberate together. CH and Qingyuan rose and poured a cup of tea for HNSHN, his smile gentle and inviting. You have come to seek my counsel. It is imperative that nothing untoward occurs while you are here. HNSHN, however, shook his head, indicating his refusal to partake of the tea. Old HN, allow me to introduce you to a potential partner. Faced with the pressing situation, CH and Qingyuan resorted to his ultimate tactic. At these words, HNSHN's eyes involuntarily flicked towards CH and Qingyuan, his brows furrowing slightly, and his expression transformed into one of peculiar intrigue. Chapter 23. A casual grasp. Han Shan feigned indifference, arms crossed over his chest, and with a dismissive snort, remarked, You uttered those very words a century ago. What transpired thereafter? Many years prior, Chen Qingyuan had made similar claims, leading Han Shan into a state of utter confusion. I merely ventured into the abyss and encountered unforeseen circumstances, Chen Qingyuan replied with a hint of resignation. The reason I returned alive this time is partly due to the fact that I couldn't find a companion for you, which left my heart uneasy, compelling me to persevere until the end. We are brothers, and promises must be fulfilled. Is that so? Han Shan gazed at Chen Qingyuan, whose expression radiated sincerity, and his internal defenses began to waver. Do not attempt to deceive me. Of course it is true. We are sworn brothers, though we share different fathers and mothers. I would never deceive you. Chen Qingyuan nodded emphatically, his expression solemn, his gaze earnest. I do not trust you. Han Shan maintained his composure, his demeanor serious. You nearly allowed your own beloved to slip away with another. yet you come to assist me in finding a partner? That is highly unreliable. Hey, that was due to special circumstances. Do not rub salt into my wounds. Chen Qingyuan's countenance darkened, and he began to boast. In my heyday, as I traversed the realms, how many saintly maidens fell for me at first glance? Did you not notice while you were at my side? Well, Han Shan found himself at a loss for words, as it was indeed true. In his prime, Chen Qingyuan had experienced considerable admiration, with a few saintly maidens even attempting to ensnare him with potions. Fortunately, he had been swift enough to evade their schemes. Given Chen Qingyuan's remarkable talent back then, becoming his partner would undoubtedly yield countless benefits. Have you seen the 7 fairies of the Flowing Blossom Palace? Each one is more beautiful than the last. Chen Qingyuan continued, raising an eyebrow and sketching the rough likenesses of the 7 fairies in the air with his right hand. Well, the little princess of the Dragon Clan in the South Sea, does she not stir your heart? And the princess from the Northern Royal Family? The saintess from the Eastern Jade, Sacred Land, rumored to possess an unparalleled beauty that bewilders countless young heroes? As he spoke, he vividly illustrated the figures of numerous celestial beauties from various sacred lands, making them seem almost tangible. Han Shan became entranced, instinctively reaching out to touch them. However, as soon as his fingertips grazed the image, it became hazy and was swept away by a gentle breeze. Listening to Chen Qingyuan's descriptions, Han Shan's heart raced, his initial reserve and aloofness dissipating, replaced by an awkward smile. Brother, do you truly know these saintly maidens and princesses? Without a doubt, Chen Qingyuan affirmed with a nod. Can you converse with them? Han Shan's heart fluttered, and his expression brightened with anticipation as he inquired once more. Certainly, regardless of whether I can or cannot. The words are on my lips, Chen Qingyuan responded with a grin. Hee. Upon hearing this, Han Shan shifted his chair closer to Chen Qingyuan, eager to offer him tea. Brother Chen, my desires are modest. If I could merely form a partnership with one of those celestial beauties, it would be the greatest fortune. Too hot, Chen Qingyuan exclaimed as he accepted the tea, setting the cup down with an air of nonchalance. I shall pour you another cup. Han Shan swiftly employed his skills to maintain the tea's temperature to an optimal level, pouring it anew and presenting it with both hands before Chen Qingyuan. The quality of the tea, however, fell slightly short. After taking a sip, Chen Qingyuan began to critique it once more. Han Shan felt no discomfort. Instead, he promptly replaced the tea leaves with a superior variety and brewed a fresh pot. Chen Qingyuan was well aware of Han Shan's temperament. Should he refrain from putting on airs, Han Shan would undoubtedly grow suspicious. Thus, the more Chen Qingyuan made things difficult, the more at ease Han Shan felt, for he had made progress in his quest for companionship. Resolving the issue of a partner would enable him to shoulder any burdens that followed. Han Shan's reputation in the sacred land was somewhat tarnished. Ordinary women did not catch his eye, while those with both talent and beauty looked down upon him. Finding a suitable partner proved exceedingly challenging. Brother Chen, given our brotherhood, you must fulfill your promise to me, Han Shan implored, his tone ingratiating. Of course, Chen Qingyuan replied, nodding slowly before shifting the conversation. However, I have some matters to attend to alone. If members of the Xianqing sect arrive, you must handle the situation and assure them of my safety. As for how to do that, that is your concern. Understood, Han Shan replied through gritted teeth after a moment's contemplation, provided that you genuinely remain unscathed. Otherwise, I shall bear the weight of significant blame. If you have any reservations, then bestow upon me a few protective treasures. Chen Qingyuan seized the opportunity. How ungracious of you. Do you wish to take advantage of a brother? Han Shan's expression changed, a sense of wariness creeping in. If you choose not to provide them, then so be it. I am not particularly covetous, Chen Qingyuan retorted dismissively. After observing the fluctuations of spiritual energy within Chen Qingyuan once more, Han Shan reluctantly produced a jade talisman and placed it upon the table. This is a protective talisman. I exerted considerable effort to acquire it, and it can withstand a full force attack from an average transformation realm practitioner. Capable of withstanding assaults from the transformation realm? That is indeed a rare treasure. Chen Qingyuan hastily accepted it, fearing Han Shan might change his mind. Old Han, You seem to have fared quite well these past years. Just average, Hongyan thought to himself, feeling a pang of regret over the considerable loss. However, should this opportunity lead to a suitable partner, all sacrifices would be worthwhile. Very well. I shall leave the subsequent matters in your hands. I must take my leave, Chen Qingyuan stated, eager to vacate the premises to avoid encountering the elders of the Xianqing sect, which could lead to his forcible return, a troublesome scenario indeed. As he spoke, he activated his flying vessel, vanishing into the mist. Brother Chen, do not forget your promise to me. Do not keep me waiting too long, Hongyan called out after Chen Qingyuan's departing figure. Long after Chen Qingyuan had left, a peculiar sense of having been duped lingered in Hongyan's heart. Yet, even with the knowledge of being taken advantage of, he could not muster any anger. Could it truly be a matter of personal charm? Hongyan pondered, even retrieving a mirror to indulge in self-admiration. Chen Qingyuan is not significantly more handsome than I. Why then? The North Song Star Domain was indeed the destination that Chen Qingyuan sought. According to the hints within the jade bracelet, the maiden in red left a gift for Chen Qingyuan, requesting him to embark on a journey. Chen Qingyuan set forth in the direction of the North Song Star region, not in haste, pausing to rest in the prosperous cities along the way. Previously, Chen Qingyuan had collected a considerable amount of spirit stones. Part of it was bestowed upon Lin Pingyan, while a portion remained with him. With such an abundance of spirit stones, Chen Qingyuan could indulge himself for quite some time. As he traversed a certain area, he sought a paradise of cave abodes, where he paid a substantial sum of spirit stones to enter seclusion. Within the cave, an extraordinary spirit gathering formation was arranged, intensifying the spiritual energy to over 10 times that of the outside world. In just a month, Chen Qingyuan significantly enhanced his cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the yellow spirit realm. He chose to pause his progression, refraining from further breakthroughs. Should he start anew, he must solidify his foundation, avoiding the pitfalls of impatience. Meanwhile, the Xianqing sect dispatched 5 elders, including Lin Pingyan, to investigate. They discovered that Chen Qingyuan's presence had vanished from the Qiqing star, causing considerable concern. Hongyan, with great reluctance, contacted the Xianqing sect, negotiating for an extended period before finally persuading them to depart. In essence, Chen Qingyuan was currently quite safe, occupied with important matters, and the Xianqing sect need not worry. Hongyan exerted great effort to manage the situation concerning Chen Qingyuan, which was no small feat should an opportunity arise in the future. Chen Qingyuan would certainly assist Hongyan in matters of fate. It remained to be seen whether Hongyan could endure the wait. At long last, after several months, Chen Qingyuan finally arrived within the realm of the North Song Star region. Chapter 24. The Northern Song Star Domain. The dead zone guided by the hint from the jade bracelet, Chen Qingyuan appeared in the western extreme city of the Northern Song Star Domain. The lady in red had mentioned leaving a gift here for him to personally claim, marking it as the second agreement. However, the specific location remained elusive, leaving Chen Qingyuan in a quandary. She had not specified where the gift was hidden, only indicating it was within the vast expanse of the western extreme city. The area was so extensive that he struggled to orient himself. After much contemplation, Chen Qingyuan resolved to temporarily reside in the western extreme city, hoping to devise a plan later. Perhaps, in due course, the jade bracelet would reveal new clues. Upon entering the city, he found a splendid inn to stay in. As night fell, a strand of his consciousness entered the jade bracelet, which appeared unchanged. He decided to let things flow naturally. Retrieving his consciousness, Chen Qingyuan began to meditate. With an intact Dao bone now, he understood the necessity of diligent cultivation. He could not afford to be idle. Thus, he spent 2 months living in the western extreme city, during which he remained sequestered, solidifying his foundation. Within the confines of his secluded cultivation chamber, peculiar colorful stones sprouted from the corners, and a thin layer of white mist blanketed the ground, swirling counterclockwise around his position. Chen Qingyuan took out over 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, placing them before him to slowly refine. A faint white light emanated from his body, and the golden Dao bone within him trembled slightly, its obscure patterns becoming clearer. After a brief moment, He shattered the barriers of his cultivation and ascended to the initial stage of the Xianling realm. Gently opening his eyes, they seemed like deep abysses, hollow and profound, imbued with a hint of worldly weariness. In that instant, he felt as though he had traversed an eternity, perceiving the essence of all existence. This sensation lasted but a fleeting moment before he returned to normalcy, exhaling a breath of stale air. What exactly was the origin of this Dao bone? Merging with the golden Dao bone, he increasingly sensed its extraordinary nature. After much contemplation, he failed to find clarity, opting to bury the matter within his heart and investigate further when the opportunity arose. Suddenly, he noticed the jade bracelet he carried was trembling and promptly took it out. He then sent a strand of consciousness into it. To his astonishment, words materialized before him. Northern Extreme City, Dead Zone. Soon, Chen Qingyuan's consciousness was expelled from the jade bracelet. Dead Zone, he murmured softly. Having spent 2 months in the Western Extreme City, he had acquired some basic knowledge and understood that this place was exceedingly peculiar. It was said that the Dead Zone was a remnant of a battlefield, existing for at least 1,000,000 years, though the actual age was beyond reckoning. The Dead Zone of the Northern Song Star Domain, akin to the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone of the Fully Used Star Domain, was a place of prohibition where entering meant facing near certain death. The Tianyuan Forbidden Zone was slightly more renowned, attracting more attention. Having just escaped a den of wolves, was he now to venture into the lair of tigers? To be honest, Chen Qingyuan was reluctant to explore the Dead Zone. However, an agreement was made beforehand. Should Chen Qingyuan fail to uphold her promise, one cannot guarantee that troublesome events would not ensue. Sighing deeply, she resigned herself to fate. Countless formidable beings had entered the Dead Zone over the years, yet few emerged alive. Chen Qingyuan was acutely aware that with her current cultivation level, survival upon entering the Dead Zone was a mere fantasy. If she intended to harm me, she would not require such convoluted methods. Casting her gaze upon the jade bracelet in her palm, an inexplicable sense of security enveloped her. Since the lady in red had already indicated the location, there was no choice but to comply. 2 days later, Chen Qingyuan prepared to depart from Shiji City, heading northward. The Dead Zone occupied a third of the northern Songstar region, vast and expansive. Due to its unique laws, the Dead Zone birthed numerous spiritual treasures and elixirs. Thus, many cultivators, fully aware of the perils, dared to venture within. Numerous individuals roamed the periphery of the Dead Zone, seeking fortune. Indeed, there were many in this world unafraid of death. Upon reaching the domain of the Dead Zone, Chen Qingyuan observed a multitude of figures gathered in groups. Fellow cultivator, which sect do you belong to? Along the way, over a dozen sword-wielding Taoist practitioners halted, gazing at Chen Qingyuan aboard her flying vessel, and inquired with cupped fists. I'm a loose cultivator, she replied, disinterested in engaging with strangers. Upon hearing this response, the group of sword-wielding Taoists ceased their pleasantries and turned away. Each year, many loose cultivators ventured into the Dead Zone, hoping to stumble upon serendipity and ascend to great heights thereafter. Such occurrences were frequent, inspiring countless cultivators. Although individuals arrived at the Dead Zone annually, Chen Qingyuan pondered why there seemed to be an unusual influx of people at this time. Prior to her journey into the Dead Zone, she had conducted thorough research and found herself perplexed. It made no sense. To ascertain the situation, Chen Qingyuan tossed out 100 mid-grade spirit stones, seeking information from a fellow cultivator. Fellow cultivator, why are there so many people coming to the Dead Zone recently? The gray-clad cultivator replied candidly, it is rumored that the Taoist Grand Ancestor has divined a change in the heavenly secrets originating from the Dead Zone. Various factions, upon hearing the news, believe that something astonishing may emerge from within. Such was the motivation driving cultivators to risk their lives for uncertain rumors. How reckless! Chen Qingyuan scoffed internally, recognizing that the convergence of various factions would disrupt her plans, hindering her movements. The Taoist Grand Ancestor was a revered figure, whose predictions had never been wrong. If one could obtain the treasures of the Dead Zone, even perilous risks must be taken. The gray-clad cultivator scrutinized Chen Qingyuan, seated within her vessel, and expressed suspicion regarding her doubts about the Grand Ancestor's predictions. surmising she was not from the local region. You aren't from the northern Songstar region, are you? Due to the protective barrier of the flying vessel, ordinary cultivators could not discern Chen Qingyuan's true strength. Yes, she nodded affirmatively. No wonder you would say such a thing. The Taoist Grand Ancestor is immensely powerful and cannot possibly be mistaken. With that, the gray-clad cultivator clasped his fists in goodwill and took his leave. Ahead lies a realm of fiery red, the very boundaries of the dead zone, where numerous individuals are already employing their arcane arts in search of traces of creation. It feels as though I'm being thrust into a fiery abyss, Chen Qingyuan muttered, yet his body obediently maneuvered the flying vessel, gradually approaching the dead zone. To avoid being oppressed by others, Chen Qingyuan concealed his cultivation aura with a jade bracelet. This way, the various formidable figures could not discern the depths of his strength, and thus refrained from provoking him. While many in the Flowing Star domain recognized Chen Qingyuan, few here did, for he had merely been a nascent soul cultivator a century ago, far from achieving the level of widespread renown. To his surprise, he encountered her here, indeed. She appeared to be a prodigy of the northern Song star domain. However, among the younger generation of the northern wasteland, Chen Qingyuan was well acquainted with many, and he truly spotted a familiar face amidst the crowd. Chapter 25. Murong Wensi. The blood-red land stretched endlessly, a desolate expanse that seemed to have no end. This was the edge of the death domain, where Chen Qingyuan casually glanced and spotted thousands of individuals from various factions of the North Song star domain. Not far away stood a woman clad in a light-colored gown, her waist adorned with a ribbon and a jade pendant. Her hair shimmered in a pale hue, and her eyes sparkled like sapphires, exquisite in their beauty. Her name was Murong Wensi, who had crossed paths with Chen Qingyuan a century ago. To be precise, she had been deceived by him. During an exploration of a secret realm, Murong Wensi was misled by Chen Qingyuan, who absconded with all the resources. Although she was furious afterward, she refrained from exacting revenge, harboring a sense of admiration instead. The Murong family revered strength, and having been influenced by her upbringing, Murong Wensi naturally embraced her family's ethos. Since Chen Qingyuan had managed to procure all the resources, it could only be attributed to his prowess. She could only blame herself for her own negligence. What brought him here? The edge of the death domain was vast, and with a casual glance, Murong Wensi spotted Chen Qingyuan not far off, her eyes flashing with surprise as she murmured to herself. The elders of the Murong family followed her gaze, unfamiliar with Chen Qingyuan, and inquired, "My dear, who is this person?" "From the Flowing Star domain, a member of the Xianqing Dao sect," Murong Wensi replied, her complexion as fair as jade, her red lips alluring. "A century ago, I ventured into a secret realm in the Flowing Star domain, and it was this man who left me empty-handed. So it is him, the prodigy who once captivated all domains," the elders realized, recalling the events from a century prior. They remembered how Murong Wensi had been troubled for quite some time after that incident. Chen Qingyuan had not concealed his whereabouts, intentionally exposing himself to the eyes of the crowd. Since he intended to delve deeper into the death domain, he wished to accompany acquaintances to avoid unnecessary complications, though he was uncertain if they would be willing to assist him. "Miss Murong, it has been a long time." Chen Qingyuan maneuvered his flying vessel to the ground and rose, clasping his fists in a gesture of goodwill toward Murong Wensi, his demeanor courteous and his smile radiant. Murong Wensi took a few steps closer to Chen Qingyuan, her gaze complex as she scrutinized him. "I never expected to encounter young Master Chen here. What a coincidence. It seems we are fated." "Indeed, it must be fate," Chen Qingyuan replied with a cheerful smile. "Even if it is fate, it is a cursed one." Murong Wensi retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "My dear Murong, your words seem a bit sharp." Chen Qingyuan responded, unperturbed, his smile unwavering. "Humph." Murong Wensi could not forget how she had been duped by Chen Qingyuan in the past, still harboring resentment. "I heard you survived against the odds and have become a cripple. Why are you not staying in the Xianqing sect, but have come here instead?" "Not long ago, I stumbled upon the ghost doctor, and, inadvertently, my injuries were healed, much to your disappointment," Chen Qingyuan replied. "The ghost doctor?" Upon hearing that, a glimmer of excitement lit up Murong Wensi's eyes. "Do you know where the ghost doctor is?" And they managed to heal your injuries? Naturally. Chen Qingyuan nodded, remarking, given my charming disposition, even the eccentric ghost doctor would be reluctant to see me reduced to a mere invalid. In all honesty, Murong Wensi felt an overwhelming desire to administer a thorough beating to Chen Qingyuan. However, with other thoughts occupying her mind, she chose to indulge his words, praising him instead. Young Master Chen, your unparalleled handsomeness is bound to be admired by all. Upon hearing this, the smile on Chen Qingyuan's lips froze. Something was amiss. This woman had suddenly declared me handsome, indicating some ulterior motive. While it is true that I possess striking looks, something widely acknowledged, her compliment bore an unusual weight. Miss Murong, do you require something from me? Chen Qingyuan inquired candidly, eschewing any circumlocution. Indeed, Murong Wensi replied, no longer concealing her intentions. Taking a deep breath, she nodded earnestly. Let us engage in a transaction. You shall reveal the precise location of the ghost doctor, and in return, the Murong clan will owe you a favor, or perhaps bestow upon you a generous gift. Recently, the Murong family had dispatched elders to inquire about the ghost doctor's whereabouts, but to no avail. Whispers suggested the elusive physician might reside on the seventh dust star within the Yunhai star domain, yet the outcome remained unchanged. No trace could be found. The Murong clan, having expended considerable resources along with various factions, had fruitlessly sought the ghost doctor. In stark contrast, the seemingly random draw by Han Shan had fortuitously resulted in a grand prize, allowing him to locate the ghost doctor and subsequently send Chen Qingyuan to him. Had it not been for the intervention of the Sword Immortal Chang'Gong, it is likely that Chen Qingyuan would still be detained by the ghost doctor, perhaps even subjected to experimental dissection. Curious about the Murong family's motives for seeking the ghost doctor, Chen Qingyuan pressed for more information. Confidentiality forbids me from divulging such matters. Murong Wensi replied, the secrets of her clan too sensitive to be shared. Even without explicit details, Chen Qingyuan could discern from the expressions of the nearby Murong clan warriors that something significant was at stake. It seemed probable that the life of an esteemed ancestor of the Murong family was under threat, prompting them to seek the ghost doctor's assistance. The loss of such an elder would be a grave blow. How about this? Chen Qingyuan proposed. I possess a keen interest in the death domain. Perhaps the Murong clan could extend some consideration my way. Upon my return from the death domain, I shall certainly disclose the ghost doctor's whereabouts. With an opportunity so conveniently presented, Chen Qingyuan felt remiss not to take advantage of it. What brings you to the death domain? Is it not due to the proclamations of the Taoist grand ancestor? Murong Wensi inquired curiously. Chen Qingyuan chuckled lightly before adopting a serious demeanor. That is also confidential. Confounded man. Murong Wensi fumed, her fists clenching tightly, turning slightly purple with frustration, yet knowing she could not pass judgment on Chen Qingyuan. Do you agree? Chen Qingyuan cleared his throat softly. If you dare deceive me this time, you shall not leave the North Song Star domain alive, Murong Wensi threatened, fearful of being outwitted by him once again. Why would I deceive you? Were it not for the ghost doctor's intervention, I would still be but a mere mortal. Do you truly believe a mortal could arrive here? Chen Qingyuan spun his tail with nary a flicker of hesitation. Soon after, Murong Wensi turned her gaze towards her kin, silently consulting with them. After a brief moment, the Murong family acquiesced to the request. As long as a single member of the Murong family draws breath, I assure you, no harm shall befall you in the dead domain, Murong Wensi vowed. Splendid. Chen Qingyuan expressed his admiration for Murong Wensi's character, appreciating her efficiency and reliability. I am equally committed. You shall not be disappointed. The barrier of the dead domain was on the verge of loosening. It was time to prepare for entry. Everyone stood at the precipice of the dead domain, awaiting the opportune moment, for a thick, ominous crimson mist lingered ahead, presenting a considerable danger. Every few months, the crimson mist would dissipate for several hours, marking the most favorable time to venture into the dead domain. Chapter 26. Entering the Dead Zone. The storm approaches. The Murong clan comprises a total of 15 members, including Murong Wensi. Their expedition is inspired by the words of the Taoist Xian ancestor, as they seek to chance upon remarkable fortunes in the Dead Zone. Chen Qingyuan has reached an agreement with the Murong family, and has descended from the flying vessel. Concealed by a jade bracelet, Chen Qingyuan's cultivation remains undetected, eluding the scrutiny of the Murong clan's practitioners, who are unable to discern his true capabilities. This only serves to reinforce their belief in the ghostly physician's extraordinary skills, even managing to cure Chen Qingyuan, whose spiritual roots were thought to be irrevocably damaged, showcasing his formidable and enigmatic prowess. As the crimson mist dissipated, they proceeded onward. Murong Wensi stands as one of the most formidable prodigies of the Murong clan, now possessing late-stage Yuan Ing cultivation. A century ago, Chen Qingyuan was at the pinnacle of Yuan Ing, effortlessly surpassing his peers and earning considerable renown across the vast expanse of the North Wilderness. However, those who once fell behind have now surpassed him. Yet, given Chen Qingyuan's innate potential, it is only a matter of time before he reclaims his position at the zenith of the younger generation. Young man, stay close to us. An elder glanced back at Chen Qingyuan, offering a reminder. Without hesitation, the group hastened into the dead zone, unwilling to squander any time. According to the experiences gathered by previous cultivators who ventured into the dead zone, the 3 hours following the dispersal of the crimson mist are deemed the safest. Should they fail to emerge within this time frame, there is a high likelihood they will be trapped there indefinitely. Miss Murong, might you guide me along? It would be quite unfortunate if I were to lose my way, Chen Qingyuan expressed, aware that, with his Xianling cultivation, he could hardly keep pace with the Murong family members, the weakest of whom are golden core practitioners, while the leader is a venerable elder with transformation-level cultivation. Hold on tight, Murong Wensi conceded, recognizing Chen Qingyuan's knowledge of the ghostly physician's whereabouts, as she tossed him a light-colored strip of cloth. As the strip fluttered down, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air. Chen Qingyuan grasped it firmly, the other end secured in Murong Wensi's hand. With a swift motion, various factions set forth, entering a land of crimson earth that resembled spilled blood, with no end in sight. As they ventured deeper, the terrain grew increasingly dark red, enveloped in an inexplicable atmosphere of oppression. Mountains, boulders, fields, and oceans appeared drenched in blood. Along the way, Chen Qingyuan and the others stumbled upon chilling white bones, remnants of those who had previously entered the dead zone. Long Sky Mirror, the leader of the Murong clan, an elder named Murong Ping, remarked as he noticed a shattered mirror wedged among the rocks, recognizing its origin. The revered Long Sky has been missing for over 1,000 years. And it turns out he has succumbed in the dead zone. What a pity, Murong Ping sighed, eliciting a slight tremor in the hearts of the assembled. To be referred to as a revered practitioner, one must at least be a formidable figure of the tribulation stage. Each of the 9 levels of tribulation demands a confrontation with life and death. It is clear that the revered Long Sky could not endure to the end, having ventured into the dead zone in search of fortune, only to be met with defeat. Thus, the victors reign, while the vanquished are deemed outlaws. Such has been the way of the world since time immemorial. Those who can ascend to the realm of Mahayana are invariably those who have traversed the brink of death numerous times. Although the treasured Longkong mirror lies shattered, it retains immense commemorative value and ought to be kept. Murong Ping carefully placed the broken mirror into his bosom and offered a slight bow towards the void, signifying his respect for the esteemed Longkong master. Subsequently, the group continued on their journey. According to the teachings of the Taoist ancestors, it is highly probable that a wondrous treasure has emerged within the death domain, though its precise location remains unknown, only to be discovered by fate. Common wisdom suggests that the deeper one ventures into the death domain, the greater the likelihood of encountering such a treasure. Ahead, it appeared that members of the Wangbo sect and the Yuqing Holy Land were engaged in a fierce confrontation. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, the onlookers observed 2 factions locked in battle, their conflict causing the surrounding land to collapse within a radius of several thousand miles. The air was thick with a murderous aura, as palpable as a physical presence, causing the temperature to plummet and frost to form upon the ground. It seemed they were fighting over a singular Taoist treasure. From a distance, one could discern a treasure at the center of the 2 forces, still exuding the remnants of its Taoist essence, of value beyond compare. Let's take a detour and refrain from interference, Murong Ping advised, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. Chen Qingyuan remained silent, closely following the Murong family. Under the protection of the Murong clan, Chen Qingyuan encountered no troubles along the way. Not long ago, various factions had witnessed the Murong family recover the Longkong mirror and dared not approach, filled with trepidation. An hour had passed, and the group had yet to find any clues regarding the treasure. If we cannot locate it soon, we may have to withdraw for the time being and wait for the next opportunity when the crimson mist dissipates, suggested one member. Let's search a bit longer. Murong Ping surveyed the surroundings, where the heavens and earth were shrouded in a dark red hue, making it difficult to discern any signs. At the back of the crowd, Chen Qingyuan felt a tremor from the jade bracelet on his wrist. Discreetly, he probed with a thread of spiritual consciousness. The bracelet quivered towards the right front, as if guiding Chen Qingyuan forward. However, he could not openly declare his intention to head in that direction, lest it arouse the suspicions of those around him. They were already on the brink of leaving the death domain, making it difficult to spot the traces of other factions. He needed to devise a plan to part ways with the Murong family. Otherwise, it would complicate matters moving forward. The prior stretch of their journey had indeed benefited from the Murong family's presence. Without it, Chen Qingyuan would have encountered considerable difficulties. Some factions entered the death domain in search of opportunities, while others were solely engaged in the nefarious act of killing and plundering. After all, once a life was taken, the body could be discarded within the death domain, leaving no trace behind and no fear of retribution. What could that be? Just as Chen Qingyuan pondered how to separate from the Murong family, Murong Wensi noticed a disturbance ahead, a swirling cloud of sand. The group immediately turned their gaze, observing that the sandstorm was rapidly intensifying. It might be the rumored storm of the death domain. We must hurry. Murong Ping's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted. No sooner had he spoken than the group surged forward in a frenzied dash, their speed remarkable. Initially, the storm was minor, but it soon escalated into a massive whirlwind, spreading across many regions of the death domain. In a mere half hour, a mass of crimson mist intermingled with the raging storm bore down upon Chen Qingyuan and his companions. According to common patterns, the crimson mist is expected to dissipate in approximately 5 hours. However, this time, it appeared after just over an hour, accompanied by a terrifying tempest. The Dead Zone storm erupts only once in several centuries, yet has unexpectedly encountered Chen Qingyuan and his companions. A stroke of ill fortune indeed. Doomed. Chen Qingyuan cast a glance back at the encroaching crimson storm, his eyes wide with despair, feeling utterly powerless against it. The thunderous roar of the storm swept through the vicinity, consuming countless souls in its crimson embrace, mercilessly enforcing the laws of the Dead Zone. Fortunate souls managed to escape, albeit in a disheveled state, clinging to life. As the tempest descended, the cultivators of the Murong clan were preoccupied with their own peril, paying no heed to Chen Qingyuan. The crimson mist enveloped everything, and to Chen Qingyuan's astonishment, he realized he was unaffected by the laws of the Dead Zone, a most peculiar occurrence. Then, he turned to behold Murong Wensi, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Bound by a slender strip of light fabric, they lay in the same spot. Had she perished? Chen Qingyuan strode towards Murong Wensi, 100 meters away, as the biting wind and sand assailed him, the crimson mist swirling in tandem with the tempest. Chapter 27. Perhaps it is my handsomest upon approaching. Chen Qingyuan observed that Murong Wensi's heart still pulsed with life, though her breath was slightly erratic. Likely a result of the crimson mist storm's assault. The reason Chen Qingyuan remained unscathed was undoubtedly due to the protective jade bracelet. Had I known this trinket could defy the laws of the death domain, I would have never brokered an agreement with the Murong family. Gazing at the unconscious Murong Wensi, her light-colored dress was somewhat wrinkled, and strands of her pale yellow hair concealed half of her delicate face, while patches of red earth adorned her, creating a disordered yet captivating beauty. I cannot simply abandon her here. If I were to forsake Murong Wensi, her demise would be inevitable. Yet, remaining by her side would undoubtedly impede Chen Qingyuan's subsequent endeavors. Caught in this dilemma, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. How should he choose? Sighing, he glanced down at the light fabric lying on the ground, a remnant of Murong Wenxi's earlier grasping for his assistance. Although their relationship was transactional, Chen Qingyuan could not bear to witness her demise. Thus, he procured a jade vial containing precious spiritual liquid. Where had it come from? Naturally, it was a gift from the ghost doctor. With an audacious demeanor, Chen Qingyuan had not only acquired some spiritual herbs, but also healing elixirs from the ghost doctor. Consider it a boon to you. He poured the spiritual liquid into Murong Wenxi's mouth, feeling a pang of regret. This was a significant loss. As the liquid coursed through her body, Murong Wenxi reacted swiftly, her body trembling slightly, accompanied by the crackling sound of static electricity. After a moment, she opened her eyes. Her vision blurred. Gradually, she focused on Chen Qingyuan standing a short distance away, and upon surveying her surroundings, she realized no kin were present. Suddenly, noticing her disheveled attire, she hastily tugged at her dress to cover her fair shoulders, casting a wary glance at Chen Qingyuan. Do you think I would take advantage of you in such a state? Chen Qingyuan instantly comprehended the implication in Murong Wenxi's eyes and retorted with irritation. Moreover, in your current condition, I wouldn't even be tempted. You. Murong Wenxi pointed at Chen Qingyuan, her indignation mounting, yet her breath faltered, leading to a fit of coughs, her complexion paling. Cough, cough. We should consider how to escape this wretched place. With a swift mental shift, Chen Qingyuan resolved to discuss their departure from the death domain with Murong Wenxi while secretly seeking an opportunity to conceal himself, allowing him to venture alone in the direction indicated by the jade bracelet. This way, he could distance himself from Murong Wenxi, ensuring that his actions remained undisclosed. Did you not see any others from the Murong family? Murong Wenxi, having regained a modicum of strength through meditation, ceased her banter with Chen Qingyuan, adopting a serious demeanor. During her recent meditation, she had sensed several strands of pure spiritual energy within her, likely a result of Chen Qingyuan's assistance, and she unconsciously stole glances at him. No, Chen Qingyuan replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, a shadow of concern crossed Murong Wenxi's face, her worry for her kin's safety palpable. Why were you not affected by the laws of the death domain? At this moment, Murong Wenxi scrutinized Chen Qingyuan carefully and finally discerned something amiss, asking with a hint of suspicion. Perhaps it's because I possess a certain charm, Chen Qingyuan replied, raising an eyebrow unabashedly. Murong Wenxi shot him an exasperated glance, finding him insufferably arrogant. Everyone harbors secrets, and Murong Wenxi chose not to pry further, her gaze towards Chen Qingyuan becoming increasingly intricate. The retreating path had become obscured by a thick veil of crimson mist, rendering escape impossible. If we can endure here for several months until the mist disperses, we may have a glimmer of hope, Murong Wenxi mused, her eyes filled with despair as she gazed into the blood-red haze from whence they came. You should wait here, Chen Qingyuan stated. I shall look for another exit. Wait, Murong Wenxi urged, suppressing her pain as she slowly rose, halting Chen Qingyuan in his tracks. What is it? He asked, a slight furrow on his brow. I will accompany you. Her intuition told her that following Chen Qingyuan was her only chance of survival. I disagree, he countered, unwilling to bear the burden of a companion. Do we not agree to enter this perilous domain together? Are you now abandoning me? Observing Chen Qingyuan's refusal, Murong Wenxi bit her lip, adopting a pitiful demeanor, her eyes glistening with tears, evoking sympathy. Hey, we have nothing between us. Don't act as if I have forsaken you, Chen Qingyuan exclaimed, exasperated by her sudden vulnerability. Once a fierce tigress, she now appeared so docile that it sent shivers down his spine. A century ago, you deceived me, seizing all opportunities and placing me in danger. Do you intend to repeat that folly? Having spent time with Chen Qingyuan, Murong Wenxi understood his nature. He responded better to pity than to force. To stabilize your injuries, I have already lost considerable blood. Now you wish for me to carry you too? That's quite unreasonable, Chen Qingyuan replied, visibly troubled. You should know well that I never engage in unprofitable ventures. As long as I can survive, the Murong family is prepared to offer great rewards. Murong Wensi declared earnestly. Empty words carry no weight. Chen Qingyuan retorted dismissively. For others, a favor from a Murong family would be a significant boon. Yet, Chen Qingyuan valued tangible benefits over intangible promises. Furthermore, while the Murong family was not weak, they were merely average. A promise from a sword immortal would be far more substantial. What do you propose? With no other choice, Murong Wensi decided to humble herself. Chen Qingyuan scrutinized her intently, making her feel uneasy under his gaze. Gritting her teeth, she said, "If you truly can ensure my safety, we might attempt to coexist. Perhaps we could even become companions on the path." She presumed Chen Qingyuan harbored romantic notions, unaware that he had no such thoughts, and he quickly interjected, "Stop. I have long expressed my utter disinterest in you. Do not inflate your own worth." Upon hearing these words, Murong Wensi's cheeks flushed crimson, a blend of shame, anger, and lingering dissatisfaction coursing through her. After all, she was a princess of the Murong family, possessing both beauty and grace. Was she truly unworthy of Chen Qingyuan? Then why do you gaze upon me? Her tone was laced with incredulity and ire. That jade pendant at your waist appears quite exquisite. Chen Qingyuan remarked with a knowing glance. Take it. Murong Wensi understood his implication all too well, removing the white jade from her waist and tossing it toward him. Chen Qingyuan hastily caught it, examining it closely before a satisfied smile graced his lips. A fine piece of high-grade, white spirit jade, a rare treasure indeed. And that jade bracelet upon your wrist, he continued, having stowed the white jade away. It contains my personal belongings, which makes it inconvenient, she replied. The jade bracelet was Murong Wensi's spatial artifact, housing numerous resources and personal items within. Chapter 28. Do people like you have friends? Who desires your personal belongings? Take everything out. The rest belongs to me, Chen Qingyuan stated candidly. For reasons unknown, Murong Wensi felt an immense sense of humiliation regarding her appearance. Her eyes nearly ablaze with indignation. Were it not for the instinct to survive, she would have undoubtedly drawn her sword and unleashed her fury upon Chen Qingyuan. After a moment's hesitation, Murong Wensi used a simple Tianyuan bag to gather her personal effects, then handed over the jade bracelet along with all its contents to Chen Qingyuan. He appeared exceedingly pleased, akin to a shrewd merchant. This should suffice, right? Murong Wensi exclaimed, biting her lip in frustration. I have done my utmost to protect you during this time. You owe me a favor, he replied. What I require cannot be diminished, and neither can the debt of gratitude. How is it reasonable that you claim all my possessions yet expect me to remember your kindness? Murong Wensi retorted loudly. Let me clarify, Chen Qingyuan said with utmost seriousness. Had I not saved you just now, you would likely be dead, and all these resources would rightfully belong to me. However, out of compassion, I utilized an exceedingly precious spiritual herb on your behalf, which is worth far more than these resources combined. Moreover, you will be accompanying me for some time, significantly impacting my safety. Shouldn't you acknowledge this favor? Though the spiritual herb was indeed precious, it was acquired through Chen Qingyuan's relentless persistence without any significant cost. Strangely enough, as she listened to his convoluted reasoning, Murong Wensi found some merit in his argument. Taking a deep breath, she conceded once more, Fine, consider it a significant favor owed to you, which I shall repay in the future. How thoughtful. Chen Qingyuan grinned, unable to restrain his praise. It is rare to encounter a woman as intelligent and beautiful as you, Miss Murong. Oomph. Murong Wensi scoffed, casting him a disdainful glance. I seldom come across someone as greedy as you. I cannot help it. I have been impoverished since childhood. How can I possibly compare to Miss Murong? Chen Qingyuan sighed lightly. You impoverished? Given how the Xianxing sect has pampered you, how dare you lament your financial struggles? This remark left Murong Wensi thoroughly displeased. You do not understand. Although the sect treats me well, resources are limited. They only provide a meager amount each month, which is insufficient to foster my own development. I must venture outside to expand my endeavors. To date, Chen Qingyuan had only suffered a loss once, at the hands of Bai Shixue from Dongyi Palace. At that time, he was moved by her unwavering resolve, falling in love and wishing to become her partner. Subsequently, giving her many resources he had acquired. Alas, times have changed. There are few in this world as shameless as you, Murong Wensi chastised. Thank you for the compliment, he replied. Yet, Chen Qingyuan was unfazed by her insult. Instead, he felt a sense of ease. At this point, Murong Wensi had utterly surrendered, falling silent. The two individuals walked side by side until they reached a nearby mountain range, where they sought refuge in a secure cave. Here, they were spared from the biting winds of the dead realm, allowing for a modicum of tranquility. Along the way, they encountered numerous corpses, all recently deceased, likely victims of the crimson mist storm that had claimed their lives. Gazing upon these lifeless bodies, Murong Wensi's anxiety deepened. She could not help but wonder about the fate of her kin and whether they still drew breath. Within the cave, they kindled a fire that dispelled the encroaching darkness. Murong Wensi reflected on the events that had transpired. A few tendrils of the red mist had floated towards them, yet oddly, they had circumvented Chen Qingyuan's position and drifted in another direction. Had they been tainted by the mist, their fate would undoubtedly have been dire. How curious, Murong Wensi mused silently, her curiosity piqued but unvoiced. We shall remain here for several months until the crimson fog dissipates, Chen Qingyuan decided. He resolved to ensure Murong Wensi's safe passage before stealthily returning to the dead realm himself. Since he was not bound by the realm's laws, he felt no trepidation and could disguise himself easily, rendering him unrecognizable. Thank you, Murong Wensi said, feeling a sense of relief in Chen Qingyuan's proximity, where the oppressive weight of the dead realm's laws was absent. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, save some treasures for me for our next encounter. Chen Qingyuan replied, dismissing the need for verbal thanks as meaningless. Indeed, it was clear that with this fellow, politeness was futile. He was far too adept at taking advantage of others' goodwill. Murong Wensi attempted to meditate and heal her injuries, only to realize that she possessed no spirit stones at all, which left her feeling quite despondent. After much hesitation, she glanced at Chen Qingyuan, who was sitting nearby with his eyes closed, and softly called out, "Hey, what is it?" Chen Qingyuan replied lazily, without opening his eyes, "I've given you all my spirit stones. Could you lend me some? If possible." Murong Wensi truly wished to avoid making this request. Lending spirit stones is negotiable. Chen Qingyuan slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of business acumen evident. This was the reason he could collect so many debts. He was not a mere swindler, but someone who sought to assist others while earning a modest fee. "How much do you wish to borrow?" he inquired. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Murong Wensi calculated that they might be in this predicament for some time, hence the request for a greater sum. "Very well," Chen Qingyuan nodded. "But let us agree that for every 1,000 borrowed, you shall repay 3,000 in return." "You are quite the merchant." Murong Wensi protested, displeased. "Will you borrow or not?" Chen Qingyuan pressed, clearly relishing his advantage over her. "Fine." Taking a deep breath, Murong Wensi suppressed the turmoil within and nodded begrudgingly. "Words alone won't suffice. Let us formalize this with a written agreement." With that, Chen Qingyuan produced paper, ink, and a red clay seal for pressing his handprint. Watching Chen Qingyuan deftly execute this process, Murong Wensi was taken aback. "Do you have any friends with such practices?" Indeed, Chen Qingyuan's mind immediately conjured several mischievous acquaintances, and he grinned. "Would you like me to introduce you to them?" "Never mind, it is unnecessary." Murong Wensi, feeling wronged, signed her name and pressed her handprint. She had no desire to associate with someone like Chen Qingyuan any longer. "From now on, I shall be your creditor. Miss Murong, you must take care of yourself and remember to repay me when you have the means." Chen Qingyuan carefully stored the promissory note, as it served as a safeguard against any future denials. Gazing at the 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones before her, Murong Wensi felt tears welling up, her emotions a tumultuous whirlpool. These spirit stones bore the seal of the Murong family, and they were originally hers. To use her own spirit stones, she was compelled to draft an IOU, and the interest had tripled. "Chen Qingyuan, to have crossed paths with you is truly a stroke of ill fortune." Fueled by this indignation, Murong Wensi began to refine the spirit stones, diligently working to mend her injuries. With time on his hands, Chen Qingyuan decided to indulge in a bit of leisure. He set up an iron rack over the fire and sliced some meat from a spirit beast, commencing a barbecue. Chapter 29. The dogman Chen Qingyuan savored the exquisite delicacies as if he were on a holiday in the realm of death. To one side, Murong Wensi was meditating to heal her injuries, absorbing the luminous spirit stones before her, which gradually dimmed and transformed into mundane rocks. After a month, Murong Wensi's condition had significantly improved, prompting her to cease her healing for the moment. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Chen Qingyuan, who was reclining against a stone, lost in tranquil slumber. Seeing him so leisurely stirred an inexplicable irritation within Murong Wensi. She picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at Chen Qingyuan. With a soft thud, the stone struck his calf. He lazily glanced at her and inquired, "What are you doing?" "Nothing," she replied with a light snort. "Just found you unpleasant. There are plenty of people who feel the same way about me. You hardly stand out," Chen Qingyuan retorted nonchalantly. "Indeed, you do not. With your insufferable nature, you must have offended numerous individuals," Murong Wensi remarked. "Ah, but those people cannot bring me harm. They can only watch helplessly as I thrive." Chen Qingyuan added with a smirk, "I am quite curious. Have you never faced any setbacks in your life?" Murong Wensi asked. "Unless considering extraordinary circumstances, I believe not." He mused, recalling the substantial resources he had once bestowed upon by Shishua, a venture he deemed a grievous loss. Aside from that incident, he had never engaged in unprofitable dealings. What extraordinary circumstances? "Do share," Murong Wensi expressed her intrigue. "Why should I disclose that to you?" "Humph." Chen Qingyuan rolled his eyes, then shifted his tone to a teasing one. "However, if you are willing to pay a fee for the story, I might reluctantly indulge you." "Why do you act like a scoundrel? How did Xianying sect raise you?" Murong Wensi, feeling somewhat bored with her inability to leave, sought to learn more about Chen Qingyuan's past, for he was once a renowned figure in the northern wilderness. "Free range," he answered candidly. "Do you think this is a cattle ranch?" Murong Wensi laughed at his response. The two sat 10 meters apart, facing each other diagonally. The fire pit in the cave had long extinguished, with a pale white spirit orb hovering in the air, illuminating the various corners of the cavern. "If you have nothing to do, close your eyes and meditate. Do not disturb my slumber," Chen Qingyuan instructed, the spirit or being a trinket he had long forgotten the source of. "I shall not comply. What can you do about it?" Murong Wensi playfully challenged. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan stood up and slowly approached her. Upon seeing him advance, Murong Wensi instinctively leaned back, preparing to defend herself. Her gaze sharp and expression serious. "What do you intend to do?" In an unexpected move, Chen Qingyuan bypassed her and bent down to seize a long, flat stone behind her. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan returned to his original position, leaning his head against the stone, finding great comfort in the gesture. As he reclined, he could not help but taunt. What else was such a grand reaction? Murong Wensi, once again outwitted by Chen Qingyuan, truly believed he would take some action against her. Her cheeks flushed with anger and a hint of indignation. It was merely a stone. Couldn't he retrieve it with a mere thought? Why create such a spectacle? It was undoubtedly intentional. "Let me reiterate, I harbor no interest in you. Allow me to remind you, despite my handsome visage and extraordinary charm, do not develop feelings for me, lest you find yourself in misfortune." As he uttered these words, Chen Qingyuan turned to glance at Murong Wensi, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Murong Wensi retorted, "How can you be so narcissistic? It is the truth. You cannot alter it." Chen Qingyuan's ears seemed to filter any words of mockery, transforming them into compliments. "Rest assured, even if I were to fancy a pig, I would never entertain any thoughts of you." The implication in her words suggested that even a pig surpassed Chen Qingyuan. "That is good," he replied, unfazed by her taunts, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "By the way, you claim to be exceptionally charming. Why did Bai Shishua leave you?" Suddenly, Murong Wensi recalled this matter, finding it the perfect rebuttal to Chen Qingyuan. Upon hearing this, the smile slowly faded from Chen Qingyuan's lips, his expression growing somewhat complex. After a long pause, he mused, "Perhaps it was a matter of fate. If she truly loved you, even if calamity struck you, she should not have found affection anew within a mere century. Perhaps, from the very beginning, her feelings were more about mutual benefit than genuine admiration." Having finally found a topic to counter Chen Qingyuan, Murong Wensi pressed on. I understand. Chen Qingyuan slowly sat upright, locking eyes with Murong Wensi, his gaze profound as if it had traversed the long river of time, imbued with an incomprehensible sense of weariness. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Murong Wensi felt as though her consciousness was swept into a tumultuous river of yellow sand, her mood inexplicably heavy. The mocking expression on her face faded, replaced by a semblance of gravity, curiosity, and uncertainty. This was the first time she witnessed another facet of Chen Qingyuan, his eyes brimming with untold stories, steeped in experience. Do you know why you decided to become her Dao partner in the past? At that moment, Chen Qingyuan appeared transformed, evoking a sense of unfamiliarity in Murong Wensi. She bore a striking resemblance to a dear friend of mine, Chen Qingyuan remarked, gazing out at the dark, oppressive sky beyond the cave. A dear friend? Murong Wensi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She was the beauty of my dreams, so tangible yet utterly elusive. Sometimes I ponder whether the experiences within my dreams ever truly existed, Chen Qingyuan murmured. What are you saying? Murong Wensi found herself enveloped in confusion. Do you believe in past lives and reincarnation? Chen Qingyuan suddenly asked with a grave expression. I do, Murong Wensi replied with a nod. Those of exceptional power can indeed live a second life, reincarnating to cultivate anew. While such occurrences are rare, they are documented in ancient texts. However, you hardly seem like a reincarnated, powerful figure. Don't think you can fool me. That trick won't work now. If I were a reincarnation of a mighty being, would I find myself in such a predicament today? Chen Qingyuan remarked with self-deprecation. Indeed, Murong Wensi acknowledged. From what you have said, Bai Shishue resembles your past life's beloved, which explains your kindness towards her. That is approximately the sentiment. Chen Qingyuan hesitated before nodding. Unfortunately, they are ultimately not the same person. It is merely a resemblance. My connection with Bai Shishue has reached its conclusion. Memories of dreams are like fleeting bubbles, easily shattered upon touch. Chen Qingyuan did not linger on these thoughts. Upon learning of Bai Shishue's marriage to another, he felt neither great anger nor sorrow, but rather an inexplicable sense of liberation. Initially, he should never have agreed to Bai Shishue's proposal. Nonetheless, having made a promise, he intended to see it through, even if it meant offending the red-clad maiden of the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone. However, it was not he who faltered in the end, but Bai Shishue. Forgive me. Observing Chen Qingyuan's sorrowful demeanor, Murong Wensi expressed her regret. Her apology lacked sincerity. If you truly feel remorseful, show it in some tangible way. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan's expression shifted, a semblance of a smile crossing his lips. Murong Wensi's earlier sympathy vanished without a trace, and she inwardly cursed, what a dog of a man. Chapter 30. Delving into the death domain. Walking alone, just moments ago, Chen Qingyuan appeared to be steeped in melancholy, yet without any warning, he reverted to his original self, incessantly asking for benefits, which left one utterly speechless. At that fleeting moment, Murong Wensi surprisingly felt a twinge of sympathy for Chen Qingyuan, silently chiding herself for nearly being deceived by his facade once more. In the ensuing months, communication between Chen Qingyuan and Murong Wensi dwindled. With each engrossed in their own meditative practices, time passed swiftly until the moment the crimson mist began to dissipate. As Murong Wensi watched the red fog retreat deeper into the death domain, a look of joy illuminated her features. At last, the awaited moment had arrived. Let's proceed. After a brief interval, Chen Qingyuan confirmed that the mist had cleared and the barrier had weakened, turning to Murong Wensi to speak. The two set forth, preparing to depart. After approximately 2 hours, they reached the boundary of the death domain. The instant they emerged, Murong Wensi felt an overwhelming lightness in her body, as if an inexplicable weight had suddenly lifted. She promptly reached out to contact her kin, standing silently beside her. Chen Qingyuan observed a flicker of sorrow cross Murong Wensi's face. Upon concluding her conversation with the clan elder, Murong Wensi cast a glance back towards the death domain, reflecting on the last storm that had claimed the lives of more than half of her companions. It was unfortunate, such ill fate. Chen Qingyuan remarked with a hint of regret. Perhaps there truly exists some extraordinary treasure within the death domain. Yet, it seems the Murong clan is fated to forfeit it. The recent storm had indeed resulted in the loss of several elders from the Murong family. While it did not amount to a catastrophic blow, it had taken a toll on their morale, leaving them with no choice but to abandon their pursuits. You have been injured. It would be prudent to return promptly, lest you fall prey to deceitful individuals. After all, the world of cultivation is fraught with turmoil. Not everyone possesses my benevolence. The initial part of Chen Qingyuan's statement maintained a courteous tone, but the latter half elicited a bemused reaction from Murong Wensi. While it could be argued that Chen Qingyuan displayed a degree of kindness, having refrained from taking advantage of her vulnerability and willingly offering assistance, his nature was more aptly described as self-serving and narcissistic. If Murong Wensi were to assess Chen Qingyuan, she would label him a morally conscious yet scheming narcissist, concealing an intriguing past. Hey, while my Murong clan may not have protected you, you have instead taken on the role of my guardian. However, I am quite eager to learn of the ghostly physician's whereabouts. Name your price. Murong Wensi did not lose sight of the matter at hand, addressing it with utmost seriousness. Considering our acquaintance, I shall divulge this information free of charge. Chen Qingyuan pondered briefly, deciding not to hold Murong Wensi accountable this time. Yunhaxing Domain, Chiching Star. He then illustrated the precise location where the ghostly physician had previously resided. Thank you. Murong Wensi quickly noted it down, expressing her gratitude. Whether you can persuade the ghostly physician is a matter for your Murong clan to resolve. Moreover, I cannot guarantee that the physician is still present. It is all a matter of fate. Chen Qingyuan added. Receiving such detailed guidance was indeed a boon. The Murong family had entered the death domain in hopes of acquiring certain fortuitous opportunities to heal an elder within their clan. Given the treacherous path through the death domain, their only recourse was to seek out the ghostly physician. Let's part ways here. Chen Qingyuan left a single remark, turned on his heel, and departed without a backward glance. Gazing in the direction of his retreat, Murong Wensi lingered, her eyes unyielding, murmuring to herself, Chen Qingyuan, will you ever stand once more at the center of the grand stage, reviving the splendor of yesteryears? A century ago, Chen Qingyuan was a force so formidable that it left Murong Wensi feeling inadequate, single-handedly overshadowing the peerless prodigies of more than a dozen star domains. At that time, a certain enthusiast compiled a list of the most exceptional young talents in the Northern Wilderness, known as the 10 Heroes of the Northern Wilderness, with no discernible ranking among them. Yet Chen Qingyuan's name stood prominently. The title of the 10 Heroes is no trivial matter. Each prodigy within the ranks is more terrifying than the last. Alas, shortly after Chen Qingyuan was recognized as one of the 10 heroes, he encountered the cataclysm of the abyss. It is said that many talented individuals sought to challenge him, hoping to elevate their own status. 100 years later, how many in the younger generation still remember Chen Qingyuan? After parting ways with Murong Wensi, Chen Qingyuan feigned a journey to another location, but in truth, he took a circuitous route back to the dead zone. This time, he disguised himself and employed the power of a jade bracelet to conceal his whereabouts. Once assured that no one was around, he plunged into the dead zone. At this moment, the crimson mist had once again seeped to the boundaries. However, Chen Qingyuan had no intention of waiting for the mist to dissipate. With the jade bracelet shielding him, entering now would allow him to evade encounters with others, thereby sparing him considerable trouble. Had he known earlier that the jade bracelet could defy the laws of the dead zone, he would have avoided dealings with the Murong family altogether. Upon re-entering the dead zone, Chen Qingyuan felt the jade bracelet guiding him deeper into its recesses. Along the way, he stumbled upon numerous skeletal remains and remnants of spiritual treasures, such as Taoist artifacts and Qianquan bags. What a windfall! Chen Qingyuan collected everything, his smile radiant, his lips scarcely closing. In such a perilous place, where countless mighty beings trembled in fear, Chen Qingyuan felt as if he had returned home, moving through unimpeded, without a hint of pressure. After leisurely traversing for several months, not only had he gathered a plethora of treasures, but he had also advanced his cultivation to the pinnacle of the profound spirit realm. Possessing flawless innate qualities allowed Chen Qingyuan to cultivate rapidly, establishing a solid foundation. Most significantly, he already possessed the cultivation of the nascent soul realm, thus facing no hindrances. Although the crimson-clad maiden had once crippled his cultivation, she had not harmed his physical form. Now, as he resumed his training, it was remarkably effortless for him. This should be beyond the fringes of the dead zone. Chen Qingyuan mused as he surveyed the dark red earth, glancing back momentarily. At this point, the sight of skeletal remains and treasures had become increasingly rare, for few could venture this far, even those with a death wish. The silence here was profound, the desolation absolute, devoid of any semblance of life. Chen Qingyuan felt as though he could hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat, even the pulse coursing through every part of his being. As he ventured deeper, an overwhelming pressure began to envelop him, compelling him to tread cautiously. Is it still within? Upon extracting the jade bracelet, Chen Qingyuan gazed intently in the direction indicated by its movement, raising his eyes to the distance with a furrowed brow. Having come this far, it seemed illogical for Chen Qingyuan to retreat without a purpose. Moreover, this was his second agreement with the Lady in Red. He felt compelled to fulfill. Since she had summoned him, it was certain she bore no ill intentions. If she truly wished him harm, a mere breath would suffice, without the need for such elaborate measures. Chen Qingyuan was convinced that the Lady in Red would not lay a trap, as there was simply no need for such deception. After advancing for another 2 months, a glimmer of hope sparked in Chen Qingyuan's eyes as he finally made a new discovery. Chapter 31. Cemetery, Silver Spear. What discoveries await? Not far ahead, the land transformed from a deep crimson to an inky black. Chen Qingyuan advanced slowly, perceiving a shroud of darkness enveloping the sky, an invisible weight settling upon him. A cemetery? After traversing a short distance, Chen Qingyuan found himself before a graveyard, rendered speechless. As he gazed around, countless gravestones of varying sizes and heights emerged, all cloaked in a profound black hue, exuding a faint aura of desolation and an indelible melancholy that time could not obscure. Some gravestones stood erect, others tilted, while some had succumbed to the earth, buried beneath black soil and yellow sand. For reasons unknown, the sight of these gravestones stirred not only a sense of shock within Chen Qingyuan, but also an overwhelming sorrow. Indeed, it was sorrow. Why did he feel this discomfort? He pressed a hand to his chest, his brow furrowing in confusion. Tick, tick. Inexplicably, a tear slipped from the corner of Chen Qingyuan's eye. As he felt the warmth of the tear tracing down his cheek, his vision blurred, and he beheld numerous silhouettes amidst the cemetery, along with a scene of a fiercely contested battlefield. With a blink, the hazy image vanished. Buzz, the jade bracelet gently trembled, pulling Chen Qingyuan from his tumultuous thoughts. Following the bracelet's guidance, he ventured deeper into the cemetery. After what felt like an eternity, the gravestones diminished in number. Upon reaching the cemetery's end, he found an expanse devoid of ordinary gravestones. At its terminus lay a dark crimson coffin, each inch etched with the marks of time, as if it had endured an unimaginable battle. Beside the coffin stood a stone pillar, approximately 3 meters tall. A coffin? A pillar? Chen Qingyuan stood frozen, his body seemingly petrified, eyes wide with astonishment. Perhaps due to the passage of endless time, or perhaps in response to Chen Qingyuan's arrival, the stone pillar began to crack, fissures spreading across its surface. Witnessing this, Chen Qingyuan instinctively took several steps back, his body tense, a sense of apprehension creeping over him. Boom! Clatter! The pillar shattered into countless tiny fragments, revealing what lay within to Chen Qingyuan's astonished gaze. This is... Chen Qingyuan's mouth parted slightly, words caught in his throat, utterly amazed. A silver spear, approximately 9 feet in length, with a sharp, dragon-shaped tip and a smooth, flawless shaft. The tail of the spear culminated in a round sphere, resembling a snow lotus poised to bloom. The moment Chen Qingyuan beheld the silver spear, he was rendered motionless. In the depths of his memory, no weapon or artifact could rival this silver spear, which emanated an invisible power, stirring the air into a tempest that transformed the once silent and eerie cemetery into a cacophony the wind howling like the cries of a battlefield. Suddenly, the jade bracelet levitated, drifting toward the silver spear. Its intent was unmistakable. The gift spoken of by the woman in red was indeed this silver spear. A gift meant for me? Chen Qingyuan had always been avaricious, yet at this moment he found himself hesitating, unable to move forward. A gentle wave of Tao patterns emanated from the jade bracelet, as if responding to Chen Qingyuan's silent inquiry. Steadying his mind, he cautiously approached, closing the distance to the silver spear to a mere half-meter. After an extensive internal struggle, he tentatively extended his right hand and grasped the spear. In an instant, a terrifying force erupted from the spear, surging outward in all directions. The overwhelming pressure exceeded anything Chen Qingyuan had ever encountered. It was likely that even an esteemed figure in the tribulation stage would be forced to kneel under such might. Strangely, the oppressive aura from the silver spear did not harm Chen Qingyuan in the slightest. After several breaths, an unusual silence enveloped the cemetery. As he exerted himself, Chen Qingyuan was astonished to find he could lift the silver spear with relative ease. This baffled and excited him. Logically, such a divine weapon should possess sentience, unfit for an ordinary cultivator to wield. Yet, not only had he effortlessly grasped the spear, but he could also wield it with grace and without strain. Gazing intently at the silver spear he held, Chen Qingyuan paused for a moment before uttering two words. Since the spear did not reject him, he relaxed his guard slightly and decided to attempt a communion with its consciousness. Thus, a fragment of his own spirit delved into the spear. At that moment, Chen Qingyuan discovered that the spear's sentience was shattered, reduced to countless fragments, rendering communication impossible. Remarkably, despite the destruction of its consciousness, the spear remained intact. A marvel to behold. Chen Qingyuan marveled at this, then lamented, "What a pity." The obliteration of its sentience implied that the spear could only unleash less than 1% of its original power. Even so, this revelation profoundly astounded Chen Qingyuan. "I lack the ability to restore you. Whether I will ever have the opportunity remains to be seen." After studying the spear for a considerable time, he attempted to activate the jade bracelet's restrictions, drawing the spear into its confines. Acquiring this silver spear fulfilled the second promise made with the girl in red. Eager to resolve his entanglement with her, Chen Qingyuan inquired through the jade bracelet, "What is the third promise?" His greatest desire was to extricate himself from the girl in red as swiftly as possible. "Let us discuss this once you have regained your golden core stage," came the enigmatic response from within the bracelet. Upon reading this, Chen Qingyuan decided not to dwell on the matter of promises for the time being. "Never mind. I shall return home first." Having been away from the Xianying sect for some time, he intended to check in. After all, the issue of the demon cave in the Fuliu star domain remained unresolved, and the masters of various sects were undoubtedly overwhelmed with their own struggles. Retracing his original path, he turned to cast a final glance at the desolate cemetery, bowing deeply in solemn respect. With that, Chen Qingyuan embarked on his journey home. After half a year's travel, he finally emerged from the realm of death. On his return, he took a slight detour and discovered a number of treasures, filling him with immense joy. Discovering hidden treasures is indeed a significant fortune in one's life. As Chen Qingyuan emerged from the desolate realm, he continued to disguise himself, concealing his true appearance. Upon reaching a safe haven, he removed his disguise, revealing his authentic self, and summoned his spiritual vessel, setting forth towards the direction of the flowing meteor domain. What secrets lie within the depths of the graveyard in the desolate realm? And what of that coffin? To whom does the silver spear belong? As he sat within the vessel, Chen Qingyuan found himself unable to suppress his thoughts on these matters, his brow furrowed with a mixture of gravity and perplexity. Who is it? Days later, Chen Qingyuan was confronted by an individual who appeared before his vessel, obstructing his path. Chapter 32. The 10 heroes of the northern wilderness. As Wu Junyan and Chen Qingyuan approached the front of the flying vessel, they discerned the appearance of the newcomer. Their expressions shifting slightly. "It was you." The visitor donned a purple brocade robe, standing an impressive 8 feet tall, with long hair tied back, exuding a remarkable aura. "I heard you were still alive, so I came to see for myself." His name was Wu Junyan, the foremost prodigy of the northern Songstar region. Additionally, he held the esteemed title of one of the 10 heroes of the northern wilderness. Having observed the encounter, it was time to clear the way. Chen Qingyuan gestured for Wu Junyan to step aside, not to obstruct their passage. Among the nearby 10 or more star regions, only Chen Qingyuan dared to speak to Wu Junyan in such a manner. Had it been any other peer, Wu Junyan would undoubtedly have suppressed them with a single strike, showing no mercy. Years ago, we agreed to a duel, yet you broke your word. As fellow members of the 10 heroes of the northern wilderness, Wu Junyan sought to establish superiority over Chen Qingyuan. On a certain day, a century prior, the two had met, shared a few drinks, and engaged in casual conversation. Upon parting, Wu Junyan proposed a challenge to fight. To dismiss Wu Junyan, Chen Qingyuan casually mentioned a time, hoping to send him away. Brother, I nearly lost my life back then. How could I possibly fulfill our agreement to duel? Little did Chen Qingyuan know that not long after, he encountered trouble in Tianyuan, rendering their duel null and void. A promise is invaluable. As long as one lives, they must honor it, regardless of circumstances. Your absence back then was your own fault. Wu Junyan placed immense value on promises, regarding them as more significant than life itself. Why are you being so unreasonable? Chen Qingyuan lamented. I can empathize with you, but you must honor our agreement. You cannot leave me waiting in vain for so many years. Wu Junyan's expression remained cold, as if someone owed him a debt. I have just found a ghostly doctor to heal my spiritual roots, and now you come here to bully me? Chen Qingyuan said impatiently. Let us just say I lost. Shall we? No, Wu Junyan shook his head. I will not take advantage of you. I insist on a fair duel. There is no such thing as fairness in this world, Chen Qingyuan replied. Choose another time. I will suppress my realm to fight you. The duel from a century ago lingered in Wu Junyan's mind. If he did not determine a victor against Chen Qingyuan, it would inevitably evolve into a tormenting thought over time. Is this really necessary? Chen Qingyuan struggled to comprehend Wu Junyan's reasoning. What was the point of it all? It is necessary, Wu Junyan replied succinctly, nodding slowly. A duel at the same level. If you win, good. But if you lose, how embarrassing. Listen to me. The time for our duel has long passed. Let us not dwell on the past, Chen Qingyuan advised. Can a matter of a promise be taken lightly? Wu Junyan scoffed lightly, his gaze fierce. Those who break promises must face death. With that, a strand of his aura locked onto Chen Qingyuan. With the conversation reaching this point, Chen Qingyuan dared not refuse, quickly acquiescing. Very well, as you wish. Upon hearing this, Wu Junyan nodded in satisfaction. When shall we schedule our next duel? In 10 years, how does that sound? Chen Qingyuan suggested. Originally, he intended to propose a century, but reconsidered, knowing it would only lead Wu Junyan to overthink. A decade's time, every moment counts, does it not? After careful consideration, Wu Junyan nodded in agreement. When the time comes, I shall seek you out. You are truly obstinate, Chen Qingyuan remarked with a sense of helplessness. It is merely a duel. Why must it be approached with such gravity? You cannot comprehend, Wu Junyan replied. I uphold my word in this world, and ordinary folk will never grasp its significance. Indeed, Chen Qingyuan sighed softly, producing 2 flasks of fine wine. He gestured. Shall we step inside for a drink? Certainly, Wu Junyan replied without hesitation, striding into the flying vessel. The two sat opposite each other, sharing wine and reminiscing about the past. Suddenly, Wu Junyan turned the conversation to Chen Qingyuan, candidly stating, I have heard you were cast aside. Chen Qingyuan, weary of the topic, felt it was merely adding fuel to the flames. What concern is it of yours? Just a casual inquiry, Wu Junyan responded, his demeanor detached, as though he had never forged deep connections with another soul. Firstly, his temperament makes it difficult for others to engage with him. Secondly, as one of the 10 talents of the northern wilderness, mere prodigies do not possess the standing to be his equals, let alone friends. She will come to regret it, Wu Junyan remarked, referring to Bai Shishue, who had abandoned Chen Qingyuan. I have lost the charm of my youth. What is there for her to regret? Chen Qingyuan chuckled self-deprecatingly. No, Wu Junyan, despite being unable to perceive the Taoist essence within Chen Qingyuan, was confident in his insight, asserting, In my view, you have merely descended the mountain for a brief sojourn. You shall soon return to the summit, surveying the vast expanse of mountains and rivers. Why do you hold such faith in me? Chen Qingyuan inquired, puzzled. If you lacked this capability, you would not be worthy of being my rival, Wu Zhenyan mused, taking a sip of wine. Are you praising me or yourself? Chen Qingyuan skillfully navigated the vessel as the rich aroma of wine filled every corner. Both, Wu Zhenyan replied earnestly. Speaking of our impending duel, have you encountered any of the other 10 talents of the northern wilderness in recent years? This piqued Chen Qingyuan's interest. Indeed, Wu Zhenyan nodded. Have you had the opportunity to spar with them? Chen Qingyuan asked, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Zhenyan. I have not had that chance. Wu Zhenyan responded with a hint of regret. With so many prodigies in the world, why do you fixate solely on me? Chen Qingyuan's eyes bore a trace of melancholy. Should we engage in battle, there would be victory or defeat, and life or death. With you, it need not be so. In Wu Zhenyan's heart, he regarded Chen Qingyuan as a principled individual, despite his love for wealth and clever schemes, making him a worthy counterpart. Most importantly, Wu Zhenyan felt at ease with Chen Qingyuan, able to remove his mask. This sensation was one he had never experienced before. Are you afraid of death? Chen Qingyuan asked, astonished. That cannot be. Death holds no terror. It is simply not yet the time for a desperate struggle. Wu Zhenyan spoke solemnly. Indeed, the future is laden with infinite possibilities. When the time comes for a desperate struggle, one must ascend to the grand stage of the world, never allowing one's progress to falter. The northern wilderness is vast, yet it is not the ultimate destination. It is said that in the exceedingly distant imperial capital lies the heart of the world, a realm teeming with countless strong warriors and prodigies. Only upon reaching the imperial capital can one truly behold the vibrant colors of the world stage, ensuring that this life is not in vain. Chen Qingyuan, it is rumored that you emerged from the abyss alive. Shall you not meet with old acquaintances? Just as Chen Qingyuan was engaged in a lively discussion about the future with Wu Zhenyan, a hostile voice echoed from afar. Previously, Chen Qingyuan had made his presence known in the Dead Zone, forging connections with the Murong clan. The news of his arrival in the northern Tsang Star region had reached the ears of many acquaintances, who naturally wished to come and witness for themselves. This time, the visitors may not be as amiable as Wu Zhenyan. They are likely to come with intentions to take advantage of his misfortunes. Chapter 33. Away with you. Who is the blockhead in my way? In his heart, Chen Qingyuan silently cursed and raised his eyes to gaze outside. Upon a swift glance, his expression subtly shifted. He remained seated, declaring loudly, I thought it was someone noteworthy, but it turns out to be the substitute saint of the Lotus Yonder sacred land. He deliberately emphasized the word substitute as he spoke. The Lotus Yonder sacred land boasts 4 substitute saints, one of whom is named Li Jinxing. A century ago, a conflict arose between Li Jinxing and Chen Qingyuan, resulting in a confrontation. Naturally, Chen Qingyuan emerged victorious. Because of this battle, Li Jinxing's official appointment as a saint was indefinitely postponed, as the Lotus Yonder sacred land did not wish for a defeated opponent to lead the younger generation, which would tarnish their reputation. 100 years have passed, and Li Jinxing's strength has significantly increased, surpassing that of the other 3 substitute saints. Many speculate that he may soon shed the title of substitute. Chen Qingyuan, have you lost the courage to face me? Li Jinxing, clad in a dark brocade robe, sneered while observing the sealed flying vessel. I am indeed a timid man. I have never engaged in perilous endeavors. Have you come here today to strike while I am weak and reclaim your lost honor from our past? Chen Qingyuan chuckled lightly. Your courage has diminished? Li Jinxing scoffed. How many people have you offended in the past without displaying any fear? Moreover, your audacity to step into the abyss is indeed extraordinary. Enough of this prattle. Simply tell me why you obstruct my path. Chen Qingyuan regarded Li Jinxing as no friend and had no time to waste in idle chatter. I wish to invite you to the Lotus Yonder sacred land for a visit. You shall be treated with utmost hospitality. Perhaps in an effort to regain the dignity lost a century ago, or perhaps out of curiosity regarding the internal affairs of the abyss, Li Jinxing sealed the surrounding void, preventing the flying vessel from breaking through. I refuse, Chen Qingyuan stated plainly. Whether you attend is not for you to decide. With Li Jinxing's arrival, it was evident he would not relent easily. Are you serious about confronting me? Chen Qingyuan set down his wine cup, his voice resonating. You have lost the grandeur of your former self. Do not attempt to assert dominance before me. Chen Qingyuan, the lotus yonder's sacred land does not seek your life. We merely wish for you to join us for a cup of tea. Come out. In times past, Li Jinxing would have never dared to contend with Chen Qingyuan, avoiding him at all costs. However, now that Chen Qingyuan has fallen from grace, it seems anyone can come forward to trample upon him. With such arrogance, have you consulted my friends? Chen Qingyuan retorted fearlessly, his voice elevated. Friends? Li Jinqing Loga. Does someone like you have friends in the North Songstar region? Even if you did, I would care not. After a century of maneuvering, Li Jinxing's influence within the Lotus Yonder sacred land has grown significantly, and he considers himself a prominent figure within the North Songstar region. Inside the flying vessel, Chen Qingyuan lowered his voice deliberately. Old Wu, it's your turn to take action. Wu Junyan stared intently at Chen Qingyuan, saying not a word. Do not look at me like that. It's rather alarming. Chen Qingyuan pointed at the exquisite wine on the table, earnestly stating, this wine is the product of my countless efforts, having indulged in my creation. Shouldn't you assist me in return? 5-spice brew, a common offering in many taverns, replied Wu Junyan in an indifferent tone. Although Wu Junyan had revealed the origin of the wine, Chen Qingyuan felt no embarrassment. Instead, he resolutely continued, wine is easily acquired, yet true sincerity is rare. Old Wu, had it not been for our revelry, I would have already departed the North Songstar region, never to encounter that rogue Li Jinxing. Now that I find myself in trouble, shouldn't you step forward to aid me? This is no concern of mine, Wu Junyan retorted, disinterested in the matter. Very well. Alas, Chen Qingyuan sighed dramatically, feigning sorrow. Had I known of your callousness, I would not have shared this wine with you. Should I perish today, our wager becomes void. I have but one request. If I meet my end, do not disturb my grave or lament my unfulfilled promises. At this point, Wu Junyan could no longer endure the conversation. He set down his cup and rose slowly. Old Wu, I knew you to be a helpful and kind-hearted youth. Chen Qingyuan exclaimed, his heart lifting with joy at this perceived praise. To know you has been a complex affair, Wu Junyan remarked, casting a complicated and cold glance at Chen Qingyuan. Regardless of Wu Junyan's words, Chen Qingyuan maintained a smile. Ultimately, as long as Wu Junyan was willing to lend a hand, all was well. Hey, why is there no response? Outside, Li Jinxing, having heard no sound from Chen Qingyuan, grew impatient and called out, Chen Qingyuan, have you made up your mind? If you do not emerge soon, do not blame me for being ungracious. At that moment, the barrier of the flying vessel began to quiver. A smirk of triumph spread across Li Jinxing's face, as if he could already envision Chen Qingyuan's humiliation, filling him with delight. However, events did not unfold as Li Jinxing anticipated. The figure that emerged from the vessel was not Chen Qingyuan, but Wu Junyan. Upon seeing Wu Junyan, the smile on Li Jinxing's lips froze, his pupils widening in disbelief. Wu Gongzi, what brings you here? He stammered, utterly astonished at the unexpected encounter. Is it necessary for me to report my whereabouts to you? Wu Junyan replied coldly. Not necessary, Li Jinxing managed to say, feeling humiliated yet stifling his anger. Leave, Wu Junyan commanded, regarding Li Jinxing with disdain. In the vast star domain, only Chen Qingyuan garnered Wu Junyan's respect. He held others in utter contempt. I have come to invite Chen Qingyuan to visit the sacred land of Lianyo, Li Jinxing said, unwilling to depart in such a disheartened manner. Invoking the name of the sacred domain, do not presume to know my thoughts. Not even you, nor the lord of the sacred land, would dare to threaten me, Wu Junyan declared with unwavering confidence. The Lotus Sanctuary, a formidable force within the North Songstar region, elicited no fear in Wu Junyan, who spoke with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, Li Jinxing cast a penetrating glance at the flying vessel, gritted his teeth, and clasped his fists. Farewell. Lacking the courage to confront Wu Junyan, he turned away. No matter how hard he racked his brain, He could not have anticipated that Wu Junyan would choose to remain by Chen Qingyuan's side, even willing to stand up for him. In the eyes of countless individuals within the North Songstar region, Wu Junyan was known for his solitary nature, indifferent to others, and devoid of any friendships. The leaders of various sanctuaries had advised their disciples to avoid enmity with Wu Junyan if encountered in public, lest it bring trouble to their sections. The origins of Wu Junyan were shrouded in mystery, known to very few. Chen Qingyuan, too, was somewhat oblivious to this matter. "Old Wu, you are quite impressive. A mere word from you sends this fellow fleeing," Chen Qingyuan remarked with admiration. Chapter 34. Return to the Xianxing sect. Dao E Academy. Wu Junyan remained silent, his demeanor aloof. "Are you not coming in to sit for a while?" Chen Qingyuan stepped outside. "Forget it." Wu Junyan, unwilling to be commanded by Chen Qingyuan, resolutely declined. "You are too cunning. Spending too much time with you may lead to my folly." Such words. "I'm not that kind of person." Chen Qingyuan feigned indignation. Wu Junyan was not new to Chen Qingyuan's character and was well aware of his nature, refusing to be deceived by his facade. "I'm leaving." With that parting remark, Wu Junyan soared away gracefully. "Truly elegant. How enviable." Chen Qingyuan murmured softly as he watched Wu Junyan depart. Subsequently, he embarked on his journey back to the flowing meteor domain, quickening his pace. This time, Chen Qingyuan concealed his aura with a jade bracelet to prevent any unforeseen encounters. As long as fortune did not turn particularly ill, he should avoid trouble. After several months, Chen Qingyuan finally stood upon the soil of the flowing meteor domain, feeling a sense of relief. "I should go home first." Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the Xianxing sect. Upon learning of Chen Qingyuan's return, the elders emerged one after another, brimming with joy. "Qingyuan, where have you disappeared to without a word?" One elder exclaimed. Your body. There's a fluctuation of spiritual energy. Have you truly restored your spiritual roots? You rascal, you still know to come back. Were it not for the memory of our deceased master, I would have given you a good thrashing today. It is perilous outside. Why were you wandering about without informing us?" Dozens of voices expressed their concern for Chen Qingyuan. As the senior brothers and sisters calmed down, Chen Qingyuan finally recounted the fabricated tale he had prepared. He claimed that the ghost doctor had healed him and that he needed to assist the ghost doctor with a task, which he could not disclose to anyone. "Was the task the ghost doctor assigned you challenging?" A sister inquired with worry, stepping forward to scrutinize Chen Qingyuan's physique for any injuries. "It was manageable, not difficult. It has already been completed," Chen Qingyuan replied, appearing like a dutiful child, his smile radiant and soothing. "Just returning safely is what matters." The crowd ceased their admonitions, recognizing that this was not Chen Qingyuan's fault, but rather the price of receiving treatment from the ghost doctor. "Junior brother, how much of your cultivation has been restored?" The group treated Chen Qingyuan with respect, refraining from using Dao techniques to assess him. "The previous cultivation cannot be reclaimed. I must start anew." Chen Qingyuan displayed his cultivation at the Earth Spirit Realm. As long as his spiritual roots were restored, his former glory would soon return. There was no need for haste. While it was somewhat regrettable, the group felt little sorrow, instead finding joy in the thought that with Chen Qingyuan's abilities, even starting over, he would surely reach great heights once more. After conversing for a long while, the elders gradually took their leave. Through their discussions, Chen Qingyuan gleaned a general understanding of the matters concerning the Demon Cave. The Heavenly Jade sect is willing to mobilize all its resources, inviting various sects to join in suppressing the demon lair. Initially, the Xianxing sect was reluctant to lend a hand, but with many other sects agreeing to participate, they found themselves unable to remain aloof. After much deliberation, the Xianxing sect ultimately consented to offer their assistance. The benefits reaped by the sects certainly inspired them to contribute earnestly, significantly diminishing their grievances towards the Heavenly Jade sect. Merely from the Xianxing sect, they acquired a top-tier spiritual vein, over a dozen mid-tier spiritual veins, along with numerous spiritual herbs and treasures. The Flowing Star region houses a total of 19 first-rate forces, and the gains of the other sects are unlikely to fall short of those of the Xianxing sect. It is evident how substantial the fortune amassed by the Heavenly Jade sect has been over the years due to the demon lair. When will the demon lair be resolved? In a mist-laden courtyard, Chen Qingyuan sat across from his senior brother, Lin Changsheng, enjoying tea. It is said that the Heavenly Jade sect has invited a master of formations. And once the formations are set, they will all act together to seal the demon lair. According to the timeline provided by the Heavenly Jade sect, this endeavor should not exceed a decade. For cultivators, a decade is indeed a fleeting moment, but a mere blink of an eye. Some powerful beings may require hundreds or even thousands of years for a single retreat. Is there confidence in resolving this? Chen Qingyuan had perused ancient texts and was acutely aware of the horror of the demon lair. The demon lair beneath the Heavenly Jade sect has reached an irretrievable state after years of cultivation. It is hard to say. Lin Changxing's expression turned grave as he slowly shook his head. Should the demon lair erupt, it would surely bring calamity to every corner of the Flowing Star region, leaving endless repercussions. There is no need for concern, senior brother. What comes will come, and we shall find peace in it. In Chen Qingyuan's view, the true concern lies with the Heavenly Jade sect. If the demon lair falters, it is the Heavenly Jade sect that will face the brunt of the disaster. Unable to escape. Well, let's not dwell on such troubling matters. Lin Changsheng, seeking to divert the conversation, shifted his focus to Chen Qingyuan. Junior brother, there is something I must discuss with you. What is it? Noticing Lin Changsheng's serious demeanor, Chen Qingyuan felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. You have now repaired your spiritual roots, and it is impossible for me to confine you to the Xianqing sect forever. Your future path must be tread by your own feet. However, I have taken the liberty of making a decision on your behalf, and I hope you will not be upset. Lin Changsheng maintained his gaze upon Chen Qingyuan, contemplating his words. A decision? Chen Qingyuan's expression turned puzzled. To participate in the examination of the Dao Yi Academy. Lin Changsheng stated. Dao Yi Academy? What kind of place is that? After pondering for a long while, Chen Qingyuan voiced his inquiry. In his mind, there were no fragments of memory regarding the Dao Yi Academy. It is a very mysterious place. I have only heard of it before, but I have never been there. There are scant records in ancient texts about the Dao Yi Academy, leading to the inference that its lineage stretches back quite far. Lin Changsheng had once ventured out for training and had heard of the Dao Yi Academy's reputation, shrouded in mystery and elusive in its whereabouts. Senior brother, why did you not mention this to me before? Chen Qingyuan offered a wry smile. To be honest, I did not even know where the Dao Yi Academy was before. How could I have told you? Lin Changsheng replied with a hint of helplessness. Then what is the situation today? Chen Qingyuan was taken aback. Not long ago, there had been unusual fluctuations in the laws surrounding the cave where his master had once cultivated. Upon visiting, he discovered a box containing a letter and a seemingly ordinary wooden token. Lin Changxing's thoughts drifted back to the past as he recounted. The box was left behind by my master, and the letter contained a simple message, urging you to take the token to the Dao Yi Academy. Securing a position within the academy would be immensely beneficial for both yourself and the Xianqing sect. Previously, the box bore my master's sealed laws, which is why it remained unnoticed in the corner. Only when the laws loosened recently did I become aware of its existence. The token serves as a pass to the Dao Yi Academy. Possessing it is essential to locating the academy. As for how the Supreme Ancestor obtained the token, that remains a mystery. Speaking of this matter, Lin Changsheng found it peculiar. After his master passed away, he had thoroughly cleaned the cultivation cave and had not discovered this box. How did it suddenly appear? Although it was indeed strange, he was certain that the handwriting on the envelope was unmistakably his master's, bearing distinct traces of the unique techniques of the Xianqing sect, rendering it inauthentic. So, where's the wooden token now? Chen Qingyuan comprehended. I crushed it, Lin Changsheng replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan's expression of astonishment froze. Chapter 35. A glimpse of 5 years. Achieving the celestial spirit realm. Lin Changsheng hurriedly remarked. According to the letter left by our esteemed elder, as long as the wooden tablet is shattered, your name can be inscribed and conveyed to the Dao Yi Academy. Brother, you should have at least consulted me. Chen Qingyuan exclaimed, feeling utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. He had originally intended to wait for your return to discuss this matter. but the moment I retrieved the tablet, I accidentally shattered it. This incident is indeed rather peculiar. It is likely that our elder had long ago established a restriction. Once the box is opened, the mechanism is activated, causing the tablet to break. Consequently, even if Chen Qingyuan wishes to decline attending the Dao Yi Academy, he finds himself unable to refuse. Lin Changsheng recounted the entire sequence of events to Chen Qingyuan, expressing his own helplessness. The shattering of the tablet signifies that you have become a candidate for the Dao Yi Academy. When the appointed time arrives, representatives from the academy will come to seek you for the assessment. Junior brother, do you have any further questions? Lin Changsheng inquired. Given the circumstances, what more can I say? Chen Qingyuan replied with a wry smile. This is the elder's final wish. I hope you do not disappoint him, Lin Changsheng added. The origins of the Dao Yi Academy remain a mystery to all. Lin Changsheng trusted that the elder would not lead Chen Qingyuan astray, harboring little concern. I understand. Chen Qingyuan nodded gently, his expression a blend of complexity. His rather troublesome master certainly knows how to stir up trouble. Who knows when the Dao Yi Academy will arrive? Your body has only just recovered. Be sure to rest well, Lin Changsheng advised. The flowing star domain is growing increasingly tumultuous. It would be wise for you to stay indoors for the time being. Very well, Chen Qingyuan agreed as he returned to his dwelling, contemplating the recent events. It felt as though an invisible hand was steering everything, guiding him towards a new path. Both the graveyard of the death domain and the silver spear, as well as the recently learned about Dao Yi Academy, suggested that Chen Qingyuan's future would not be devoid of challenges and that he might encounter many troubles ahead. His leisurely days at the Xianqing sect would likely not last much longer. Thus, Chen Qingyuan lived quietly for 5 years. Over these 5 years, Chen Qingyuan's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the pinnacle of the celestial spirit realm. He was but a step away from entering the golden core realm. Once he crossed that threshold, further advancement would not be so easily attained. The path only grew more arduous with time. Countless cultivators have spent centuries to reach the golden core realm, while Chen Qingyuan, having reformed his Dao bones, had done so in less than a decade. It is anticipated that this final step would not require an extensive duration for Chen Qingyuan. During this period, aside from his cultivation, he enjoyed the company of his senior brothers, indulging in wine and tea, leading a comfortable life. Wherever he went, the disciples within the sect treated him with utmost respect, addressing him as Junior Uncle. Junior Uncle, this is the recently collected debt. Please take a look, Lin Pingyan announced as he entered, placing a high-quality Qingyuan pouch on the table. In an effort to rectify Lin Pingyan's indecisive nature, Chen Qingyuan had brought forth many overdue accounts, tasking Lin Pingyan with the collection. Initially, Lin Pingyan was quite reluctant, convinced that he would surely fail in this endeavor. However, under the firm pressure exerted by Chen Qingyuan, who assumed the role of a junior uncle, Lin Pingyan had no choice but to comply. There were occasions when Lin Pingyan was unable to recover certain debts, and he would return to inform Chen Qingyuan. In response, Chen Qingyuan would guide Lin Pingyan on the appropriate course of action, such as issuing challenges, hiring individuals for public denunciation, or blockading entrances, among other tactics. Gradually, Lin Pingyan became acquainted with these operational procedures. After a few years, he could effortlessly manage these matters without Chen Qingyuan's intervention. Little Yin, all of this is yours. Take it. To instill a profound awareness of his past mistakes in Lin Pingyan, Chen Qingyuan allocated all the resources he had acquired to him. At first, Lin Pingyan hesitated, outright refusing. Yet, through Chen Qingyuan's compelling arguments, the resources were forcefully placed into Lin Pingyan's hands. Thank you, Junior Uncle. Gazing at the abundance of resources, Lin Pingyan suddenly felt a sense of newfound affluence. No need for gratitude. We are like family, Chen Qingyuan said, patting Lin Pingyan on the shoulder with sincerity. I have faith in you. The future is promising. Through Lin Pingyan's expressive gaze, Chen Qingyuan realized that his years of mentorship had not been in vain. The gentle and refined Lin Pingyan of yore had vanished, and his demeanor had transformed significantly. The once upstanding Han Shan had also undergone a change after meeting Chen Qingyuan. gradually becoming more avaricious and miserly. Today, Lin Pingyan mirrored that evolution. However, Chen Qingyuan had always adhered to his principles, while he was indeed driven by greed. He maintained a distinction between business and personal conduct, ensuring they remained separate. Furthermore, the resources that Chen Qingyuan had acquired were merely debts issued years prior, with slightly elevated interests, which had been clearly communicated to the borrowers at the time of lending. One party's willingness to lend and the other's readiness to borrow. Junior uncle, I shall take my leave now. Lin Pingyan departed, laden with rewards, his heart brimming with joy. In the days that followed, many became aware of the miraculous restoration of Chen Qingyuan's spiritual roots, which seemed beyond belief. How could a body, tainted by the laws of the abyssal forbidden zone, suddenly regain the ability to cultivate? Although the ghost doctor possessed remarkable medical skills, it was implausible for him to resolve the residual laws of the forbidden zone afflicting Chen Qingyuan. Numerous powerful individuals found this matter rather perplexing, frequently lurking around the Xianxing sect in search of clarity. They suspected that this was a deliberate act orchestrated by the Xianxing sect to obscure what opportunity Chen Qingyuan had obtained from the abyss. As long as Chen Qingyuan remained indoors, even if various forces harbored suspicions, they dared not act openly. On a certain day, the powerful sects of the fully used star domain convened to deliberate on matters concerning Chen Qingyuan, ultimately reaching a decision to confront the Xianxing sect and demand answers in person. The extraordinary phenomenon of the celestial light from the abyssal forbidden zone a century prior surely indicated the emergence of some celestial treasure. Given that Chen Qingyuan had spent a century within the abyss, he must possess numerous secrets. On that day, 10 first-rate sects dispatched their formidable members, totaling over 100 core elders of the transformation stage, all gathering in one place. Sect Master, we have a grave situation. An elder, having gathered intelligence, immediately reported the matter. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chongxing's expression turned grave. His right hand gripped the armrest of the chair tightly as he pondered. Summon all elders to the council hall and recall all disciples who are out. After issuing this command, Lin Chongsheng turned to an elder beside him and instructed, "Prepare tea and receive our guests." Understood. The entire Xianxing sect was placed on high alert, ready to confront any potential developments. Naturally, Chen Qingyuan, who remained indoors, was also aware of the situation. He murmured to himself, "When I first returned, various sects harbored thoughts of interrogation. In the past, my spiritual roots had been severed, and with the protection of the sect, all forces refrained from making excessive moves. Now that I can cultivate once more, those individuals believe that the grand opportunity of Tianyuan has fallen into my hands or that I possess knowledge of it. Their intentions are far from benign." Chen Qingyuan stepped out of his cave dwelling and stood atop a mountain peak, gazing into the distance with a furrowed brow. 2 hours later, powerful figures from various sects made their appearance. Chapter 36. The Assembly of Heroes, pressing for the secrets of the abyss among those present. The weakest were formidable cultivators at the transformation stage, with several ancient figures at the tribulation stage. Notable sects such as the Tianyuan sect, Dongyi Palace, Nanjing Great Enlightenment Temple, Myriad Spirit Gate, and the Beihai Dragon Clan had all gathered. The leading powers of the flowing star domain had covertly forged an agreement to jointly exert pressure on the Xianxing sect, compelling Chen Qingyuan to divulge all information regarding the abyss. "Esteemed friends, please enter." The venerable protector of the sect, Dong Wenjun, personally welcomed the guests. Adorned in a black brocade robe, despite his advanced age, he exuded an extraordinary presence. To safeguard Chen Qingyuan, Lin Chongsheng had dispatched Lin Pingyan to oversee him, ensuring that Chen Qingyuan would not leave the confines of his cave dwelling. Over 100 eminent cultivators slowly made their way into the mountain gates of the Xianxing sect. Along the path, they observed disciples on both sides, each wielding sharp blades with expressions of stoic resolve. Although these disciples were acutely aware that the attendees were figures they rarely encountered, they displayed no hint of trepidation. Their eyes sparkled with determination, their stances unwavering as if they were mountains. Should the sect face peril, each disciple would willingly fight to the death, harboring no regrets. Witnessing such spirit among the Xianqing sect's disciples, the assembled powers could not help but express their admiration, even feeling a twinge of envy. In the grand hall, the powerful figures took their seats on the right, while the elders of the Xianqing sect occupied the left. Outside the hall, thousands of disciples clad in white stood at the ready, maintaining an eerie silence without exchanging whispers. Esteemed guests, what brings you here today? Lin Chongsheng, seated high above, gazed down at the sect leaders, his expression impassive. The esteemed sect leader is a wise man. Surely he comprehends our intentions. The elder at the forefront, named Shun Shiji, was the supreme elder of the Tianyuan sect, a genuine powerhouse of the tribulation stage. I am unaware. I beseech you to speak candidly. Lin Chongsheng feigned ignorance, striving to retain control of the situation, unwilling to be led by the noses of the various sect cultivators. In that case, allow me to speak plainly. If I cause offense, I ask for your forgiveness. Shun Shiji stroked his white beard. It has come to our attention that Elder Chen Qingyuan of your sect has restored his spiritual roots. We come bearing our blessings. Moreover, we wish to glean information regarding the abyss from Elder Chen. Ah, so that is the matter at hand. I recall that long ago, the Xianqing sect had already provided an answer. Back then, our junior brother was sealed within a barrier and endured a century before managing to escape. Lin Chongsheng replied, "Do you truly believe we would trust such claims?" Shun Shiji chuckled. "Whether you believe it or not is of no concern to me. I have said all that I can." Lin Chongsheng's demeanor remained indifferent, his tone unyielding. The elders seated on the left possessed sharp gazes, fixated intently on the powerful figures across from them, their expressions grave. Why not summon Elder Chen? Once we clarify matters, we can depart without jeopardizing the camaraderie between our sects, Shun Shiji proposed. Elder Shun, I advise you to manage your own affairs first, lest you incite the emergence of a demonic lair. Otherwise, the Tianyuan sect may find it exceedingly challenging to persist in this world. Were it not for Lin Chongsheng representing the dignity of the Xianqing sect, he might have responded with harsh words. The matter of the demonic lair will be resolved without requiring your concern, sect leader Lin. Shun Shiji smiled with an fa of courtesy and said, "Today, let us only discuss Elder Chen and the matters concerning Tianyuan. The rest can be addressed at another time. Indeed, it will be prudent to have Elder Chen make an appearance," spoke a figure seated beside Shun Shiji, the esteemed guardian elder of Dongyi Palace, known as Lu Ruoi, a middle-aged woman clad in light-colored robes, still retaining her grace. Years ago, our sect suffered grievous losses in Tianyuan, so it is only reasonable that we seek to understand the current circumstances within. Another voice chimed in. The three formidable beings of the tribulation transcendence period turned their gazes towards Lin Chongsheng, amplifying the pressure upon him. Had he been an ordinary sect leader, he would likely have succumbed to panic, agreeing to appease these powerful figures. However, Lin Chongsheng was no ordinary individual. He rose to his feet, his eyes sharp as blades, and declared in a deep voice, "My junior disciple has narrowly escaped death, and it is only through the healing of the ghost doctor that he has been able to resume his cultivation, whether you choose to believe it or not. The truth remains as such." With that, Dong Wenjun and the others stood in unison, their imposing presence palpable. Should Lin Chongsheng give the command, they would not hesitate to expel the intruders. As for the consequences, they cared little. With their adversaries already encroaching upon their domain, it would be folly to hesitate. They might as well dig their own graves to spare themselves further indignities. Lord Lin, do not be agitated. We bear no disrespect towards the Xianqing sect. As long as Chen Qingyuan permits us to probe his soul without harm, we shall depart immediately once this matter is resolved. The technique of soul probing could unveil the entire life experiences of an individual, significantly impacting the subject. Naturally, if executed by an immensely powerful practitioner, and if the subject refrained from resistance, their body would remain largely unscathed. Every practitioner harbors secrets under normal circumstances. It is unlikely anyone would willingly allow another to delve into their soul. Preposterous. Dong Wenjun could no longer contain himself. A powerful aura erupted from him, sending the table before the assembled strongmen crashing down. shattering the teacups atop it. Witnessing Dong Wenjun's intense reaction, the others were momentarily taken aback, yet soon regained their composure. Given the suggestion of soul probing, it was entirely within reason for the typically irascible Dong Wenjun to react thus. Taoist Dong. If Chen Qingyuan has indeed been sealed away in a mystical realm for over a century, as previously suggested, it would confirm that the Xianqing sect has not deceived us, and we shall duly apologize. However, if Chen Qingyuan has concealed the truth, many from various sects perished in Tianyuan, and we are entitled to seek clarity. Shun Shiji's cultivation level was no less formidable than Dong Wenjun's, and he diffused the latter's oppressive aura with ease amidst their discourse. You're testing the patience of the Xianqing sect, are you not? Dong Wenjun rebuked, pointing an accusatory finger at the assembly. Lin Changsheng turned to regard Dong Wenjun, prompting him to swallow back his subsequent crude words. Then, Lin Changsheng stood tall, hands clasped behind him, gazing out beyond the hall, his voice resounding like a bell. Disciples of the Xianqing sect, heed my words. Should anyone dare to oppress my junior uncle, will you stand in agreement or dissent? In dissent. Over 10,000 disciples echoed in unison, their voices resonating across the seas, shaking the heavens. In days gone by, when Chen Qingyuan prospered, he generously bestowed numerous benefits upon the disciples of the sect, thereby cultivating goodwill. Furthermore, it is imperative to construct beneficial amenities for the sect, such as enhancing the living conditions in the servant quarters, augmenting the monthly supply of spirit stones for the inner disciples' cultivation, and bestowing gifts upon the outstanding disciples annually. Consequently, the disciples of the Xianqing sect hold Chen Qingyuan in great esteem, their affectionate calls of little master, uncle resonating with genuine admiration. Earning money is no easy feat. It is all for the sake of one's family. Chen Qingyuan rarely possesses an abundance of resources, as they are all of practical utility. Han Shan from the Yinhai Star domain only emulated Chen Qingyuan's avarice, failing to recognize his contributions, which tarnished his own reputation within the sect. In contrast, despite the sect's disciples being aware of Chen Qingyuan's penchant for wealth, none would dare speak ill of him in secret. If he refused to comply, so be it. Lin Changxing's gaze fell upon the powerful figures of various sects, his tone firm as he proclaimed, "For I, too, shall not acquiesce." As his words echoed, Lin Changsheng erupted with an overwhelming aura of a transcendent being at the tribulation stage, shattering the floor of the hall and conjuring a tempest that darkened the skies, forming a colossal vortex in the heavens above. Chapter 37. The appearance of Chen Qingyuan. Tensions rise suddenly. Lin Changxing launched an attack, catching everyone off guard, their expressions shifting dramatically. Lin Zhongzhu, what do you intend to do? Questioned Shun Shiji of Tianyuan sect, his voice hoarse with anxiety. It is not what I intend to do, but rather what you all wish to accomplish, Lin Changxing replied solemnly. Do not presume that your gathering here can instill fear in the hearts of the Xianqing sect. If you refuse to heed the warnings, then let us engage in battle. We merely seek the truth. If Chen Qingyuan were to cooperate, the soul-searching would not harm his foundation. There is no need for this impasse. Shun Shiji and others frowned, unprepared for the resolve displayed by the Xianqing sect, finding themselves in a precarious position. If my master and uncle were still alive, your audacity within the Xianqing sect would have been swiftly quelled. Lin Changsheng reminisced about the past, when the Xianqing sect stood as a formidable force, the strongest entity in the flowing star domain. The Xianqing sect had never pursued power or fame, nor did it encroach upon the resources and territories of others. Furthermore, the sect emphasized the importance of unity and mutual assistance among its disciples, forbidding any actions that would jeopardize their camaraderie for personal gain. This principle was inviolable. Had it been in earlier times, the elders of the Xianqing sect would have easily dispatched Shen Shiji and his associates, not permitting their arrogance to persist. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Shen Shiji, as the representative, asked gravely, if Elder Shun is willing to allow me to search his soul, I might reconsider. Lin Changsheng retorted with a cold laugh. At this juncture, Shun Shiji grasped Lin Changsheng's intent, his expression darkening as the spiritual energy within him surged. How could he possibly acquiesce? He harbored too many secrets, not merely the existence of the abyss beneath Tianyu's sect, but numerous past deeds he wished to remain hidden. It was absurd that he sought to delve into Chen Qingyuan's memories while refusing to allow others to probe into his own. In an instant, everyone rose. The two sides poised for confrontation, the atmosphere thick with impending conflict. Should hostilities erupt, the Xianqing sect would face utter devastation. Yet, the sect remained undaunted, its disciples forming a battle array, ready to engage. The powerful figures from various sects could not comprehend why the Xianqing sect would go to such lengths for a single individual. In other sects, the disciples would have already been sacrificed to preserve the greater good. In truth, even if the troubled party were not Chen Qingyuan, but any disciple within, the Xianqing sect would still refuse to compromise. Life could be forfeited, but dignity must never be trampled. The ancestors of the Xianqing sect had transmitted their will through their actions, striving to make the sect a sanctuary for all disciples, a place of belonging. Without faith, the sect would crumble in times of adversity. Activate the protective formation, Lin Chongxing commanded. Elder Dong Wenjun raised his hand, triggering the grand formation of the Xianqing sect. The laws of the formation ensnared Shen Shiji and his compatriots. An impending clash loomed ominously. Although the overall strength of the various sects surpasses that of the Su Nqing sect, this is the home ground of Su Nqing. Should a catastrophic battle ensue, it would undoubtedly result in mutual destruction, with countless casualties. Even formidable beings in the tribulation transcendent stage cannot guarantee their safety. The situation has reached an impasse, with neither side daring to strike first for fear of calamity. What should we do? We initially believed that merely applying pressure on Su Nqing would compel them to yield. Yet, how did matters escalate to this point? The Su Nqing sect proves to be a tough nut to crack. Frankly speaking, being a disciple of the Su Nqing sect is indeed a source of great happiness, providing a shield against bullying from outsiders. The powerful figures from various sects exchanged whispers with familiar faces, their gazes fixated on the Su Nqing disciples, their bodies tensed. In this moment, a flicker of envy blossomed in many hearts, reminiscent of the rivalries they once faced in their own sects during their youth. Lin Chingyuan slowly descended from his elevated position, his unwavering gaze fixed upon SHG, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, boldly calling out, SHG, you were oppressed by my master and uncle all your life. Now I wish to test your mettle. What use is your master's strength if he fell before an old man like me? SHG, now advanced in years, perhaps with little time remaining, hoped to gain opportunities from Chen Qingyuan to enhance his cultivation and prolong his life. At the very least, I have lived more splendidly than you ever could, Lin Ching declared. I am curious to see if your fists are as formidable as your words. With that, SHG stepped forward, ready to engage Lin Ching in earnest combat. At this juncture, as the leader, he could not afford to retreat. Otherwise, the powerful figures from various sects would surely waver in loyalty, putting the Su Nqing sect at risk. Well, this is quite lively. Just as both sides were poised for battle, Chen Qingyuan leisurely entered through the great doors, flanked by Lin Pingyan, who kept his gaze lowered to the floor, wary of making eye contact with the elders. To extricate himself from the situation, Chen Qingyuan had exerted considerable effort. After much struggle, he finally succeeded. In an instant, all eyes turned toward him. Little uncle, outside, thousands of disciples, clad in white, bowed in unison. Greetings to everyone, Chen Qingyuan replied, offering a smile and a nod before stepping into the grand hall. Little junior brother, what brings you here? Lin Ching and the others wore expressions of concern. Should a conflict erupt, they might not be able to protect Chen Qingyuan. I came to see senior sister. A wrinkled elder woman directed her voice towards Chen Qingyuan. Yet, he did not approach her, but reassured Lin Ching and the others. There is no need for such anxiety. Allow me to handle this matter. Lin Ching furrowed his brow, turning to Lin Pingyan, demanding, Lin Pingyan, I instructed you to guard your little uncle. Why did you defy my orders? Father, I apologize, Lin Pingyan began, preparing to explain. Before he could elaborate, Lin Qingyuan erupted. What good is an apology? In such close proximity, if the formidable powers of various sects were resolutely intent on targeting Chen Qingyuan, even with the protective array of the sect as a shield, Lin Chongsheng would find it exceedingly difficult to guarantee that no unforeseen incidents would arise, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. Eldest brother, please do not chastise Xiaoyan. This is my predicament. Today, Chen Qingyuan donned a light-colored long robe, his inky black hair elegantly secured with a wooden hairpin, exuding an air of refined grace. Trust me. Lin Chongsheng exchanged a deep gaze with Chen Qingyuan, unable to refuse, and slowly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan turned to face the formidable powers of the various sects, his countenance betraying not a trace of fear, as he remained composed and unperturbed amidst the looming tension. Chapter 38. The absurdity of robbery. The moment Chen Qingyuan stepped into the room, Shun Shiji and the others began to scrutinize him, and indeed, they discerned the flow of spiritual energy within him, signifying that Chen Qingyuan was once again capable of cultivation. Shun Shiji felt a surge of joy in his heart, convinced that Chen Qingyuan had likely encountered some astonishing fortune within the Tianyuan forbidden zone. If he could claim such a fortune for himself, the future would undoubtedly hold limitless possibilities. Having traveled a great distance to my Xianying sect, you wish to learn about my experiences in Tianyuan, do you not? Chen Qingyuan said, as he pulled a stool and seated himself at the center of the hall, his back to his seniors and facing the powerful figures of various sections. Indeed, admitted an elder from one of the sections, I mentioned this before, yet you did not believe me. What are we to do about it? Chen Qingyuan sighed in mild exasperation. If Elder Chen is willing to open his mind for me to probe, all our questions will be easily resolved, Shun Shiji proposed. Upon hearing such words, the faces of the other elders were filled with anger. They longed to retaliate, for fear was not the mark of a Xianying sect member. However, since Chen Qingyuan had already made an appearance, they chose to remain silent and extend their trust. Probing a mind? That is quite acceptable. Chen Qingyuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was not a significant issue. Junior brother, Dong Wenjun interjected, unable to contain himself, signaling Chen Qingyuan to refrain from making rash decisions. The matter of mind probing could be serious or trivial. Should Chen Qingyuan possess any secrets, it would be inappropriate to expose them before the crowd. Moreover, even if he had no secrets, allowing such probing would not only tarnish the sect's reputation, but could also lead to the embedding of poison or harm to his essence, detrimental to Chen Qingyuan's future development. Elder Chen, your righteousness is commendable. I am in admiration. Shun Shiji feigned a smile, expressing false reverence as he clasped his hands in greeting. You have not come to Xianying sect as guests, but rather to exert pressure. If that is the case, let us settle this matter, Chen Qingyuan declared. Settle what? The representatives of the various sects exchanged glances, puzzled by his meaning. Behold the spilled tea upon the ground. It is brewed from our Xianying sect's finest leaves. You have not come here merely as guests, but with ulterior motives. Therefore, this tea is certainly not complimentary. After all, no household would invite those with ill intentions to partake in tea. Chen Qingyuan pointed at the tea on the floor, feigning a look of heartbreak. I believe I understand now. Xianying sect seeks to collect payment for the tea, Shun Shiji remarked. This elder is quite astute, Chen Qingyuan acknowledged, though he refrained from addressing him with any honorifics. Hearing the praise, Shun Shiji felt a peculiar discomfort, as though an ant were gnawing at him. Nevertheless, in pursuit of acquiring valuable information from within Tianyuan in a peaceful manner, Shun Shiji swallowed his discomfort. Does Xianying sect, with its grand heritage, truly lack such trivial tea money? Indeed, we lack it, Chen Qingyuan emphasized. Unlike the affluent Tianyuan sect, Xianying sect must rely on meticulous budgeting to sustain our existence. Just this cup of tea requires 100 top-grade spirit stones, which are quite precious. Little one, a cup of inferior water requires 100 high-grade spirit stones? Are you jesting? A prominent cultivator from a certain sect furrowed his brow and scoffed. The ratio of spirit stone quality is 1 to 100. One high-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 mid-grade spirit stones. In other words, a single cup of tea requires 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, which is akin to the annual income of many third-rate factions. With over 100 esteemed cultivators present, and each having poured themselves a cup, the total amounted to over 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. This is nothing short of highway robbery. The true value of the tea, one might surmise, is scarcely a single high-grade spirit stone. Hearing Chen Qingyuan's remarks, Lin Chongsheng and the others couldn't help but twitch their lips in silence. In such a situation, the junior disciple still harbored thoughts of deceiving others and engaging in business. His nature is truly unchangeable. I am not jesting. This is indeed true, Chen Qingyuan asserted, his face betraying no hint of embarrassment, his words resolute. The tea grove behind the Xinqing sect is meticulously tended to daily by dedicated individuals, nourished monthly with spirit water, and occasionally treated with fine spiritual herbs ground into powder and applied to each tender leaf. It takes 1,000 years for the trees to blossom, 1,000 years to bear fruit, and only after a millennium can they reach maturity. As Chen Qingyuan was about to continue his tall tale, Shen Shiji could no longer endure it and interrupted, "Enough! I was not finished." Chen Qingyuan protested, gaining momentum. "Moreover, I have yet to account for the broken tables and chairs, as well as the cracked floorboards. Youngster, these damages were not caused by us, but rather by your sect as protective elders," someone retorted indignantly. "Yet, one must ponder, if you had not. Would such incidents have transpired?" Chen Qingyuan shifted the blame entirely onto the assembled cultivators. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones are utterly outrageous. I, an old man, cannot acquiesce to such a demand. Everyone present understood that Chen Qingyuan sought to leverage the situation for his own benefit. "Very well," Chen Qingyuan sighed, "alas. You exhibit no sincerity whatsoever. You are not guests, and even after drinking the tea, you refuse to pay. Very well then, let it be." With that, Chen Qingyuan rose, benevolently warning, "From this day forth, the Xinqing sect may well become a ruin, and few of you present may survive. You are all prominent figures in the flowing star domain, yet you refuse even to pay for tea. How can I trust that you will not engage in trickery during the soul-searching process?" After careful consideration, Shen Shiji gritted his teeth and acquiesced. "Elder Chen, it is merely the cost of tea. I shall provide it." In truth, the issue was not about the cost of tea, but rather the undeniable awareness that this was Chen Qingyuan's ruse, yet they felt compelled to comply. It was akin to Chen Qingyuan extending a foot, while a group of individuals desperately sought to adhere to it, enduring the humiliation of their intelligence being insulted, which left them feeling quite distressed. Thus, at Shen Shiji's gesture, each person produced hundreds of high-grade spirit stones. Upon receiving the spirit stones, Chen Qingyuan immediately donned a new expression, his face alight with a smile. "You are all truly courteous. Thank you." He then turned to Lin Pingyan, who stood outside the door, and remarked, "Little Yin, why are you standing there in a daze? Do you not see that the tea has been spilled all over the ground? Hurry, fetch new tea for the esteemed elders." Do not. Your esteemed tea is a rare treasure. We cannot afford it." The crowd hastily waved their hands in refusal, their words steeped in mockery. Although Chen Qingyuan discerned the underlying sarcasm, he feigned ignorance, suggesting, "While the tea leaves are indeed precious, on account of your generous nature, we might offer a 50% discount later." "Absolutely not." The crowd, flushed with indignation, was left wondering whether this young man was genuinely foolish or simply intent on provoking them. Perhaps it would be best to let the matter rest. Chen Qingyuan had initially intended to further exploit this group of local tycoons, yet it appeared that opportunity had slipped away. Observing Chen Qingyuan amass a substantial fortune, Lin Pingyan's eyes brimmed with admiration. He felt his own understanding of wealth was woefully inadequate, falling far short of his junior master's prowess. He resolved to learn, and to do so diligently. Since birth, Lin Pingyan had led a constrained existence, only recently grasping the comfort that comes with affluence under Chen Qingyuan's guidance. "It is time we address serious matters," Shen Shiji stated solemnly, his tone grave. "Should Chen Qingyuan dare to engage in any further antics, Chen Shiji would no longer be able to restrain himself. Indeed, Chen Qingyuan replied, retracting his smile and adopting a serious demeanor. Now we must discuss compensation for emotional distress. What? The others, upon hearing this, were left in a state of bewilderment, nearly driven to exasperation. Had it not been for the intimidating presence of figures like Lin Changsheng, who wished to avoid a conflict, the powerful factions would have intervened long ago. Chapter 39. The Gaze of Sympathy. What is this thing called mental damages? Not only were Chen Shiji and the others bewildered, but even the members of the Xiansheng sect appeared taken aback. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed upon Chen Qingyuan, rendering the atmosphere palpably awkward and eerily silent. After a prolonged period, an elder from a certain sect broke the impasse, inquiring Chen Qingyuan, "Are you suggesting that we owe you money?" "Indeed, that is precisely my point. After all, you all intended to probe my soul, which has undeniably jeopardized my personal safety. It would be utterly unreasonable not to compensate me for my mental anguish." Chen Qingyuan cast a reassuring glance at the elder and replied with a grin, "Wasn't that what I just offered you?" At this moment, Chen Shiji was not particularly enraged. His mind was still grappling with the situation. The elder's age had evidently dulled his memory, prompting Chen Qingyuan to clarify, "What I provided earlier was merely a token for tea." The crowd was left in disarray. "You are far too greedy. Chen Qingyuan, do not overreach," exclaimed Lu Ruoyi from Dongyi Palace, her voice laced with indignation. "Madam, you and your multitude have descended upon the Xiansheng sect, leveraging your power. Who, pray tell, is truly being excessive here?" Chen Qingyuan's smile vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. He held no reservations in addressing the people of Dongyi Palace. Years ago, out of respect for Bai Shishue, he had gone above and beyond for Dongyi Palace, offering resources in abundance. However, how did Dongyi Palace reciprocate? Upon his return, they dispatched Yao Susu with a mid-grade spiritual vein, seeking to placate him, which was utterly repulsive. Had it not been for Chen Qingyuan's composure, he would have lashed out in anger at that moment. As for the notion of mental damages, I shall not acquiesce. Upon hearing the term, madam, Lu Ruoyi's ire intensified. Though she was indeed advanced in years, her appearance remained youthful and her charm undiminished. Not acquiesce. Chen Qingyuan turned to Lin Changsheng, his expression earnest. "Elder brother, if a fight were to ensue, do we have the strength to endure? If the Xiansheng sect were to fall today, there would be precious few among us who could escape unscathed. I assure you, none from Dongyi Palace would survive." Lin Changsheng instantly comprehended Chen Qingyuan's intent and proclaimed loudly, "Then it is settled. When the battle commences, do not concern yourselves with my fate. If our sect is destroyed, my existence will hold no value. Brothers and sisters, when the time comes, focus on eliminating that old witch from Dongyi Palace. Show her no mercy. Even if she is a formidable figure in the tribulation phase, we can drown her with our collective spittle." Chen Qingyuan addressed Dong Wenjun and the others. "Excellent. I've long harbored disdain for Dongyi Palace." A fiery sister stepped forward, her eyes blazing with fury. "Should they attempt to seize this piece of bone from the Xiansheng sect, they shall make the majority of the forces in the Lulu Star domain regret their actions." As the elder guardian of the sect, Dong Wenjun's strength was second only to the sect leader, Lin Changsheng, justifying her bold proclamation. Had our masters and uncles not perished, even the combined forces of the Lulu Star domain would not have been able to shake the foundations of the Xiansheng sect. Listening to the fervent remarks of the elders from the Xiansheng sect, each more impassioned than the last, one elder even shattered a jade pillar behind him. Observing this spectacle, the powerful individuals from various sects felt a twinge of apprehension. They had initially anticipated an effortless endeavor, expecting the Xiansheng sect to acquiesce. However, the resilience of its members was unexpectedly formidable. Outside the hall, disciples of the Xiansheng sect had already formed a lethal formation, displaying a fearlessness that suggested they would not hesitate to confront adversaries who had cultivated for millennia. The elders, who had come merely to glean information about Tianyuan, never intended to engage in a life-or-death struggle. If a disagreement were to erupt into violence, leading to their demise, it would be a grievous loss indeed. Goodness, Brother Wu, we haven't even begun fighting, and you've already destroyed a spiritual pillar. Such extravagance. Witnessing the overwhelming force of a senior brother shatter a jade spirit pillar. Chen Qingyuan's heart bled, and he reproached him. My apologies, I got a bit carried away. Brother Wu responded to the criticism without feeling humiliated. Instead, he sheepishly rubbed the back of his head and offered an awkward smile. If we survive this skirmish, you'll have to use your own savings to repair the pillar. Since childhood, Chen Qingyuan had engaged in numerous businesses, amassing considerable wealth for the Xinqing sect. He mused that Brother Wu's personal finances might not suffice for the repairs and wondered if they might accrue a debt. Brother Wu's imposing demeanor instantly diminished as he quietly negotiated, ignoring Shen Shiji and the others. I recall your savings weren't substantial, Chen Qingyuan inquired in surprise. Don't remind me. 2 years ago, your sister-in-law discovered it and took everything. Brother Wu lamented, his robust frame conveying his grievance. Upon hearing this, the male elders of the Xinqing sect cast sympathetic glances at Brother Wu, mourning the loss of his long-hidden savings, plundered in an instant. A truly tragic fate. The female disciples, however, merely scoffed, thinking it served him right. After all these years as a couple, how dare he still hide personal funds for over a millennium? Chen Qingyuan, feeling a pang of compassion, refrained from expressing anger and instead suggested, Brother Wu, you could follow Xiao Yanzi to earn some money. The lad has barely graduated and is sure to bring you considerable profits. Really? Thank you, junior brother. Brother Wu's eyes sparkled with hope, as if envisioning a bounty of spiritual stones heading his way. Just as the camaraderie among the brothers began to flourish, the powerful figures from various sects, their faces ashen, could no longer contain their frustration. Hey, we are still here. Do you truly not regard us? With the prospect of a fierce battle looming, Chen Qingyuan glanced back at Shen Shiji and the others, rolling his eyes in annoyance. Is it too much to ask to have a few words with my senior brother before we face death? In truth, many of the formidable warriors felt a sense of dread. They were reluctant to risk their lives. The members of the Xinqing sect were too fierce, showing no fear of death, and their ferocity in battle would be overwhelming. My young friend, do not be so agitated. We have not stated that we would deny compensation for emotional distress. Shen Shiji managed to suppress his anger and forced a smile. Did not that old witch claim otherwise? Chen Qingyuan cast a fleeting glance at Lu Ruoyi of Dongyi Palace, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Lu Ruoyi, gripping the armrest of her chair, left deep imprints of her palms upon it. As the esteemed protector elder of Dongyi Palace, her position commanded respect. Yet she found herself shamefully humiliated by Chen Qingyuan in the presence of other esteemed elders. Although a fierce indignation welled up within her, she was restrained by the silent counsel of her peers, urging her to maintain composure for the greater good. Thus, Lu Ruoyi suppressed her fury, striving to prevent the situation from escalating further. Young man, you must not fall into my grasp. Otherwise, you shall find even death an elusive escape. Lu Ruoyi harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Chen Qingyuan, wishing fervently to rend him asunder. Chapter 40. Toying with a Group of Titans. Tension's rising elder, Lu merely uttered a remark in a fit of anger. It was not the result of our discussions. Shen Shiji contemplated that once he acquired the information from the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, he could then sever ties without hesitation. For now, avoiding conflict was the wisest choice. After all, no matter how abundant the resources, if one loses their life, all becomes mere rhetoric. Most importantly, should the urge to kill truly arise, Shen Shiji harbored no absolute confidence in escaping the Xinqing sect alive. So, it appears that the esteemed elders are willing to compensate me for my mental anguish. Chen Qingyuan's demeanor shifted instantaneously, transforming from cold indifference to warm enthusiasm as he smiled broadly. Indeed, Shen Shiji pressed his parched lips together, nodding in agreement. How much do you desire? That depends on the sincerity of the esteemed elders. Chen Qingyuan needed to maintain control of the situation, refraining from revealing his true limits. After a brief moment, the powerful figures of various sects communicated telepathically, collectively offering a total of 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. Is that all? Chen Qingyuan scrutinized the considerable pile of spirit stones before him, his smile diminishing. You are all prominent figures in the flowing meteor domain. How can you be so stingy? Were you suggesting? Shun Shiji endured, asking in a low tone. At the very least, I require 10 times that amount. Otherwise, we shall not discuss this further. Chen Qingyuan feigned contemplation, stating gravely, having already provided such a sum, adding a bit more would not be detrimental. Consequently, everyone contributed a bit more, totaling 220,000 high-grade spirit stones, which were all laid before Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan produced a large Qingyuan bag, which could only accommodate a fraction of the bounty. Senior sister, may I borrow your Qingyuan bag? Chen Qingyuan turned to an elder sister nearby. Take it all. The senior sister promptly tossed out her entire Qingyuan bag. You may use mine as well. And mine too. Junior brother, borrowing my Qingyuan bag comes with interest. You cannot default later. The sheer volume of spirit stones left Wu Shixiang and the others in awe, as they scrambled to retrieve their own spatial items, even engaging in trade. As the sect leader, Lin Changsheng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, utterly exasperated by this rabble of youngsters, each one more reckless than the last. What an absurd scene. How can they be so avaricious, as if they have never encountered wealth before? Nevertheless, Lin Changsheng himself felt a twinge of desire. Such a vast quantity of spirit stones could easily purchase several second-rate forces. The complete extraction of a spiritual vein would yield at most 100,000 stones. Here lay the equivalent of the total output of 2 high-grade spiritual veins, an astonishing amount. Once Chen Qingyuan finished packing the spirit stones, his garments bulged with the weight. Now, may I proceed to search your soul? Shen Shiji's expression grew grave, his patience nearing its limit. The main event had arrived. It had ultimately come to this juncture. The members of the Xianqing sect instantly became vigilant, preparing for a potential bloody confrontation. Lin Changsheng internally sighed, recognizing that even if Chen Qingyuan had deceived them in a parting with such resources, it could not ultimately alter the inevitable outcome. No matter how abundant the resources, without life, all would be futile. In the very beginning, Chen Qingyuan deliberately cast a smokescreen, leading the powerful figures of various sects to entertain the notion of achieving their objectives without the need for combat. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan began to slowly bait them, extracting spirit stones from their pockets. It was a mutual agreement. After all, the overall strength of the Xianqing sect was formidable, and their resolute attitude dissuaded anyone from risking a fight. At this juncture, what course of action should Chen Qingyuan take? It appeared that he had already devised a strategy for such a situation. Clearing his throat, he earnestly declared, indeed, I previously mentioned that the matter of soul searching could be discussed, open to negotiation. As long as young friend Chen adheres to his promise, there will be grave consequences otherwise. Upon hearing this, Shun Shiji and the others believed that Chen Qingyuan had acquiesced, and they felt quite satisfied. However, Lin Changsheng and his companions grew anxious. Could it be that they would truly allow their junior disciple to be subjected to soul searching? They had pledged to their elder to take good care of him. How could they push him into the fiery abyss? Although soul searching would not endanger lives, one could not guarantee that those with ulterior motives would not secretly employ underhanded tactics. Moreover, this matter pertained not only to Chen Qingyuan's safety, but also to the dignity of the Xianqing sect. If the situation were to escalate, Lin Changsheng felt he would have no right to face his ancestors in death, let alone be buried in the sect cemetery. Exchanging a glance with Dong Wenjun, they resolved to act, determined to protect Chen Qingyuan at all costs. After careful consideration, I have resolved to reject the notion of soul searching. The atmosphere between both parties was exceedingly tense, and Chen Qingyuan spoke earnestly. Suddenly, a terrifying force erupted from Shun Shiji and the others, who roared, Chen Qingyuan, do you take us for fools? At that moment, Dong Wenjun appeared before Chen Qingyuan, shielding him from the overwhelming pressure. Not all, Chen Qingyuan replied, unaffected. From the beginning, I never promised to allow you to conduct a soul search. I merely stated that it was open for discussion. Considering the compensation you offered for mental distress, I find it insufficient. Thus, after much contemplation, I have chosen to decline your impudent request. No one has ever dared to toy with me, Chen Qingyuan. Do you truly believe we lack the courage to strike here? Chen Qingyuan stepped forward. The oppressive aura of the tribulation stage sweeping across every corner of the Xinqing sect, its sound deafening, akin to thunder that shook the heavens. Young man, I shall ensure you do not meet a swift demise. You will wish for death before this is over. Lu Ruoyi stood alongside Chen Qingyuan, her patience worn thin. Her expression slightly twisted as her gaze remained fixed on Chen Qingyuan. The others hastily activated their techniques, the tension palpable. In that instant, Chen Qingyuan received a telepathic message. Exhaling deeply, he had finally bought himself some time. He then turned towards the entrance of the hall and called out, "Old Han, over here." Recently apprised of the powerful figures dispatched by various sects, the Xinqing sect had promptly secured Chen Qingyuan to protect him. Chen Qingyuan immediately employed the exceedingly rare two-world communication stone to summon his good brother Han Shan, who was far away in the Yunhai star domain, to seek out the ghost doctor. In order to instill a sense of urgency in Han Shan, Chen Qingyuan elucidated the significance of the matter at hand and assured him that he had already arranged a suitable match for him. Thus, Han Shan exerted tremendous effort to reach the location of the ghostly physician, uncertain of whether the physician would indeed offer assistance. He could only utter the name of Chen Qingyuan. Given Chen Qingyuan's prior experiences and his connection with the illustrious Chong Gung, Sword Immortal, Han Shan was confident that the ghostly physician would extend his aid. Consequently, all of Chen Qingyuan's recent actions were primarily aimed at buying time while also earning a bit of pocket money. After all, they were adversaries, and there was no need for compassion when it came to deception. At that moment, all eyes turned toward the void outside the hall, where two figures were approaching at an astonishing speed. Chapter 41. The appearance of the ghostly healer in pursuit of his own happiness and the safety of his companions. Han Shan expended his entire fortune on this journey, significantly compressing his time. He utilized numerous great teleportation talismans, over a dozen, in fact, merely for the sake of hastening his travel, alongside an abundance of other treasures. It is likely that many esteemed cultivators possess far less wealth than Han Shan. This lad is indeed an invisible magnate. After a mere dozen breaths, the ghostly healer, clad in a flowing black gown and wearing a dark veil that obscured all but her eyes and forehead, emerged, exuding an air of profound mystery. Han Shan, gasping for breath and trailing behind her like a weary dog, only served to accentuate the noble aura of the ghostly healer. "Ghostly healer, you have finally arrived," Chen Qingyuan exclaimed, hastening toward the figure standing at the entrance of the hall. He began to voice his grievances. "I have repeatedly told these individuals that my injuries were healed by the ghostly healer. Yet, they refuse to believe me. They even wish to search my soul. It is utterly intolerable." The ghostly healer exchanged a glance with Chen Qingyuan, momentarily taken aback by his incessant calling of her sister, her mind swirling with questions. "Chen Qingyuan, are we so familiar?" The ghostly healer recalled how his demeanor had changed since the days when the illustrious Chong Gung Sword Immortal was present. His attitude had certainly not been so familiar then. And now, Chen Qingyuan's incessant claims of intimacy with her were clearly an attempt to wield her reputation for his own benefit. This lad is truly shameless. Despite believing she had cultivated a more forgiving disposition, the ghostly healer found herself easily perturbed in the presence of Chen Qingyuan. She is a ghostly healer? The ghostly healer is a woman? The crowd examined her intently, their expressions shifting from confusion to astonishment. The rumored ghostly healer was supposed to be a cantankerous old man. Was he not? No one had ever seen her true visage, as she was said to conceal her appearance with arcane arts, shrouded in mystery. Perhaps this was merely an impostor summoned by Chen Qingyuan. One must not be deceived. Deep within the hearts of the populace, the ghostly healer was firmly believed to be an unpredictable and ugly old man. After all, the reputation of the ghostly healer in the outside world was hardly commendable. Chen Qingyuan, known for his cunning tricks and penchant for deception, could not easily persuade the crowd that the person before them was indeed the ghostly healer. Not only did Chen Qingyuan and others harbor doubts, but even the members of the Xinqing sect expressed their disbelief, suspecting that this was merely a counterfeit concocted by the junior disciple to intimidate various sections. The elder protector of the sect, Dong Wenjun silently mused. The junior disciple has been quite careless. Even if his intent is to instill fear among the Holy Lands, he should not have a delicate woman masquerading as the ghostly healer. At the very least, it should be a frail old man, one who appears ancient and weary, to evoke apprehension. A woman, especially one of such fine stature, is hardly convincing. Chen Qingyuan, are we truly that familiar? The ghostly healer, known as Gongsun Nan, chose to disregard the assembled crowd, her gaze fixated on Chen Qingyuan as she coldly remarked. "Oh, we are as familiar as can be," Chen Qingyuan replied shamelessly, unconcerned with his own image, grinning widely. "Humph." Gongsun Nan let out a cold snort, unable to endure Chen Qingyuan's brazen demeanor, akin to a pig unafraid of boiling water. "If you wish for me to testify on your behalf, then silence your tongue. Your voice is a source of annoyance." Were it not for the favor owed to the sword immortal Chong Gung and the words spoken by the immortal in the past, Gongsun Nan would never have journeyed such a distance. Who is Gongsun Nan? She is quite renowned across the various star domains of the northern wilderness, with tales suggesting that even elusive great ascension cultivators would show her some respect. It is truly inconceivable that Gongsun Nan herself must come to provide false testimony for Chen Qingyuan's trivial matters. The esteemed status of the ghost doctor is such that no one would believe Chen Qingyuan could summon her. Hiding behind Gongsun Nan, Chen Qingyuan feared that some unwise individuals might suddenly strike, causing him harm. With Gongsun Nan present, the weight of anxiety in Chen Qingyuan's heart gradually lifted, emboldening him to address the powerful figures of various sects. "Esteemed seniors, I exerted considerable effort to invite Sister Ghost Doctor as a witness. I feel somewhat embarrassed to accept your compensation for mental distress, so let us clarify everything at once. Feel free to raise any concerns, though I may not necessarily respond." The crowd suppressed their ire, their faces flushed with indignation at Chen Qingyuan's cunning expression, yearning to strike him. "A mere child? How could she possibly be the ghost doctor?" scoffed an elder, directly voicing his inner thoughts. "How dare you impersonate the ghost doctor to deceive us? Such audacity!" The onlookers regarded Chen Qingyuan with eyes filled with animosity. Not long ago, they had been thoroughly outsmarted by him, and now he dared to further deceive them. This was intolerable. "Though I cannot discern the depth of your cultivation, it is evident you have employed some secret method or treasure. What benefits did this brat bestow upon you for you to dare deceive us? Have you considered the repercussions?" Lu Ruoyi of Dongyi Palace slammed her hand against the armrest of her chair, rising with a chilling air emanating from her eyes, her expression frigid. Chen Qingyuan wore a mocking grin, for this time he was not jesting. He had indeed summoned the true ghost doctor. "Should you choose not to believe, any ensuing conflicts and disputes shall be of no concern to me. I have made myself abundantly clear. Consequences?" Gongsun then stepped forward towards Lu Ruoyi, her hands gently placed before her, an invisible force shattering Lu Ruoyi's oppressive aura. "I would indeed like to hear." Strangely, Lu Ruoyi found her pressure inexplicably dissipated, her heart tightening and her gaze sharpening. "If you were to reveal your collusion with Chen Qingyuan, perhaps we could forgive your ignorance. However, should you remain obstinate, it may prove difficult for you to see the dawn of tomorrow." Nevertheless, Lu Ruoyi still could not bring herself to believe that Gongsun Nan was the ghost doctor. She perceived all of this as a ruse devised by Chen Qingyuan. The powerful figures of the various sects remained watchful, unwilling to be toyed with by Chen Qingyuan repeatedly. It was time for this farce to come to an end. Their hesitation to engage in conflict with Xianqing sect did not imply a lack of courage. Previously, many believed that the issue could be resolved with spirit stones, and thus endured Chen Qingyuan's reckless antics in silence. Little did they know that Chen Qingyuan's audacity would ignite the collective fury within them. "It had been many years since anyone dared to threaten me." Gongsun Nan chuckled, perhaps perceiving the ignorance of those before him, or perhaps feeling a flicker of indignation. "Sister Ghost Doctor, they are truly foolish, refusing to believe anything." Chen Qingyuan murmured from a slight distance behind Gongsun Nan. "Let us teach them a lesson, so they understand that there are greater forces beyond their comprehension. You intend to use me as your weapon, don't you?" Gongsun Nan shot a cold glance at Chen Qingyuan. How could I dare? Chen Qingyuan hastily shook his head, vehemently denying the accusation. Were it not for the favor of that esteemed individual, I would have dealt with you as well, Gongsun Nen warned quietly. Chapter 42. The Terrifying Power. A collective tremor. Hee. If the ghost doctor wishes to teach me a lesson, I shall not resist. I will submit to her whims. Chen Qingyuan appeared to embody the essence of a rogue. Gongsun Nen silently recited the calming mantra multiple times, striving to shield himself from Chen Qingyuan's influence. This young man's audacity surpassed all bounds, impervious to any divine weapon. If you perceive this as a threat, then let it be a threat. At that moment, as Gongsun Nen seethed with indignation, Lu Ruoyi leapt forth. Well, you may as well try, she challenged. Gongsun Nen would not let slip this opportunity to vent his frustrations. One does not shed tears until faced with a coffin. Even now, Lu Ruoyi believed that this entire scenario was orchestrated by Chen Qingyuan, intended to intimidate the formidable individuals present. Having been humiliated by Chen Qingyuan multiple times, she remained steadfast in her disbelief, determined to expose his devious plot and subject him to severe retribution. With that, Lu Ruoyi struck at Gongsun Nen, unleashing an icy palm that instantly froze the surrounding void. As Lu Ruoyi made her move, Chen Qingyuan's delight was unmistakable. He inwardly mused at the old witch had finally fallen into his trap. Inviting her own misfortune, her plight was of no concern to him. In the next instant, the icy palm approached Gongsun Nen, a fierce gale erupting, toppling many tables and pillars within the hall. The members of the Xianqing sect braced for battle, summoning their respective Dao soldiers. Just as Lin Chongsheng and the others prepared to act, Gongsun Nen waved his sleeve, shattering Lu Ruoyi's icy attack. In a manner akin to a specter, he appeared before Lu Ruoyi, seizing her throat with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. With a slight exertion of his right hand, Lu Ruoyi was lifted into the air, her body rendered immobile by 16 silver needles puncturing her meridians, prohibiting her from mobilizing her inner energy. In essence, at that moment, Lu Ruoyi was as vulnerable as an ordinary person, easily susceptible to a knife's edge. Gongsun Nen's speed was astonishing. None present could discern his movements clearly. When he hoisted Lu Ruoyi by the throat, a wave of panic swept through the crowd, akin to a thunderclap, causing hearts to momentarily cease. Everyone stood aghast, their bodies stiffened in disbelief at the sight before them. The formidable Lu Ruoyi, a transcendent being, had been instantaneously subdued, her life hanging by a thread, a reality that was difficult for anyone to fathom. Yet, this was an undeniable truth. 16 silver soul needles, the ghost doctor's ultimate technique. Shun Shiji, well-versed in the ways of the world, recognized the silver needles embedded in Lu Ruoyi's body at a mere glance, exclaiming in astonishment. The ghost doctor's silver soul needles could both save and slay. She truly is the legendary ghost doctor. In that moment, enlightenment dawned upon all, leaving them speechless. No one dared to show disrespect towards Gongsun Nen anymore. They were filled with reverence and fear, trembling in his presence. Lin Chongsheng, the esteemed leader of the Xianqing sect, who had encountered the ghost doctor, was the first to regain his composure. He descended from the platform and bowed respectfully to Gongsun Nen, declaring, "I pay my respects to the esteemed one." Dong Wenjun and the others, momentarily stunned, suppressed their inner shock and hurried to pay their respects. No one truly comprehends the precise level of the ghost doctor's prowess. However, there exists a rumor that even certain accomplished cultivators regard the ghost doctor with a modicum of respect, reluctant to offend. This, coupled with the ghost doctor's formidable display of strength in subduing Lu Ruoyi, serves as ample testament to their terrifying capabilities. Your Excellency has graced us with your presence. Please forgive our lack of discernment in failing to extend our greetings promptly, Shun Shiji said, his earlier bravado dissipated as he bowed his head in reverence. The powerful figures from various sects hastily followed suit, their doubts extinguished in the face of such overwhelming authority. The shift in circumstances was abrupt and unforeseen. None had anticipated Chen Qingyuan's ability to summon the ghost doctor, nor the apparent intimacy that existed between them. Had another dared to address the ghost doctor as sister, they would likely have faced dire consequences. How could the elusive ghost doctor truly know Chen Qingyuan? Such talent was unfathomable. The onlookers were bewildered, stealing glances at Chen Qingyuan, struggling to comprehend the unfolding scene. There is no need for excessive formality, Gongsun Nan stated coldly. The crowd rose, their gazes cautiously fixed upon Gongsun Nan, refraining from the brazen scrutiny they had previously displayed. Chen Qingyuan, the scoundrel, how could he command such respect from the ghost doctor? Did he possess such influence? The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on the minds of the sect leaders, who inwardly cursed him, wishing to see him utterly dismantled. If he revels in deception, then let him fully embrace it. Why has he suddenly become earnest and actually summoned the ghost doctor? What are we to do now? Fear and uncertainty gripped them, rendering them paralyzed. Shun Shiji yearned to plead for Lu Ruoi, yet he dared not provoke the ghost doctor and remain silent. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Moreover, should the ghost doctor take offense, his own predicament would become perilous, leaving him no room to consider others. Lu Ruoi, her throat constricted, was unable to wield her mystical arts, rendered mute. Her face flushed crimson, blood obstructing her veins, her expression turning slightly grotesque, her eyes brimming with terror. Had she known that the figure before her was not a mere impersonator, she would never have dared utter such disrespectful words, even at the cost of her life. Lu Ruoi's heart ached. She felt utterly betrayed by Chen Qingyuan. Who grants you the audacity to threaten me? Gongsun Nan's gaze bore into Lu Ruoi's eyes, intensifying her innate dread. Lu Ruoi desperately opened her mouth, yearning to speak, yet no sound escaped her lips. With a thud, Gongsun Nan cast Lu Ruoi to the ground. Coughing violently, Lu Ruoi clutched her throat, attempting to alleviate the blockage in her meridians. Soon after, she relinquished her pride, kneeling and pleading for mercy. I was unaware of your esteemed identity, revered ghost doctor. I humbly beg for your forgiveness for my impoliteness. With the silver spirit needle still embedded in her body, Lu Ruoi refrained from making any sudden movements, fearing that the needle might penetrate deeper and jeopardize her life. Her existence hung precariously within Gongsun Nan's thoughts. With a mere whim, he could extinguish her life in an instant. Shun Shiji and the others would have assisted if they could, yet they were powerless. The ghost doctor's strength overshadowed them all, even if they united their efforts. It would likely exacerbate the situation to an irreparable degree. At present, the only recourse is to bow one's head and admit fault. Gongsun Nan cast a glance at Lu Ruoi, disregarding her completely. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards Chen Qingyuan at his side and coldly inquired, "Young man, how do you propose we handle her?" "I don't know. It's best if Sister Ghost Doctor decides," Chen Qingyuan replied, wishing to avoid the burden of blame. Although he harbored a strong desire to eliminate Lu Ruoi, he refrained from voicing such thoughts in front of so many witnesses, fearing it might incur lasting enmity. "Oh, is that so?" Gongsun Nan narrowed his eyes slightly. "Indeed," Chen Qingyuan nodded gently. Gongsun Nan was acutely aware of Chen Qingyuan's ulterior motives and his reluctance to be used as a pawn. "Then, let us forgive her for her impudent transgressions." "Ah, that seems rather inappropriate," Chen Qingyuan urged. "After her blatant disrespect towards you just now, if you were to simply let it go, how embarrassing would that be if it were spread?" Lu Ruoi fixed a fierce gaze upon Chen Qingyuan, as if she wished to devour him whole. This young man harbors a treacherously dark heart, seemingly intent on inciting discord. The onlookers silently mused. Chapter 43. Digging a pit for Chen Qingyuan. Gongsun Nan was well aware of Chen Qingyuan's hidden intentions, though he chose not to expose them. Despite the personal grievances entwined in Chen Qingyuan's words, there was a semblance of truth in them. If Gongsun Nan were to easily let Lu Ruoi off the hook, how would he preserve his dignity in the future? After much contemplation, Gongsun Nan resolved to administer a lesson, snapping his fingers. "I shall not take your life, but you will certainly endure some suffering." A strand of mystical light emanated from Gongsun Nan's fingertip, landing upon a silver spirit needle, causing it to quiver slightly. A piercing scream erupted from Lu Ruoi, a heart-wrenching sound that reverberated through the souls of those present. rendering them uneasy and filled with dread at the thought of experiencing the torturous methods of the ghostly physician. This torment persisted for a full 15 minutes before Gongsun Nan extended his left hand, palm open. With a swift motion, the spirit needles embedded in Lu Ruoyi's body detached, soaring back into Gongsun Nan's grasp, vanishing from sight. Lu Ruoyi's body trembled gently, still ensnared in the aftermath of her agony. However, after a brief moment of recuperation, she regained her composure. Despite enduring such torment and humiliation, Lu Ruoyi exhibited neither anger nor hatred. Instead, she respectfully bowed to Gongsun Nan, weakly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your mercy, esteemed one." Gongsun Nan narrowed his eyes slightly, acknowledging that Lu Ruoyi's composure revealed her to be no ordinary woman. "This young man shares a bond with me, and I have invested considerable effort in reshaping his path. If you were to incapacitate him, it would be akin to slapping my face." Casting a sweeping glance at the assembled powerful figures, Gongsun Nan spoke slowly. "We have no such intentions." "We certainly do not," Shun Shiji and others replied, bowing in agreement. "As seasoned individuals who have one foot in the grave, let us not bully the young and preserve some semblance of dignity. Of course, if this young man is trampled by his peers, it would be his own misfortune, and I shall not intervene." Gongsun then issued a warning to the crowd, and subsequently placed Chen Qingyuan upon the metaphorical pyre. "The older generation may refrain from acting against you, Chen Qingyuan, but the younger generation is fair game." Today, various sect elders lost considerable face. They dare not hold Gongsun Nan accountable and will seek to settle the score with Chen Qingyuan. "Is the esteemed one's statement true?" An elder from certain sect dared to inquire. "Indeed," Gongsun Nan affirmed with a nod. "If Chen Qingyuan falls at the hands of his contemporaries, regardless of life or death, would the esteemed one not intervene?" This elder seized the opportunity to press further. "In a contest among peers, if one's skills fall short, death is deserved. I have no inclination to seek justice for a waste." As Gongsun Nan uttered these words, he cast a sidelong glance at Chen Qingyuan, his gaze laced with a hint of provocation. Clearly, Gongsun Nan was exacting revenge on Chen Qingyuan, ensuring that his future would not be without difficulties. Listening to this exchange, Chen Qingyuan's complexion darkened. "The esteemed one possesses profound wisdom. We are far inferior." Shun Shiji offered a compliment. "Let's depart." Subsequently, the formidable figures from various sects departed from the Su Ing sect with their tails between their legs. As they were leaving, Li Ruoyi cast a venomous glare at Ch and Qingyuan, attributing the entirety of today's humiliation to him alone. In truth, Ch and Qingyuan felt quite aggrieved. He had not laid a hand on anyone and was merely a catalyst in the unfolding events. Furthermore, he had spoken the truth. The visitor was indeed the ghost doctor, but none among that crowd had chosen to believe him. Now, with their dignity tarnished, they placed the blame on him. Once the powerful figures had vacated the premises, L. N. Sich Ing approached G. Ng's N with a courteous gesture, inviting her, "Esteemed one, having journeyed from afar, why not sit and rest for a while? I have arranged for fragrant tea and exquisite fruits. No need. With that, she strode towards the entrance. At that moment, Sich and hastily followed, glancing back at L and Sich Ing and the others, offering them a reassuring look. "Sister Ghost Doctor, let's discuss a matter," he implored, his expression one of ingratiation. Gngs and N was succinct with her words, unwilling to engage in excessive dialogue with Ch and Qingyuan lest it disrupt her state of mind. "How about you serve as a venerable elder in my Su Ing sect?" Ch and Qingyuan proposed candidly, laying bare his thoughts without pretense. "Elder?" Gngs and N halted her steps, glancing at Ch and Qingyuan with a sardonic smile. While the Su Ing sect enjoys a certain reputation in the F-Li-X-ing domain, it cannot entice me. However, should you provide me with an exceptional spiritual vein each year, I might consider it. The two had yet to exit the Grand Hall. Yet LNCH, Ing and the others could overhear their exchange. Initially, upon hearing the word elder, all hearts skipped a beat, igniting a spark of excitement and anticipation. The prospect of securing the ghost doctor as a venerable elder would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to the Su Inquing sect. However, GNGS and NN's response caused their spirits to plummet, eliciting inward sighs. Who could afford such a price? A premier spiritual vein each year? Exceptional spiritual veins are rare treasures, and the Su Inquing sect possessed but one, serving as the foundation of the sect, which could only be mined every few years without jeopardizing its essence. One superior spiritual stone equates to 100 upper-grade stones, 10,000 mid-grade stones, or 1,000,000 lower-grade stones. The value of such a resource is beyond comprehension. Our meeting is a serendipitous encounter. Let us refrain from discussing such mundane matters. Chen Qingyuan said with a smile. Then why do you speak so mundanely? GNGSNN retorted. Perceiving Chen Qingyuan's desire to have her as an elder while unwilling to pay a significant price. A classic case of attempting to gain without loss. I am but a mere mortal, thus cannot escape the mundane, he replied. But you, dear ghost doctor, are a celestial being untainted by the mire, pure as the clearest waters. To discuss spiritual stone resources between us would be a desecration of her noble essence. Chen Qingyuan's flattery was earnest and deliberate. GNGS and N felt a flicker of satisfaction within, though she masked it well, replying with a scoff, "Sweet words are of no value. Sister Ghost Doctor, do consider it." Chen Qingyuan persisted, unwavering in his pursuit, until Gongsun Nin quickened his pace and vanished into the horizon. Chen Qingyuan finally came to a halt, gazing into the distance with a few soft sighs. Having come this far, he lamented the lack of any precious elixirs left for him. How stingy. Chen Qingyuan muttered softly to himself, for the sake of such trivial matters. Gongsun Nan had ventured to the two realms of the star domain, and it was already commendable that he did not demand any compensation for his efforts. Yet, he had still sacrificed quite a bit. If she were to overhear these words, her suppressed fury would surely erupt, and she would deliver a sharp retort. Upon returning to the Xinqing sect, Chen Qingyuan noticed Han Shan, still waiting in place, his expression filled with anticipation as he gazed at him. Old Han, is everything well at home? Why haven't you left yet? Chapter 44. We are brothers and shall not deceive you. Han Shan's lips twitched slightly, his expression darkening. You scoundrel. After I exerted myself to rescue you, you offer no words of gratitude and instead dismiss me with disdain. Han Shan took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to strike Chen Qingyuan, and managed to force a smile. Brother Chen, wouldn't you invite me for a cup of tea? Ah, of course, Chen Qingyuan responded, beckoning to Lin Pingyan. Xiaoyan, hurry and serve old Han some tea. The discussion hall was currently chaotic, and the group had settled in a side chamber. Before long, Lin Pingyan approached with a cup of tea. Brother Han, please enjoy. Thank you, Han Shan replied courteously, lifting the cup and taking a sip. Once he finished the tea, Chen Qingyuan inquired, was it to your liking? Quite acceptable, Han Shan instinctively replied. Of course, this cup of tea is worth 100 high-grade spirit stones. Chen Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, Han Shan's immediate reaction was to gag, hastily expelling the tea from his stomach. 100 high-grade spirit stones? Why don't you just go rob someone? What are you doing? Chen Qingyuan looked at Han Shan, who was forcing himself to retch, with evident disdain. This tea is far too expensive for me. I can't afford it, so I'll return it to you, Han Shan declared. Not that I asked you to pay. Just stop it. You're making me nauseous, Chen Qingyuan retorted, fearing Han Shan might actually vomit. You should have said so earlier. Han Shan ceased his retching, turning to Lin Pingyan. Brother Lin, could you please bring me 10 cups of this tea? Huh? Really? Lin Pingyan was taken aback, but nodded. All right. Wait, it's free, right? Han Shan halted Lin Pingyan, who was about to leave, inquiring, it won't tea cost anything, will it? Of course not. Look at how stingy you are. Chen Qingyuan nearly had the word disdain etched on his face. If one can save, one should, but this tea is excessively pricey. Isn't it? Receiving confirmation that it was free, Han Shan gestured for Lin Pingyan to proceed with the preparation. He leaned back in his chair and spoke. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing them, Hongyan was astonished, filled with admiration. Truly remarkable. You managed to pull off such a ruse at a time like this. What ruse? This is merely the cost of tea. Chen Qingyuan shot Shan an incredulous glance. Fine, you can have it your way. Shan conceded, well aware of his own standing, knowing he could not outmatch Chen Qingyuan, and he did not dwell on it. Once you finish your tea and have nothing else to attend to, feel free to leave at your discretion. I have many matters to attend to and lack the leisure to entertain you. As he spoke, Chen Qingyuan stood up, preparing to take his leave. Wait. Shan quickly grasped Chen Qingyuan, narrowing his eyes. Brother Chen, have you forgotten something? What matter? Chen Qingyuan feigned ignorance. Weren't you supposed to introduce me to a partner? Shan directly addressed Chen Qingyuan's pretense. Oh, that matter. Chen Qingyuan slapped his forehead, adopting an expression of sudden enlightenment. He had nearly forgotten after being startled by those old fellows. It is not too late to remember now. Were it not for the pursuit of a suitable partner, Shan would not have been this diligent. To hasten his journey, he had used numerous large teleportation talismans, which others regarded as life-saving treasures. As long as he could find a wife, he could bear these costs. Shan was not willing to grow old alone. Such a fate would be too painful. Brother Han, please take your time, Lin Pingyan said, approaching with 10 cups of tea, placing them on the table. Shan stared intently at Chen Qingyuan, questioning, Chen Qingyuan, are you trying to deceive me again? Absolutely not. Chen Qingyuan hurriedly denied. If he were to repeatedly deceive Shan, it would be difficult to seek his assistance in the future. We are brothers through life and death. How could I deceive you? And what about the partner you promised to introduce me to? Where is she? To prevent any fallout with Chen Qingyuan, Shan finished all 10 cups of tea, burped, stood up, and pointed at him. Chen Qingyuan quickly swatted Shan's finger away, his expression serious. I will have her meet you shortly. I assure you, you will not be disappointed. However, you must manage your appearance well. If you mess it up, that is your own problem. Is there really someone? Shan was taken aback. He had initially lost all hope. Why would I lie to you? Chen Qingyuan snorted coldly. That's impossible. Shan continued to scrutinize Chen Qingyuan, noting his serious demeanor, which seemed genuine. He smiled ingratiatingly. Brother Chen is so kind to me. If I were to harbor doubts, would I still be human? Just wait. Chen Qingyuan replied. How long must I wait? Shan asked, a sense of impatience rising within him. Which family does the fairy belong to? Enough with the questions. Just wait as instructed, Chen Qingyuan said, turning to leave. This time, Shan did not stop him, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chen Qingyuan's assertive words surely indicated the truth. Shan thought to himself as he took out a mirror, beginning to groom his appearance with great vanity. After leaving the side hall, Chen Qingyuan headed straight for the western mountain of the Xianqing sect. At the peak of Yuzhu on the western mountain, the residents were all female disciples. In his moment of urgency, Chen Qingyuan had thought of someone. The eldest sister of the younger generation at Yuzhu Peak was renowned as one of the 3 beauties of the flowing star domain. She possessed both beauty and talent. Greetings, little Shu. Over a dozen female disciples dressed in white skirts stood at the foot of Yuzhu Peak, bowing to the newly arrived Chen Qingyuan. Please, no need for formalities, Chen Qingyuan said, adopting the demeanor of an elder, nodding in acknowledgement. I have matters to discuss with Xiaoran. Take me to her. Understood. A female disciple complied, leading the way. After traversing dense thickets and crossing a jade bridge over a crystal-clear lake, they reached the summit of Yuzhu Peak, where a palace crafted from jade stood. Shrouded in mist, appearing both real and illusory, imbued with mystery and brilliance. The eldest sister of Yuzhu Peak, known as Lu Lingran, was already aware of Chen Qingyuan's arrival and awaited him at the entrance of the Jade Palace. Lu Lingran donned a pale white gown, the silk ribbon cinched at her waist cascading gracefully at her side, dancing with the breeze. Standing at a height of 7 meters, her long hair was elegantly tied up, framing a delicate face adorned with arched brows and red lips that revealed pearly teeth. Every gesture she made was capable of captivating hearts and ensnaring souls. What brings you to Yuzhu Peak, junior uncle? Lu Lingran inquired with a respectful gesture. I have matters to discuss with you, Chen Qingyuan replied, his hands clasped behind his back. Please, come in. Lu Lingran gestured toward the open door of the Jade Hall. Once inside, the two took their seats, and Lu Lingran personally poured tea for Chen Qingyuan, her gaze unwavering. Chen Qingyuan subtly signaled for the other female disciples to leave, deeming the conversation unsuitable for others' ears. Soon, only Chen Qingyuan and Lu Lingran remained within the hall. If you have something to say, please speak plainly. Lu Lingran expressed her curiosity, pondering the intentions behind Chen Qingyuan's visit. Well, Chen Qingyuan seemed somewhat hesitant, stammering for a moment before finally speaking. Xiao Ran. Has junior uncle treated you well? Fairly well, Lu Lingran replied, recalling how she had received guidance from Chen Qingyuan upon her entry into the sect, and how he had issued the rewards for their tasks, benefiting many within their ranks. Junior uncle is currently facing difficulties. Could you lend a hand? Chen Qingyuan asked in a hushed tone. What kind of help? Lu Lingran's intuition warned her that this request might not be simple, causing her brows to furrow. Assist me in sending a person off to get to know him through a match, Chen Qingyuan smiled. At the mention of this, Lu Lingran's expression changed immediately. Chapter 45. Little Master Uncle, you are truly a dog. Your change of face is astoundingly swift, Little Master Uncle. Is it truly appropriate to engage in blind dates? At the moment she uttered these words, Lu Lingran's gaze sharpened, her tone decidedly unfriendly. Rest assured, it is merely a ruse, and will not tarnish your reputation in the slightest. Moreover, with your beauty, grace, and empathy, it would be a disservice to allow that scoundrel any advantage. Chen Qingyuan recognized the impropriety of the situation, yet, in a bid to preserve brotherly bonds and avoid being deemed treacherous, he resorted to this desperate measure. I might consider the idea of a blind date with Little Master Uncle. Others, however, are not suitable. Lu Lingran said with a smile that was neither fully genuine nor entirely false. Please, do not jest at my expense. I implore you to assist me. Chen Qingyuan set aside his pride, pleading softly. Little Master Uncle, do you find Lu Ran beautiful? Observing Chen Qingyuan's palpable anxiety, Lu Lingran's ire diminished significantly. Of course, she is beautiful. No one in this world can compare to you. Chen Qingyuan silently prayed that this insincere compliment would not bring him misfortune. While it was true that Lu Lingran possessed extraordinary beauty, there were still a few individuals in Chen Qingyuan's memory who surpassed her in various aspects. Then why would you wish for Lu Ran to go on a blind date with someone else? Lu Lingran pressed for an answer. It is merely an act. There is no need to take it seriously, Chen Qingyuan reiterated firmly. Even if it is an act, such behavior is still inappropriate. I have heard that men's possessiveness is quite strong. They cannot bear to let others benefit from what they desire, even if it does not belong to them. If you truly find Lu Ran beautiful, it is inconceivable that you would consider such a thing, unless... At this point, Lu Lingran deliberately paused, a teasing smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Unless Little Master Uncle has undergone a significant change in temperament and is no longer a typical man. What are you insinuating? The more Chen Qingyuan listened, the odder it seemed. Is it possible that the events concerning by Shishue have altered you, rendering you indifferent to women? Lu Lingran feigned surprise. No wonder you have been so close to Brother Lin Pingyan recently. Could it be that there is something more between you? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan's expression shifted dramatically, and he retorted angrily, You little brat, speak nonsense at your peril. I shall teach you a lesson. Little Master Uncle, you would not win against me now. Perhaps it would be best to abandon that thought. Lu Lingran, emboldened, smiled brightly, her lips blooming like a field of flowers. You. Chen Qingyuan found himself at a loss for words. It became evident that disciplining children must occur early, for once they matured. It became increasingly difficult to impose authority. After sipping a cup of tea to soothe his temper, Chen Qingyuan resolved to invest significantly. Originally, he intended for Lu Lingran to make a cameo appearance, hoping to profit from her participation. However, Lu Lingran was not easily swayed. Therefore, Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to lay bare the truth. Lu Ran, I assure you that this endeavor will not tarnish your reputation, and it will also afford you a substantial profit. Oh, Pray tell more. It seemed that everything was well within Lu Lingren's control, and she appeared unfazed by the unfolding circumstances. Given her knowledge of her little master uncle, she had never been one to suffer losses and was certain there would be benefits to be gained. Upon encountering Han Shan, he ought to present you with a token of appreciation. Wouldn't you agree? After all, I have tirelessly sought out a suitable match for him, and surely I deserve some recompense for my efforts. Chen Qingyuan stated candidly. It's merely a token gift. I'm not one to be greedy, Lu Lingran retorted dismissively. This lad resembles a local tycoon. With just a little encouragement, the token of appreciation is bound to be substantial. Chen Qingyuan had long set his sights on Han Shan's wealth, feeling compelled to exploit it for a noble cause of wealth redistribution. I might consider it, but I shall require half of your compensation, Lu Lingran declared boldly. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan's expression soured. He dredged up old memories, lamenting, Xiao Ran, you have changed. Do you recall when you first entered the sect? My esteemed junior uncle bestowed upon you the jade bamboo peak token, guided your cultivation path, informed you of the various rules of the Xianxing sect, and even gifted you resources for your training. Dear junior uncle, spare me the theatrics. Lu Lingran interjected swiftly, exasperated with her junior uncle's dramatics. She was merely teasing, not expecting such a serious reaction. I shall not covet the compensation. Is that agreeable? Agreed. Chen Qingyuan's demeanor shifted instantly, growing solemn. Are you a dog? Your mood changes as swiftly as a lightning bolt. Lu Lingran was at a loss for words. Xiao Ran, I'm merely looking out for you. Do not think I'm taking advantage of you, Chen Qingyuan asserted, adopting a tone of earnest concern. Our Xianxing sect is vast, blessed with exceptionally talented female disciples. For instance, Sun Lan of Bixia Peak, Gu Yuxiao of Luyin Peak. Though they may not match your beauty or your understanding nature, they are still capable of capturing Han Shan's affections. I am merely ensuring you have the opportunity to acquire some cultivation resources. Xiao Ran, you ought to be grateful to me. Do you understand? As Chen Qingyuan continued, his enthusiasm grew, as if he were genuinely invested in the matter. On the surface, his words were intended to reassure Lu Lingran not to feel slighted, for there were many candidates, yet, in truth, he was extolling her virtues. Lu Lingran chuckled. All right, thank you, dear junior uncle, for your diligent care. Just so, you know, Chen Qingyuan expounded every flattering term he could think of to praise a woman, and thankfully, his sincerity moved Lu Lingran to agree to participate. The only flaw in the arrangement was that Lu Lingran's involvement was not merely for friendship, which was a pity. Junior uncle, is Han Shan not your brother? Why treat him this way? Lu Lingran could not comprehend this. Among brothers, such behavior seemed unfathomable. This lad is a local tycoon, and we are in dire straits. We must devise means to earn a living, Chen Qingyuan remarked, unaware of the true depth of Han Shan's wealth. He only knew that this young man was affluent enough to overpower his father with wealth, compelling his master to act as a ghostly physician to deceive others. However, no one anticipated that the seemingly random individual sought for this purpose would indeed turn out to be the ghostly physician. With money, he had rendered his master compliant enough to perform. This incident alone indicated Han Shan's immense wealth, a veritable walking treasury. Dear junior uncle, did you not just deceive the elders of various sects and profit handsomely? Are these spirit stones not sufficient for your needs? Inquired Lu Lingran. One can never have too many spirit stones. Furthermore, the profits are not solely mine. They are for the benefit of our sect, Chen Qingyuan declared with a noble air. Lu Lingran found this statement credible, as many of the constructions and regulations within the Xianxing sect were indeed established by Chen Qingyuan, benefiting all disciples and ensuring a fair distribution of resources. A mere fa ade of brotherhood, Lu Lingran remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Nonsense. Brother Han and I share a bond akin to life and death, Chen Qingyuan retorted, casting a sharp glance at Lu Lingran. This endeavor not only allows us to earn some spirit stones, but also grants Brother Han the chance to experience the thrill of courtship. He is undoubtedly thrilled. It's a threefold gain, with no one at a loss. Lu Lingran regarded Chen Qingyuan with a peculiar expression, thinking to herself that only a fool would believe him. "Prepare yourself. Soon, you shall witness your performance," she said. With that, Chen Qingyuan resolved to depart, intending to discuss the matter of compensation with Han Shan. Chapter 46. The Mysterious Origins of Han Shan, the True Landlord, Little Master Uncle. You are quite the rogue. Upon recalling the incident where Han Shan was deceived, Lu Lingran couldn't help but chuckle. "My dear little master uncle, I am a man of integrity. Do not make baseless judgments," Chen Qingyuan declared, puffing his chest out as he strode towards the guest-receiving hall. Having promised Chen Qingyuan to handle this matter well, Lu Lingran knew she must not be negligent. She needed to think carefully about what to say and prepare herself mentally. In the hall of the Xinqing sect, as time passed, Han Shan grew increasingly restless, unable to remain seated, pacing back and forth. Upon spotting Chen Qingyuan arriving like a celestial being, he exclaimed joyfully, "Brother Chen." With Lu Lingran secured, Chen Qingyuan approached with confidence, exuding an air of authority. "When will the fairy arrive?" Han Shan inquired with a flattering smile. "Just wait and see." Chen Qingyuan entered the hall and took a seat on a nearby chair. Han Shan eagerly followed, sitting beside him. "You must tell me who it is, otherwise I will be left in suspense. Have you heard of the 3 fairies of the flowing meteor domain?" Chen Qingyuan did not reveal directly, but instead chose to guide him slowly. "I have heard of them. It is said that the 3 fairies are all stunning beauties, unparalleled in grace." Han Shan, eager to discuss the topic of exquisite women, chimed in. "The one I am introducing to you is the spirit fairy Lu Lingran of the Xinqing sect, revered as a goddess among countless young heroes. Unattainable," Chen Qingyuan praised fervently. "That's..." Han Shan was left speechless with excitement, taking a long while to regain his composure before grasping Chen Qingyuan's hand. "Brother Chen, I misjudged you. You have truly gone to great lengths for me, not merely finding someone to fool me." "Let go." Chen Qingyuan shook off Han Shan's hand, his disdain evident. "We are brothers of different fathers and mothers. I would never deceive you." "That makes sense," Han Shan nodded earnestly. "While I have introduced you to the spirit fairy, whether it leads to a favorable outcome depends on your own capabilities. For your first meeting, do not be too stingy. Prepare a suitable gift." Chen Qingyuan began to encourage him. "Indeed, the gift must be substantial. First impressions are crucial." "Absolutely," Han Shan wholeheartedly agreed. "One more thing." Chen Qingyuan cleared his throat, gesturing with his eyes. "I have been running around for you, and it has exhausted me." In an instant, Han Shan understood, taking out a Tianyuan pouch and generously offering it to Chen Qingyuan. "Brother Chen, take this." With the reward presented before him, Chen Qingyuan had no reason to decline. As he accepted the Tianyuan pouch, he politely remarked, "I feel quite embarrassed. A mere token would suffice. Do not overdo it." Then, Chen Qingyuan opened the Tianyuan pouch, and as a wisp of divine thought entered, he was taken aback. A medium-grade spirit vein. If fully mined, it could yield approximately 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones. If extracted gradually, as long as the essence of the spirit vein remained intact, it could continuously produce resources over time. What a grand gesture! Years ago, when Dongyi Palace sent Chen Qingyuan away, it possessed merely a mid-grade spiritual vein. In comparison to Han Mountain, the esteemed Dongyi Palace appeared rather petty as a first-rate power. Chen Qingyuan suddenly raised his head, gazing at Han Mountain with astonishment and shock. "Old Han, when did you amass such wealth? While we may have a penchant for riches, a gentleman's pursuit of wealth should be just and honorable. We must not resort to underhanded schemes." "What are you insinuating? This is all my own money, with a lineage far more pristine, at least 100 times cleaner than yours," Han Mountain retorted with a light scoff. "What have you been up to during my century-long confinement in Tianyuan? To be frank, if it were an endeavor of legitimate means, Chen Qingyuan would have eagerly inserted himself into the fray, for earning alongside a brother would never bring about fear. It was rather intricate." Han Mountain reflected for a moment, letting out a sigh. "Speak," Chen Qingyuan urged, impatient. "Cut to the chase." Han Mountain had no intention to conceal the truth. As he turned his back to Chen Qingyuan to prepare a gift, he began to recount. "I was taken in and raised by my master since childhood. A century ago, I unexpectedly encountered a group of mysterious individuals who claimed I was the scion of a certain power, having inadvertently fallen into this place. I found them exceedingly unattractive, certainly not a fraction as handsome as I, and I suspected ulterior motives, hence I declined to return with them. They then stated that my family would understand and bestowed upon me several properties, tasking me with their management as a sort of assessment. Han Mountain continued, should I fail this assessment, I would be compelled to return and receive further instruction, inheriting a portion of the family estate. They spoke extensively, but I paid little heed. Subsequently, those individuals introduced me to the heads of the enterprises, and I seized the opportunity presented to me. Chen Qingyuan listened, somewhat bewildered. Failing in business would lead one back to inherit the family estate. What nonsense is this? Has this fellow perhaps learned a trick or two from me and is now trying to deceive me? With a hint of skepticism, Chen Qingyuan scrutinized Han Mountain. However, upon reconsideration, if Han Mountain's words were not true, how could he possess such wealth? Yet, the absurdity of Han Mountain's claims was hard to believe. Old Han, what sort of enterprises are we speaking of? Chen Qingyuan asked softly. According to their established rules, I cannot disclose them. Otherwise, I would be deemed a failure and forcibly taken to some place. At the time, I was too engrossed in the account books and the treasures in the room to catch the details. That is about the gist of it, replied Han Mountain. You rascal have suddenly become quite infuriating. Chen Qingyuan's appetite was whetted, yet he received no answers, leaving him in a most uncomfortable state. You cannot defeat me now. Should you dare to strike, I would retaliate. Han Mountain turned to meet Chen Qingyuan's gaze, wearing a grin that invited a reprimand. If I were to achieve a union with Fairy Lingran, I would prepare a grand red envelope for you. Get lost. Chen Qingyuan kicked Han Mountain lightly. Han Mountain brushed off his clothes, unfazed. An hour later, dust descended. Lu Lingran descended gracefully from Yuzhu Peak, adorned in a flowing gown of pristine white, the hem trailing approximately 3 meters behind her as she danced with ethereal elegance. Her face was partially concealed by a simple veil, while her long hair was elegantly tied back, cascading down to her waist in silken strands. As she approached with the poise of a blossoming lotus, Han Shan found himself utterly mesmerized, each step resonating deeply within him. Truly, as one of the 3 celestial maidens of the flowing meteor domain, her reputation was well-deserved. What are you staring at? Go and greet her, urged Chen Qingyuan. Noticing Han Shan's dazed expression as Lu Lingran arrived at the entrance of the side hall. Snapping back to reality, Han Shan suppressed his excitement and, with courteous demeanor, clasped his hands in salute, smiling warmly. Greetings, Fairy Lingran. I am Han Shan. I trust Brother Chen has spoken to me. Greetings, Taoist Han, Lu Lingran replied, bowing slightly in acknowledgement. Please accept this token of my appreciation. Han Shan presented a finely crafted Qianquan bag, his heart racing with anticipation. Thank you. Lu Lingran accepted it without hesitation. Shall we proceed inside? Han Shan gestured invitingly toward the hall. Certainly, Lu Lingran agreed, winking at Chen Qingyuan as she entered the room. Brother, it's not that I intend to abandon you, but I simply cannot help it. Chen Qingyuan quickly concocted an excuse and made a hasty exit. Within the side hall, only Lu Lingran and Han Shan remained engaged in conversation. Just as Chen Qingyuan was about to return, a number of senior disciples, having completed their tasks of tidying the main hall, began to appear. Chapter 47. The contempt for your nouveau riche facade confronted by his senior brothers. Chen Qingyuan found himself at a standstill. Is there something you need, brothers? He inquired, feigning innocence. You've made quite a fortune. Don't you think it's time to share a portion with your seniors? One of the brothers boldly stated, revealing their intention. Oh, so that's what this is about. Quite understandable. Chen Qingyuan pretended to grasp the situation. We all borrowed your Qianquan bag, and interest is due, little junior brother. It's not that we're stingy. It's just that we are truly short on funds. The brothers present, having lived for thousands of years, were devoid of possessions, often feeling inferior when stepping out into the world. Had it not been for their dire financial straits, they would never have lowered themselves to solicit spirit stones from Chen Qingyuan. Casting a glance at the assembled brothers, most of whom had families of their own, he realized that saving a little private stash was no easy feat. One brother, clad in a patched Taoist robe, stirred a pang of discomfort within Chen Qingyuan. He thought to himself, Aren't we esteemed inner disciples of the Xianying sect, formidable beings of the transformation stage? Must we endure such poverty? The Xianying sect did not encroach upon the resources of other sects, nor did it engage in unscrupulous deeds of theft or plunder. Thus, despite their profound cultivation, this group of brothers possessed little in terms of material wealth. The resources within the Fuliexing domain had been nearly exhausted, and reports of new secret realms had dwindled, leading to a rather frugal existence for the brothers. Fortunately, their sisters-in-law managed the finances, seemingly foreseeing such a day. They periodically provided the brothers with sufficient cultivation resources. However, when it came to spirit stones for drinking and revelry, those were strictly off-limits. The brothers had to fend for themselves. Take it. Chen Qingyuan, having recently profited handsomely from Hongyan, felt generous. Every brother present was entitled to a share. One brother, gazing at the 800 mid-grade spirit stones in his hand, looked back at the lavishly confident Chen Qingyuan and, with a fierce countenance, uttered the most cowardly words. Little junior brother, 8th senior brother, truly detests your nouveau riche demeanor. If you possess the capability, why not shower us with more spirit stones? Everyone shot a glance at the 8th senior brother, inwardly cursing him for his shamelessness. I'm not boasting, but if we were to rewind 1,000 years, I wouldn't even deign to glance at such paltry spirit stones. Even if they fell to the ground, I wouldn't bother picking them up. It would simply be too tiresome. In recent years, the consumption of resources had been excessive, and with no means to earn more, their meager monthly stipends made life challenging. In truth, the Xianying sect was not impoverished. Their treasury was filled with valuable items. However, maintaining the spirit formations across various locations and preparing for unforeseen circumstances meant that they had to endure a life of hardship. Little junior brother, how about I serve as your guardian for a time? You could provide me with a little stipend each month, one senior brother suggested, as they exchanged tales of their recent financial woes. Despite their esteemed status as powerful cultivators, they had ample means to earn spirit stones if they so desired. Yet, none wished to leave the Xianying sect or become the vassals of certain merchant associations. Relying solely on their monthly stipends for sustenance, they appeared rather destitute. To summarize in a single word, laziness. They would never venture out to earn money unless absolutely necessary. Almost there. It should keep you entertained for a while. Chen Qingyuan is not overly concerned about the cultivation resources of his senior brothers. The sisters-in-law are well aware of the situation. They have obtained spirit stones, which they will use to purchase fine wine or indulge in the bustling locales. How stingy. Those who benefited from Chen Qingyuan's generosity still left with disgruntled remarks. Chen Qingyuan, unfazed, chuckled and shook his head. Subsequently, he distributed a portion of the spirit stones to his senior sister, reserved some for himself, and deposited the remaining amount in the mission hall, thereby enhancing the rewards for the disciples upon completing their tasks. The missions within the hall are quite standard. For instance, when a band of robbers appears in a certain area, their cultivation levels are noted, allowing capable disciples to accept the tasks. This not only elevates the reputation of the Xianying sect, but also grants the disciples practical combat experience, enabling them to earn additional cultivation resources, a win-win situation. This mission hall, established by Chen Qingyuan, significantly improved the overall proficiency of the disciples in the sect. Beyond that, he introduced numerous initiatives that gradually fostered a sense of belonging among the disciples. An hour later, Hongyan arrived at Chen Qingyuan's cultivation cave. How'd it go? Chen Qingyuan poured a cup of tea for Hongyan, inquiring with a smile. Alas, it was somewhat unsuitable, Hongyan sighed lightly. What happened? Chen Qingyuan asked, intrigued. Fairy Lingran excels in many aspects, but it's rather unfortunate, Hongyan lamented. I wish to find a partner who appreciates jasmine, but Fairy Lingran favors roses. And then? Chen Qingyuan probed further. Then I departed, concluding this fateful yet ill-suited relationship. Hongyan felt regretful, but had no regrets whatsoever. You are quite admirable, Chen Qingyuan commended, raising his thumb in respect. A partner for life should not be chosen lightly. If interests do not align, future happiness is unlikely. Initially, Lu Lingran was at a loss for words to express her rejection, yet Hongyan preemptively articulated their incompatibility, offered an apology, and left, leaving Lu Lingran bewildered in the room. Hongyan standards for a partner are high. Not only must they possess exceptional talent and beauty, but they should also share similar interests. Old Han, I hope you find a suitable partner you seek. Chen Qingyuan patted Han Shan on the shoulder, genuinely impressed. Fate is not to be forced. Let it flow naturally. In truth, Han Shan found Lu Lingran commendable in many respects, yet he felt no spark of infatuation, merely an appreciation for her beauty. That makes sense, Chen Qingyuan acknowledged. I just came to say hello. I must return now. With that, Han Shan waved and strode away. Take care. I want to see you off. Watching Han Shan depart, Chen Qingyuan felt a twinge of guilt, having inadvertently placed his brother in a difficult position. However, it wasn't long before his mood lightened considerably. Occasionally putting a brother in a bind is not a grave issue. After all, Han Shan had done the same to Chen Qingyuan in the past, such as the nature of their camaraderie. In matters of peril, both parties are acutely aware of boundaries and refrain from frivolous jesting. Meanwhile, as the formidable figures of various sects return to their respective factions, the news of the ghost doctor's presence at the Xianqing sect reverberated through every corner of the Fuliu Star region, stirring a great commotion. The rumored ghost doctor, astonishingly, is a woman. It is well known that the ghost doctor possesses an eccentric temperament. Thus, why does she show particular concern for Chen Qingyuan and personally support him at the Xianqing sect? Allegedly, Chen Qingyuan refers to the ghost doctor as sister, having received her tacit approval. To intimidate the multitude, the ghost doctor effortlessly subdued the protective elder of the Dongi Palace, compelling her to kneel and plead for mercy, narrowly escaping with her life. This time, the pressure exerted by the major sects on the Xianqing sect not only failed to extract any valuable information regarding the Tianyuan, but also resulted in a considerable loss of face. Discussions surrounding this event have become the talk of the town, brimming with excitement. The revelation regarding Chen Qingyuan's potential for cultivation has sent shivers through many practitioners. Bai Shishue of the Dongi Palace, clad in a simple long gown, gazes into the distance, lost in thought. Chapter 48. Bai Shishue stepped into Yensno City, her heart a tumultuous sea of emotions. The news of Chen Qingyuan embarking once more on the path of cultivation stirred a complex blend of feelings within her. Ever since the annulment of the engagement between Dongi Palace and Tianyuan sect, Bai Shishue had found herself in an awkward position, often besieged by whispers and rumors that pricked at her heart. Nevertheless, she did not regret her past decision. She firmly believed that, even without the intervention of Qin Yutong from Tianyuan sect, the outcome with Chen Qingyuan would have remained uncertain. Though Bai Shishue was not among the foremost prodigies of her era, her future promised great potential. As for Chen Qingyuan, reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, his lifespan was but 100 years, his fate sealed. With this realization, Bai Shishue resolved to cast aside memories of their past, her heart steeled with unwavering resolve, devoid of any remorse. Yet, in this very moment, a different tide surged within her, her gaze upon the distant horizon glimmering with intricate emotions. She maintained her silence, her hands gripping her garments tightly, betraying her inner turmoil. She bit her crimson lips, drawing blood, yet her determination remained unyielding. After an indeterminate period, she finally averted her gaze, her eyes illuminating with newfound certainty as she murmured to herself, "Even if he resumes his cultivation, he shall never attain the heights of yore. Those peers he once overshadowed have long surpassed him." Bai Shishue refused to bow her head, convinced she had made no error. "I shall ascend to greater heights, watching you climb step by step. Even without your aid, I will carve out my own destiny and behold the world's most exquisite vistas." Bai Shishue could not renounce her choices. To do so would destabilize her resolve and shatter her spirit. No matter the circumstances, she would not acknowledge this as a mistake. Resolute in her singular path, she understood Chen Qingyuan's temperament well. Their fates had been irrevocably severed, and there was no turning back. Since returning to the past was impossible, the only option was to become even more exceptional, banishing regret and despair. "Child, you are aware of the recent happenings at Xianqing sect, are you not?" At that moment, Yao Susu arrived, gracefully landing beside Bai Shishue. "Master," Bai Shishue bowed respectfully and replied, "I am indeed aware." Chen Qingyuan has allied with the ghost doctor. His spiritual roots have been restored, and his fortune is remarkable. Should you still harbor feelings for him, consider rekindling your relationship, Yao Susu suggested softly. Upon hearing this, Bai Shishue did not hesitate for a moment, firmly rejecting the notion. Master, please do not speak of this again. I've severed all ties with Chen Qingyuan. Very well. Observing Bai Shishue's resolute demeanor, Yao Susu was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the depth of her reaction. Master, I wish to enter Yinsno City. Bai Shishue then made a decisive declaration. Are you mad? Yao Susu frowned, astonished. I am not mad. I merely wish to test my limits. Bai Shishue sought to strengthen herself, believing this path was her only way forward. Yinsno City, a secret realm of Dongyi Palace, was fraught with peril and intricate traps. Since the establishment of Dongyi Palace, the founder of the sect laid down a rule. Only those who pass the trials of Yinsno City can ascend to the positions of Holy Son or Holy Daughter. It has been over 3,000 years since Dongyi Palace last appointed a Holy Son or Holy Daughter. Within Yinsno City, the corpses of many core disciples lie in heaps, with few managing to emerge alive. It is not that I underestimate your abilities. Rather, the perils of Yinsno City are exceptionally grave, a treacherous domain indeed. Yao Susu advised. My decision is resolute. I beseech Master to report my intentions to the sect. Bai Shishue's gaze was unwavering. Rather than endure the clandestine whispers of others, I will prefer to stake my life on this gamble. Either I will bravely traverse the myriad trials of Yinsno City and emerge adorned with glory as the Holy Daughter, or I shall perish within its confines, which would be preferable to enduring the torment that gnaws at my soul. Bai Shishue had finally steadied her resolve, resisting any pangs of regret. Yet, she feared that over time, she might falter, ultimately losing her composure and becoming the subject of ridicule. Very well. Observing the determination in Bai Shishue's eyes, Yao Susu seemed to comprehend her motivations and ceased her objections, nodding solemnly. Days later, under the watchful eyes of the higher-ups, Bai Shishue stepped into the secret realm of Yinsno City. One misstep leads to another. The holy master of Dongyi Palace, Du Ruoxing, had once emerged triumphantly from Yinsno City, advancing with remarkable vigor to achieve her present status. Given her understanding of the dangers lurking in Yinsno City, she deemed the chances of Bai Shishue's survival exceedingly slim. No one anticipated that Chen Qingyuan would return to the path of cultivation, and furthermore, that he would earn the favor of the ghost doctor, who was willing to protect him. An elder from the inner sect sighed deeply, filled with a sense of melancholy. Without my command, no one shall take action against Xianqing's sect or Chen Qingyuan. Those who defy this order shall face disciplinary measures according to sect rules. Du Ruoxing sensed an unsettling undercurrent, fearing that if the protective elder Lu Ruoyi were to be humiliated, she might seek revenge against Chen Qingyuan, thus ensnaring Dongyi Palace in a vortex of trouble. Indeed, the assembly acknowledged the command, deterred from defying the Holy Master's will. In a certain location within the flowing meteor domain, after departing from Xianqing's sect, the ghost doctor did not immediately return to the Yunhai star domain, but instead ventured to a more remote city. The Changgung Sword Immortal resided there, and the ghost doctor came to pay his respects. During their last meeting, the Changgung Sword Immortal had shared his whereabouts, inviting the ghost doctor to visit should he have need. Knock, knock, knock. The ghost doctor stood outside, his heart slightly exhilarated as he gently rapped on the door. Kumin, the Changgung Sword Immortal, recognizing the visitor as the ghost doctor, released a thought, and the door creaked open. Upon entering the courtyard, the ghost doctor beheld the modestly clad Changgung Sword Immortal wielding a rusted broken sword, diligently chopping dried wood. Senior, the ghost doctor greeted respectfully. Is there something you require? The Changgung Sword Immortal did not look up, continuing his task. Having assisted young Master Chen with a matter previously, I thought it appropriate to pay my respects now that I am in the flowing meteor domain. The ghost doctor had no pressing issues. Has young Master Chen encountered any troubles? The celestial swordsman of Changgung has sequestered himself within his quarters, showing no inclination to inquire about the happenings of the outside world. He remains oblivious to events unless Chen Qingyuan finds himself in peril. Thus it is. Subsequently, the ghost physician succinctly conveyed the general circumstances and mentioned the invitation extended by Chen Qingyuan for the venerable elder-s patronage. You declined? From the tone of the ghost physician regarding the elder-s patronage, the celestial swordsman deduced this conclusion. Indeed, the ghost physician nodded. Confusing. The celestial swordsman set aside his tasks, gradually lifted his gaze, and exchanged a brief glance with the ghost physician, letting out a soft sigh. Chapter 49. The Ancient History of the Xianqing Sect. The ghost doctor was taken aback, clearly perplexed. Was there anything amiss with the elder's refusal to serve the Xianqing Sect? Moreover, I am accustomed to solitude and do not relish being restrained. If young Master Chen were to extend an invitation to me, I would certainly accept, the sword immortal Chang'eng remarked after a prolonged contemplation. What? Upon hearing this, the ghost doctor shuddered slightly, utterly astonished. Senior sword immortal, are you jesting with me? Do you think I would make such a jest? Chang'eng countered. But you were once a revered figure who subdued countless strong warriors in the imperial state, the third greatest swordsman in the world. A person of your stature, even if diminished from your former strength, is not someone the Xianqing sect could afford to honor. Although Chang'eng was nominally the third in the world, he was, in truth, the most formidable swordsman of his era, unmatched by any. He referred to himself as the third because he believed that heaven and earth could only account for one and two. That year, the sword immortal sought to take a step forward and claim the title of the true number one in the world, challenging the cosmic path. Unfortunately, he was defeated, resulting in a loss of foundation and a shattered sword. Since then, the world presumed the sword immortal to be dead, leaving behind a legendary tale. Even after millennia, no swordsman dared to claim the title of the third, let alone the first or second. All of this stemmed from the immense influence left by Chang'eng. Child, you do not comprehend. The sword immortal gazed upward, his voice hoarse. You have not yet reached that level. If I were to explain it to you, it would only bring you harm. Senior, the ghost doctor felt a tumult of confusion in her mind, her speech faltering as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. For both you and me, becoming an honored member of the Xianqing sect is undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity. Regrettably, you have pushed away this blessing within your grasp. Now that I have revealed this, if young Master Chen does not extend another invitation, you must not bring it up yourself. Otherwise, a potential fortune could transform into a calamity. The sword immortal warned gravely. Since you assert that this is a fortuitous opportunity, why can I not take the initiative? The ghost doctor, for the moment, set aside her confusion over why it was deemed an opportunity, struggling instead to understand how such fortune could turn into disaster. In matters of cause and effect, following the path leads to safety, while straying from it invites peril. I have illuminated this fortuitous opportunity. You must not broach the subject, lest you become entangled in an immense karmic web that you cannot bear. The sword immortal advised with a serious demeanor. What if young Master Chen were to invite me again? Given that even the sword immortal referred to Chen Qingyuan as young master, the ghost doctor felt compelled to speak up. In that case, you may accept without fear of calamity. The sword immortal nodded. Is there a significant difference? The intricacies of cause and effect are elusive, and with the ghost doctor's current capabilities, she could not fully grasp them. There is indeed a vast difference, the sword immortal explained. If young Master Chen invites you, it is a benevolent cause. However, if you pursue this opportunity with overt intent, your motives may become too transparent, leading to considerable troubles ahead. I find myself somewhat bewildered. The ghostly physician appeared akin to a child bewildered by training, standing motionless in confusion. Fear not, you will come to understand in due time. The sword immortal of Chang'eng remarked with a subtle smile. Isn't the Xianqing sect merely a power within the flowing star domain? How could it be entangled in such profound causality? The ghostly physician expressed profound bewilderment at this notion. Foolish child, the greatest causal force does not lie with the Xianqing sect, but rather with Chen Qingyuan. However, the sword immortal refrained from articulating this truth, allowing the ghostly physician to remain in her misunderstanding. Indeed, the Xianqing sect was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Are you acquainted with the Zhongshuan Taoist? The sword immortal deftly shifted the topic. Certainly, I am familiar. He was a formidable figure renowned throughout the empire a millennium ago, compelling many ancient sacred lands to offer their apologies. The ghostly physician, having visited the empire, had heard of this tale. And what do you know of the Zhongshuan Daoist origins? The sword immortal continued to guide the conversation. I do not know. The ghostly physician shook her head, imploring, please, speak plainly. Zhongshuan Daoist was the former holy master of the Xianqing sect. The sword immortal stated slowly. What? Upon hearing this, the ghostly physician was rendered speechless. Her mind a blank canvas. After a prolonged pause, she gasped in astonishment. How can this be? If the Xianqing sect possesses such a background, why remain in the flowing star domain? This tale is lengthy, the elder explained. I too came to know it by mere coincidence. And I hold the Xianqing sect in great esteem. The former holy master of the Xianqing sect was Feng Changxian, whose direct disciple was Lin Changsheng. Long ago, Feng Changxian suddenly vanished, and soon after, news of his passing emerged. The Xianqing sect was left leaderless, and the atmosphere was fraught with anxiety. Subsequently, the elder generation was reduced to the sole figure of Shangwan Rong, who stabilized the situation, elevating Lin Changsheng to the holy master's throne, urging the disciples within to foster harmony and mutual assistance, lest they be blinded by self-interest. This was also the master of Chen Qingyuan. However, shortly after accepting Chen Qingyuan as a disciple, it was rumored that Shangwan Rong encountered a mishap in his cultivation and perished. From that moment forth, the weight of the Xianqing sect rested upon the shoulders of Lin Changsheng and his peers. As far as I am aware, the former holy master of the Xianqing sect was Feng Changxian, who bears no connection to the illustrious Zhongshuan Daoist. The ghostly physician sought to uncover the origins of Chen Qingyuan, along with the history of the Xianqing sect. The Zhongshuan Daoist is merely an alias. Reluctant to reveal his true identity to avoid entangling the sect's juniors in endless causality, the sword immortal elucidated, keen to enlighten the ghostly physician. The Xianqing sect boasts a long lineage, its ancestral ground situated in the empire, rich in heritage. Once the ancestors of the Xianqing sect discovered a demonic abyss, and, in alliance with the myriad powers of the empire, resolved to seal it. However, within a certain corner of the empire lies a demonic abyss whose terror far exceeds the imagination of the common folk. Approximately 300,000 years ago, the founding ancestor of the Xianqing sect, alongside hundreds of formidable beings, endeavored to seal the abyss. Due to the ancestor bearing the brunt of the greatest causality, he perished shortly after this endeavor. Before his passing, he left behind a testament. The matter of the abyss had not been truly resolved, and the seal must be deepened every 10,000 years. At the outset, the various formidable factions of the imperial state readily acquiesced, for the eruption of the abyss of demons would undoubtedly jeopardize the safety of all. However, as time elapsed, apart from the Xianqing sect, which steadfastly upheld its responsibilities, the other factions gradually withdrew their attention. The champions of these factions were unwilling to risk their lives for such endeavors, having dedicated their entire lives to reaching the pinnacle of the Grand Era. They found it intolerable to be summoned to the abyss before they had even enjoyed a moment of leisure. Although the foremost experts of the Xianqing sect were indignant, they were left with no recourse. If the other sects were unwilling to take the risk, then the Xianqing sect would proceed alone. The words of the ancestor had been clear. The descendants would surely carry out the task. Gradually, all the leaders of the Xianqing sect ventured into the abyss, with very few returning alive, resulting in a severe diminishment of the sect's strength. A century ago, a sovereign of the Xianqing sect made the fateful decision to depart from the imperial state in search of a more suitable refuge. If circumstances permitted, the Xianqing sect would undoubtedly prefer to remain in the spiritually rich imperial state. Would the Xianqing sect ever return to the imperial state? The sovereign gazed skyward with a sigh, burdened by a sense of frustration and regret as he journeyed towards the northern wastes. In such dire circumstances, this was the only means to preserve even a fragment of their lineage. Chapter 50. I want to strangle you once. The Xianqing sect was endowed with abundant resources. However, after the loss of its premier fighting prowess, countless forces in the empire of Zhou descended upon it like ravenous beasts. Should the Xianqing sect fail to depart, it would likely struggle to preserve even its foundational roots. A millennium ago, the Zongxian Taoist ascended to the great ascension realm, inheriting the will of his ancestors, which propelled his strength to unprecedented heights in a short span of time. Concurrently, he delved into the history of the Xianqing sect. Upon entering the empire of Zhou, the Zongxian Taoist began to confront various factions, challenging and subduing numerous renowned powerhouses. Perhaps these factions were in the wrong. Perhaps they were unwilling to confront the seemingly mad Zongxian Taoist head-on, or perhaps they sought to exploit him to continue safeguarding the demon abyss, leading to a lack of significant conflict. Having vented his frustrations, the Zongxian Taoist did not forget the teachings of his forebears and made his way toward the demon abyss. Since that moment, he has not been seen again. The Xianqing sect indeed harbors a remarkable lineage. The ghost doctor harbors no doubt regarding the historical account provided by the Chang'e Sword Immortal. For the Sword Immortal has no reason to deceive her. The present Xianqing sect is no longer what it once was. The Chang'e Sword Immortal sighed, recalling the times spent discussing the world over tea with the Zongxian Taoist. He noted that the Taoist had not designated a successor before his disappearance, perhaps intentionally, to spare future generations from bearing such a burden. According to the ancestral teachings of the Xianqing sect, matters concerning the demon abyss must not be disseminated. They can only be conveyed to the next holy master through special means of inheritance. The Zongxian Taoist, harboring personal motives, did not wish for the already waning Xianqing sect to sever its last threads of lineage, thus seeking to halt all causality at that juncture. Therefore, upon his departure, he did not pass on the memories of his inheritance to Lin Changsheng. Do the forces of the Empire of Zhou truly remain indifferent? Through the narrative of the Chang'e Sword Immortal, the ghost doctor developed a profound admiration for the Xianqing sect's illustrious ancestors, lamenting for the decline of Xianqing. If you were asked to face death, would you comply? The Chang'e Sword Immortal countered. The ghost doctor fell silent, unable to provide a definitive answer. Human hearts are inscrutable. Few possess the fortitude to remain steadfast in their convictions. Upon introspection, the Chang'e Sword Immortal believed himself inferior to the ancestors of the Xianqing sect. Are those individuals still alive? The ghost doctor inquired softly. I do not know. The Chang'e Sword Immortal replied with a gentle shake of his head. I have not ventured to the demon abyss. Thus, I am unaware of the particulars therein. Having guarded the demon abyss for over 300,000 years is indeed a source of admiration and contemplation. Once a formidable power in the Empire of Zhou, the Xianqing sect now stands as a first-rate sect within a stellar domain of the northern wilderness, evoking a deep sense of nostalgia. This merit, surely, the heavens must acknowledge. The Chang'e Sword Immortal gazed into the boundless sky, silently reflecting. Following this conversation with the Sword Immortal, the ghost doctor no longer underestimated the Xianqing sect. She had initially thought the Sword Immortal's courtesy towards Chen Qingyuan was merely a gesture of respect for the forebears of the Xianqing sect. In truth, it was far more profound. The various factions within the flowing meteor domain have issued notifications, allowing peers to confront Chen Qingyuan and reclaim their dignity. Chen Qingyuan will not leave the Xianqing sect for the time being, denying those individuals the opportunity to bully him. Within the secluded realm of cultivation, Chen Qingyuan found himself engrossed in contemplation regarding a singular matter. What truly lies behind the Tao Academy, and when might it seek him out? According to Lin Changsheng, the Tao Academy is an exceedingly enigmatic force in the northern wasteland, steeped in ancient traditions and unfathomable depth. How did my rather dubious master forge a connection with such an esteemed institution? This perplexity weighed heavily on Chen Qingyuan's mind. If the Tao Academy indeed wielded significant influence, it seemed improbable that the Xianqing sect could qualify for admission. Undoubtedly, it was the doing of Shangwan Rome, who had dealings with the Tao Academy and secured an opportunity for Chen Qingyuan to enroll. Once Chen Qingyuan established his footing within the Tao Academy, even if the historical legacy of the Xianqing sect were to be unveiled, he would not fear retribution from the eminent powers of the imperial capital. Furthermore, Shangwan Rome and the former Saint Lord Feng Changxian had conferred, resolving to conclude the sect's burdens during their generation, preventing further escalation. Should the Tao Academy be inclined to intervene, it could sever the ties between the Xianqing sect and the demonic abyss, thus ensuring the continuity of the sect's bloodline. The letter left by his master indicated that upon shattering the wooden token, emissaries from the Tao Academy would arrive at the Xianqing sect within a decade. With 5 years already elapsed, it seemed prudent to prepare himself mentally. Unable to unravel these mysteries, Chen Qingyuan resolved to cease pondering and instead focus on striving for the golden core stage. One day, as he sat in meditation, he suddenly perceived a subtle disturbance within the room, prompting him to open his eyes in alarm. He was taken aback to see the ghostly physician, Gongsun Nan, pouring tea for him, the liquid being offered to the crimson lips concealed beneath her veil. After taking a sip, Gongsun Nan bestowed a gentle smile upon Chen Qingyuan. "Sister, ghostly physician, what brings you here?" he exclaimed in surprise. "I came to check on you," she replied, her veiled visage adding an air of mystique to her presence. "How did you gain entry?" Chen Qingyuan, more astonished and cautious than pleased, pondered whether this enigmatic figure might indeed pose trouble for him. "Do you think the protective array of the Xianqing sect could hinder me?" Gongsun ingested. "Indeed," Chen Qingyuan conceded, realizing the futility of his concerns, and tentatively inquired, "Sister, ghostly physician, do you require my assistance? I pride myself on my integrity, benevolence, and aversion to malevolence. Surely, I have not offended you in any regard? You disclosed my whereabouts to the Murong family in the North Song Star domain, did you not?" Gongsun Nan articulated with clarity. "I never revealed anything about your movements," Chen Qingyuan asserted vehemently. "I would never concede to such an accusation. In light of your reputation, I provided some aid to the Murong family," he confessed. Initially, Gongsun Nan had been reluctant to assist when approached by the Murong family, but upon hearing Chen Qingyuan's name, she reconsidered and decided to lend her support. Subsequently, she learned of the circumstances. An elder of the Murong family was in dire straits due to a mishap in cultivation. Thanks to Gongsun Nan's timely intervention, the elder's life was spared and his condition stabilized. The Murong family expressed their deep gratitude towards Gongsun Nan by presenting him with numerous gifts. Gongsun Nan, having expended considerable energy in his efforts to save others, did not decline the offerings. However, this matter held little significance for him. Chen Qingyuan, eager to learn about the Murong family's circumstances, found himself unable to inquire directly and thus feigned ignorance instead. "Aren't you going to express your gratitude to me?" Gongsun then squinted his eyes. "Sister Ghost Doctor, I am utterly impoverished. I truly have no money." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan grew anxious. "I do not require spirit stones." Gongsun then shot him a disdainful glance. "Do not entertain any thoughts about me. I maintain a rather virtuous lifestyle. If you do not desire spirit stones, then what else do you seek? I wish to strangle you, and now you invite me to become an esteemed elder? I would certainly accept. Why did you not extend the invitation?" Nevertheless, Gongsun Nin knew better than to be forthright about this matter, for that would diminish its auspicious nature. "Get lost." Gongsun Nan's expression darkened. "Sister, this is my residence. Would it not be rather inappropriate for me to leave?" Chen Qingyuan muttered softly. "So, are you suggesting that I should leave?" Gongsun Nan, seated, cast a fierce glare at him. "I dare not. I shall take my leave at once." Chen Qingyuan, fearing Gongsun Nan's wrath, hastily fled to the outside. Chapter 51. The unashamed shall conquer. All the arrival of Gongsun Nan instilled considerable pressure upon Chen Qingyuan. After wandering within the sect for several hours, he returned to his quarters, murmuring quietly, "It has been so long. Surely she must have departed by now." To his surprise, however, the reality was far from his expectations. Gongsun Nan remained seated in the courtyard, enjoying the gentle breeze, admiring the flowers, and sipping tea. "Sister, you have yet to leave?" Chen Qingyuan's body trembled slightly. "I have pressing matters," Gongsun Nan offered as an excuse, mentioning her occasional visits to the esteemed elder Li, known to others as the illustrious Changgung Sword Immortal, whose true name is Li Muyang. "Oh, I see," Chen Qingyuan acknowledged, nodding gently. "Sister Ghost Doctor, You wish to make the Xianxing sect your temporary abode, do you not? My nature is peculiar. I'm not inclined to interact with strangers. Given our acquaintance, it is more fitting for me to remain here for the time being, Gongsun Nan replied with an fa-ade of cool detachment, though inwardly she felt a flicker of joy. Impudent boy, my intentions should be quite clear. When will you seize the opportunity to extend an invitation for me to become a revered elder? Gongsun Nan's gaze bore into Chen Qingyuan's, filled with a glimmer of anticipation. Should he invite her, she would undoubtedly accept without hesitation. On that fateful day, the Changgung Sword Immortal had proclaimed that if Chen Qingyuan were to extend an invitation, he would willingly become a venerable elder of the Xianxing sect, thus forging a bond of benevolence. Had Chen Qingyuan been aware of this, he would have gone to great lengths to summon the Sword Immortal, ringing bells and beating drums to ensure all knew of the occasion. Yet, such matters of karmic connection cannot be forced. Otherwise, they may yield contrary results. The affairs of the world are all about the concept of fate, and one cannot be too insistent. This matter is easily resolved. Chen Qingyuan mistakenly believed that Gongsun Nan sought merely to reside within the Xianxing sect. With a cheerful demeanor, he suggested, "Sister, I can arrange for a serene and elegant place for you to stay. What do you think? That would be acceptable. A child worthy of guidance." Gongsun Nan replied, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. However, the subsequent words from Chen Qingyuan shattered her composure, compelling her to deliver a sharp slap to him. "In light of our fateful connection, I shall charge you a modest fee of 100 mid-grade spirit stones daily for my services, an exceedingly reasonable price, I must say. Of course, should you lack spirit stones, medicinal herbs will suffice." It was evident that Chen Qingyuan had set his sights on the valuable herbs Gongsun Nan possessed. The smile concealed beneath Gongsun Nan's veil faltered, her delicate hand tightening as she glared at him. "What did you say? You expect me to pay?" Cough. Chen Qingyuan, caught in her fierce gaze, stumbled backward 2 paces, bracing himself for a hasty retreat. "Sister, I am financially constrained. Surely, you would prefer to keep your whereabouts discreet and avoid unwanted disturbances. While the Xianxing sect has many vacant halls, one must submit a certain number of spirit stones to reside there. You were besieged by various forces within the Fuliu star domain. Was it not I who intervened on your behalf?" Gongsun Nan huffed disdainfully. "Thank you, sister, for your assistance. Should fortune smile upon me in the future, I shall certainly repay you handsomely." Chen Qingyuan wore a solemn expression and clasped his fists as he spoke. "By the time you achieve prosperity, the moment will have passed." Gongsun Nan replied curtly, "Arrange for me a suitable place to reside, but do not expect any payment from me." "Very well." Chen Qingyuan sighed in resignation, realizing that he would have to cover the rental costs himself. If the Xianxing sect were to learn that Gongsun Nan was staying there, they would undoubtedly charge nothing and treat her with utmost care. The crux of the matter was that Chen Qingyuan could not discern Gongsun Nan's true intentions and must keep her whereabouts a secret, thus necessitating the expenditure of spirit stones. "Look at your stinginess. Must it always be about money? Is there no alternative?" Gongsun Nan prodded playfully. "Sister, you've sneaked in here, clearly wishing to remain unnoticed. I intend to arrange for you a splendid residence, but I cannot use your name, hence I must bear the cost myself." Chen Qingyuan let out a soft sigh, alas. If only my sister could become an esteemed elder of the Xianxing sect, everything would be easily resolved. As long as the requests are not too unreasonable, the sect would undoubtedly do its utmost to accommodate you. Unfortunately, the Xianxing sect is too modest to host such a distinguished individual as yourself. Let's not speak of the elder's position any further. I would not want to provoke your ire. With that, Chen Qingyuan offered a respectful bow to Gongsun Nan before departing. "Sister, I shall arrange your lodgings." Upon hearing the mention of an esteemed elder, Gongsun Nan's interest piqued. Her mouth opened in anticipation, waiting for Chen Qingyuan's invitation. However, Chen Qingyuan's unexpected approach left her feeling flustered. Watching him walk away, she crushed a teacup in frustration, muttering to herself, "Chen Qingyuan, you truly are infuriating." Little did Chen Qingyuan know the calculations in Gongsun Nan's mind. He genuinely believed her excuse of merely seeking a place to rest before visiting the Sword Immortal. During his last bold invitation, she had mentioned needing a prime spiritual vein each year, suggesting she might consider it. The Xianqing sect was too impoverished to sustain such a revered figure, and to avoid humiliation, Chen Qingyuan would not dare to extend another invitation, lest he invoke her disdain. Chen Qingyuan was efficient in his arrangements. Within merely an hour, he had secured a tranquil palace for Gongsun Nan to secretly move into, encircled by barriers to ensure her solitude. He also provided her with an abundance of rare fruits and fragrant tea. "Sister, you shall stay here for now. If all is well, I shall take my leave." He felt overwhelmed by the pressure of her presence. "Do you have nothing to discuss with me?" Gongsun Nan, clad in a black dress, narrowed her eyes suggestively. After a lengthy pause, Chen Qingyuan saw no cause for concern and shook his head. "Nothing to speak of." "Very well," Gongsun Nan replied, weary. Had she known the Xianqing sect's grand legacy, she would have readily agreed to become an esteemed elder that day. Alas, the opportunity had slipped away, and she could only wonder how long she would have to wait for another chance. Gongsun Nan resolved to reside permanently at the Xianqing sect, confident that an opportunity would surely present itself. As I prepared to depart, Chen Qingyuan remarked, "Sister, if you find my efficiency commendable, a small reward would be appreciated." How shameless one can be, truly invincible in the world. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Nan's expression darkened. "Get lost." "All right." Chen Qingyuan, undeterred by embarrassment, promptly dashed away. Just as he reached the threshold, Gongsun Nan casually tossed a jade box his way. "This will help you establish a better foundation for your cultivation. Take it and leave swiftly." "Thank you, Sister Ghost Doctor. You are simply enchanting, a celestial being descended to earth." Chen Qingyuan exclaimed with delight, stowing away the jade box and offering a compliment before his departure. Chapter 52. Do not seek me for fights if you lack wealth. Dealing with this fellow is truly exasperating. Gongsun Nan pressed her forehead, her expression one of resignation. Before long, however, a light chuckle escaped her lips, her gaze softening slightly. For many years, she had led a solitary life, her emotions remaining undisturbed. Yet, since encountering Chen Qingyuan, it seemed as though she had rediscovered the rhythm of life, experiencing both joy and sorrow, her feelings now a tapestry of complexity. Upon returning to the cave, Chen Qingyuan cautiously opened the jade box, revealing a white-bearded jade spirit root, the essence of a supreme medicinal herb encapsulated within. "What a windfall!" Chen Qingyuan exclaimed inwardly. Such a complete and exquisite jade spirit root was not even found in the treasury of the Xianqing sect. Why the sudden generosity? After the initial excitement, Chen Qingyuan felt a twinge of wariness, pondering whether there was some ulterior motive at play. With that thought, Chen Qingyuan retrieved the jade bracelet, employing its unique properties to examine the jade spirit root. After a meticulous inspection, it appeared untouched, everything in order. How peculiar. Chen Qingyuan furrowed her brow. Could it be due to the presence of the sword immortal? Or perhaps my striking appearance has stirred some unwholesome thoughts in the ghostly healer. Why use also? That young woman in red from the abyssal zone had approached Chen Qingyuan with a proposal of partnership upon their first meeting, leaving her with lingering unease. Forget about it. One should seize opportunities when presented. Chen Qingyuan dismissed these thoughts, feeling somewhat troubled. If she were to refine the jade spirit root, undoubtedly, she could ascend to the golden core realm, reclaiming her place upon the grand stage of existence. However, she decided against such haste, opting instead to stabilize her cultivation for the time being, prioritizing the establishment of a solid foundation. There was no rush to break through to the golden core realm. A few years could be afforded. After securing the jade spirit root, Chen Qingyuan prepared to meditate. "Little master uncle, there are many people outside seeking you. You should come out and take a look." Suddenly, an anxious voice called from beyond the cave. "Can't they be a bit quieter?" Chen Qingyuan felt a surge of irritation, her mood darkening. Stepping outside, she encountered an inner sect disciple who inquired, "What is it?" Over 100 individuals are gathered at the mountain gate, all prominent talents from various sacred lands, eager to compete with little master uncle, the disciple reported earnestly. "Who are they?" Chen Qingyuan pressed further. "The young master Qin Yutong from the Tianyuan sect, the monk Pushing from the Nanjing Diju Temple, and from Sansheng Mountain. The disciple enumerated several names, merely former adversaries. In days gone by, Chen Qingyuan had suppressed her contemporaries in the Fuliu star domain, rendering these individuals too intimidated to raise their heads. Now, they had the audacity to challenge her. The situation was rather complicated. It would not do to simply drive them away, leaving little Master Uncle to resolve the matter herself. The elders of the Xianqing sect had attempted to disperse the crowd, but to no avail. They could not bully the small with the large. It would be a source of ridicule for the sect. Moreover, it had been made clear during the visit of various sects that should her contemporaries challenge Chen Qingyuan, the older generations would not intervene, each relying on their own merits. Very well. Chen Qingyuan spoke impatiently. At the edge of a cliff on a certain peak, a group of elder disciples with silver hair stood, their gazes fixed upon the entrance of the mountain gate. Can our junior brother resolve this predicament? Although he is currently recultivating, one must not underestimate him. If he cannot subdue even his former subordinates, he would no longer be called Chen Qingyuan. The junior brother possesses a plethora of clever ideas. He is unlikely to suffer defeat. Let's enjoy the spectacle. The elders watched with great interest, entirely unconcerned about any potential mishap. At the entrance of Xianqing sect, over 100 elegantly dressed youths hovered in midair, hurling insults, eager to provoke Chen Qingyuan into appearing to restore their elders' lost dignity. Moreover, the grievances from when they were once trampled beneath his feet lingered in their hearts, now that they had such a splendid opportunity. They could not afford to let it slip away. Chen Qingyuan, do you intend to remain a timid turtle for the rest of your life? In my opinion, if you were to emerge, bow to us, and offer an apology, we would not be unwilling to depart. In the past, you were brimming with vigor, yet now you cower within your sect, lacking even the courage to face us? The crowd jeered, their laughter sharp and derisive. Chen Qingyuan approached the mountain gate, looking up at this familiar group, finding it rather tiresome. Whether in the past or present, he had never regarded these individuals as rivals, merely stepping stones along his path of cultivation. To speak candidly, even if you have resumed your training, you are no longer worthy of the title of the 10 talents of the northern wilderness. Qin Yutong, donned in a dark brocade robe, had once nearly formed a partnership with Bai Shixue. His feelings for her were scant. It was primarily for the sake of an alliance with Dongyi Palace and to vex Chen Qingyuan. A century ago, Chen Qingyuan had swept through the flowing star domain, defeating peers, including Qin Yutong. Yet, Qin Yutong, unwilling to concede, had challenged Chen Qingyuan multiple times and faced defeat each time. Over time, not only did he fail to strive for improvement, but he also harbored resentment towards Chen Qingyuan. Have you not grown weary from your incessant insults over the past few days? Chen Qingyuan remained unperturbed, unaffected by the words of others. At last, you have made your appearance. Upon seeing Chen Qingyuan, the crowd's expressions hardened and the atmosphere turned tense. How could insulting you ever tire us? It is a most pleasurable endeavor, Qin Yutong mocked. You've traveled such a distance to cause trouble for me at Xianqing sect. Surely something is amiss with your minds. Chen Qingyuan casually pulled up a chair to sit, looking up at Qin Yutong and the others in the void above while proclaiming loudly, "We have come here to challenge the former talents of the northern wilderness. Do you dare to accept?" In those days, Chen Qingyuan's reputation was illustrious, evoking admiration and fear. Since his demise, only 9 talents were acknowledged in the northern wilderness. When Qin Yutong mentioned the 10 talents of the northern wilderness, it was laced with derision, not reverence. "Why should I accept your challenge?" Chen Qingyuan retorted. "Peer competition, a discourse of principles and skills," Qin Yutong stated. And then, Chen Qingyuan retrieved a cup of tea from his bag and took a sip. "Do you dare or do you not?" Qin Yutong demanded loudly. "Your mind must be troubled." In front of a multitude, Chen Qingyuan pointed at Qin Yutong and scolded. "Is this your first day knowing me? Are you unaware of my rules? If you wish to challenge me, you cannot come empty-handed. You must stake something. Greed has become your addiction. Inevitably, this matter will lead you to the brink of madness." Listening to Chen Qingyuan's scornful words, Qin Yutong's face turned ashen, and he cursed. "That is my affair. It is of no concern to you." Chen Qingyuan retorted. "I can hardly be bothered to waste my breath on you. A bunch of paupers. What do you wish to wager?" a young man, unable to endure Chen Qingyuan's demeanor, felt compelled to step forward and confront him. At the very least, a baseline bet of 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. There is no upper limit. A glimmer of mockery flickered in Chen Qingyuan's eyes. The bait had been taken, and a substantial profit awaited. It seems there are indeed many fools in the flowing meteor domain. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted. Such a sum of spirit stones is no trivial matter. Indeed, they are all impoverished. If you lack funds, do not seek me out for a fight. Noticing the troubled looks on the faces of the crowd, Chen Qingyuan deliberately mocked them, employing a tactic of provocation. Chapter 53. Preparing for the battle against Qin Yutong in response to Chen Qingyuan's taunts. The expressions of Qin Yutong and his companions darkened, filled with indignation. This was the territory of the Xinqing sect, and none dared to act recklessly. After deliberation, they reached a consensus. No one wished to shoulder the substantial wager alone. Thus, each contributed a portion, collectively amassing 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Who would engage in battle? With over 100 individuals glancing at one another, only one could be chosen to confront Chen Qingyuan, seizing this opportunity to teach him a lesson. "You shall go." Qin Yutong volunteered, harboring a long-standing grudge against Chen Qingyuan. No one doubted the prowess of the young Master Qin. Yet they were acutely aware that Chen Qingyuan was no ordinary adversary and should not be underestimated. A sense of unease flickered in the hearts of some as they cast sidelong glances at Chen Qingyuan. His confidence suggested he might possess hidden cards. Furthermore, as they scrutinized him, they could not discern his true cultivation level, which instilled trepidation amongst them. Cloaked in the protective aura of a jade bracelet, Chen Qingyuan appeared shrouded in a veil of mist, rendering him inscrutable. "I understand your concerns. This time, I will surely subdue Chen Qingyuan." As the esteemed young master of the Tianyuan sect, Qin Yutong's talents were beyond question. A century prior, he had encountered the exceedingly formidable Chen Qingyuan and had been incessantly suppressed, struggling to exhibit the brilliance befitting a prodigy. In truth, Qin Yutong had attained the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm a century ago. He was now at its zenith. His delay in advancing to the nascent soul realm stemmed not from a lack of resources or talent, but from unresolved inner turmoil. Only by defeating Chen Qingyuan could Qin Yutong's heart attain clarity, enabling his ascension to the nascent soul. Today presented a rare opportunity that Qin Yutong must seize. In that case, we place this battle in the capable hands of young Master Qin. After some contemplation, the others acquiesced. Among their ranks, Qin Yutong's strength was indeed formidable, and it was believed he would not falter against Chen Qingyuan, who had only recently re-established his physical form. Even if Chen Qingyuan were an exceptional talent, it was implausible that he could cultivate to the nascent soul realm in just a few short years. Qin Yutong hurled a bag filled with over 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones towards Chen Qingyuan, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Take this." In response, Chen Qingyuan produced an equal amount of spirit stones, placing both bags aside. "Whoever wins may take them. Now, do you dare to fight?" Qin Yutong showed no concern for the spirit stones. His singular focus was to utilize all his might to vanquish Chen Qingyuan, to utterly humiliate him beneath his heel. "May I inquire, is this battle an unrestricted brawl, where life and death are inconsequential, or shall it be a fair fight of equal cultivation levels?" Chen Qingyuan sensed the animosity in Qin Yutong's eyes. The cultivation world is notoriously ruthless. Fairness is a mere illusion. The implication was clear. In a chaotic melee, death would be a deserved fate. Qin Yutong would rather sacrifice his pride than engage Chen Qingyuan on equal terms. Such an approach was fraught with peril. He possessed a distinct advantage in cultivation and saw no reason to restrain himself. While such restraint might be acceptable in friendly sparring, it was folly against an enemy like Chen Qingyuan. "I comprehend your intent." In response, Chen Qingyuan exhibited little emotional fluctuation, his lips perpetually adorned with a smile that intrigued the onlookers. Regardless of the approach chosen by Qin Yutong, it bore no impact on Chen Qingyuan. In a confrontation of equal realms, it could be asserted that Qin Yutong possessed no chance of victory. Thus, it was precisely for this reason that Qin Yutong refrained from making such a foolish choice. However, did Qin Yutong genuinely believe that he could vanquish Chen Qingyuan merely by virtue of his superior cultivation? The audacity with which Chen Qingyuan accepted the challenge today stemmed from his unwavering confidence. He would not hastily consent otherwise. If you dare not, then beg for mercy. And perhaps I shall acquiesce, allowing you and your companions to depart from the Xianshan sect. Qin Yutong scoffed. The onlookers fixed their gazes upon Chen Qingyuan, their faces alight with the anticipation of assured victory, as if they could already envision the scene of his defeat. Qin Yutong, how many times have I bested you in the past? Yet you remain unheeded. Chen Qingyuan chuckled softly, shaking his head in a sigh. Ah, you have presented yourself for me to strike down, thus I can hardly be blamed. Everyone, please retreat to a distance, he implored. Qin Yutong then turned his attention to the young elites of various sects, a precious sword materializing in his grasp. As the imminent battle loomed, the crowd promptly withdrew, hovering in the void with unwavering focus. Chen Qingyuan emerged slowly, clad in a cerulean long robe, his ink-black hair bound with a coarse cord, slender fingers gently tapping the space beside him. A hum resonated as the void subtly distorted, akin to ripples upon water, extending until it reached Qin Yutong. With each step Chen Qingyuan took forward, his imposing presence shifted, his cultivation gradually revealing itself. Postnatal realm, innate realm, yellow, spirit realm, until he reached the pinnacle of the celestial spirit realm, where his auras ceased to fluctuate. The palpable surge of Chen Qingyuan's cultivation left all in astonishment. Calculating the passage of time, it had merely been 5 or 6 years since the senior ghost healer had healed Chen Qingyuan's injuries. How had he ascended back to the celestial spirit realm so swiftly? Not only were the young prodigies of various sects taken aback, but even the members of the Xianshan sect were equally shocked, their expressions shifting dramatically. When did our junior brother reach this level of cultivation? Does anyone know? Within one of Xianshan sect's palaces, Lin Changsheng gazed at a gathering of elders, hoping for an answer. I do not know. The elders shook their heads in unison. Upon Chen Qingyuan's return 5 years ago, he had displayed cultivation at the Earth Spirit Realm. Subsequently, he continued to employ unique methods to conceal his growth, preventing others from discerning the pace of his advancement. In a mere span of 5 years, Chen Qingyuan had leaped from the Earth Spirit Realm to the apex of the Celestial Spirit Realm, astonishing the sect leader Lin Changsheng and others. Our junior brother's rate of cultivation exceeds that of yesteryears. It is truly remarkable. The elders marveled in silence. At the mountain gate, after the initial surprise, the young prodigies of various sects devised a plausible explanation. Chen Qingyuan's innate talent was exceptional, and having already established a foundation, it was not difficult for him to recover to this level in a short time. Qin Yutong, with a stern expression, gazed down from his elevated position at the slowly advancing Chen Qingyuan, as though everything lay within his grasp. Qin Yutong, a practitioner at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, found himself in a position of undeniable dominance, despite Chen Qingyuan's remarkable skills. The humiliation of the past demanded reparation in the present. Casting a piercing gaze at Chen Qingyuan, Qin Yutong resolved within, gripping his treasured sword tightly as a tempest of sword intent surged forth, hurtling towards Chen Qingyuan with formidable force. The sheer might of the sword intent bore down upon him. Yet, Chen Qingyuan neither flinched nor retreated, resolutely advancing forward. Dissipate, he commanded, sweeping his sleeve to disperse Qin Yutong's powerful sword intent effortlessly. This spectacle left many spectators in shock, their expressions shifting dramatically as disbelief washed over them. Though no one had anticipated that Chen Qingyuan would be subdued by mere sword intent, the fact remained that he was merely a practitioner of the heavenly spirit realm. How could he so easily dispel the oppressive force of a Golden Core expert's might? Chapter 54. Astonishing strength, Chen Qingyuan effortlessly dispelled the swords, leaving many in a state of bewilderment and shock. Initially, numerous spectators believed that Chen Qingyuan would struggle. However, they were taken aback by his apparent ease. Qin Yutong's gaze sharpened, no longer underestimating Chen Qingyuan, and he resolved to exert his full strength, leaving no room for opportunity. The notion that such pressure could inflict harm upon me is laughable. Involuntarily, Chen Qingyuan recalled his century-long existence within the abyss. Truly a time where each day felt like a year. The girl in red frequently cast him into the terrifying, lightless realms of the secret world, honing his character and helping him conquer his fears. At times, she compelled him to endure an unknown, terrifying pressure with his mortal form, thereby fortifying his resilience. In summary, although Chen Qingyuan emerged from the abyss in a seemingly crippled state, the gains he acquired were beyond verbal expression. Though challenging, it was not yet a source of true distress. Ever since Chen Qingyuan assimilated that golden Dao bone, he had not truly engaged in combat. This time, he intended to battle Qin Yutong, not only to intimidate the lurking malefactors, but also to ascertain the veracity of his own combat prowess. Previously, Chen Qingyuan had obtained a silver spear in the dead zone of the North Song Star Domain, dedicating days to its study without any tangible insights. The only certainty he possessed was that the silver spear was an unparalleled treasure of the Tao. It should not be revealed lightly to avoid inciting envy. In his confrontation with Qin Yutong, Chen Qingyuan did not plan to utilize all his hidden cards, opting instead for a modest display. Everyone was eager to witness the spectacle, and he sought assistance with a weapon. Chen Qingyuan turned to his fellow disciples near the mountain gate and proclaimed loudly, "Junior uncle, this is my treasured sword. Please take it for your use. It is the Xianbing blade, a spirit treasure I acquired from a secret realm. Use mine." A throng of core disciples and inner sect members hurled their weapons into the air in a rush. The battle between Junior Uncle and the young master of Tianyuan sect captivated all the Xianqing sect. Aside from those elders and disciples who were required to maintain their duties, everyone else observed eagerly from the shadows, filled with excitement. Junior Uncle and Qin Yutong could certainly be considered romantic rivals. This battle would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. Our junior uncle, aside from being somewhat greedy and sharp-tongued, is practically perfect. Bai Shishue from Dongyi Palace seemed blind to overlook junior uncle's merits. Should junior uncle emerge victorious, he would undoubtedly bask in glory, leaving Dongyi Palace to regret their choices. It was rumored that when the Tianyuan sect and Dongyi Palace forged an alliance, junior uncle gifted a white umbrella. Do you think junior uncle still harbors feelings for Bai Shishue? Impossible. Junior uncle is no simpering fool, unworthy of delaying his own progress for a heartless woman. Regardless of the setting, there is never a shortage of gossip enthusiasts. The disciples of Xianqing sect, who once whispered their discussions in secret, now brought their speculations into the open. Even some elders joined in, engaging in the delightful exchange of gossip. Gazing upon the myriad of spiritual treasures and weapons suspended in the void, Chen Qingyuan's eyes traversed the array before settling upon a jade sword, approximately 3 feet in length, resplendent and translucent, akin to a flawless work of art. "Is my sword, huzzah!" exclaimed a female disciple from the inner sect, brimming with joy. "Little Shu, deliver a sound thrashing to Qin Yutong, and show no mercy." The crowd clamored. "Indeed, little Shu, let the world witness your prowess." It must be noted that Chen Qingyuan's reputation within the Xianqing sect was indeed formidable, and many were eager to behold the spectacle of his prowess. The disciples of Xianqing sect appeared exhilarated, though a trace of apprehension lingered within their hearts. Despite Chen Qingyuan's extraordinary talents, he was, for the time being, merely a practitioner at the celestial spirit realm. Could he truly prevail against the peak of the golden core realm, Qin Yutong? With the jade sword in hand, Chen Qingyuan confronted Qin Yutong. "Let us change venues and avoid disturbing the sanctum of the Xianqing sect." After a brief stalemate, Chen Qingyuan uttered these words and turned a stride toward a nearby clearing. Qin Yutong promptly pursued, as if fearing Chen Qingyuan might escape. All eyes were upon them. Some employed techniques to gain a clearer view, while others produced spiritual mirrors to project the scene of the impending battle. "Chen Qingyuan, your demise is imminent." Qin Yutong sneered coldly. "How noisy!" Chen Qingyuan, unwilling to indulge Qin Yutong, unleashed a swift strike with his sword. Whoosh! A beam of sword light erupted from the jade blade, descending upon Qin Yutong's position. Qin Yutong raised his sword to block, sustaining no injury. Using another's sword against me, you cannot unleash its full potential. You are courting death. Weapons possess spirit, and without a soul bond with the jade sword, Chen Qingyuan wielded it akin to a mere sharp mortal weapon, lacking lethality. Unfazed, Chen Qingyuan remained silent, deliberately orchestrating this scenario to instill genuine despair in Qin Yutong, hoping to ensure that he would forever regret opposing him. Clang! Qin Yutong's sword surged forth like a dragon, carving a long scar through the void, with tumultuous clouds rolling and extending for miles. Chen Qingyuan employed the simplest of defenses to intercept Qin Yutong's formidable strike, emerging unscathed. How can this be? A surge of astonishment washed over Qin Yutong as he beheld Chen Qingyuan standing resolutely with his sword. The previous blow had summoned all his spiritual energy, and he believed even the most talented peers at his level would struggle to withstand it. How weak! Chen Qingyuan smirked disdainfully. Could it be that his cultivation transcended the celestial spirit realm? Qin Yutong could not help but speculate. Yet, when Chen Qingyuan made his move, he emanated a distinctly palpable aura of the celestial spirit realm. There should be no deception involved. Previously, I failed to grasp her meaning, but perhaps I now begin to understand. In a moment of reverie, the words of the girl in red echoed in Chen Qingyuan's ears. To shatter one's foundation and disperse one's cultivation, all for your sake, to re-establish a flawless foundation. A towering edifice must arise from solid ground. To ascend to greater heights in the future, the foundation must be laid perfectly without a single flaw. It must be an illusion. Qin Yutong steadied his heart and launched another assault. Thunderous roars echoed. The battle intensified as Qin Yutong took the offensive, while Chen Qingyuan remained steadfast in defense. No matter how ferocious Qin Yutong's attacks were, Chen Qingyuan skillfully parried every blow. After half an hour, having exhausted most of his trump cards, Qin Yutong found himself unable to subdue Chen Qingyuan, his mind beginning to swirl with anxiety. Throughout the encounter, Chen Qingyuan maintained an air of calm detachment. You have forced my hand. Qin Yutong, who initially aimed merely to teach Chen Qingyuan a lesson, altered his intentions, now dedicating himself wholly to the fight without reservation. A resonant hum reverberated through the heavens. A golden radiance emanated from Qin Yutong, and a shimmering image of a golden elixir floated above his head, dazzling in its brilliance. Chapter 55. Chen Qingyuan becomes serious. The battle intensifies. The manifestation of the golden core appeared like a blazing sun, spanning approximately 10 miles, with golden patterns swirling, dazzling and resplendent. Qin Yutong ceased to hold back, revealing the true form of his golden core, making his formidable strength evident to all. Most critically, any damage to this manifestation would jeopardize Qin Yutong's foundational strength. At this moment in the battle, Qin Yutong's sole desire was to annihilate Chen Qingyuan, fully prepared to accept the risk of damaging his own foundation. Qin Shaozong was clearly prepared to fight to the death. The young prodigies from various sects instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation, their hearts tightening. The pure golden core represents an exceptional foundation. Indeed, Qin Shaozong's power is terrifying. I am far inferior. A young man, filled with a sense of inferiority, gazed on in awe. Ultimately, Chen Qingyuan was merely a practitioner at the heavenly spirit realm, incapable of enduring the onslaught that Qin Shaozong was about to unleash. The realms of cultivation include the acquired realm, innate realm, yellow spirit realm, mysterious spirit realm, earth spirit realm, and heavenly spirit realm. These 6 physical realms establish the foundation for subsequent golden core and nascent soul realms, which are pathways to transcendence, capable of altering fate and wielding unfathomable power. Entering the golden core grants an extension of life for a millennium, while achieving the nascent soul can bestow a lifespan of 10,000 years. Should one reach the great achievement realm, with ample elixirs and resources, one might even live for 30,000 years. Do you seek my life? Chen Qingyuan sensed the unmistakable killing intent emanating from Qin Yutong. Within the Xianqing sect, a group of elders wore grave expressions, wishing to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. Sect Master, allow me to intervene and end this battle. A female elder implored Lin Changsheng, concerned for Chen Qingyuan's safety. Qin Yutong was clearly intent on killing the junior brother. Given the current cultivation level of the junior brother, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to withstand such an assault. The elders voiced their apprehensions, deeply worried. Lin Changsheng observed Chen Qingyuan's changing countenance, contemplating for a long while before speaking. Junior brother is no ordinary person. Let him handle this himself. If he cannot overcome this minor challenge, how will he ascend to greater heights in the future? In truth, Lin Changsheng harbored his own anxieties, though he chose not to express them. For years, he had been preoccupied with the affairs of the Daoi Academy. If Chen Qingyuan were unable to withstand the pressure exerted by Qin Yutong, his future endeavors at the Daoi Academy would only become more arduous. It was not that Lin Changsheng was heartless. He simply had faith in Chen Qingyuan. Furthermore, he harbored a suspicion that an envoy from the Daoi Academy might have already arrived in the territory of the Xinqing sect, covertly observing Chen Qingyuan's performance. Should Chen Qingyuan's performance prove inadequate, it could jeopardize his chances of becoming a student at the Daoi Academy. With Lin Changsheng's words, the elders, despite their strong desire to halt the confrontation, found themselves unable to act. Within an elegant hall, Gongsun then employed a secret technique to project the battlefield before him. How will you handle a contest that spans an entire realm? Gongsun Nan was intrigued by Chen Qingyuan's innate talent and strength, observing closely. In the midst of the battlefield, Qin Yutong launched another attack. The sharp edge of his treasured sword, like a bolt of thunder, sliced through the skies, aiming directly at Chen Qingyuan's heavenly spirit crown. The formidable radiance of the golden elixir's manifestation incessantly assailed, warping the very fabric of the void surrounding Chen Qingyuan, creating an atmosphere fraught with tension. Confronted with the onslaught of Qin Yutong, Chen Qingyuan tightened his grip on the jade sword, executing a gentle yet decisive sweep. The blade shimmered, its residual force cascading outward in all directions. I had intended to engage in a playful contest, but alas, you have overstepped. A rare seriousness enveloped Chen Qingyuan's countenance, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor, which exuded a cunning and capricious essence, reminiscent of a sheltered scion oblivious to the world's complexities. When he resolved to be earnest, he transformed into a figure of ruthless determination, devoid of mercy. Qin Yutong clearly harbored intentions to claim Chen Qingyuan's life, his murderous intent palpable. In response, Chen Qingyuan refrained from further jesting, intent on imparting a true understanding of despair and the vast chasm that lay between them. A sword is not merely a tool for brute force, he murmured, his gaze sharp as a blade. Suddenly, he abandoned the defensive stance, advancing towards Qin Yutong, his sword's might surging like an overwhelming tide, engulfing the space around them. Years spent in the confines of a forbidden realm, under the relentless tutelage of the crimson-clad maiden, compelled Chen Qingyuan to peruse countless ancient texts and esoteric techniques, fostering a profound comprehension of various weaponry and even elevating him to a level of mastery. Had he failed to meet the maiden's expectations, he would have been cast into an abyss of profound darkness and solitude, left to reflect upon his missteps, or subjected to excruciating torment as she severed and reconnected his meridians. The thought of binding himself as a companion to her after such prolonged suffering was terrifying. Thus, under her benevolent insistence, Chen Qingyuan was obligated to fulfill 9 commitments to resolve their intertwined destinies. To command the sword with one's heart is the pinnacle of mastery. Although Chen Qingyuan could not communicate with the jade sword, he could perceive the intricate patterns of its Tao, amplifying them to unleash a unique swordsmanship. In an instant, he appeared merely 1,000 meters from Qin Yutong. Chen Qingyuan thrust forth his sword, devoid of ostentatious techniques or oppressive might. It was a simple maneuver, reminiscent of an ordinary mortal wielding a blade. Having sparred with Chen Qingyuan numerous times, Qin Yutong understood that the latter was far more complex than he appeared, and thus he did not dare to underestimate him. He transitioned from offense to defense, raising his sword to block. In the blink of an eye, Chen Qingyuan's blade struck at Qin Yutong's chest. Fortunately, Qin Yutong had anticipated this assault and had prepared his defenses, managing to parry the blow. In that fleeting moment of contact between the two swords, Qin Yutong recognized the accuracy of his decision. What seemed to be a simple strike was, in truth, a return to the essence of swordsmanship, only revealing its brilliance upon striking a tangible object. The jade sword in Chen Qingyuan's grasp erupted with a terrifying force, akin to a mountain shattering, upheaving the void and sending Qin Yutong reeling back for dozens of miles. My junior's mastery of swordsmanship has astonishingly reached the stage of returning to simplicity. In my recollection, he is not a sword cultivator. Do not look at me. I am equally bewildered. The elders bore expressions of confusion, as none could comprehend the current predicament. Typically, only sword cultivators who have trained for millennia and possess exceptional talent can attain such a realm. However, Chen Qingyuan had previously been a practitioner well-versed in sorcery, with little acquaintance with the way of the sword. Could it be that? Suddenly, the crowd recalled the abyssal forbidden zone, exchanging glances laden with unspoken words. Do not speak of what should remain unsaid. Simply observe, Lin Chongxing cautioned. The assembly grasped the gravity of the situation, their faces solemn. Should the outside world learn of Chen Qingyuan's prior ignorance of swordsmanship, it would undoubtedly incite a multitude of conjectures and lead to considerable troubles. Chapter 56, Standing Tall. Overlooking peers in his youth, my junior disciple devoted several months to the art of swordsmanship under my guidance. A prodigy of extraordinary talent. The accomplishments he has achieved today truly do not disappoint me. An elder, seasoned in the ways of the sword, began to weave tales, stroking his beard with a satisfied expression. The elders exchanged knowing nods, their unspoken agreement palpable. Meanwhile, outside, the young elites of various sects watched in astonishment as Chen Qingyuan executed a sword strike with utmost seriousness, their faces paling in shock. How could it be that Chen Qingyuan, a top-tier swordsman, had gone unheard of until now? The crowd was taken aback, discovering this talent for the first time. These skills, of course, were acquired out of necessity by Chen Qingyuan. There was a time when he nearly succumbed to despair. And the reason was the sheer volume of knowledge imparted to him by the maiden in red, so vast that he struggled to keep up. Then one day, she unexpectedly struck, gradually diminishing his cultivation, leaving him in a state of desolation. I refused to believe it. Qin Yutong, having staked his very foundation, found himself unable to overpower Chen Qingyuan, his emotions surging as he whispered fiercely. Foolishness, Chen Qingyuan replied, his expression impassive as he relinquished his grip on the jade sword, allowing it to move freely, exuding an ominous aura of sword intent. Both sides prepared to engage once more, neither retreating. A radiant phenomenon akin to the blazing sun flickered, indicating that Qin Yutong's strength was steadily ascending, while Chen Qingyuan felt an undeniable pressure, his soul gripped by a sense of suffocation. Go! Chen Qingyuan, unwilling to prolong the confrontation, directed the jade sword to thrust towards Qin Yutong. Clang! The sound echoed, and for a moment, Qin Yutong found himself momentarily restrained by the jade sword, unable to approach Chen Qingyuan. The might of his golden core seemed to have little effect, as if it were non-existent. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Qingyuan was secretly channeling the power of the hidden golden Dao bone within him, bridging the gap between their realms. The golden Dao bone bore intricate ancient patterns, a significant portion of which was obscured by a veil of white mist. With only a few strands of glowing runes nourishing Chen Qingyuan's body, rendering his spiritual energy exceptionally pure and enhancing his prowess significantly. Had it been in his previous state, such a feat would have been unattainable. Chen Qingyuan reflected inwardly, marveling at the advantages of having re-established his foundation. Though once regarded as a prodigy, the gap between him and the elites of various realms had been formidable, making it arduous to contend across such vast realms. The manifestation of the golden core could shatter with a mere flick of a finger. Chen Qingyuan wielded his sword with his mind, keeping Qin Yutong on the defensive for the time being. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan circulated his internal energy, silently reciting incantations, gathering power at the tip of his right index finger. Boom! Moments later, as Qin Yutong sent the jade sword flying, he noticed a swirling vortex of dense spiritual energy forming beneath Chen Qingyuan's feet. A sense of unease stirring within him. Rushing towards Chen Qingyuan, Qin Yutong sought to preempt any unforeseen events. As he approached, a terrifying aura enveloped the space around Chen Qingyuan, the ground below fracturing like a spider-esque web, extending for hundreds of miles and transforming the landscape into a wasteland. Without his sword, he felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Many individuals are riveted by this battle, believing that Chen Qingyuan, having lost his sword, would undoubtedly be unable to confront Qin Yutong head-on. As Qin Yutong approached, Chen Qingyuan suddenly lifted his gaze towards the blazing golden sun suspended in the heavens. With a flick of his finger, a streak of white light shot forth, descending upon the radiant sun with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. You think you can harm my foundation? Dream on. Qin Yutong, momentarily oblivious to the anomaly, laughed mockingly. With a sharp clang, the sound of a sword resonated, piercing the air. Qin Yutong did not relent, thrusting his sword towards Chen Qingyuan's brow. In a critical moment, Chen Qingyuan tilted his body, evading the strike while extending his right hand to clasp the incoming sword between his index and middle fingers. Just as Qin Yutong prepared to unleash another sword maneuver, aiming to sever Chen Qingyuan's hand, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. A fissure appeared in the golden sun, high in the sky. Qin Yutong's body suddenly felt heavy, turning back. He was met with a visage of horror, his eyes wide in disbelief. No, it's impossible. Just moments ago, Chen Qingyuan's finger had been thwarted by the barrier of the golden phenomenon. How could it possibly inflict damage? This was a reality Qin Yutong struggled to accept. As the crack elongated and numerous other fissures emerged, spreading across the golden image, Qin Yutong distinctly sensed an abnormality within himself, panic beginning to rise. With a flick, Chen Qingyuan tightened his grip on the sword, causing it to emit a trembling sound. In an instant, Qin Yutong relinquished his weapon, fearing the residual force might harm him. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Qingyuan struck out towards Qin Yutong with his left palm. Without hesitation, Qin Yutong countered with a punch. Initially, the two were locked in a stalemate. But as the cracks in the golden phenomenon multiplied, they directly impacted Qin Yutong's foundation, causing him to spit blood, his breath becoming erratic as he was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. With a thud, a deep pit formed, where Qin Yutong lay, numerous wounds marring his body, blood flowing uncontrollably. The golden phenomenon in the void began to sway, gradually becoming indistinct. Within mere breaths, the anomaly vanished. Qin Yutong, his foundation compromised, appeared pallid. Above, Chen Qingyuan cast the reclaimed sword down to the ground, embedding it beside Qin Yutong. From his elevated position, he gazed down upon Qin Yutong with an icy indifference, exuding an aura that caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. Qin Yutong had been defeated. He had lost to Chen Qingyuan, whose cultivation was merely at the celestial spirit realm, and the golden phenomenon had sustained damage, impairing his foundation. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers stood in stunned silence. The young master of the Qin clan had actually lost. The talented individuals from various sects could hardly believe their eyes, their expressions a tapestry of disbelief. How could this happen? Many were unable to accept the reality. Gazing up at the imposing figure of Chen Qingyuan standing amidst the clouds, his presence blindingly radiant, difficult to behold. It is impossible to lose, absolutely impossible. Qin Yutong repeated this phrase, unable to bear the humiliation he had suffered. Previously, Qin Yutong had harbored an emotional scar after losing to Chen Qingyuan, but this time, he faced an even greater defeat against Chen Qingyuan, whose cultivation was far inferior to his own, transforming his emotional wound into a psychological demon. If Qin Yutong does not eradicate this inner demon, he will find it impossible to advance even a single step in his lifetime, and his cultivation will stagnate at this level. The earnestness of the junior disciple was truly captivating. The elders of the Xianqing sect were astonished, never having anticipated that this battle would conclude in such a manner. They believed that even if Chen Qingyuan unleashed his strongest trump card, he would at best draw with Qin Yutong. Little did they expect that Chen Qingyuan would dominate the entire fight, showcasing strength that transcended the boundaries of his cultivation level. Do you wish to try your luck as well? Chen Qingyuan shifted his gaze towards the outstanding disciples of the various sects, and wherever his eyes fell, none dared to meet his gaze. The members of each sect bowed their heads, awed into silence by Chen Qingyuan's formidable presence. Chapter 57. Unparalleled Grace. Shocking the world, the prowess displayed by Chen Qingyuan astounded all present. Qin Yutong, employing every ounce of his strength, found himself unable to defeat Chen Qingyuan, and naturally, no one else dared to challenge him. In the depths of the pit below, Qin Yutong stood in a daze, his golden core shattered, succumbing to inner demons. The battle today had utterly shattered his pride, leaving him to deeply experience the taste of despair. What a ruthless hand you possess, Chen Qingyuan. At this juncture, an elder emerged, the Grand Elder of Tianyuan sect. He had been concealed in the background, observing the battle, initially believing that Qin Yutong's full power would surely triumph over Chen Qingyuan. However, the unfolding events took a completely opposite turn, leaving the Grand Elder bewildered for quite some time. Chen Qingyuan swiftly shattered Qin Yutong's golden core foundation with a mere gesture, his speed too rapid for anyone to intervene. What? Are you implying that only your Tianyuan sect is permitted to kill, while others must not resist? Chen Qingyuan met the Grand Elder's gaze fearlessly, his tone indifferent. This is the territory of Xianxing sect. The Grand Elder dared not issue threats. Casting one last lingering glance at Chen Qingyuan before departing with the dazed and numb Qin Yutong. Are you still not leaving? Do you wish for me to invite you for tea? Chen Qingyuan shot a cold glance at the various sect's prodigies, remarking, "The tea of Xianxing sect is not inexpensive. Can you afford it?" His words not only repulsed the over 100 ill-intentioned prodigies, but also trampled the dignity of the powerful figures from various sects once again. Let us go. The faces of the crowd turned ashen as they turned to leave, no longer daring to display the same arrogance as before. Once the crowd had departed, Chen Qingyuan promptly collected the 2 Tianyuan bags left near the mountain gate. His previously cold and indifferent demeanor vanished, replaced by a satisfied smile. Subsequently, he retrieved the jade sword that had fallen on the battlefield and returned it to its original owner, offering some spirit stones as well. "Thank you. You were so cool just now, little sure shoe." The female disciple, receiving the jade sword, gazed at Chen Qingyuan with admiration, her eyes sparkling like stars. Only speaking the truth. Chen Qingyuan felt a surge of joy and bestowed her with additional spirit stones, a reward for you. "Little sure shoe, I want some too." Several exceptionally attractive female disciples rushed over, grinning as they extended their hands. What? What sound? I can't hear anything. Chen Qingyuan feigned deafness, looking up at the sky. To incapacitate a peak golden core cultivator with his celestial spirit realm cultivation. What an extraordinary feat. The disciples of Xianxing sect murmured in admiration, their reverence for Chen Qingyuan deepening further. "Little sure shoe," many called out to him, chattering excitedly, creating a lively atmosphere. Unable to endure such attention, Chen Qingyuan concocted a casual excuse and slipped away. Primarily, he feared that the spirit stones he had just acquired would be distributed among the throng of eager girls. The thought alone gave him a headache. It was best to leave, truly deserving of being the sole direct disciple accepted by his master before passing. His talent is so exceptional that we collectively cannot compare. A senior elder of the inner sect remarked with a sigh, "As long as we can nurture our junior disciple, the future of the Xianxing sect will undoubtedly resonate throughout the world, flourishing and prospering." The elders began to indulge in fantasies of the days to come, filled with eager anticipation. This young lad harbors numerous secrets, Lin Chongsheng mused inwardly. Whether it be Chen Qingyuan's display of sword intent or the extraordinary finger technique that obliterated Qin Yutong's foundation, these were abilities never before revealed. Based on Lin Chongsheng's conjectures, these skills must be intricately linked to the forbidden zone of Tianyuan. However, in order to safeguard Chen Qingyuan's well-being, Lin Chongsheng and the others fabricated many falsehoods to deceive the world. An elder from the Sword Pavilion, either intentionally or inadvertently, boasted to his disciples that Chen Qingyuan had trained under him in swordsmanship for several months during his childhood, showcasing an exceptional talent that left many in awe. As he spoke, the elder himself began to believe it, taking pride in this narrative. To conceal the truth of Chen Qingyuan's mastery of various arts, the first step was to deceive their own people. Consequently, many disciples within the Xianxing sect were indoctrinated with tales of Chen Qingyuan's arduous training, using him as a benchmark for their own endeavors. In reality, however, Chen Qingyuan had hardly engaged in any rigorous cultivation during his youth. He often tugged at the beard of the sect's elder, Dong Wenjun, pilfered spiritual fruits from his senior sister's medicinal garden, or fashioned slingshots to pelt his brother's windows. In summary, Chen Qingyuan had no connection to diligent study and practice. Being the sole heir of the supreme ancestor, coupled with his charming appearance, he was doted upon by his seniors, who rarely laid a hand on him, at most scolding him lightly. Had it been anyone else, they would have been thoroughly punished for such mischief. In the flowing meteor domain, various sects were astounded by Chen Qingyuan's formidable prowess. Even if the ghost doctor managed to heal him, it was said he would need to start cultivating anew. Yet, it had only been a few years. How could he exhibit such terrifying strength, directly crippling the heir of the Tianyuan sect? Chen Qingyuan was once hailed as one of the 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness, a title well-deserved. The friliest of camels is larger than the strongest horse. The northern wilderness boasts countless star domains, teeming with prodigies and anomalies. To be listed among the 10 prodigies was no small feat, unattainable by ordinary individuals. This battle had immense repercussions, stirring a tempest of discussions among countless observers. Once overlooked by the world, Chen Qingyuan ascended the stage once more, subtly signaling a revival of his former glory. Looking across the flowing meteor domain, it seemed there were few peers capable of contending with Chen Qingyuan. Truly, he was an extraordinary individual. Those who once clashed with Chen Qingyuan, upon hearing of this battle, were initially struck dumb, and then, with a deep sigh, they uttered a single sentence, gazing heavenward. Even though Qin Yutong had been incapacitated, the Tianyuan sect refrained from causing a ruckus at the Xianxing sect. Firstly, in the realm of peer rivalry, defeat is simply defeat. There is no justification for seeking trouble. Secondly, the issue of the demonic cavern remained unresolved, and the Tianyuan sect dared not provoke the Xianxing sect further. In their quest to address the subterranean demonic cavern, the Tianyuan sect not only enlisted a highly esteemed master of formations, but also sought assistance from other star domains, depleting their resources in the process. Though the reserves may have been depleted, should the Tianyuan sect overcome this perilous crisis, there are myriad ways to procure resources. With the aid of the treasures within the Demon Cave, the overall strength of the Tianyuan sect has surged dramatically. As long as there is life, hope remains. Alas, many from the Dongyi Palace, upon hearing the news of Chen Qingyuan's resurgence, fell into a profound silence, which eventually culminated in a deep sigh. Fortunately, Xie Shui has already entered the secret realm. Otherwise, upon hearing such news, it could have shaken her resolve, leading to unpredictable consequences. Yao Su, by Xie Shui's mentor, had been instrumental in orchestrating the union between the Tianyuan sect and Dongyi Palace. However, due to the events surrounding the Demon Cave, the alliance faltered. Bai Xie ventured into Yanxua City, and thus far, no word has returned. Should she emerge from the secret realm of Yanxua City unscathed, she would be hailed as the saintess of Dongyi Palace, entitled to inherit the legacy, thereby elevating her status immensely. In truth, Chen Qingyuan has never harbored resentment towards Bai Xie. At that time, the world believed he had perished in the Tianyuan, and it would be unjust to allow Bai Xie to live out her days in solitude. It can only be said that fate brought them together but kept them apart, their love not profound enough to endure. Having severed the ties of karma with Bai Xie, Chen Qingyuan felt a measure of relief, alleviating one of his burdens. Nevertheless, he still wore a frown, troubled by the matters concerning the Dao Yi Academy and the challenge posed by Wu Junyan. Wu Junyan, one of the 10 talents of the northern wilderness, is the foremost prodigy of the northern Tsang Star region. The last time Chen Qingyuan encountered Wu Junyan, they had agreed to a contest in a decade, determined to establish a victor. Alas, Why engage in conflict? I am a fervent lover of peace. Chen Qingyuan sat within his abode, releasing a series of soft sighs. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the cave. Chapter 58. The Murong family comes to express gratitude. The new list of the 10 heroes of the northern wilderness, Chen Qingyuan utilized his divine sense to investigate and discovered that it was an intersect disciple on duty. He communicated telepathically. What is it? Junior uncle, representatives from the Murong family of the North Songstar region have arrived, expressing their wish to extend their gratitude to you. Reported the intersect disciple. Oh, understood. Chen Qingyuan murmured to himself. The Murong family traveled billions of miles. It would be unlikely that their visit was merely for verbal thanks. In the guest hall, Lin Chongsheng personally attended to the distinguished guest from the Murong family, where the table was laden with exquisite food and fine wine. The Murong family held significant prestige in the North Songstar region, and Lin Chongsheng could not afford to be negligent. Thank you for the hospitality of the Xinqing sect. This time, the Murong family has dispatched a powerful elder and over 10 core members, including Murong Wensi, the elder of the Murong family expressed. Of course, Lin Chongsheng replied politely, a smile gracing his features. Before long, Chen Qingyuan strolled in leisurely. This must be Elder Chen Qingyuan. The elder of the Murong family immediately rose, lowering himself in demeanor, and clasped his fists in a gesture of respect towards Chen Qingyuan. On behalf of the Murong family, I extend my heartfelt thanks for your assistance. Without your connection, the ghost doctor would certainly not have intervened, and the Murong family would have faced considerable trouble. One of the ancestors of the Murong family had succumbed to a state of madness in his cultivation, with death looming over him at any moment. Among all the nearby star regions, only the legendary ghost doctor possessed the capability to save him. In pursuit of a remedy for their ancestors' affliction, the Murong family dispatched numerous individuals, one group venturing into the death domain, where they encountered Chen Qingyuan. That excursion to the death domain claimed the lives of a significant portion of the Murong family, resulting in substantial losses. As for Murong Wensi, had it not been for Chen Qingyuan's protection, she would have certainly met with a grim fate. No need for formalities, Chen Qingyuan replied courteously. In appreciation, the Murong family presented a modest gift, requesting that Elder Chen not take offense. With that, the elder produced a spatial ring and presented it to Chen Qingyuan. Though unaware of the treasures contained within the ring, the Murong family was a prestigious lineage, and it was unlikely to be insipid. Chen Qingyuan accepted without hesitation, tucking the ring into his pocket, his smile radiating warmth as he expressed, "The Murong family is truly generous. Since this is their heartfelt gesture, I shall shamelessly accept it." "You rascal!" Lin Chongsheng, who had been observing the scene, discreetly covered his forehead, torn between laughter and exasperation. Elder Chen truly is magnanimous. He's indeed a young talent. The elder sincerely commended, finding Chen Qingyuan to be admirable in every aspect. Ha ha ha! The members of the Murong family burst into laughter, toasting Chen Qingyuan in gratitude. They accorded him ample respect, leaving Chen Qingyuan somewhat flustered as he hastily returned their gestures. After several rounds of toasting, Chen Qingyuan found solace beneath a tree in a side hall, seeking respite from the festivities. "Hey, you didn't utter a word to me earlier. Isn't that a bit excessive?" Suddenly, a plaintive voice reached Chen Qingyuan's ears. Turning his head, he discovered it was Murong Wensi. Today, Murong Wensi donned a pale blue gown that swept gracefully along the ground, resembling an ethereal sky, accentuating her exquisite figure. Her light yellow hair was tied with a delicate crimson ribbon, and her refined features, highlighted by an elegantly sculpted nose, evoked the image of a celestial being fallen to the mortal realm. "I have little to discuss with you," Chen Qingyuan remarked, a dismissive curl of his lip betraying his indifference to any potential offense. "Move over a bit, you insufferable man," Murong Wensi retorted, lightly kicking Chen Qingyuan's back with a cold huff. "Why should I?" He countered, turned to face her. "I believe your current position is quite favorable for enjoying the scenery." She provided a hint of justification in her tone. "It's all the same," he replied nonchalantly. "Are you going to move or not?" Murong Wensi's tone turned frosty upon noticing his inaction. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. Chen Qingyuan complied, shifting his position a meter over. Thus, Murong Wensi settled into the space he vacated, still warm from his presence, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks, which she discreetly suppressed. After a moment of silence, she feigned indifference, saying, "I heard that with your cultivation at the heavenly spirit realm, you incapacitated an opponent at the peak of the golden core realm. Is that true?" "False," Chen Qingyuan replied without hesitation. "Ugh, you insufferable man. Can't you engage in conversation?" Murong Wensi inhaled deeply to maintain her composure, striving to quell her irritation. "I inquired, and it's not a fabrication. If you know it's true, why ask? Are you unwell?" Chen Qingyuan glanced at her, his expression tinged with a hint of pity. "Chen Qingyuan, do you believe I wouldn't hesitate to strike you down?" Murong Wensi, her patience waning, brandished a nearby twig in a threatening manner. "Let us converse civilly. No need to get heated," he offered with an awkward smile. "Oomph." Murong Wensi scoffed, perplexed by her own inclination to seek conversation with Chen Qingyuan, realizing it was a futile endeavor. "If you provoke me again, don't expect me to be kind." "Alas, my plight is great," Chen Qingyuan sighed inwardly. "Lady Murong, do you not have anything else to say?" After a prolonged silence, Chen Qingyuan broke the stillness with a quiet inquiry. "I do." Murong Wensi's tone was icy. "But I do not wish to speak of it now. Come on. I was wrong earlier. I shouldn't have spoken that way. Can we move past it? Considering your admission of fault, I shall indulge you this once," she conceded, in need of an opportunity to descend from her high horse, as she, after all, was a lady with a sense of modesty, unlike Chen Qingyuan's audacity. "I'm all ears," he responded eagerly. 100 years ago, you were celebrated as one of the 10 heroes of the northern wilderness. Although news of your demise in the abyss emerged later, your title was never revoked, albeit it has become more symbolic than substantive. Recently, news emerged regarding the new selection of the 10 heroes of Beiwang, with several former luminaries having been removed to make way for new candidates. When discussing this matter, Murong Wensi's expression turned grave, tinged with a hint of concern. "What relevance does this have to me?" Chen Qingyuan furrowed his brow slightly. "Of course, it is significant, and considerably so." Murong Wensi turned to meet Chen Qingyuan's gaze. Pondering, "Your name is prominently listed. What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback, doubting his own hearing. "Initially, I too found it hard to believe, but after extensive verification, you indeed appear on the roster of the new 10 heroes of Beiwang." Murong Wensi was equally perplexed. Despite Chen Qingyuan's evident decline, even considering the potential of his reformation, he should be far from worthy of the title of a Beiwang hero. Yet, such an absurd situation has indeed transpired. Which imbecile compiled this list? Are they not putting my life at risk? Chen Qingyuan exclaimed in frustration. Chapter 59. A Gentleman's Revenge. 500 years late, I advise you to exercise caution in your words. The list of the 10 heroes of the northern wilderness has existed since ancient times, and the forces operating behind the scenes possess extraordinary capabilities. To this day, no one knows who established the 10 heroes, their influence shrouded in profound mystery. What is truly terrifying is that each era has produced similar lists, all originating from the same enigmatic power, steeped in ancient lineage and unfathomable depth. Alas, my circumstances are rather dire. Chen Qingyuan merely yearned for a few years of peaceful existence, yet it seems exceedingly difficult. It has come to my attention that numerous individuals wish to venture to the flowing star domain in search of you, eager to engage in battle. Should they manage to defeat you, they would use you as a stepping stone to ascend to the ranks of the 10 heroes of the northern wilderness. Upon arriving at the flowing star domain, Murong Wensi's intention was twofold: to express gratitude and to caution Chen Qingyuan, urging him to remain vigilant and prepare in advance. Why do they seek to challenge me? Chen Qingyuan instinctively voiced his displeasure. What do you think? Murong Wensi replied with a knowing glance, inviting him to decipher the implications. The 10 heroes of the northern wilderness, apart from Chen Qingyuan, are all prodigies of the highest caliber. None are to be trifled with, rendering them undeniably formidable. Only Chen Qingyuan, once a prodigy, now finds himself reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Lacking the qualifications in the eyes of the young elites across the various star domains. Many harbor desires to teach Chen Qingyuan a lesson while simultaneously seizing the opportunity to establish their own names. After all, those blessed with talent often exhibit youthful exuberance and unyielding pride, reluctant to concede defeat. They harbor a healthy respect for the other members of the 10 heroes. Yet they regard Chen Qingyuan with a distinct lack of fear. My life is tragically unfortunate. Even the simplest desire for a stable existence feels utterly unattainable, Chen Qingyuan lamented. Chen Qingyuan, in the near future, many prodigies will undoubtedly come seeking you. You must take care. Muron Wensi could offer no assistance, only silent prayers for his well-being. During these days, Chen Qingyuan had not left the Xianqing sect, thus remaining ignorant of the latest news from the outside world. However, given the intelligence gathered by the Xianqing sect, it was reasonable to assume they were aware of matters concerning the 10 heroes of the northern wilderness, likely withholding such information from Chen Qingyuan to spare him unnecessary distress. Can I voluntarily withdraw from the list of the 10 heroes? Chen Qingyuan truly wished to evade the pursuit of countless adversaries, and the mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Do you even know who compiled the list? Muron Wensi probed deeply. To this, Chen Qingyuan shook his head, indicating his ignorance. If you do not even know who is behind it, how can you withdraw of your own accord? Observing Chen Qingyuan's forlorn expression, Muron Wensi's lips curled into a slight smirk, a hint of schadenfreude surfacing. This is the consequence of your earlier retort, she thought with a hint of pride, though the worry etched on her brow deepened. Should anything happen to Chen Qingyuan, her heart would undoubtedly ache. I must leave this place. I cannot remain within the Xianqing sect any longer. Chen Qingyuan resolved not to await his fate passively. The best course of action was to flee. Hey, why are you so cowardly? Muron Wensi exclaimed in disbelief. You are capable of overcoming an opponent of a much higher realm. Can we not maintain some semblance of dignity? You stand there unscathed, yet at this juncture, what dignity is left to uphold? Upon being besieged by a multitude of formidable adversaries, will it truly enhance my reputation? Chen Qingyuan cast a sidelong glance. Nevertheless, you are now one of the newly appointed 10 talents of the North Wilderness. Retreating without a fight would be quite disgraceful, remarked Muron Wensi. Disgrace is not the fear. The fear lies in being brutally assaulted. If Chen Qingyuan possessed the cultivation of the nascent soul stage, he would suppress every last one of them without retreating an inch. However, he currently only wielded the cultivation of the heavenly spirit stage. Facing the genuine elites of the North Wilderness, he stood no chance of victory. A century ago, many of those top-tier prodigies had already stepped into the nascent soul realm. Now, after 100 years, who knows how much their power has increased, far surpassing that of Qin Yutong from the Tianyuan sect. It is indeed wise to temporarily avoid confrontation and reveal oneself only when one has grown stronger. After some contemplation, Muron Wensi conceded that Chen Qingyuan was right. At such a moment, fleeing would be prudent. It would be too late once surrounded. Quickly gathering his belongings to make his escape, Chen Qingyuan stated resolutely, "A gentleman takes revenge. 500 years is not too late." With that, he swiftly returned to his dwelling, leaving Muron Wensi in a daze beneath the tree. That man runs away with such speed, she murmured softly, watching the direction in which Chen Qingyuan had departed. Then, glancing down at the spot where she had been seated, she lightly touched it with her fingertip, her cheeks flushing with warmth. What has come over me? After a moment, a gentle breeze caressed her face, awakening her from her reverie. Slightly shaking her head, she resolved to dismiss any errant thoughts. Meanwhile, within the dwelling, Chen Qingyuan hastily packed up his belongings, preparing to flee. As he pushed the door open, he collided with Lin Changsheng. "Senior brother, junior brother, where you up to?" Lin Changsheng inquired, peering into the now empty room. "I plan to venture out for a period of training." Chen Qingyuan fabricated a lie. "Training at this moment?" Lin Changsheng furrowed his brow, lowering his voice. "Have you forgotten about the matters concerning the Daoyi Academy?" "I have not forgotten. When the time is right, I shall return," Chen Qingyuan replied dismissively, unwilling to concern himself with it now. This is reckless, Lin Chongqing admonished sternly. This is our master uncle's dying wish. If you leave and the Academy's envoy arrives, how will I explain your absence? Senior brother, did you not say that the Daoi Academy possesses great resources? Surely they will be able to locate me. Chen Qingyuan chuckled awkwardly. That is not acceptable. I cannot allow any mistakes regarding this matter. Lin Chongqing firmly rejected the suggestion. Senior brother, are you aware of the recent list of the 10 talents of the North Wilderness? With no other option, Chen Qingyuan divulged the truth. I only learned of it recently. Since Chen Qingyuan had spoken candidly, Lin Chongqing felt compelled to respond, giving a slight nod. Unbeknownst to me, it was some scoundrel who compiled that list, casting me into this fiery pit. If I do not make my escape swiftly, it seems I shall be bereft of any semblance of peace. Chen Qingyuan harbors a deep-seated resentment towards the individual responsible for the rankings. Lin Chongqing, however, was acutely aware of the situation, feigning a facade of enlightenment. The credibility of the 10 heroes of the North Wilderness is exceedingly robust. The youth are brimming with ambition, particularly those prodigious talents who are reluctant to appear inferior to their peers. Among the entire cohort of 10, only Chen Qingyuan is perceived as vulnerable, a stepping stone for others to ascend. Such an opportunity is coveted by many. Master, I assume you would not wish to see me besieged by others? Chen Qingyuan said with a bitter smile. To be honest, I find myself rather looking forward to it. Lin Chongqing murmured softly after a brief cough. Chen Qingyuan was taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. Chapter 60, my dear. Do not allow yourself to become emotionally attached is such a sentiment one that a senior brother ought to express. Do you truly wish for me to leap into the abyss? The pinnacle prodigies of the northern wilderness are incomparable to contemporaries of the flowing star domain, as they encompass numerous cultivators of the nascent soul realm. It is no exaggeration to assert that Chen Qingyuan's current cultivation level is woefully inadequate, rendering him easily subdued by others. Fear not. As long as you remain within the confines of the Xianqing sect, those individuals cannot breach our sanctuary. Lin Chongqing cannot permit Chen Qingyuan to venture forth. Should the emissaries from the Daoi Academy arrive, he would find himself without an explanation. While such a notion is articulated, the danger remains palpable. Allow me a few centuries of cultivation, and I shall return to subdue all those adversaries. Chen Qingyuan is not concerned with momentary humiliation, but rather with the absence of opportunity for redemption. A cultivator ought not to concern themselves with fleeting accolades or dignity. Their gaze must extend far into the future. No, I cannot acquiesce. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chongqing shook his head resolutely, reiterating his refusal. Senior brother, do not compel me. Chen Qingyuan's words bore a hint of menace. Oh, what do you intend to do? Lin Chongqing, unperturbed, provocatively inquired. If you do not permit my departure, I shall incessantly pester Xiao Yanzi and lead your cherished son astray. After much deliberation, this seemed to be Chen Qingyuan's sole recourse. Very well, pursue your course. Lin Chongqing's heart momentarily fluttered, fearing that Chen Qingyuan had discovered some incriminating evidence against him. Do not regret it, Chen Qingyuan cautioned. Regret? Never. Lin Chongqing affirmed with a nod. Agreed. With that, Chen Qingyuan turned and stepped into the room, firmly shutting the door, leaving Lin Chongqing on the threshold. Years hence, Lin Chongqing would often reflect on this day with profound regret, even beginning to reminisce about the compassionate and cultured Lin Pingyan. In the days that followed, Chen Qingyuan frequently engaged in play with Lin Pingyan, unreservedly imparting his monetary acumen. Lin Pingyan was no longer the innocent boy he once was. He had acquired cunning and guile. Numerous elders remarked upon the transformation in Lin Pingyan's character, exclaiming it to be impossible. Over the years, the upper echelons of the Xianqing sect had repeatedly instructed Lin Pingyan to eschew compassion and adopt certain tactics to become a leader, guiding the sect forward. However, at that time, Lin Pingyan remained impervious to their counsel, unable to change. Years spent alongside Chen Qingyuan had seemingly altered Lin Pingyan entirely, even managing to bewilder certain elders. We cannot allow Pingyan to remain in the company of the junior disciple. It may lead to the corruption of the child, suggested one elder. Surely not. Most elders were skeptical that Lin Pingyan could go astray, as his image as a well-behaved child was firmly entrenched in their minds. In my view, if Pingyan were to stray, it may well be a fortuitous turn of events. When the time is ripe, we could conduct an assessment of Pingyan, enabling him to assume the position of the junior sect master, opined Elder Dong Wenjun, stroking his beard. Although the junior disciple is indeed avaricious, he never engages in improper conduct. Even should Pingyan learn from him, he would not breach any moral boundaries, so there is no need for undue concern. In light of the matters concerning Lin Pingyan and Chen Qingyuan, a protracted meeting lasting 3 hours was convened by the elders. The esteemed guests of the Murong clan had lingered at the Xianqing sect for half a month, preparing to embark on their journey home. Before their departure, Murong Wensi approached Chen Qingyuan's residence. "Hey, I'm about to leave. Aren't you going to come out and see me off?" she called out loudly, gazing at the firmly shut door of the cave dwelling. "It's not as though you lack the ability to walk on your own. Do you truly require my escort?" Chen Qingyuan's voice echoed softly from within. "Chen Qingyuan, should you dare to speak to me in such a manner again, I shall refrain from sharing any future news with you." In truth, had it been anyone else, Murong Wensi would have already taken action. At times, she herself was perplexed. Despite Chen Qingyuan's irksome demeanor, she found it difficult to harbor true disdain for him, feeling merely a flicker of annoyance at most. With a clatter, the door swung open. Chen Qingyuan stepped out slowly. "Is there any new information?" Murong Wensi shot him a frosty glare, clearly displeased, and remained silent. "Are we not friends who have faced life and death together? Is a jest truly unacceptable?" Observing her displeasure, Chen Qingyuan endeavored to ease the tension, offering a cheerful smile. The Wangqiu Mountain in the Tianqi Star Domain and Yin Qianling from the Mo Su Star Domain. They were once 2 of the 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness a century ago. With the emergence of the new roster, they have been eliminated. Should anyone seek to challenge you, these 2 will undoubtedly be your formidable adversaries. "Let bygones be bygones," Murong Wensi replied, breaking her silence with earnestness. "Why did you not mention such an important matter last time?" Chen Qingyuan was acquainted with these 2. They were renowned figures in the northern wilderness, each possessing at least the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. "You left before I had finished speaking. How can you hold that against me?" Murong Wensi shot him an exasperated glare, pouting playfully. "Is there any other significant news?" Due to Lin Chongqing's interference, Chen Qingyuan found himself unable to leave the Xianqing sect. Otherwise, he would have slipped away long ago. "None," Murong Wensi replied. "Very well." Chen Qingyuan turned to retreat into the house. "You." Murong Wensi watched as he decisively turned his back, kicking a small stone on the ground, sending it ricocheting towards him. "What is it?" Chen Qingyuan glanced back at her, feigning confusion. "Nothing," Murong Wensi said, biting her red lip, her expression devoid of warmth, as she turned to depart. Once Murong Wensi had left, Chen Qingyuan set aside his indifferent facade and murmured to himself, "Girl, do not allow your heart to be swayed. It would not bode well for you." His treatment of Murong Wensi stemmed from a desire to prevent her from developing feelings, maintaining a necessary distance. At the very least, Chen Qingyuan understood that he must not hinder her future. After a prolonged contemplation, he stepped into a secluded and tranquil palace, where Gongsun Nan resided. Only Chen Qingyuan was privy to her presence at the Xianqing sect. "Sister Ghost Doctor, have you been living comfortably of late?" Chen Qingyuan inquired with a flattering smile. "Those who come uninvited to the Three Treasures Hall must have something to ask of me." Seated in the courtyard, Gongsun Nan closed her eyes in tranquil repose, a faint smile gracing her lips as she jested. "Indeed, the renowned ghost doctor has discerned my thoughts at a mere glance. I am truly in awe." Chen Qingyuan seized the moment to flatter her. "You wish for me to escort you away from the Xianqing sect?" "Not a chance." Before Chen Qingyuan could elucidate his intent, Gongsun Nan directly unveiled his desire. Given her formidable prowess, it was a trivial matter for Gongsun Nan to ascertain the recent happenings. "Please don't." Chen Qingyuan, growing anxious, stepped closer. "Sister, do you truly wish to witness me being bullied?" "Indeed." Gongsun Nan nodded in affirmation. As Chen Qingyuan prepared to plead further, Gongsun Nan suddenly opened her eyes, chuckling softly. "Young man, It is too late for you to consider leaving now. In that fleeting moment, Gongsun Nan sensed the presence of numerous formidable auras encroaching upon the vicinity of the Xianqing sect, most likely directed towards Chen Qingyuan. Chapter 61. The Gathering of Exceptional Talents at Su Nqing Sect. A storm approaches through the narrative of Gongsun Nan. Chen Qingyuan garnered a general understanding of the circumstances surrounding the Su Nqing sect, noting the arrival of numerous formidable prodigies of significant prowess. It appeared that his chances of slipping away were now utterly non-existent. A throbbing headache began to plague him. Venturing outside at this moment would undoubtedly result in confrontation with those ill-intentioned individuals. If he wished to avoid conflict, the only recourse was to remain secluded within his quarters. After departing from Gongsun Nan's abode, Chen Qingyuan barricaded himself indoors, shunning all visitors. In the midst of organizing his belongings, he stumbled upon an IOU. The borrower being Murong Wensi. During their time in the dead zone, Murong Wensi had sustained severe injuries and required spirit stones for her recovery. Consequently, Chen Qingyuan had lent her some spirit stones, formalizing the agreement with a written acknowledgement. How had he forgotten to collect the debt? It was indeed careless of him. The recent tribulations had clouded his mind, causing him to overlook the repayment, although the Murong family had extended considerable tokens of gratitude. Such gestures were mere formalities and could not be conflated with a matter of repayment. Had she forgotten as well? Or was she perhaps seeking an excuse to visit him again? Chen Qingyuan sighed deeply, wishing to minimize his interactions with Murong Wensi. His elder brother, while undeniably handsome, should not elicit romantic feelings. Otherwise, the only casualty would be herself. Stowing away the IOU, he resolved to set aside this matter for the time being, acknowledging that debts must be settled and vowing to seek out Murong Wensi for repayment at a more opportune moment. Several days later, a disciple on duty approached his door, gently knocking. "Little uncle, there is someone outside who wishes to meet you." "Who?" Chen Qingyuan inquired without opening the door, his voice reaching the disciple. "The individual claims to be Yin Qianling from the MX star domain," the disciple replied. Engaged in seclusion, no time to meet, Chen Qingyuan's eyelids fluttered, and he decisively declined. "Understood," the disciple replied, departing without further inquiry. Within the confines of his room, Chen Qingyuan reclined languidly in a rocking chair, exuding an air of indolence. "What a bother," he muttered, utterly disinclined to venture out and face potential hostilities. Who was Yin Qianling? A century ago, he was renowned as one of the 10 prodigies of the Northern Wasteland, a figure of extraordinary talent. In the latest roster of prodigies, however, Yin Qianling's name had been supplanted by another. Upon learning that the now incapacitated Chen Qingyuan still held a position on the list, Yin Qianling felt a profound sense of indignation, traveling countless miles with the intent of measuring his prowess against Chen Qingyuan. Why did Yin Qianling and other prodigious figures not seek confrontation with the other prodigies? It was simply because, at present, Chen Qingyuan appeared to be the most vulnerable target. After all, opportunities to elevate one's reputation by stepping upon someone like Chen Qingyuan were rare and should not be squandered. Outside the gates of the Su Nqing sect, a young man clad in a sky-blue brocade robe stood poised in midair, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of martial grandeur. This blue-clad youth was Yin Qianling, the only one among the elite prodigies to reveal himself, while the others remained concealed, observing from the shadows. Since Yin Qianling had taken the initiative to present himself, the others naturally refrained from overshadowing him, choosing instead to watch and wait. "Please leave, sir," the duty disciple called out to the outside. "Little uncle is currently in seclusion and cannot entertain guests." "It matters not. I can patiently await the day he emerges." Yin Qianling had contemplated numerous possibilities prior to his arrival, anticipating that Chen Qingyuan might act like a coward. Through discreet inquiries, it became evident that Chen Qingyuan remained within the confines of the Xianqing sect, not venturing elsewhere. As long as he lingered near the Xianqing sect, Yin Qianling was confident that Chen Qingyuan would eventually make an appearance, unless he intended never to step outside again. "This fellow is far from ordinary. My junior brother may be in significant trouble." Within the council hall, The elders had uncovered all pertinent information regarding Yin Qianling, their expressions grave. The holy son of the Chak sacred mountain, possessing the cultivation of a nascent soul realm. Such prowess would qualify him for the position of an intersect elder within many first-rate factions, or even allow him to become a ruler of a third-rate power. Yin Qianling had once been one of the 10 elites of the northern wilderness, his strength and talent eclipsing countless prodigies of that realm. However, due to the emergence of several formidable geniuses in recent decades, the list of the 10 elites had undergone slight alterations, resulting in Yin Qianling being pushed down the ranks. Nonetheless, his strength remained formidable. I find it perplexing. Our junior brother has only just returned from Tianyuan and recently reforged his Tao body and spiritual roots. The clandestine forces that compile the rankings should possess comprehensive knowledge of matters within the northern wilderness, and his name ought not to have remained on that list. Do not look at me. I too am baffled and troubled by this. The ambitious youth would certainly not yield to my junior brother, aiming to remove him from the list to earn renown for themselves. As the discussion unfolded, the crowd's brows furrowed in concern. The competition among the newer generation of prodigies was a matter for the young, leaving the older generation with no reason to intervene. Thus, in the face of Yin Qianling's provocation outside, the Xinqing sect found itself unable to expel him and could only pretend not to see. The inclusion of Chen Qingyuan on the list of the 10 elites left not only the members of the Xinqing sect astonished, but also bewildered the powerful figures across various star domains, rendering them at a loss. Historically, those who ascend to the ranks of the 10 elites have always begun with cultivation at the nascent soul realm. Chen Qingyuan once possessed this qualification, his extraordinary talent and strength commanding respect from the world. However, can he still claim such merit now? This is utterly absurd. Could there be foul play behind this latest list? Recently, it seemed that Chen Qingyuan, at the pinnacle of the celestial spirit realm, had triumphed over Chen Yutong, who was at the peak of the golden core realm. To defeat an opponent across a major realm is indeed remarkable. Yet such a feat hardly justifies his placement among the 10 elites. It is said that the top prodigies from various star domains are dissatisfied with this situation and are preparing to challenge Chen Qingyuan, which will surely stir excitement within our Fuliu star domain. The list of the 10 elites has already circulated across the major star domains of the northern wilderness, inciting a wave of unrest. The various sects within the Fuliu star domain gazed at the names on the list, and among them was Chen Qingyuan, plunging them into silence. With his current cultivation merely at the peak of the celestial spirit realm, his inclusion among the 10 elites was simply unacceptable. Such an occurrence had not been witnessed in countless years. Why does the sect master not allow our junior brother to depart early? Given sufficient time for cultivation, he could undoubtedly silence the critics. One elder posed this query. I have my own plans, came the measured reply. Lin Changsheng could not divulge the matters concerning the Dao One Academy, for the implications were too substantial. The fewer who were privy to this knowledge, the better. Although his junior disciple would remain safe within the sect, persistent avoidance of conflict might render him a subject of ridicule, ultimately affecting his resolve. Moreover, the tranquility within the Su-Ing-Qing sect had been disrupted. The elders, each more troubled than the last, found this situation exceedingly challenging and difficult to resolve. Of course, should Chen Qingyuan vanquish all challengers, the circumstances would become far more manageable. However, the prospect of a cultivator at the heavenly spirit realm defeating numerous top-tier prodigies at the nascent soul realm seemed utterly absurd. Indeed, a fanciful notion. Such an occurrence had not transpired in nearly 100 millennia. Days passed, and Yin Qianling continued to stand at the gate of the Su-Ing-Qing sect, eyes closed, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He awaited Chen Qingyuan's emergence while diligently practicing his cultivation. Matters of the outside world were of no concern to him. Within the confines of his cultivation chamber, Chen Qingyuan had sealed himself off from the tumult of external gossip. Only a fool would venture out to meet a grim fate. Chen Qingyuan felt confident in confronting prodigies below the golden core realm, yet he could do little against those of the nascent soul realm. After all, his own cultivation level was too feeble, and the disparity was insurmountable. If he were to grow stronger in the future, he vowed to uncover the identity of those who had wronged him and exact his vengeance. The list of the 10 prodigies of the northern wasteland had catapulted Chen Qingyuan to the pinnacle of prominence, leaving him with no avenue of retreat. An increasing number of prodigies converged upon the territory of the Su Nqing sect, some merely to spectate, while others sought to seize the opportunity to defeat Chen Qingyuan, thereby gaining notoriety and rewards. In summary, the lands governed by the Su Nqing sect had become populated with many unfamiliar faces. Any random individual plucked from the crowd would likely possess a noteworthy background. On one particular day, a man clad in a light-colored robe appeared at the entrance of the Su Nqing sect, eliciting gasps of astonishment from countless cultivators, their hearts racing with excitement and anticipation. The newcomer was none other than Wu Junyan, one of the 10 prodigies of the northern wasteland. Chapter 62. The emergence of Wu Junyan. Did you intend to cause trouble? Although the roster has been altered, Wu Junyan's name remains firmly on the list, unshaken. The North Songstar region, once obscure in the northern wasteland, has garnered attention due to Wu Junyan. His life is nothing short of legendary, akin to a mythic tale. It is said that in his youth he was whisked away by a celestial crane, vanishing for 3 long years. Upon his return to the North Songstar region, he surpassed his peers by a remarkable margin, his formidable strength leaving them in awe and admiration. You have arrived. Yin Qianling, who had been meditating with closed eyes, opened them to cast a complex gaze upon Wu Junyan, who stood not far away. Wu Junyan glanced at Yin Qianling, remaining silent. Having heard of Wu Junyan's aloof demeanor, Yin Qianling bore no resentment. Instead, he recognized the legitimacy of Wu Junyan's pride, feeling it was entirely warranted. What a surprise! Even Wu Junyan is here. Is his presence at the Xianqing sect related to Chen Qingyuan? When did Chen Qingyuan offend Wu Junyan? This could lead to quite the spectacle. Rumors suggest that Wu Junyan has inherited the legacy of an ancient powerhouse, and since his emergence, he has never known defeat. He is indeed one of the true elites of the northern wasteland, possessing terrifying strength. The crowd gazed at Wu Junyan's retreating figure, utterly astonished, their mouths agape. The higher-ups of the Xianqing sect learned of the situation and realized that the ensuing uproar was escalating to an unmanageable degree. A prodigy like Wu Junyan deserves to be treated as an esteemed guest in any sect, necessitating a warm welcome. As long as Wu Junyan lives, he is destined to become a supreme being in the future, roaming freely across the realms. What should we do? The sect's leaders were in heated discussion. Turning him away would be a significant affront. I shall handle this. The Grand Elder volunteered himself. Very well. It is entrusted to you. Lin Chongqing nodded in agreement. Thus, the Grand Elder, clad in plain robes, approached the mountain gate and clasped his fists in greeting to Wu Junyan. Young friend Wu, what brings you to our Xianqing sect? To duel with Chen Qingyuan, Wu Junyan replied, his expression cold and words sparse. Just as anticipated, the onlookers, a myriad of cultivators, felt a tightening in their hearts. Their suspicions confirmed. This is troublesome. The Grand Elder, filled with worry, felt a throbbing headache. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Since young friend Wu is not here as a guest, we at Xianqing sect have little to offer in hospitality. Wu Junyan remained silent, standing like a lofty, impenetrable snow-capped mountain. Although the Xianqing sect was reluctant to offend a potential future powerhouse, the safety of Chen Qingyuan took precedence over all else. With Wu Junyan's arrival, the Xianqing sect became a focal point in the grand scheme of things, drawing countless gazes. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyuan, sealed within his cave by a barrier, remained unaware of these developments, seated in meditation to solidify his foundation, eagerly awaiting the opportune moment to break through to the Golden Core realm. Young man, Wu Junyan from a northern wasteland's top 10 has arrived. Your competition has just multiplied. Gong Sun then disregarded the power of the barrier and transmitted his voice, laced with a hint of schadenfreude. Upon hearing his words, Chen Qingyuan abruptly opened his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. If it had been any of the other 10 heroes, Chen Qingyuan would have felt discomfort. However, since the visitor was Wu Junyan, the situation became considerably more manageable. Buzz! Chen Qingyuan swiftly dismantled the barrier and stepped outside. Before long, He stood at the entrance of the Xianqing sect, where he was met with numerous gazes. It was him. Chen Qingyuan had actually shown himself. Was he preparing for a challenge? The scene was set for an enthralling spectacle, truly something to anticipate. This fellow, after all, possessed merely the cultivation of the heavenly spirit realm. It was perplexing how he had been ranked among the 10 heroes of the northern wilderness. Regardless, his own cultivation was already exposed, and Chen Qingyuan no longer concealed it with the power of the jade bracelet, choosing instead to display it openly. The onlookers were filled with excitement, settling on small stools to watch. Yan Qianling's expression was icy, his eyes flashing with a sharp brilliance, his battle intent ablaze. Chen Qingyuan, do you dare to engage me in combat? Chen Qingyuan, however, completely ignored Yan Qianling's challenge, as if one could simply declare a battle at will. Nonsense. Of course, this was merely a thought he kept to himself. Ah, old Wu, you are quite the busybody, Chen Qingyuan remarked joyfully as he turned to Wu Junyan. In just a few years, it will be our time for the duel. I've come early to ensure you do not flee. Previously, on his journey back from the death domain, Chen Qingyuan had been intercepted by Wu Junyan, who, under pressure, had compelled them both to establish a 10-year pact for their duel. Given Chen Qingyuan's recent surge in reputation, Wu Junyan was concerned that he might evade or be defeated by others. Thus, he arrived a few years in advance to prevent any mishaps. For Wu Junyan, this was an exceedingly critical battle that could not afford the slightest negligence. Years ago, he had eagerly sought to clash with Chen Qingyuan, but alas, Chen Qingyuan had ventured to the Tianyuan, missing their scheduled encounter. I am a man of my word, Chen Qingyuan stated. Is that so? Wu Junyan regarded this assertion with a measure of skepticism. Do not look at me with such doubtful eyes. We have known each other for so many years. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, I would never have broken my promise. Under Wu Junyan's penetrating gaze, Chen Qingyuan felt somewhat uneasy. Very well, Wu Junyan chose to trust him, nodding slowly. There are still a few years until the day of our duel. Come, let us share a drink and converse. Upon hearing this, Wu Junyan fell silent, deep in thought. What is it? Are you afraid I will poison you? Chen Qingyuan teased. Come or not, it's just a word. Lead the way. Wu Junyan, shedding his wariness, took a step forward. According to the intelligence gathered by various factions, Wu Junyan was known for his reclusive nature, having no friends. Yet, in front of countless witnesses, he not only was willing to engage in normal conversation with Chen Qingyuan, but also intended to drink and chat as if they were friends. Many were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation. Listening to the conversation between the two, it was evident that there was a challenge involved, indicating they were adversaries. Yet, why did their relationship seem so amicable, devoid of the expected tension of rivalry? Throughout the exchange, Chen Qingyuan paid no heed to Yan Qianling and the group of prodigies who had journeyed from various regions. As long as he remained within his abode, those talented individuals could do nothing to him. As for reputation, what value does it hold if it cannot sustain one? Chen Qingyuan had no interest in hollow fame. If given the choice, he would have long discarded the title of one of the 10 heroes of the northern wasteland. Within the courtyard of his residence, Chen Qingyuan procured a fine vintage and personally poured a drink for Wu Junyan. Old Wu, this is a rare brew from my Xianqing sect. Do give a taste. Chen Qingyuan, are you plotting something? Wu Junyan remarked, sensing Chen Qingyuan's excessive enthusiasm, narrowing his eyes in inquiry. Chapter 63. If there are dissenters, let them face me in battle nonsense. Am I truly that kind of person? Chen Qingyuan's expression hardened. Are you not? Wu Junyan glanced at the drinks on the table, yet refrained from consuming any, his inquiry resonating from the depths of his soul. Wu, although we are rivals, we are also friends. There is no need for such hostility. Chen Qingyuan remarked. Wait, when did we become friends? Wu Junyan furrowed his brow. Our relationship has not reached that level. The last time we met, we enjoyed wine and conversed together. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Qingyuan responded. You are mistaken. I have no friends. Wu Junyan replied coldly. Is that truly the case? To be devoid of even a single friend is rather pitiable. Chen Qingyuan feigned sympathy, seemingly oblivious to the implications of Wu Junyan's words. No worries from this moment forth. We shall be friends. My intention was to maintain distance, to regard you solely as a formidable opponent, for we are not yet at the stage of friendship. Why do you now pity me? Do you not comprehend human sentiment? Wu Junyan paused, his gaze fixed intently upon Chen Qingyuan, rendered speechless. Come, let us drink. Before Wu Junyan could speak, Chen Qingyuan raised the drink from the table and downed it in one gulp. Noticing Wu Junyan's lack of reaction, Chen Qingyuan gestured, "Drink up." "Fear not, there is no poison." After a prolonged silence, Wu Junyan averted his gaze from Chen Qingyuan, casting his eyes down at the cup before him. After a moment's hesitation, he lifted the glass and took a sip. For reasons unknown, upon hearing Chen Qingyuan declare that they would henceforth be friends, an inexplicable feeling welled up within Wu Junyan, difficult to articulate. Since his birth, he had rarely engaged in conversation, even with his kin, resembling a lofty mountain lotus, untouchable and distant. "Old Wu, we must discuss serious matters now," Chen Qingyuan said, flashing a smile. Wu Junyan was sparing with his words, his eyes wary. "In just over 4 years, our duel is upon us. Should I be defeated by certain individuals beforehand, and if you were to inadvertently lose, or we were to reach a stalemate in our confrontation, would that not allow others to trample upon our heads and gain fame at our expense?" Chen Qingyuan pulled his chair closer to Wu Junyan. And so, Wu Junyan, maintaining an indifferent demeanor, was curious about Chen Qingyuan's intentions. "Therefore, you must go out and resolve matters with those individuals. At the very least, they must not be allowed to stir trouble in these years to come." Chen Qingyuan articulated his thoughts. "I refuse." Wu Junyan declined. "Please reconsider," Chen Qingyuan urged. "Those individuals cannot contend with me on equal footing. It would be mere bullying. They're blocking my doorstep, and if I were to lose my temper and step out to confront them, I would likely be defeated. At that point, would you still find it necessary to spar with me? I do not concern myself with such matters. Overpowering others is the act of the weak. To me, true victory can only be claimed when one of the same realm overcomes you, thereby solidifying the resolve of the heart and aspiring towards the lofty peaks. Wu Junyan is indifferent to fame and fortune. He seeks only the clarity of thought, progressing step by step towards the pinnacle of the great path. Alas, this matter has left me utterly drained, and when the time comes for our confrontation, my state will undoubtedly decline significantly, thereby increasing your chances of triumph considerably. Faced with such an unyielding opponent, Chen Qingyuan must seize upon his weaknesses. Upon hearing this, Wu Junyan's expression turned grave. If the battle is not fought under fair circumstances, even a victory would hold no significance for him. He places great value on promises. Once a commitment is made, he would fulfill it even at the cost of his life. Thus, he and Chen Qingyuan established a 10-year period for their duel, and he is willing to wait until the appointed day to initiate the challenge. The bout agreed upon a century ago was rendered void when Chen Qingyuan entered the abyss. This time, Wu Junyan is determined that no unforeseen event shall arise. Speaking of the abyss, it was not that Chen Qingyuan sought to venture into danger, but rather that he had no choice. During that period, he felt as though he were in a daze, as if some unseen force was guiding him towards that path. "Before our battle, no one shall disturb you," Wu Junyan promised after a moment of contemplation. "Indeed, that is the mark of a true friend." Chen Qingyuan beamed with joy. "The drink is unpalatable." After taking another sip, Wu Junyan spoke earnestly, as if expressing his discontent. "This is the finest brew of our Xianqing sect," Chen Qingyuan remarked. "The taste was acceptable earlier, but now it has diminished. The implication being, it is not the wine that is distasteful, but rather your presence that has rendered it so." Wu Junyan's manner of approach was rather subtle, leaving Chen Qingyuan momentarily taken aback. Such remarks did not trouble Chen Qingyuan. He simply hoped that Wu Junyan could resolve these issues. "You are leaving?" As he watched Wu Junyan prepare to depart, Chen Qingyuan inquired. "I shall not go back on my word," was Wu Junyan's parting remark as he stepped through the gate, departing with elegance. "Truly impressive," Chen Qingyuan praised. To be honest, Chen Qingyuan felt at ease in Wu Junyan's company, free from the need for scheming. Engaging with a cunning old fox would be akin to walking on thin ice, requiring utmost caution. To contend with him on equal footing means at least avoiding suffering, with a substantial chance of victory. In contrast, fighting against those who disregard fairness. Where the disparity in cultivation levels is vast, is simply akin to receiving a beating. Chen Qingyuan was prepared for a fair duel with Wu Junyan. After all, neither of them would hold back to the point of lethality. Determining the victor would suffice with little concern. Outside the gates of the Xinqing sect, Wu Junyan stood upon the clouds, surveying the surroundings with an indifferent demeanor, proclaiming to all realms, "From this moment forth, no peer may challenge Chen Qingyuan, nor obstruct the gates of the Xinqing sect. Should anyone dissent, they may contend with me." At this declaration, a stir erupted, a chorus of astonished exclamations echoed. What is happening? The gifted individuals who had gathered from all directions were left bewildered. Is Wu Junyan truly supporting Chen Qingyuan? What is the nature of their relationship? Those ambitious prodigies seeking to ascend by stepping over Chen Qingyuan were left in a state of bewilderment. In my recollection, Wu Junyan seldom intervened on behalf of others. Practitioners from a North Songstar region were well acquainted with Wu Junyan, fully aware of his reclusive nature, preferring solitude and shunning companionship. A particularly outrageous incident occurred when a certain saintess from a sect in the North Songstar region meticulously devised a scheme, trapping herself and Wu Junyan in a secluded chamber, where she ignited an intoxicating incense designed to awaken primal instincts. The saintess harbored no malicious intentions. Her sole desire was to forge a fleeting romance with Wu Junyan, ideally to become his partner in the path of cultivation. She hoped that if Wu Junyan were to reach the pinnacle of his power in the future, he might remember her fondly due to their shared spiritual connection. However, to her astonishment, Wu Junyan remained resolute, preserving his clarity of mind. Faced with the sight of the saintess in her vulnerable state, he uttered not a single word, his gaze untainted. Subsequently, he approached the entrance of the chamber and began to strike the stone door with unrelenting force. Despite knowing the chamber's formidable strength, inscribed with countless ancient laws, he did not relent. His hands became bloodied and battered as his internal energies surged. Yet he persevered, ultimately breaking through the stone door, leaving behind a solitary and desolate figure. In a world where secrets seldom remain concealed, this incident reached the ears of many. Thus, the news of Wu Junyan's aversion to women spread, creating quite a stir. A certain powerful being remarked with astonishment, "If this young man does not meet an untimely demise, he is destined to stand at the pinnacle of his era." This clearly illustrated Wu Junyan's notorious aloofness, as he showed little regard for anyone in the world. Yet, his recent actions shattered countless perceptions. What on earth is happening? Many began to feel exasperated and perplexed. In the void, Yen Qianling, once among the 10 prodigies of the North Wilderness, furrowed his brow and turned to Wu Junyan, questioning, "What do you mean when you say that peers should not challenge him?" Chapter 64. The day of the challenge approaches. Visitors from the Dao Yi Academy, upon hearing the voice, Wu Junyan turned to exchange glances with Yen Qianling, his tone icy. "I have never heard of a prohibition against peers clashing. Are you attempting to shield him?" Yen Qianling, wary of Wu Junyan, replied in a low voice. "He is my opponent." Wu Junyan responded candidly, "Before my battle, no one is permitted to interfere." "Your battle?" Yen Qianling was momentarily taken aback. "You have always been one of the 10 prodigies of the North Wilderness, a paragon of the current age. If it were the former Chen Qingyuan, he could indeed stand on equal footing with you. But does the current him qualify as your rival? The weak cannot comprehend this." Wu Junyan offered no explanation on the matter, deeming it futile. Upon hearing these words, Yen Qianling's expression darkened significantly. The onlookers, captivated by the unfolding drama, widened their eyes. Yen Qianling was a renowned figure in the North Wilderness, gifted and powerful. If someone of his caliber were considered weak, then what did that make them? Nothing at all. The gathered crowd felt insulted, but found themselves powerless to refute. "You are indeed formidable and possess the audacity to be so. Nevertheless, many exist in this world who surpass you." This assertion, voiced by Wu Junyan, would have crushed an ordinary cultivator beneath Yen Qianling's foot. "There are indeed many stronger than I do not dispute that." Wu Junyan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone even. "At least, you do not count among them." "You." Yen Qianling clenched his teeth, yearning for a contest with Wu Junyan. However, he lacked confidence, and the prospect of victory seemed exceedingly slim. Regulating his emotions, Chen Qingyuan decided against engaging Wu Junyan for the moment. He resolved to first best Chen Qingyuan, strengthen his own abilities in the coming years, and ultimately regard Wu Junyan as his next target. Individuals like you only see those temporarily beneath you as rivals, relishing that sense of assured victory. Regardless of where you tread in the future, you will never become a true powerhouse. Wu Junyan never bullied the weak. His gaze was fixed solely upon loftier peaks. In a battle against Chen Qingyuan at the same realm, he possessed no certainty of victory. Everything remained uncertain. It was precisely this unknown that compelled Wu Junyan to continually solidify his foundation, persistently seeking strength to confront the unforeseen. Listening to Wu Junyan's sentiments, Chen Qingyuan's countenance turned ashen, and he offered no response. "Do not stand too high. Beware of falling," Wu Junyan cautioned. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Qingyuan ceased hovering above the gates of the Xianqing sect and descended to the ground, taking refuge in a nearby city to await a more opportune moment. Should Chen Qingyuan linger, he would likely face an imminent assault from Wu Junyan. After dispersing those obstructing the entrance, Wu Junyan sought a comfortable spot at the foot of the Xianqing sect, seated upon the ground with eyes closed, resting his spirit. Amongst his peers, none dared to disregard Wu Junyan's words. In the ensuing 4 years, anyone who dared to provoke Chen Qingyuan or disrupt his life would undoubtedly face a dire fate. When did the junior disciple's relationship with Wu Junyan grow so amicable? The elders of the Xianqing sect exchanged glances, perplexed by the situation. Matters concerning the youth ought to be resolved by the youth themselves, and with Wu Junyan's appearance, tranquility enveloped the territory of the Xianqing sect, silencing any commotion. Many elders sighed, acknowledging the undeniable prowess of this top-tier prodigy, ranked among the 10 talents, whose mere presence commanded respect. Wu Junyan was poised for a confrontation with his junior brother. Could the latter withstand such pressure? A sense of unease crept into the hearts of several elders, as it was the first time they felt that Chen Qingyuan might falter under the weight of expectations. The oppressive aura exuded by Wu Junyan was indeed formidable. Why, among the 10 talents of the northern wilderness, did their junior brother appear so inferior? Elder Dong Wenjun, the protector of the sect, could not help but express his discontent, comparing the audacity of Wu Junyan, whose words few dared to defy, to that of Chen Qingyuan, who seemed to invite challenges from all directions, each eager to prove themselves first, fearful of lagging behind. In the ensuing 4 years, the Xianqing sect enjoyed a period of peace, with no peer daring to challenge its young prodigies. Even figures as strong as Chen Qingyuan recognized the necessity to retreat from Wu Junyan's brilliance, granting him a measure of respect. Ordinary prodigies, of course, would not dare to act recklessly. Within the confines of a chamber, Chen Qingyuan was diligently consolidating his cultivation, laying a stronger foundation for his skills. He had no intention of advancing to the golden core stage just yet, preferring to await the impending duel with Wu Junyan. Only 10 days remained. After contemplating the timeline, Chen Qingyuan felt thoroughly prepared for battle, his spirit and energy reaching an optimal state. At the foot of the mountain, Wu Junyan gradually opened his eyes, murmuring to himself, "This time, I shall determine our victor." Regardless of the outcome, whether triumph or defeat, Wu Junyan sought to resolve a lingering concern, enabling him to take a step forward and grow stronger. 8 days passed, leaving merely 2 days until the scheduled bout. Suddenly, a guest arrived at the Xianqing sect. A young man, standing 8 feet tall, donned in a flowing white robe adorned with an embroidered flower of the other shore on his left chest. The youth exuded an air of elegance, deftly avoiding the gazes of many as he strode directly through the gates of the Xianqing sect, disregarding the barriers in his path. The gatekeeper elders and disciples failed to perceive his presence, allowing him to pass by unnoticed. In the next moment, the young man reached the depths of the rear hall, slowly approaching Lin Changsheng. It was only when the youth was within 10 paces that Lin Changsheng sensed his approach, turning around in alarm, cold sweat beading on his brow. Who is it? In such proximity, the realization struck him only then. If the young man wished to take Lin Chongqing's life, he could do so with a mere flick of his finger. From the Academy of Tao, the young man's form appeared somewhat translucent, as if he did not belong to this realm, his features obscured by a veil of white mist, rendering him indistinct. Upon hearing this, Lin Chongqing's body trembled slightly, his expression shifting dramatically. He immediately clasped his hands in respect. "Ah, it is the messenger from the Academy. I beg your pardon. Where is the one being assessed?" Given that the token had been shattered by Lin Chongqing, the young man could pinpoint the location with precision. "It lies in the Yuxia Hall, 100 miles to the west," Lin Chongqing indicated. "The person is now in my custody." The tone of the young man, though calm, brooked no contradiction. Before Lin Chongqing could respond, the figure of the young man in white vanished. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the Yuxia Hall, where he found Chen Qingyuan deep in meditation. Time was of the essence. It was time to depart. A mysterious voice broke the silence, rousing Chen Qingyuan from his closed-eyed reverie. "Who are you?" he inquired, regarding the suddenly materialized young man with utmost caution, his body bristling with alarm. "I am from the Daoi Academy," the young man in white replied. After a brief pause, Chen Qingyuan remained on high alert, demanding, "What proof do you have?" "Enough of this chatter," the young man in white retorted dismissively, pointing a finger at Chen Qingyuan, instantly sealing his inner spiritual energy and rendering him immobile. He then whisked Chen Qingyuan away from Yuxia Hall, traversing the protective barriers of the Xianying sect like a phantom, unnoticed by any onlookers. Suddenly, Gongsun Nan, who had been seated within the room, opened his eyes wide, his expression shifting dramatically. "Where is Chen Qingyuan?" It was only when Chen Qingyuan had been taken from the Xianying sect that Gongsun Nan realized he had vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Was this an illusion created by the Xianying sect, or was it a human act? If it were merely an illusion, Gongsun Nan could somewhat accept it, for the Xianying sect had once been a formidable force, leaving behind a vestige of power. However, if it were the work of a person, Gongsun Nan could scarcely fathom the magnitude of such an existence, leaving him in a state of profound unease. "Senior, I have an exceedingly important duel. May I not be taken until it is concluded?" Chen Qingyuan implored, his body immobilized but his voice still capable of pleading. Chapter 65. The Duel Postponed. En route to the Dao Academy, the young man clad in white regarded Chen Qingyuan with a placid gaze, momentarily halting his advance. He slowly shook his head and stated, "The time for the assessment has arrived. Tardiness is not permissible. Is there no room for leniency?" Chen Qingyuan implored once more. "The Academy's regulations are inviolable. Should you arrive even a moment late, you shall forfeit your eligibility for the entrance examination." The young man in white firmly declined Chen Qingyuan's request, elucidating the gravity of the situation. However, Chen Qingyuan hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed. After a moment's contemplation, he adopted a different approach. "Senior, may I have a few words with a friend? I assure you it will not consume much time." "Very well." Should Chen Qingyuan succeed in the assessment, he would become a member of the Dao Academy. Considering the faint possibility of camaraderie, the young man in white nodded in acquiescence, as long as it did not impede the primary matter. Allowing Chen Qingyuan to bid farewell to his friend was acceptable. "Please restore my ability to move," Chen Qingyuan expressed, a glimmer of joy illuminating his countenance. With a snap of his fingers, the young man in white released the restrictions binding Chen Qingyuan. Promptly, Chen Qingyuan retrieved the thread of sound transmission linked to Wu Junyan, addressing him. "Old Wu, come over here." Standing at the foot of the Xianqing sect, Wu Junyan heard the familiar voice, and a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Chen Qingyuan's voice? Why is he not within the Xianqing sect? With this perplexity, Wu Junyan followed the guidance of the sound transmission, making his way toward a secluded mountain nearby. Where has Wu Junyan gone? The surrounding cultivators began to stir, noticing Wu Junyan's sudden departure in a particular direction, bewildered by the unfolding events. Upon entering the depths of the mountain, the young man in white obscured the void, rendering it impossible for outsiders to probe with their spiritual senses. "What are you doing here?" Wu Junyan questioned, frowning as he beheld Chen Qingyuan standing beneath a grand tree. "Well, It's a rather complex situation, one that we can discuss in detail later. For now, I wish to inform you that our duel will likely be postponed, Chen Qingyuan admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his smile. It was not his intention to flake on their agreement, but circumstances compelled him. Over the years, Chen Qingyuan had diligently prepared, never anticipating such an eventuality. The arrival of the Dao E Academy's representatives just 2 days prior to their scheduled duel was indeed fortuitous. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Wu Junyan's expression hardened, and a chilling light flickered in his eyes, causing the temperature around them to plummet. Old Wu, I sincerely apologize for this. I assure you, we will have a proper duel in the future. If you are dissatisfied, we can engage multiple times until you are content. In truth, Chen Qingyuan yearned for a battle with Wu Junyan at equal standing to fulfill that aspiration. Alas, fate had conspired against him, rendering the circumstances most unfortunate. Chen Qingyuan, you are well aware of my principles. A promise made is more vital than life itself. Wu Junyan's countenance turned exceedingly stern, his tone sharp and filled with an imposing pressure that radiated from him. Last time, Chen Qingyuan found himself in peril, unable to fulfill the challenge he had accepted, which Wu Junyan could understand and therefore forgave him. However, this time, when Chen Qingyuan was poised to flake once more, Wu Junyan could no longer contain his frustration, his anger reaching a boiling point. I understand. Hence I intended to engage you in a proper duel, yet unforeseen circumstances arose. Alas, to be honest, Chen Qingyuan too felt a pang of guilt in his heart. Unforeseen circumstances? Is this merely your excuse? Wu Junyan was unconvinced. Truly, I have no need to deceive you. Chen Qingyuan insisted, nodding earnestly, affirming the veracity of his words. Humph. Wu Junyan let out a cold scoff. If I wished to evade, why would I still communicate with you? Noticing Wu Junyan's skepticism, Chen Qingyuan attempted to clarify. You, a master of schemes, who can tell if your intentions are genuine? Hearing that Chen Qingyuan would not have the opportunity to fulfill their duel enraged Wu Junyan, leading him to distrust every word that escaped Chen Qingyuan's lips. Just as Chen Qingyuan prepared to explain further, a frigid voice echoed from a distance. Time's up, we must depart. Who? Upon arriving, Wu Junyan had not detected a third presence, only noticing Chen Qingyuan. The sudden emergence of this voice caused his heart to plummet, his body tensing. Alertness heightened to an extreme. The young man in white had been standing beside Chen Qingyuan, shrouded in an arcane technique that concealed his physical form and masked his aura. Senior, could you grant us a bit more time? Chen Qingyuan turned to the young man in white. There is no time. It cannot be done. It wasn't that the young man lacked compassion, but time was truly of the essence. They needed to hasten to the Dao E Academy to avoid delaying pressing matters. As he spoke, the young man revealed his true form, finally allowing Wu Junyan to glimpse him. Who are you? Wu Junyan gazed at the suddenly visible young man in white, his soul inexplicably trembling, sending forth an ominous signal. Despite this, Wu Junyan maintained his composure, his face betraying no sign of fear. The young man in white cast a glance at Wu Junyan, offering no reply. A mere look from him caused Wu Junyan's body to feel as though it were being crushed by countless mountains, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. Old Wu, can you now comprehend my predicament? Chen Qingyuan wore a bitter smile, expressing his helplessness. How could such a terrifying figure appear in the flowing star domain? Wu Junyan struggled to lift his head, committing the young man's general form to memory, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. I can empathize, yet you have still breached your promise. Wu Junyan's initial words moved Chen Qingyuan, leading him to believe that the matter could be resolved amicably. However, the latter part of Wu Junyan's statement tightened Chen Qingyuan's heart, instilling a sense of unease. Next time we meet, I will not grant you any excuses to argue. The day we encounter one another shall be the day of battle. You mustn't hold this against me. Chen Qingyuan lamented in resignation. Gazing intently at Chen Qingyuan, Wu Junyan remained silent. Whoosh! The young man in white, unwilling to squander any more time, pointed decisively at Chen Qingyuan and vanished. In the depths of the mountains, only Wu Junyan remained, and the inexplicable pressure of terror gradually dissipated. After taking a few deep breaths, Wu Junyan gazed into the distance with unwavering resolve. When we meet again, there shall undoubtedly be a confrontation. Such a formidable presence as Chen Qingyuan was indeed beyond his capacity to resist. Yet, while Wu Junyan comprehended the situation, he could not suppress his anger. A promise must never be broken, for it is the tenet of his existence. After a moment of respite, Wu Junyan departed the Fuliu star domain quietly, his destination unknown. Meanwhile, cultivators from various star domains awaited Chen Qingyuan's appearance, eagerly anticipating the duel with Wu Junyan. However, when the day of the challenge arrived, both were nowhere to be found, leaving countless individuals bewildered and at a loss. Senior brother, where has the junior disciple gone? The elders turned their anxious gazes towards Lin Changsheng, their faces etched with concern. Chapter 66. A backdoor? Is there no examination? Lin Changsheng sighed deeply, weighing his thoughts before deciding to disclose the matter concerning the Dao Academy. This issue was of utmost importance, prompting Lin Changsheng to seal off the surrounding void, permitting only the core members of the sect to enter, lest certain forces eavesdrop. Are you familiar with the Dao Academy? Lin Changsheng scanned the crowd, his expression grave. The elders exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Subsequently, Lin Changsheng began to narrate the unfolding events. Meanwhile, within the territory of the Xinqing sect, numerous foreign cultivators emerged, all seeking to trouble Chen Qingyuan, attempting to make a name for themselves in the process. Despite their considerable efforts to investigate, they remained perplexed as to why Chen Qingyuan refrained from battling Wu Junyan. After much deliberation, they resolved to wait a while longer. However, even if they were to wait another 2 years, it would be in vain, for Chen Qingyuan had already departed from the Fuliexing domain. Chen Qingyuan's body became unwieldy, led by the young man in white to the shattered void fissures, traversing the starry sea with formidable strength, moving at a pace surpassing that of many esteemed sects' grand teleportation arrays. 3 hours later, Chen Qingyuan arrived at a place resembling a fairyland. Here, countless towering mountains were interconnected, and a gentle mist lingered in every corner, enhancing the region's mystique. Verdant greenery carpeted the ground, with crystal-clear lakes revealing their depths, occasionally showcasing spiritual fish leaping from the water, leaving behind elegant arcs in the air. Gazing into the distance, Chen Qingyuan noticed a colossal palace hovering majestically in the center, surrounded by mountains, seemingly indestructible. Don't just stand there, let us move. The young man in white released the restrictions binding Chen Qingyuan and stepped forward. Oh! Chen Qingyuan snapped back to reality, swiftly following in the footsteps of the young man. As they walked, Chen Qingyuan marveled at the enchanting scenery of this mysterious realm, akin to a paradise untouched by the world. Old Wu, it is not that I wish to break my promise. When we meet again, I shall surely engage you in earnest. The thought of Wu Junyan's exceedingly serious gaze caused Chen Qingyuan to sigh inwardly, silently resolving his determination. He understood that Wu Junyan valued promises above life itself, and thus had no intention of fleeing, preparing himself for a fierce contest. Little did he anticipate that the Dao Academy's representatives would suddenly arrive, yet again missing the opportunity for their confrontation. At the foot of the mountain lay a jade staircase leading upwards, each step unconnected, floating in mid-air, surrounded by thick mist, as if walking upon clouds. Ascending towards the heavens, the young man in white led the way, guiding Chen Qingyuan to greater heights. Upon closer inspection, a magnificent palace came into view, leaving Chen Qingyuan in awe. Above the entrance, the two characters were faintly engraved. The palace and much of the surrounding architecture were predominantly white, crafted from exceedingly precious jade. The entrance to the academy stood approximately 30 meters high, with a transparent barrier enveloping the void at the entrance, occasionally revealing strands of faint golden Dao patterns flowing with an enigmatic allure. At the entrance stood over 100 exceptionally gifted young individuals, evenly split between males and females. These individuals hail from various locales, none of whom Chen Qingyuan is acquainted with, certainly not from the Flowing Star domain and its vicinity. They are all connected to the Dao Academy, having earned the privilege to participate in the entrance examination. Every millennium, the Academy selects suitable individuals of fate, ultimately admitting only the top 10, making the competition exceedingly fierce. Upon his arrival, Chen Qingyuan was greeted by an ancient voice resonating throughout the void. The time has come. The assessment officially commences. A young man clad in white leaped to a high vantage point, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the multitude of examinees below. He then gestured with a flick of his fingers, summoning a dark vortex that led to an unknown secret realm. Entering this realm initiates the examination. The young man in white serves as the examiner for this entrance test. He pointed downwards, causing a flicker of light to appear at the center of each participant's brow, instantly clarifying the specific rules of the assessment. This examination will assess each individual's character, talent, perseverance, and moral integrity, among other attributes. Within the secret realm, numerous trials await, ranked by points. The 10 individuals with the highest scores will ultimately become students of the Tao E Academy, with the assessment period lasting 5 years. Whoosh, some participants, without a moment's hesitation, plunged into the secret realm, eager for the forthcoming challenges. As Chen Qingyuan prepared to enter, a gentle force suddenly halted him. "What is the matter, little one? You need not partake in the assessment." A kind voice whispered in his ear, unheard by the others. "Why not?" Chen Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback, suspecting that this voice originated from a powerful figure within the Tao E Academy. He quietly inquired. In the void, the young man in white had already sent the other examinees into the secret realm, leaving only Chen Qingyuan behind. Upon noticing the laws manifesting around Chen Qingyuan, the young man understood who was intervening and cast a questioning glance toward the depths of the academy. "Zhao Yichuan, this person need not take the examination." A voice echoed in the ears of the young man in white. "Why?" Zhao Yichuan, the name of the young man in white, held a significant status within the academy, which justified his role as an examiner. "He is from the Qing sect of the imperial prefecture. Is that reason sufficient?" An elder from the academy conveyed. Hearing this, Zhao Yichuan's pupils dilated slightly, and a trace of undeniable astonishment flickered across his brow. Subsequently, he cast a softened glance towards Chen Qingyuan. "That is enough." Having received his answer, Zhao Yichuan acquiesced to Chen Qingyuan's exemption from the assessment, feeling no lingering doubts. The Qing sect of the imperial prefecture had devolved into the mysterious Qing sect of the northern wilderness of the flowing star domain. The higher echelons of the Tao E Academy were well aware of the significant contributions made by the former Qing sect for the stability of the realm. Long ago, as the Qing sect began to decline, the then sovereign chose to prevent the lineage from extinguishing by forsaking all resources in the imperial prefecture, consolidating the remaining essence of the sect, severing the ties of fate with the heavens, and allowing the Qing sect to vanish from the eyes of the world, leaving none to discern its whereabouts. After many years, countless individuals in the imperial capital believed that the Qing sect had been extinguished. Only a select few among the elite forces were aware of its continued existence, though the absence of causal ties rendered them unable to ascertain its current location. Little did they know, the Qing sect had been renamed the Xianqing sect, residing in a relatively remote star domain in the northern wilderness. "It is no wonder you insisted that I personally fetch this young lad. Now it all makes sense." Zhao Yichuan's confusion dissipated entirely as he cast a penetrating gaze at Chen Qingyuan before turning towards the examination's secret realm, determined to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Chen Qingyuan stood there, bewildered, pondering the situation. "Young one, proceed along this path." The elder's voice resonated once more in Chen Qingyuan's ears. As soon as the words were spoken, the mist parted to the sides, revealing a cloud-laden pathway leading deep into the Tao E Academy. Chapter 67. The mysterious identity of the elder in black. Chen Qingyuan paused momentarily as he traversed the Jade Gate barrier, gradually making his way into the depths of the Tao E Academy. Along the path, he encountered no one. Dense fog obscured his view, leaving only the road ahead visible. After a duration equivalent to the burning of an incense stick, Chen Qingyuan had yet to reach the end of his journey. The elder, somewhat displeased with Chen Qingyuan's sluggish pace, employed a mystical method, allowing Chen Qingyuan to pierce through the fabric of space and land in a picturesque courtyard. "Here, Small bridges arched over flowing water, and a riot of flowers vied for attention. At times, a gentle breeze caressed his face, while the melodious songs of countless birds filled the air. Along the lakeside stood hundreds of willow trees, their numerous branches gracefully trailing over the water surface. The breeze stirred the willow fronds, creating an endless array of ripples upon the lake. At the water's edge stood an ancient pavilion, where an elder clad in black robes sat, savoring the rich aroma of his tea, a look of contentment adorning his face. Chen Qingyuan suddenly materialized outside the pavilion. Momentarily taken aback, regaining his composure, he bowed respectfully toward the elder within. "I am Chen Qingyuan, paying my respects to you, esteemed elder. Come in and take a seat." The elder in black kindly beckoned, turning to offer Chen Qingyuan a gentle smile. "Yes." Chen Qingyuan, not one to hesitate, slowly approached the pavilion and cautiously settled down opposite the elder. Once seated, he mustered the courage to meet the elder's gaze and softly inquired, "Esteemed elder, why am I not required to undergo an assessment? Is it that you do not intend for me to become a student of the Dao Academy? Or was there another reason? From the moment you shattered that token of recognition, you have already become a student of the Dao Academy," the elder responded, omitting any air of superiority, resembling a benevolent elder instead. He personally poured a cup of tea and gently pushed it toward Chen Qingyuan. "Ah!" Chen Qingyuan was taken aback, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Had he inexplicably become part of the Dao Academy? Wasn't he there supposed to be an assessment? What was happening? Stunned, Chen Qingyuan took a moment to regain his composure and asked, "Esteemed elder, are you jesting with me? What do you think?" The elder in black replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his gaze profound as an abyss. An individual of such esteemed prowess as the elder would have no reason to jest with a junior like him. However, Chen Qingyuan paused, deciding to express his innermost concerns. "It's just, I feel somewhat uneasy entering the academy without having done anything." "Indeed, you have not done anything. Yet someone has acted on your behalf," the elder remarked with a knowing smile. "Someone has acted on my behalf." Chen Qingyuan's expression grew more perplexed at these words. Suddenly, he recalled his seemingly casual master, who had left him the token of recognition in that letter concerning the Dao Academy. Could this be related to his master? Remarkably, Chen Qingyuan had never truly met his master, having only glimpsed their portrait. "Please, esteemed elder, enlighten me," Chen Qingyuan implored, rising to bow in earnest. "Rise," the elder commanded, gesturing gently for Chen Qingyuan to resume his seat. "First, pledge your allegiance as my disciple, and then I shall clarify your doubts." "Become a disciple?" Chen Qingyuan's pupils dilated, and his body trembled slightly as he stammered, "Senior, you must be quite aware of my background. I already have a master." The old man in black chuckled softly. 2 centuries ago, I encountered your master and discussed your matters. It was made clear then that should fate allow, I could take you as my disciple, and your master would not oppose. "You have met my master?" Chen Qingyuan exclaimed, astonished. Calculating the time, he realized that 200 years ago was precisely when he was born, leaving him with no recollection. Indeed, that was their first and last meeting. Upon recalling this, the old man in black sighed deeply, feeling a mix of regret and a sense of missed opportunities. "You are not deceiving me, are you?" Chen Qingyuan murmured softly. "At my age, would I have any need to deceive you?" The old man in black retorted with a light scoff. "That may be uncertain, the older one becomes. The more cunning they may be, adept at misleading without leaving a trace." This thought lingered in Chen Qingyuan's mind, though he dared not voice it aloud. "That makes sense," he uttered reluctantly. Observing the subtle shifts in Chen Qingyuan's expression, the old man discerned that he remained skeptical and continued. "Your master once visited the Dao Academy and took away a token. Whenever that token shatters, it shall signal your journey to the Dao Academy." "Ah, I see," Chen Qingyuan replied, his doubts dissipating as he acknowledged this truth. "This is a letter left by your master, along with the unique Dao imprint of the Xinqing sect. Take a look." The old man produced a jade tablet and a letter. With a mixture of curiosity and uncertainty, Chen Qingyuan first opened the letter, recognizing the handwriting as unmistakably that of his master. He had seen his master's portrait in calligraphy before and could identify it. Next, he directed a strand of his consciousness into the jade tablet, revealing the intricate Tao traces of the Xianqing sect's core secret arts, an unparalleled mastery that even the Tao Academy could not replicate. The letter conveyed a simple message. If a powerful figure from the Tao Academy wishes to take you as a disciple, do not hesitate to accept, as it will be beneficial. Have you finished reading? The old man in black rasped, observing Chen Qingyuan lost in thought. Yes, Chen Qingyuan replied, coming back to his senses with a gentle nod. Could it be a forgery? He pondered this more than once while gazing at the letter and jade tablet before him. However, he quickly reasoned that the old man had no need to deceive him. If he intended to scheme against him, he could do so without such elaborate measures. If you do not mind my lack of talent, I would be honored to become your disciple, Chen Qingyuan declared, bowing respectfully. With a thud, he knocked his head in reverence, awaiting the old man's response. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple, the old man in black declared, stroking his beard with a satisfied smile. Subsequently, he extended his hand, assisting Chen Qingyuan to rise, increasingly finding him agreeable. Master, Chen Qingyuan murmured softly, lowering his gaze. A look of gratification appeared in the eyes of the elderly man in black. At that moment, he was reminded of events from years past, as vivid as if they had transpired yesterday. 2 centuries prior, Shengwan Rong had arrived at the Dao Academy, emanating an overwhelming aura that compelled the old man to reveal himself. Who might you be, my fellow cultivator? Inquired the elderly man. Let's first engage in battle. Shengwan Rong replied, and without delay, he launched his attack. To avoid causing a significant uproar, the two retreated to a secluded realm for their confrontation, which lasted a full 3 days. As for the outcome, it ended in a stalemate. Exhausted from their clash, Shangwan Rong disclosed his name and revealed that he hailed from the Xianqing sect of the Flowing Star Domain. Your prowess is extraordinary. Why have I never heard of you before? The elderly man was perplexed, astonished that the Daoi Academy had overlooked such a formidable presence hidden in a remote star domain of the northern wilderness. If you are unaware of the Xianqing sect, surely you must know of the Qing sect of the Emperor S province? Shangwan Rong stated openly, with no intention of concealing his identity. You are a descendant of the Qing sect of the Emperor S province. Upon hearing this, the elderly man was taken aback, his mind racing to fill in the gaps of forgotten history. After a lengthy conversation, the elderly man confirmed Shangwan Rong's identity and treated him with great respect. You must have come here for a specific purpose, my fellow cultivator? He inquired. I seek the protection of the Daoi Academy for someone, Shangwan Rong, clad in light-colored robes, his hair white yet youthful, exuding an ethereal presence, responded. Who is this person? Their gazes locked, and the elderly man's expression turned grave and serious. Chapter 68. The Vice President of the Academy in a 200-year agreement. As I uttered this phrase, a complex expression surfaced in the depths of Shangwan Rong's eyes. Why must I, a disciple of a fellow practitioner, seek protection from the Dao Academy? Could you elaborate? The elderly man in black, having engaged in combat with Shangwan Rong, was acutely aware of the latter's formidable strength. If even Shangwan Rong could not resolve this predicament, it would indeed be a daunting challenge for the Dao Academy. I must venture into the abyss of demons. Initially, Shangwan Rong had no desire to involve himself in this matter. However, having comprehended the profound convictions held by the esteemed predecessors of the Xianqing sect, he could not remain indifferent and ultimately chose to tread the same path as his junior disciple. Shangwan Rong's junior was none other than the former sovereign of the Xianqing sect. 100,000 years prior, the sovereign of the Xianqing sect exhausted all resources, severing ties with the imperial continent and relocating the entire sect to the Flowing Star Domain. Furthermore, he sealed the sect's inheritance techniques, thereby liberating future generations from the burdens of their ancestors' aspirations, allowing them to live in peace. Though this action bore a tinge of selfishness, the sovereign had no alternative. Had he not acted thus, the Xianqing sect would have likely perished entirely. However, the developments that ensued diverged sharply from the sovereign's predictions. Perhaps the heavens would not release the Xianxing sect from its plight, or perhaps the disciples of the sect were too extraordinarily gifted. Every 10,000 years, the Xianxing sect would witness the emergence of a prodigious disciple who, through sheer force of will, shattered the invisible seals and activated the memories of their inheritance. Those who underwent this baptism of inherited memory could rapidly enhance their cultivation and comprehend myriad laws. In the previous era, the sovereign of the Xianxing sect, Feng Changxian, upon awakening the memories of inheritance, reached an astonishing level of cultivation within merely a century. Thus, Feng Changxian feigned death to extricate himself and distance the sect from his ties, adopting the name Song Xian Daoist as he ventured to the imperial continent. Prior to subduing the abyss of demons, Song Xian Daoist traversed the various factions of the imperial continent, feeling a sense of injustice on behalf of the ancestors of the Xianxing sect. Ultimately, he discovered that the seals of the abyss were beginning to weaken, compelling him to charge forward without hesitation. Presently, Shangguan Rong, akin to Feng Changxian, had awakened the memories of inheritance and chosen this path. Before departing, Shangguan Rong's foremost concern remained the Xianxing sect. Thus, he arrived at the Dao Yi Academy, hoping that the academy would, in light of the countless merits accrued by the Xianxing sect over the years, extend its protection to the sect. Yes, Yu, I shall not allow the Xianxing sect to descend into decline, and I will take good care of your disciple. The elderly man in black, having grasped the full context, felt an even greater reverence for the Xianxing sect. Throughout the endless epochs, how many factions could achieve what the Xianxing sect has? In the beginning, the abyss of demons was jointly suppressed by the top sects of the imperial continent. As time passed, the powerful figures of various sects became unwilling to sacrifice themselves, thus shifting the burden entirely onto the Xianxing sect. Were it not for the efforts of the Xianxing sect's illustrious predecessors, the seals of the abyss would have long been shattered, resulting in untold loss of life. If that child were to join the academy, allow him to cultivate independently, and do not interfere with his path of cultivation. Moreover, the child's karmic ties are formidable. Shangguan Rong kindly offered this reminder. The Dao Yi Academy has existed for a time far longer than the Qing sect to which you belong. Thus it harbors no fear of any consequences. The elder cloaked in black spoke with unwavering confidence. Believe it or not, there are certain matters that Shangguan Rong cannot disclose. According to the rules of Dao Yi Academy, any student must study under the guidance of a teacher. If your disciple wishes to join Dao Yi Academy in the future, they must adhere to this same custom. The elder in black made it clear that this was not an attempt to poach disciples, but rather a matter of protocol. If you are unafraid of the repercussions, then by all means take them in. I have no objections, Shangguan Rong remarked. Although this consequence may seem daunting, it carries a glimmer of potential for immense fortune. Oh, I eagerly anticipate meeting your disciple. The elder's interest was piqued. Afterward, the elder in black conversed with Shangguan Rong for a while longer, after which Shangguan Rong departed, leaving behind a letter and a jade tablet. After a wait of 2 centuries, the token finally shattered, and the elder was filled with anticipation. At the very first glance of Chen Qingyuan, the elder began to scrutinize, attempting to discern his true nature. For reasons unknown, whenever the elder felt he had grasped Chen Qingyuan's essence, an impenetrable fog would obscure his vision, rendering the situation most peculiar. This young man is indeed extraordinary, the elder mused inwardly, eagerly awaiting Chen Qingyuan's future. Returning to the present, Chen Qingyuan found himself with an unexpected mentor and awkwardly inquired, "Master, I am yet to learn how to address you." The elder replied, "I am called Yu Chenran, the vice president of Dao Yi Academy." Chen Qingyuan was taken aback. His newly appointed teacher held such a formidable position. The title of vice president alone is quite impressive. "I must remain humble," Yu Chenran remarked, stroking his beard while feigning modesty, upon witnessing Chen Qingyuan's astonished expression. "Master, may I now seek your guidance to resolve my uncertainties?" Chen Qingyuan bowed respectfully. "Your master." That is to say, Shangguan Rong arrived at Dao Yi Academy 2 centuries ago. Subsequently, Yu Chenran briefly recounted the events of that time. However, He refrained from mentioning any information regarding the former Qing sect, as the implications of such knowledge were monumental, and disclosing it to Chen Qingyuan would only burden him further. For countless years, although the Xianqing sect has suppressed the demonic abyss, it has also antagonized numerous factions, particularly the demon race. Should the specifics of the Xianqing sect's origins be revealed, the consequences would be dire. Thank you, Master, for clarifying my doubts. Chen Qingyuan grasped the situation. It turned out that his master, Shangguan Rong, had forcefully acquired a token and subsequently entrusted it to him. What do you mean by master? Yu Chenran's expression hardened. You have two masters, so this distinction is necessary. Chen Qingyuan grinned and explained. No need for that too, Yu Chenran stated sternly. Very well, master. Chen Qingyuan dared not dispute. Please have a seat. Yu Chenran nodded in satisfaction. Yu Chenran is, in essence, an old rascal. Initially, he held little interest in Chen Qingyuan. However, the persistent emphasis by Shangguan Rong on Chen Qingyuan's profound karmic significance piqued Yu Chenran's curiosity, compelling him to take the young man as his disciple. The more you discourage me from undertaking an endeavor, the more resolute I become in pursuing it, such is my capricious nature. Seated upon a stool, Chen Qingyuan gradually relaxed, sipping the tea before him. Suddenly, he found himself with an additional master. How unpredictable life can be. Master, is my grandmaster still alive? This question had long plagued Chen Qingyuan, for he could not fathom that Shangguan Rong had suddenly attained enlightenment. It felt too bizarre. Yu Chenran gazed into the distance, his expression grave, revealing a tapestry of complex emotions in his eyes. Admiration, self-reproach, and a hint of concern, among others. Chapter 69. The profound depths of the academy, I do not know, Yu Chenran replied softly after a lengthy pause. Once one ventures into the abyss of demons, life and death become uncertain. He held immense admiration for the sages of the Xianshui sect, who, fully aware of the peril ahead, steadfastly adhered to the ancestral edicts, willingly embracing their demise. Master, does the Xianshui sect harbor secrets? Are you aware of them? Chen Qingyuan felt that certain peculiarities surrounded the sect. Unlike other sects that possessed venerable ancestors who retired into obscurity, the elders of the Xianshui sect had all vanished, leaving behind only graves. As the new generation of disciples matured, the old guard seemed to have fallen within a remarkably short span. Why was this so coincidental? You are not yet qualified to know. Yu Chenran did not divulge the history of the Xianshui sect, pondering, when you reach that level, all will be revealed to you. Even if I were to tell you now, you would not fully comprehend it. The founding ancestor of Xianshui sect had devised a secret technique, which, should a person of exceptional talent arise, would activate the inherited memories, revealing all knowledge pertaining to the abyss of demons and the location of the erased core. Furthermore, the will of the past sages would infuse the inheritor with spiritual energy, enabling them to mature in an extraordinarily brief period. Most inheritors of the Xianshui sect only attain awareness of their ancestral lineage and profound understanding in the late stages of the tribulation transcendence. What steps must one take? Chen Qingyuan was intrigued by the mysteries of the Xianshui sect and yearned to discover the whereabouts of his master, Shangguan Rong, and whether he still walked the earth. At the very least, one must enter the tribulation transcendence. Yu Chenran had conversed with Shangguan Rong for a time, thus possessing some insight into these matters. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Currently, Chen Qingyuan's cultivation was merely at the celestial spirit realm, a vast distance from the tribulation transcendence. Let's speak of other matters. Yu Chenran changed the subject, revealing a dark ring in the palm of his hand and presenting it to Chen Qingyuan. This is a token of our meeting. Accept it. Thank you, Master. Chen Qingyuan graciously accepted the ring, a broad smile illuminating his face as he expressed his gratitude. Do not tarnish your master's reputation, otherwise I shall break your legs. This marked Yu Chenran's inaugural experience in taking a disciple. Should word of this spread, it would surely reverberate throughout the Academy of Tao. For many years, Yu Chenran had encountered countless prodigies, yet had never entertained the thought of taking a disciple until now. By becoming Chen Qingyuan's master, he would gain sufficient justification to protect him. Though Yu Chenran believed he could not compare with the myriad heroes of the Xianshui sect, He would not allow their legacy to be subjected to humiliation. This era subtly differed from the past, suggesting that the true nature of the Xianshui sect might be unearthed. When that time came, the countless forces offended by the sect would undoubtedly come calling. Despite the Xianshui sect's years of suppressing the abyss of demons and accruing immeasurable merit, how many would genuinely express gratitude once all was laid bare? The majority of the top forces in the imperial province viewed the Xianshui sect as a mere tool to exploit, sending each generation of its strong to suppress the abyss of demons while reaping the rewards. These forces have shown remarkable restraint by not trampling upon the Xianxing sect. Indeed, I shall ensure that I do not bring shame upon my master, Chen Qingyuan declared with a cupped fist. Begone! Yu Chunran waved his hand, signaling Chen Qingyuan to take his leave. Master, where am I to go? Chen Qingyuan, newly arrived at the Daoi Academy and unfamiliar with his surroundings, found himself at a loss, standing motionless in place. I seem to have forgotten, Yu Chunran realized, extending his right index finger towards the void beside him, conjuring a passageway that led to an unknown destination. You may depart now. Very well. Take your time with your tea, Chen Qingyuan replied, stepping into the circular passage. He arrived at a remarkably elegant locale. This was a manor, enclosed by 3-meter-high walls constructed of white stone, coated in a smooth layer of white paint without a single seam. Through the open gate, one could glimpse more than 10 bamboo houses within, alongside a serene pond bordered by a few willow trees, beneath which were stone tables and chairs. The innermost bamboo house, 3 stories tall, appeared to serve as a resting place, while the others had various purposes. Yunshi Residence read a finely crafted plaque above the entrance. Every corner of this place seemed to exude a scholarly elegance, isolated from the world, akin to a paradise untouched by time. From now on, you shall reside here, and after 5 years, a position will be assigned to you. Yu Chenran's voice echoed in Chen Qingyuan's ears, advising him to swiftly enhance his strength, lest he face repercussions later. Should the other candidates discover that Chen Qingyuan had taken a shortcut, they would undoubtedly seek an explanation. In the playful skirmishes among the younger generation, the Academy's higher-ups would not intervene unless a significant disturbance arose. Understood. Chen Qingyuan stepped into the Yunshi residence. Suddenly, a token materialized in Chen Qingyuan's hand, inscribed with the characters Yunshi. Upon grasping the token, he instinctively bonded with its laws, comprehending its usage and the function of each bamboo house within the Yunshi residence. Sealing. With the token in hand, a thought crossed Chen Qingyuan's mind, and an invisible barrier encased the Yunshi residence, preventing outsiders from entering. Each bamboo house, though seemingly ordinary, concealed a profound space within once the door was opened. Every cultivation cave within the Daoi Academy operated under such esoteric laws, incomprehensible to the average person. Let's explore the library, he mused, following the path of blue stone slabs. Chen Qingyuan approached the entrance of a modest thatched bamboo house, using the token to unlock its restrictions before pushing the door open. With a hum, the door revealed a white vortex before him. After a moment's hesitation, he took a step forward. Instantly, an unforgettable scene unfolded before his eyes. Before him stretched an endless corridor, 3 meters wide, flanked by towering bookshelves. One shelf held ancient tomes with yellowed pages, another displayed jade slips, while yet another contained fragments of texts and more. The collection of books here encompasses the history of various star realms, from the northern wilderness to the imperial capital, detailing the remarkable lives of the most formidable beings and the extraordinary deeds of ordinary cultivators. It includes treatises on artifact forging, jade slips of Taoist techniques, insights into formations, the art of puppet crafting, and the methods of alchemy, among others. After a cursory glance, Chen Qingyuan estimated that the total number of books and jade slips in this place would not be less than 1 million. Moreover, this is merely a selection of the volumes he is permitted to peruse. The more critical texts are undoubtedly located in another part of the Dao Academy. Is this the profound foundation of the Dao Academy? Chen Qingyuan felt a tightening in his throat, unable to fathom the enormity of it all. Even with an impeccable memory and relentless study, it would likely take centuries to absorb all these texts, to truly comprehend and integrate the knowledge. One would have to select only a small portion for in-depth study. What then lies in the other bamboo houses? For the moment, Chen Qingyuan refrained from delving into the books, exiting the library with a gaze filled with curiosity directed towards his side. Chapter 70. The two vice deans prepare to break through their cultivation on the left side of the library. A humble sign hung on a bamboo house, inscribed with the words Training Hall. Chen Qingyuan employed the same method to enter the training hall, making his way into a compact space filled with various spiritual treasures and artifacts, each engraved with unique prohibitions forbidding their removal. Additionally, the space contained special buttons that allowed for the selection of puppets with varying levels of cultivation for combat practice, enhancing practical combat skills. These puppets, crafted by a teacher from the academy, possessed formidable strength in the same realm and should not be underestimated. Astonishingly, even puppets capable of crossing the tribulation phase were present. This was simply outrageous. Chen Qingyuan stood before a sealed button, speechless. With his current cultivation, he lacked the qualification to activate all the puppets. Only the button for the celestial spirit realm was illuminated. The existence capable of forging a tribulation phase puppet was that not? Chen Qingyuan hesitated, his eyes filled with astonishment. The foundation of the Daoi Academy was indeed unfathomable. Next, Chen Qingyuan surveyed the layout of the other bamboo houses. The Tranquility Hall housed special laws. Should one find their mind unsettled, they could come here to stabilize their Tao heart. Regular meditation here for several hours yielded tremendous benefits to one's Tao heart, even enhancing spiritual power. The cultivation hall was rich in spiritual energy and fortified with a robust defensive barrier, ensuring a disturbance-free environment. The artifact refining hall contained numerous precious ores and tools for crafting weapons such as swords. As he walked through, Chen Qingyuan was genuinely taken aback. This was true wealth and extravagance. He had previously been far too petty in comparison. Upon entering the cultivation hall, he noticed a transparent barrier below, revealing an exquisite spiritual vein that explained the purity of the spiritual energy within. Moreover, the hall was inscribed with an immensely powerful gathering array, significantly increasing the speed at which cultivators absorbed spiritual energy. Finally, Chen Qingyuan entered the only three-story loft, where normality resumed. It featured a simple tea room and kitchen, along with a wardrobe and wooden bed. The partitions within the room housed various flowers and herbs, occasionally releasing delightful fragrances. Even a pig residing here could effortlessly gain sentience and embark on the path of cultivation, Chen Qingyuan remarked. After resting for several hours, Chen Qingyuan entered the cultivation hall to begin his seclusion. Meanwhile, gifted individuals selected from various regions of the northern wilderness were engaged in fierce competition within the secret realm, including several young prodigies at the nascent soul stage. Concurrently, at an ancient pavilion by the lake, Yu Chenran was savoring tea when a venerable elder clad in purple strode across the water and sat directly before him, producing a jug of fine wine for a hearty drink. The purple-clad elder, named Lin Wenshou, held an equal status to Yu Chenran, serving as the vice dean of the Daoi Academy. There were two vice deans who had managed the academy for many years, ensuring that no disturbances arose. As for the dean, he had vanished many years ago, his whereabouts unknown. You, old fellow, have actually taken on a disciple. How peculiar indeed. Lin Wenshou had a penchant for indulging in spirits, while Yu Chenran found solace in the delicate art of tea tasting. At times, they conversed like the best of friends, sharing their thoughts freely, yet at other moments, they clashed as adversaries, bickering until blows were exchanged. The complexity of their relationship defied simple explanation. Mind your own business. Yu Chenran retorted sharply. What is the background of this lad? Aren't you going to enlighten me? Lin Wenshou was oblivious to the matters concerning the Shuangguang sect. Take a look for yourself. Yu Chenran, disinterested in elaborating, retrieved a jade slip and tossed it over. This slip contained a wealth of information regarding Chen Qingyuan, detailing his age, the realms he had attained, and the battles he had engaged in. It even mentioned the Ghost Doctor and the Celestial Sword Immortal. Strangely, it lacked insights into the happenings within the Tianyuan, yet the rest appeared largely accurate. To have forged a favorable connection with the Celestial Sword Immortal was a testament to this young man's extraordinary fortune. Lin Wenqiu dismissed the ghost doctor as merely a local physician of little significance. However, upon learning of the celestial sword immortal, he was genuinely taken aback. The celestial sword immortal was a paragon from millennium ago, a formidable figure who dared to draw his sword against the heavens. It was no exaggeration to assert that even combined, Lin Wenqiu and Yu Qinran would likely falter against the peak prowess of the celestial sword immortal. He is the heir of the Qing sect, Yu Qinran stated matter-of-factly. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Lin Wenqiu nearly choked on his drink, his eyes widening in disbelief, suspecting he had misheard. Yet the unwavering seriousness in Yu Qinran's gaze dispelled any doubt, and he murmured, "So that is it. How could this old fellow suddenly take on a disciple? This child must not come to harm," Yu Qinran declared with an air of authority that brooked no disagreement. The successor of the Qing sect certainly could not afford to encounter misfortune. Lin Wenqiu's expression grew grave as a thought struck him. What had transpired in Tianyuan? You ask me, but whom should I inquire? Yu Qinran, too, was eager to uncover the secrets of Tianyuan, yet there was no avenue for investigation. Venturing there would be akin to courting disaster. The average person remained unaware of the terrors that lay within Tianyuan's forbidden zone. But as a senior member of the Daoyi Academy, he possessed some knowledge. It was said that a powerful entity had resided there for many years. For this young man to emerge alive from Tianyuan surely implied he harbored secrets. Lin Wenqiu furrowed his brow. Allow me to advise you. Some matters are best left undisturbed. Be cautious lest you attract peril. Despite his own curiosity, Yu Qinran had no intention of probing into the mysteries of Tianyuan. I understand. I'm not foolish, Lin Wenqiu, clad in purple, replied. Not foolish, you say? Huh. Yu Qinran shot him a pointed glance, smirking. Speak plainly. No need for veiled sarcasm. Lin Wenqiu, incensed, pointed an accusatory finger at Yu Qinran. I'm currently troubled. There's nothing more to discuss with you. Your presence here is quite bothersome. Do make yourself scarce. This was how Yu Qinran spoke to an old comrade, unreserved in his candor. Laozi stubbornly refused to leave, curious to see what they would do to him. Lin Wenqiu puffed his beard and glared. In the residence of Yunxi, the cultivation hall, Chen Qingyuan sat cross-legged in midair, retrieving the precious medicine bestowed by the ghost doctor. Resolved to advance his cultivation further, countless strands of pure spiritual energy floated around Chen Qingyuan, ready to enter his body whenever he needed them. His foundation was already remarkably solid. It was time to take a step forward. Within him, the supreme Dao bone quivered slightly, sending waves of agonizing pain through his flesh and blood. As he refined the precious medicine and absorbed the spiritual energy, profound transformations began to occur within Chen Qingyuan, his aura gradually shifting as well. Chapter 71. 3 Golden Pills. Inexorably distressed before long, a luminous moon appeared behind Chen Qingyuan, gradually transitioning from transparency to substance. After several hours, the moon began to contract, forming a golden pill the size of a fist. It was evident that Chen Qingyuan had successfully coalesced a golden pill, resulting in a significant enhancement of his prowess. Nevertheless, he did not cease his cultivation. He continued to refine his skills. The golden Dao bone within him emanated an exceptionally potent aura of the laws, enveloping Chen Qingyuan's body and adorning its surface with a layer of enigmatic Dao patterns. This is not my limit. Chen Qingyuan could distinctly sense the immense potential still residing within him, specifically emanating from that mysterious Dao bone. Thus, he persisted in solidifying his foundation, exploring a path of the golden pill that he had never before comprehended. A month later, a slightly dark red orb materialized at the center of Chen Qingyuan's brow. Gradually, the red orb floated behind him, radiating the aura of the laws from the realm of the golden pill. 2 golden pills. However, this was still not the pinnacle of Chen Qingyuan's abilities. Ancient texts recorded that if a prodigious genius were to undergo a breakthrough, it was possible to manifest 2 golden pills within them. Yet, such prodigies were exceedingly rare, with but one among millions of cultivators. The golden pill symbolizes the foundation for transcending the heavens and is typically classified into inferior, middle, and superior grades. Universally acknowledged exceptional talents can effortlessly coalesce superior golden pills. For instance, Chen Qingyuan, who once battled Chen Qingyuan, possessed such aptitude. Beyond these, there are the Earth grade, Heaven grade, and Saint grade pills. Achieving a foundation of Earth grade or higher is exceedingly challenging, demanding not only strict personal talent, but also testing one's character, perseverance, and fortune. A century ago, Chen Qingyuan's foundation was of the Heaven grade, with aspirations of reaching the Great Ascension realm. Regrettably, in the eyes of the crimson-clad maiden from the abyss of heaven, even the Heaven grade foundation bore flaws, leading her to incapacitate Chen Qingyuan and compel him to undergo a complete reconstruction, leaving no potential hazards. At this moment, the two golden pills Chen Qingyuan had manifested remained in a peculiar state, yet to be solidified, their ultimate level unknown. Just as he perceived this to be his limit, an extraordinary event transpired. The golden Dao bone seemed to awaken, causing Chen Qingyuan's body to tremble slightly, as a formidable force surged throughout him. Ding! A faint Dao sound resonated from within the bone, echoing in Chen Qingyuan's ears. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and deep within their depths, something emerged, a pattern of laws from the very end of time. Buzz! Subsequently, the golden Dao bone elevated Chen Qingyuan's innate talent to new heights, enabling him to transcend his limitations. Days later, a third golden pill took shape, glistening with a flowing luster. 3 golden pills now floated in parallel above Chen Qingyuan's back. Return. Chen Qingyuan formed a hand seal and softly intoned. The golden pills all returned to his body, becoming an inseparable part of him. Simultaneously, the once obscure principles of the golden elixir began to crystallize with increasing clarity. Chen Qingyuan was steadfastly resisting the formidable pressure exerted by the golden elixir laws, determined not to allow his Dao heart to waver in the slightest. This was the crucial moment for shaping the quality of the golden elixir. A single misstep could render a century of torment endured in the abyss utterly futile. Years ago, the crimson-clad maiden had initially guided Chen Qingyuan in mastering numerous Taoist techniques and imparted to him the true path of the golden elixir. Once Chen Qingyuan had comprehended these teachings, the crimson-clad maiden erased his cultivation level, sparing the fundamental essence of his body and preventing its deterioration. Should you fail to meet my expectations, I shall once again render you powerless, she had once remarked. Whenever Chen Qingyuan recalled these moments, he felt as though countless ants were crawling over his body, a most distressing sensation. The thought of being rendered powerless again filled him with dread. At that time, he had inquired of the crimson-clad maiden, "Why must I forge a flawless foundation for the golden elixir?" To this question, she did not provide a direct answer, but gazed into the distance, her eyes brimming with untold stories. In due time, you will come to understand. Resigned, Chen Qingyuan chose not to press further, allowing events to unfold naturally. An overwhelming tide of pressure bore down upon him, inducing a suffocating sensation. Numerous parts of his body were marred with bloodstains, flesh torn and bleeding, soaking his garments in crimson. The endeavor to forge 3 golden elixirs was almost beyond his endurance. "If I persevere, all shall be well." Chen Qingyuan gritted his teeth, drawing upon the pure spiritual energy from the void, and executing the foundational techniques of the golden elixir path. This technique had been imparted to him by the crimson-clad maiden, taking him a full year to master. In his recollection, his century within the abyss had comprised the first 90 years dedicated to relentless cultivation, followed by 10 years of recuperation to transform his previously acquired knowledge into instinctual prowess. In essence, the cultivation within the abyss was exceedingly brutal, if given the choice. He would wish never to return. Buzzing incessantly, the 3 golden elixirs within him trembled, resonating with Tao sounds. The agony of his flesh and the soul-rending sensations intertwined, causing Chen Qingyuan to break into beads of sweat as he pressed on, teeth clenched. The higher his innate talent and resolve, the superior the quality of the golden elixir. The quality of the 3 golden elixirs shattered their restraints, ascending from inferior to medium grade, and soon leaping to superior grade. To elevate all the golden elixirs to the highest quality, Chen Qingyuan would need to endure further trials, without a moment's relaxation. Should his spirit falter, even for an instant, all his efforts would be in vain. Thus, he persevered for 3 grueling months, elevating the quality of the golden elixir to the earth grade. In doing so, he had shattered 2 teeth, his body now numb to the pain, as if he had lost all sensation. Was he unable to hold on any longer? Chen Qingyuan's consciousness began to blur, yet he remained resolute in maintaining his focus. Previously, Chen Qingyuan had possessed but a single golden elixir, relying solely on his strength to reach the celestial grade. Now, with 3 golden elixirs, the difficulty had multiplied exponentially. In the extant ancient texts, there has never been a record of a demon possessing 3 golden elixirs of such exalted quality. Yet, I have no desire to endure the company of that woman any longer. It is simply too tormenting. It seems as though countless voices whisper in Chen Qingyuan's ear, urging him to surrender. At a moment of clarity, he suddenly recalled the red-clad maiden, and his mind cleared sufficiently to persevere once more. Despite her enchanting figure and captivating beauty, the ruthlessness of the red-clad maiden instills a lingering fear in Chen Qingyuan. At that time, she had presented him with 2 choices, to become her Tao partner or not. Chen Qingyuan resolutely chose the latter, for only a fool would ally himself with the red-clad maiden. I am eager to see whether enduring this trial will cost me my life. Should I falter, it is certain that the red-clad maiden would drag me back to Tianyuan, subjecting me to yet another ordeal. Rather than reliving that torment, I would rather wager my very existence and strive to endure until the end. If news of 3 earthly-grade golden elixirs were spread, it would undoubtedly shake the world. Nevertheless, Chen Qingyuan remains unsatisfied. According to the red-clad maiden, anything below the sacred grade is deemed worthless. Thus, he must forge ahead with unwavering determination. For even a faint glimpse of the sacred grade golden elixirs requires relentless effort, even at the cost of his life. As for the likelihood of success, that ultimately hinges upon his own fate. Chapter 72. I am unworthy to be this saintess in the North Wilderness, within the flowing star domain. The battle between Chen Qingyuan and Wu Junyan ended abruptly, leaving countless spectators in utter bewilderment. After a period of investigation, it became apparent that Wu Junyan had long departed from the flowing star domain. With this revelation, various young prodigies, unburdened by hesitation, began to provoke Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan, do you dare to fight? They taunted. The 10 talents of the North Wilderness are nothing remarkable. How can a coward like you qualify to be among the elite? A cacophony of disparaging remarks reached the upper echelons of the Xinqing sect. Some disciples, unable to contain their indignation, sought to intervene. However, the elders quelled these actions, asserting, "They are the pinnacle of the younger generation. You are no match for them." Although the disciples seethed with anger, they recognized the truth in the elders' words and lamented their own weakness. Strive diligently in your cultivation. One day, you shall surpass those individuals and ascend to greater heights. The elders encouraged, leveraging the external pressure to instill a profound awareness of the importance of strength among the disciples. Of course, the Xinqing sect still had a few exceptionally gifted disciples who had not been dispatched to engage in combat. There was no necessity for it. Those challengers aimed for Chen Qingyuan. If the younger disciples of the Xinqing sect lacked the ability to suppress all their opponents, defeating 1 or 2 would serve no purpose, and the outcome would ultimately lead to disgrace. Chen Qingyuan is not present in the Xinqing sect. All of you may retreat. An elder declared as he exited. Whether the talented individuals from various factions would believe this was left to their own judgment. Wu Junyan's sudden departure suggested that Chen Qingyuan might have truly left. Yet, as we surrounded the Xinqing sect, when exactly had Chen Qingyuan slipped away? Meanwhile, Yan Qianling pondered this matter in secret. Given his understanding of Wu Junyan, it was inconceivable for him to vanish without a word. Something must have transpired. Having come to this realization, Yan Qianling departed the flowing star domain, preparing to retreat to a suitable location for seclusion, in pursuit of elevating his own strength. Chen Qingyuan, you may evade for a moment, But can you truly escape for a lifetime? Before leaving, Yin Qianling cast a lingering glance towards the direction of the Xianqing sect, murmuring, "One day we shall meet again, and I shall see what prowess you possess as one of the 10 talents of the North Wilderness." Simultaneously, at the Tianyuan sect, ever since the confrontation between Qin Yutong and Chen Qingyuan, Qin Yutong's golden core foundation had been shattered, leaving him in a state of disarray, devoid of his former vigor and ambition. What has transpired? Sect Master Qin Yang inquired solemnly, surveying the dozen or so physicians before him. The young sect master's golden core has been destroyed, and he is plagued by inner demons. "We are at a loss," one physician lamented as he stepped forward. "Is there truly no hope?" Qin Yang, who had nurtured Qin Yutong for many years, found it unbearable to accept that his protege had faltered before reaching maturity. If only the ghost doctor were to intervene, there might still be a chance. The physicians unanimously supported this notion. Qin Yang fell silent. It was rumored that the ghost doctor had a favorable relationship with the Xianqing sect and had previously intervened to assist Chen Qingyuan. However, to enlist the ghost doctor's aid seemed a distant hope. Damn it! Qin Yang dismissed the group of physicians, his gaze fixed on the dazed Qin Yutong lying on the bed, his face etched with fury as he muttered under his breath. When Qin Yutong troubled Chen Qingyuan, Qin Yang refrained from intervening, believing that with Qin Yutong's strength, he would undoubtedly be unharmed. Little did he know the outcome would be so dire. Meanwhile, in Dongyi Palace, the senior members of the sect convened to discuss pressing matters when suddenly, the sound of a bell resonated through the air. Everyone rose to their feet, their eyes filled with astonishment as they gazed in unison towards the source of the sound, the bell of Yinshua City. At last, someone from Dongyi Palace had passed the trial of Yinshua City. Could it be that girl, Shi Shui? The ancient bell's toll signified the acknowledgement of the ancestral will. Bai Shi Shui had been in Yinshua City for quite some time, had it not been for the flickering light of her soul lamp. The members of the sect would have long presumed her dead. "Let us go and see," commanded the sect leader, Du Ruosheng, clad in a flowing blue gown, as she hastened towards the secret realm of Yinshua City. At the end of Yinshua City stood a black ancient bell. Bai Shi Shui, adorned in a white dress, stood there with a complex expression, shame, regret, anguish, and a tinge of longing flickering across her face. During the trials, she had encountered perilous moments, often finding it difficult to extricate herself. Despite her talent, she could only be deemed excellent at best, failing to reach the standard of an average prodigy. After a century of cultivation, Bai Shi Shui had yet to transcend to the golden core stage through her own abilities and required the aid of medicinal elixirs. When faced with death, a mysterious light surged within her, safeguarding her foundational essence and sparing her from calamity. She recognized a familiar aura. It was the Taoist essence of Chen Qingyuan. In that instant, memories she had forcibly sealed away flooded back into her mind. "I left a trace of a Tao mark within you, harmonizing with your body, which will gradually alter your constitution and grant you one safe passage." Chen Qingyuan had stated this matter in a calm tone a century ago, yet it had cost him dearly. A vivid image reappeared before Bai Shi Shui, her conversation with Chen Qingyuan. "Brother Qingyuan, why won't you help me elevate my cultivation? Your talent has not yet reached an exceptional level. You need to spend more time solidifying your foundation. Merely pursuing rapid breakthroughs will not benefit your future. Brother Qingyuan, you are the pinnacle of genius in this era, while I am merely an ordinary disciple. Do you truly wish to become my Tao partner?" "I do." "Why?" "It is destiny." Initially, Chen Qingyuan regarded Bai Shi Shui as a stranger reminiscent of a lost acquaintance. As time passed, Bai Shi Shui developed feelings for him and followed closely in his footsteps. Gradually, they grew closer and love blossomed between them. Not long after, Bai Shi Shui was accepted as a direct disciple by an intersect elder named Yao Susu, despite her lack of qualifications due to her talent. Yao Susu's willingness to take her on was entirely based on Chen Qingyuan's reputation. Their respective sects recognized their relationship and established a verbal engagement, promising to find an auspicious date for their marriage in the future. "Shi Shui, I may have to venture into a perilous place. I am uncertain if I shall return alive." "Must you go?" "Indeed, I must go. I shall await your return." should I inadvertently meet my demise. You must continue to live well. Do not speak such nonsense. Regardless of what transpires, I shall wait for you, be it a millennium or even until the end of my days. A century ago, when Chen Qingyuan prepared a journey to Tianyuan, he had a fleeting encounter with Bai Shishue. Upon my return, we shall officially wed. If I do not return, you may seek a worthy match and live a fulfilling life. Chen Qingyuan felt an inexplicable force compelling him to visit Tianyuan. Without becoming partners in the Tao, they naturally did not share a bed. During their time together, Chen Qingyuan often employed spiritual herbs to solidify her foundation, significantly enhancing her innate talents. Should you perish, I shall guard your grave, steadfast and unwavering, Bai Shishue had said with tear-filled eyes. However, when faced with true trials, Bai Shishue broke her word. Upon Chen Qingyuan's return, he bore no resentment towards her. He understood, yet could not forgive. This bond was destined to remain unfulfilled. Everything I possess has been bestowed upon me by him. Casting a glance back at the perilous trials, tears shimmered in Bai Shishue's eyes, and her heart ached. That year, the news of Chen Qingyuan's fall reached her, plunging her into profound sorrow. Her master, Yao Susu, unable to bear her anguish, forcibly sealed a portion of her past memories, allowing her to gradually recover. A stable foundation is essential to aspire to higher realms and behold more exquisite vistas. It is only now that Bai Shishue comprehends the meaning of this truth. Had it not been for Chen Qingyuan's assistance, her foundation would have been riddled with flaws, rendering her incapable of passing this trial. Shishue, you have truly succeeded. At this moment, the higher-ups of Dongyi Palace arrived. Observing Bai Shishue's tear-stained visage, the crowd was puzzled, yet could not conceal their joy, particularly her master, Yao Susu. According to ancestral traditions, those who pass the Yinshua city trial become the holy maiden of our Dongyi Palace. Yao Susu was immensely excited. Once Bai Shishue attained this status, her own standing would surely rise. Sovereign, master, I am unworthy of being this holy maiden. Gazing at the assembly of high-ranking officials, Bai Shishue recognized her own abilities and offered a self-deprecating smile. What? The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Chapter 73. The matter of the demon cave remains unresolved. A peculiar dream child. Do you truly comprehend what you are saying? Yao Susu approached Bai Shishue, her face etched with concern and urgency. Indeed, Bai Shishue replied slowly, her spirit adrift. To pass this trial was not due to my own abilities, but rather sheer fortune. In this world, luck is an integral part of strength. Yao Susu continued, yet Bai Shishue offered no further response, her gaze drifting towards the distance, where the Xianqing sect lay. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her heart pierced by an acute pain. Perhaps she had genuinely harbored feelings for him. Perhaps she had once hoped fervently for his safe return. In her past, she had been an unremarkable woman, but after encountering Chen Qingyuan, she became the envy of many, a paragon of beauty and grace. It is I who have erred, failing to uphold my promise to you. Between us, it seems this life holds no further destiny. Could it be that Bai Shishue's memories were so fragmented that she displayed little reaction to Chen Qingyuan's return? No, it was more accurate to say her affections were muddied by ulterior motives. When she reunited with the returned Chen Qingyuan, she initially felt a flicker of shame and remorse. However, upon realizing his diminished state, that flicker vanished, replaced by an indifferent demeanor, as if she were addressing a stranger. Had all the cherished memories between Bai Shishue and Chen Qingyuan truly been sealed away by Yao Susu? Such a notion seemed implausible. To selectively seal memories of an individual without harming their essence or foundation would require powers beyond that of a mere inner sect elder. One could command the world with such abilities. In other words, the fault lay not with others, but with Bai Shishue herself. She was well aware that Qin Yutang's affections were insincere. Yet, she had consented to the union in hopes of ascending within the Tianyuan sect to reap benefits. Master, have there been any recent tidings of Chen Qingyuan? Bai Shishue turned to Yao Susu, her voice trembling slightly as she uttered his name. Yao Susu hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Standing beside them, the sect leader, Du Ruoxing, offered clarification, according to reliable sources. Chen Qingyuan remains one of the 10 elites of the northern wilderness. Not long ago, he fought against Qin Yutong, incapacitating him with his celestial spirit realm prowess, and is currently recuperating. Upon hearing this, Bai Shishue's delicate form shuddered slightly. Indeed, he still exuded the same unmatched brilliance as in days gone by. No ordinary mortal could contend with him. I have severed our karmic ties. Perhaps it was destined to be. Someone of my ilk has no right to stand by his side. Moreover, it was I who faltered. I deserve this fate. Reflecting on this, Bai Shishue chuckled bitterly at her own ignorance and heartlessness. The harrowing experiences in Yinshua City had granted her profound insight into the depth of Chen Qingyuan's previous kindness towards her. Alas, all was in the past, never to return. With a sudden thud, Bai Shishue's vision darkened, and she collapsed to the ground. After enduring countless tribulations and inner torment, she could bear no more. Take her down to rest. We must ensure she suffers no harm, Duruoshin commanded, gazing at the fallen Bai Shishue. An elder promptly approached to examine her condition and carried her back to the sect for treatment. From this day forth, Bai Shishue would be the saintess of Dongi Palace, her status exalted above that of many elders. Those disciples who had entered the sect alongside Bai Shishue were astounded to learn of her new title. Once merely an ordinary inner disciple, she had astonishingly ascended to the role of saintess, an incredible transformation. Recently, the situation regarding the demon cave in the Fuliu star domain had escalated to a critical point, with palpable demonic energy emanating from its depths, corrupting dozens of disciples from the Tianyuan sect, rendering them neither human nor ghost. In a ruthless decision, the Tianyuan sect annihilated the corrupted disciples to prevent a greater calamity. Quickly informed the sect masters of all clans to convene at Tianyuan sect to discuss the matter of the demon cave, commanded sect master Qingyuan, his urgency palpable. Given the current trajectory, an eruption from the demon cave seemed imminent, with dire consequences looming. Approximately a decade prior, the Tianyuan sect had enlisted the expertise of a master of formations and formidable practitioners from various sects to address the demon cave issue, establishing numerous grand arrays, believing them capable of effectively suppressing the cave's malign influence. However, these measures proved largely ineffective. Presently, significant changes were occurring within the cave, with cracks appearing in the surrounding formations, signaling an approaching crisis. Days later, the foremost powers of the Fuliu star domain gathered to deliberate on the demon cave issue, a suffocating atmosphere of tension enveloping them. Should the cave erupt, a torrent of demonic energy could surge forth, transforming countless beings into monstrous entities. If that were the extent of the threat, it would be manageable, yet my concern lies in the possibility that a terrifying demon lord lurks within. An elder from the Xianqing sect, his visage etched with worry, voiced his perspective, asserting that to truly resolve the demon cave issue, one must delve into its depths and dismantle it from within. Yet, the peril of such an endeavor was immense. Success was uncertain, and the prospect of returning alive was grim. Many were acutely aware of this reality. To eradicate the demon cave entirely, one must venture into the lion's den, for there exists no alternative. Initially, it was hoped that the grand array established a decade ago would temporarily suppress the cave, yet mere years later, unrest had begun, disaster was imminent. However, the elite of the Tianyuan sect were unwilling to risk their lives to address this crisis, and the other sects were even less likely to do so. The notion of self-sacrifice is noble in theory, but once confronted with the reality, many would undoubtedly curse the fools who dared. Senior brother, what do you think we should do? Dong Wenjun inquired, directing her gaze toward Lin Changsheng, who sat elevated above the rest. The elders turned in unison, hoping Lin Changsheng would propose a viable solution. Should the demon cave erupt, it would inevitably impact everyone in the Fuliu star domain, and the Xianqing sect could not evade the fallout. Let us first observe the actions of the Tianyuan sect. Lin Changsheng replied, withholding his inner thoughts. If the situation necessitated a descent into the lion's den and others were unwilling to embrace death, he was prepared to wager his life. His motivation was not for the Tianyuan sect, but for the innocent beings of the Xianqing sect and the Fuliu star domain. In recent years, Lin Chongsheng often found himself succumbing to drowsiness, subsequently drifting into dreams. He envisioned a realm far more vast than the demonic lair of the Tianyuan sect, where figures clad in the garb of the Xianying sect surged forth in an unending tide. The imagery within these dreams remained indistinct, leaving Lin Chongsheng somewhat perplexed. Upon awakening, he would inexplicably shed 2 streams of tears. Confounded by his condition, he questioned whether he had succumbed to madness or if his cultivation had gone awry. Lin Chongsheng was a practitioner at the 5th stage of the tribulation period, endowed with a talent that surpassed all peers within the Xianying sect. As his cultivation gradually advanced, the frequency of his dreams increased. No matter the method he employed, he could not avert the arrival of these visions. Initially, he believed himself to be ensnared by delusions, but gradually he began to perceive something amiss. For within his dreams, he discerned a somewhat nebulous figure, and though the details eluded him, he was certain that this individual was an ancestor of the Xianying sect. He had previously encountered the portrait of this ancestor in the ancestral hall, and there could be no mistake. "Master, uncle, have you truly passed away?" One day, Lin Chongsheng experienced the same dream once more, though the imagery had sharpened somewhat. Upon awakening, a flicker of doubt regarding the sudden demise of his master and uncle ignited within him. Thus, after much contemplation, Lin Chongsheng arrived at a bold decision. Chapter 74, Grave Digging. Sacred Golden Elixir. Lin Chongsheng ventured to the ancestral cemetery, where he established a unique barrier to prevent any unwelcome discovery. He then knelt 3 times before the grave of his master, Feng Chongxian, and murmured, "Master, I beg for your forgiveness. Should my conjecture prove erroneous and disturb your eternal slumber, I shall kneel here for a century in penance." Upon speaking, Lin Chongsheng took a deep breath and waved his sleeve with a flourish. A tremendous force erupted, unearthing the grave and revealing a coffin of black and gold. Subsequently, he extended his palm, unlocking the mysterious seal upon the coffin, which then flew open with a resounding thud. As he gazed inside, Lin Chongsheng stood transfixed. The contents were not a corpse, but rather a decayed scarecrow. The technique of faking death. For quite some time, his eyes shimmered with a spectrum of emotions, excitement, uncertainty, and a hint of concern. This suggested that his master had employed a special method to feign death, extinguishing the soul lamp of the soul hall, and might still be among the living. With this realization, Lin Chongsheng turned to the grave of his uncle, Shangguan Rong, and said, "Uncle, I have wronged you." Upon unveiling the coffin, he found it was indeed devoid of flesh, containing only a withered stalk. For the next hour, Lin Chongsheng opened the graves of ancestors who had mysteriously perished throughout the sect's history. Out of 10 coffins, 9 were empty, while 1 contained a true mortal remains. Lin Chongsheng reverently returned the genuine ancestors' bones to rest, bowing 3 times in apology. What could this possibly mean? After restoring the cemetery to its original state, Lin Chongsheng sat in a daze, unable to comprehend the revelations. Remarkably, it was the first instance in the past 100,000 years since the Xianying sect relocated to the Fuliu star domain that anyone had dared to excavate graves and verify the authenticity of their forebears' remains. Initially, the manifestations bore formidable mystical laws, rendering the inner sanctum oblivious to the truth, and the ancestors were interred with great pomp. However, as the years passed, the power of the laws waned, revealing the true forms of the manifestations. Some ancestors had taken the guise of stones, others of wild grasses, and some even of fish bones, likely remnants of meals consumed. Could this be related to the dream I frequently have? Lin Chongsheng often envisioned that in a few years, he would inherit the will of the sect's ancestors, at which point all would become clear to him. For now, however, he sat in bewilderment, gazing skyward with a heavy sigh. He silently prayed for the well-being of his uncle and master. In a mysterious realm of the northern wasteland, within the Daoi Academy, Chen Qingyuan continued to endure relentless torment, suffering excruciating pain with neither body nor soul afforded a moment's respite. At this moment, he appeared as a bloodied figure, his skin torn, revealing stark white bones, a sight both horrifying and ghastly. 3 golden elixirs had reached the earthly grade and were now advancing toward the heavenly grade. With no alternative but to persevere, Chen Qingyuan pressed on through his ordeal. Within his body, the Tao bone gradually ameliorated Chen Qingyuan's condition and the 3 golden elixirs. Provided that he could withstand the mounting pressure, all would be well. Whenever Chen Qingyuan felt on the verge of succumbing, he would immediately recall the torment inflicted by the maiden in red, which reignited his fighting spirit, allowing him to endure a while longer. He would rather perish on the path of forging golden elixirs than return to the company of that woman. Clinging to this conviction, Chen Qingyuan persevered, enduring for over 5 arduous months. Then, a profound radiance surged forth from within him, as the 3 golden elixirs ascended to celestial quality, unleashing an overwhelming power that distorted the void within the chamber. Yet, celestial-grade elixirs were still insufficient. Had it been the former Chen Qingyuan, he would have deemed it satisfactory. However, the maiden in red imposed stringent demands. Anything below sacred quality was deemed worthless. Only by elevating the elixirs to sacred quality could he avoid being dragged back to the abyss by her. To be rendered useless again would extinguish any will to live he had left. If you truly are reliable, then spare me from death. I'll handle the rest, he resolved, attempting to communicate with the golden Tao bone within him, prepared to make a desperate bid. The intricate patterns of laws upon the golden Tao bone flickered momentarily, seemingly responding to Chen Qingyuan. Subsequently, he produced a multitude of high-grade spirit stones, drawing upon the pure spiritual essence that wafted through the air. He wagered it all. As he uttered these words, he spat forth a mouthful of blood, forcibly enhancing the quality of the elixirs. With an electrifying hum, terrifying phantasms and ancient diagrams of the Tao manifested behind him. In a fleeting moment, Chen Qingyuan felt his soul being propelled outward by the power of the elixirs, leaving his body in a state of profound vulnerability. The next instant, the golden Tao bone played a crucial role, drawing his soul back within, stabilizing his foundation. At the Tao Academy, by the lakeside pavilion, 2 vice presidents, engaged in sipping tea and wine, simultaneously sensed the fluctuation of the laws of nature. They exchanged solemn glances, their expressions gravely serious, before calculating with their fingers. Have you discerned anything? After a considerable pause, Yu Chunran inquired of his old companion with gravity. No trace to be found. Lin Wengqiu, clad in purple, shook his head, his gaze deep with a hint of worry. The laws of heaven and earth have transformed. Yet the specific reasons remain elusive. This is not a favorable sign. I hope no great chaos ensues. Yu Chunran sighed heavily. The principal has been absent for 5,000 years, and it is uncertain when he will return, alas. Lin Wengqiu mused thoughtfully. Storm clouds loom. This era is unlike any before, and our Tao Academy may not be able to remain in the shadows. 5,000 years ago, the principal had foreseen a trace of anomaly and instructed the 2 vice presidents to safeguard the academy, after which he vanished without a trace. During this time, the vice presidents and several instructors ventured forth repeatedly in search of the principal, yet none have found any sign of him. Given the principal's capabilities, it is unlikely anyone could slay him. However, one fears he may have inadvertently touched upon some forbidden causality. No longer wishing to dwell on these matters, the 2 vice deans ceased their discussions and gazed at the reflection of the slanting sun upon the lake, each lost in their own thoughts. Over a year had passed, and Chen Qingyuan had been in seclusion for 2 years. His body was far from intact, with parts of flesh having decayed, exposing his bones, while his golden Tao bone radiated a faint glow, enveloping his internal organs. Chen Qingyuan had become impervious to physical pain, with only a vague consciousness persevering. Each moment felt exceedingly protracted. Thud, thud, thud. At this instant, the rhythm of his heartbeat intensified, resonating like the sound of a drum. Chen Qingyuan's eyes seemed to have been baptized by a rainbow, bursting forth with brilliance. Boom! A wave of warmth surged from his heart, coursing throughout his entire being. Simultaneously, 3 golden elixirs underwent a transformation, revolving within his dantian, their quality elevated, transcending into the realm of the sacred. Chapter 75, Manifestation of Portents. Shock across the realm, 3 golden elixirs, each a paragon of sanctity. Such an occurrence has never been documented in ancient texts. It is unprecedented. The existence of 2 golden elixirs within a single entity is already an extraordinarily rare phenomenon, let alone for someone like Chen Qingyuan. Should this revelation come to light, it would undoubtedly create a sensation throughout the realm. All cultivators from the imperial province, the northern wilderness, the western frontier, the southern domain, and the eastern lands would fix their gaze upon Chen Qingyuan. At that juncture, he would find himself besieged by unrest, standing at the very vortex of a grand upheaval, where a moment's misstep could lead to his utter annihilation, leaving no trace behind. In this world, myriad nefarious arts exist, capable of grafting another's golden elixir onto oneself. If Chen Qingyuan's 3 sacred golden elixirs were to be fully revealed, despite overwhelming his peers and achieving unparalleled honor, he would simultaneously face immense peril. Indeed, it has come to fruition. Gazing inwardly at the 3 golden elixirs, a flicker of excitement and joy gradually illuminated Chen Qingyuan's eyes. At this moment, he was drenched in blood, his wounds grotesque, his breath slightly erratic. In the past, Chen Qingyuan had already swept through the Flowing Star region and its surrounding peers, revered as one of the top 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness, thanks to the foundation of his heavenly-grade golden elixir. Now, having re-established his foundation, and his future accomplishments are beyond imagination. In Chen Qingyuan's recollection, he had never encountered a situation akin to this in ancient texts. The world is vast. Even the mightiest beings find it challenging to perceive the entirety of existence. The 5 continents are expansive, each encompassing thousands of star domains, within which countless stars reside. Nonetheless, a foundation of sacred golden elixirs remains exceedingly rare, seldom exceeding 100 individuals in an entire era. Those possessing such a foundation, barring untimely demise, are destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the great ascension, living for 30,000 years, roaming freely across the world. With the formation of the golden elixirs, his cultivation naturally ascended. Golden elixir realm, initial stage. Chen Qingyuan had no time to ponder the 3 golden elixirs within him. He hurried to mend his injuries. The spiritual stones surrounding him had already been depleted by more than half. Were it not for the pure spiritual energy of this secluded chamber, the resources consumed would have multiplied severalfold. The moment the sacred golden elixirs were formed, numerous anomalies manifested in the heavens and the earth, astonishing countless beings. In over half of the northern wilderness, golden light shimmered in the skies, as if auspicious entities soared among the clouds, while the radiant brilliance of star rivers pierced through the boundless void, descending upon the realm of mortal beings. The auroras dazzled with vibrant hues, captivating the eyes and leaving the world in awe and wonder. What could be the cause of these celestial phenomena, spreading across various star domains? Those of profound cultivation faintly heard the ancient bell, tolling from the depths of the starry void, each resonant sound piercing the soul, compelling their bodies to tremble involuntarily. Could those be 3 suns in the sky? Shortly thereafter, in a certain star domain of the northern wilderness, the spectacle of 3 suns shining together emerged, sending countless individuals into a frenzy of terror and astonishment. The spiritual veins stirred, the laws became chaotic. In what direction was this leading? At the Tao Academy, Yu Chen sensed the changes in the northern wilderness with great astonishment. Subsequently, he astonishingly discovered that the independent space of the Tao Academy had also manifested unusual conditions. Utilizing his profound mystical abilities for divination, he traced an imperceptible thread of law, directing his gaze toward the direction of Yunchi residence. Immediately, Yu Chen swiftly arrived at Yunchi residence, sealing off the area to prevent anyone from noticing the abnormal situation. Even the other vice president, Lin Wenshou, could not glean any information. It was not that the master sought to steal your secrets, but rather, your commotion had stirred too much attention. My apologies. Yu Chen sensed that Chen Qingyuan was situated within the cultivation hall, and, pondering silently, employed his arcane techniques for observation. Upon looking, he was utterly taken aback. At that moment, Chen Qingyuan was engaged in healing his injuries while solidifying the foundation of his golden core, thus neglecting to use the special jade bracelet for concealment. Yu Chunran easily discerned the 3 golden cores within Chen Qingyuan's body. Rendered speechless, he murmured in tremulous tones. 3 cores coexist, flawless in quality. Even though Yu Chunran had weathered many storms, he was nonetheless startled by the scene before him. The Daoi Academy possessed profound heritage, with a long-standing tradition, and its library recorded numerous historical events. Yet, despite having perused various significant ancient texts, Yu Chunran had never encountered any mention of 3 sacred-grade golden cores. Is this lad still human? Yu Chunran remained in a daze for a considerable time, at a loss for words. In that instant, his eyes reflected both shock and envy. Were it another individual to behold the not yet fully stabilized, sacred-grade golden cores within Chen Qingyuan, they would surely harbor ulterior motives, willing to pay any price to possess the golden cores. The merits of the Qing sect, have they fallen upon you? Yu Chunran speculated quietly, filled with anticipation for the future of his disciple, Chen Qingyuan. To safeguard Chen Qingyuan's secret, Yu Chunran fabricated a story, claiming that he had caused some commotion during his cultivation, resulting in disturbances within the laws of this space at the Daoi Academy. As for the anomalies occurring throughout the northern wilderness, perhaps they were merely the manifestations of certain extraordinary treasures coming to light. The people within the academy did not doubt Yu Chunran's words. 3 sacred-grade cores were exceedingly rare throughout the ages, until Chen Qingyuan truly matured. Yu Chunran vowed to conceal this secret by all means necessary to ensure his disciple's safety, should certain ambitious old-timers become aware of this matter. Chen Qingyuan's future would likely be fraught with challenges. For this reason, Yu Chunran refrained from even informing his old comrade Lin Wenqiu. The fewer individuals privy to this knowledge, the less danger involved. Meanwhile, in the northern wilderness, within the Tianyuan forbidden zone, there existed a bizarre space, where a humble bamboo dwelling was erected upon an expansive landscape, beside a gently flowing azure stream whose end was nowhere in sight. Within the courtyard of the bamboo house grew peculiar flora, unlike anything from the mortal realm. The sun hanging in the sky illuminated this land to some degree. Strangely, no matter how much time passed, the sun would not set, as if eternally suspended in the heavens. A closer inspection revealed that this sun was not genuine, but rather an illusion created by a spiritual treasure. At that moment, the tightly shut bamboo door swung open, revealing a woman clad in a red gown who emerged from within. She was the mistress of Tianyuan, the enchanting maiden in red who had been guiding Chen Qingyuan on his journey. Tall and statuesque, her features were exquisitely drawn, yet obscured by a dark veil that concealed her full visage. Despite the veil shroud, her high-bridged nose and eyes that sparkled like stars suggested a breathtaking beauty hidden beneath. The flowing red of her gown, cinched at the waist, accentuated her flawless figure and regal bearing. Adorning her waist was an exquisite jade pendant, from which a crimson ribbon cascaded gracefully at her side, fluttering like a playful breeze. Her raven hair was held up by a wooden hairpin, which seemed to tether her from the celestial realms to the earthly plane, imparting a subtle essence of the mundane. With bare, porcelain feet, she tread lightly upon the ground, impervious to dust and grime, as if fearing to tarnish this sacred entity. Had she succeeded? The maiden in red gazed up at the holiday sky, her eyes seemingly piercing through the illusory confines of this realm, glimpsing the vistas beyond. She murmured softly, a smile gracing her lips, while a hint of nostalgia flickered in her eyes. Chapter 76. The True Origins of Chen Qingyuan. The longing of the maiden in red. The next encounter remains uncertain. If it were within her power, the maiden in red would wish to remain by Chen Qingyuan's side, never depart. Yet, she is unable to do so. Instead, she lingers in the Tianyuan, hoping that her yearning may, like a gentle breeze, gradually waft into Chen Qingyuan's heart. In this lifetime, your smile surpasses all those of the past combined. Shedding your mask shall ease your burdens. This is one of the few ways in which I can assist you. May you not hold it against me in the future. Every time she reminisces about the smile upon Chen Qingyuan's face, warmth floods the maiden's heart, alleviating her solitude and coldness within the desolate confines of the Tianyuan. Her thoughts meander along this thread of sentiment, leading her to memories from over 2 centuries ago. 200 years prior, the maiden in red gazed at the sleeping infant cradled in her arms, tears brimming in her eyes. She tenderly caressed the boy's cheek, murmuring, "In this life, let me take charge." Subsequently, she sent a message to Shangguan Rong of the Xianxing sect, summoning him to the outskirts of Tianyuan. Upon awakening to his ancestral memories, Shangguan Rong was taken aback by a sudden voice that sparked both astonishment and curiosity. When Shangguan Rong arrived at a certain location within Tianyuan, he beheld the maiden in red approaching with the infant in her arms. "Who are you?" he inquired. "Such knowledge is unnecessary," she replied, withholding her identity as she placed the child upon a stone beside him. "Take this child and depart. He shall fulfill the will of the Qing sect in due time." Upon hearing the mention of the Qing sect, Shangguan Rong tensed. He had recently learned of the sect's history, a closely guarded secret, and was astonished that this enigmatic woman had unveiled it with such ease. This child? He pondered, but then recalled the perils of the Tianyuan. The mysterious woman before him surely had a remarkable background, rendering his surprise at her knowledge of the Qing sect unwarranted. The virtues of the Qing sect had gone unnoticed by the heavens. When the time was ripe, justice would be sought. The maiden's gaze remained fixed on the slumbering infant, filled with reluctance, yet she knew they must part. The Tianyuan was fraught with danger, and she feared for the child's well-being, unwilling to let him grow up devoid of joy. Her hope was to guide him to the mortal realm, allowing the child to experience a semblance of normalcy, a life free from suffering. "Might I inquire how I should care for him?" Shangguan Rong asked, unable to refuse her request. A mere glance into the maiden's eyes sent shivers through his soul. Despite having awakened to ancestral memories, he felt no courage to harbor any disrespect. Moreover, Shangguan Rong yearned to advocate for his sect, yet his own power felt woefully inadequate. With newfound hope, he learned from a maiden that this child would one day vindicate the Qing sect. "Everything shall be as you wish," she stated. "Do you have any further requests?" He pressed. "Be kind to him," she replied, placing her faith in the character of the Qing sect's heir, entrusting the child to a member of the Qing sect. She felt a sense of reassurance. This allows the child to live a carefree life within the Qing sect, while also allowing the Qing sect to cultivate a touch of benevolence. Indeed, Shangguan Rong nodded emphatically and made a solemn promise. Subsequently, with utmost care, Shangguan Rong cradled the infant and departed. The woman in the red dress gazed into the distance, her heart heavy with reluctance. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Would this time lead to a conclusive resolution? The emotions of the woman in red were profoundly complex, rendering her unable to withdraw her gaze. She could never forget the first life of Chen Qingyuan, clad in silver armor, wielding a silver spear. Back then, Chen Qingyuan was cold and indifferent, having scarcely smiled throughout his life. To shatter the confines of this world and repel the creatures from other realms, he never took a day of rest. That battle he lost. Soon after, the abyss of demons appeared in the imperial province, threatening to consume everything. Fortunately, the ancestors of the Qing sect had laid down a formidable array, sealing the abyss of demons and preventing the situation from spiraling out of control. It was for this reason that the woman in red resolved to send Chen Qingyuan to the Xianxing sect. Had it not been for the Xianxing sect's steadfast protection over the past 300,000 years, the calamity of the abyss of demons would have erupted long ago, and Chen Qingyuan's lingering soul would not have endured to this day, leaving no chance for a second attempt. After enduring 8 cycles of reincarnation, the remnant soul of Chen Qingyuan gradually healed. The woman in red devoted considerable time to crafting a corporeal form for him, ushering in the 9th life. This new body was exceedingly fragile. Thus, the woman in red needed to allow Chen Qingyuan to grow for a period. When the time was right, she would employ special methods to summon him back to the abyss. Firstly, the woman in red could finally spend time alone with Chen Qingyuan, marking the happiest period of her countless years. Secondly, she would wholeheartedly assist Chen Qingyuan in reconstructing his foundation, thereby equipping him to accomplish what had once eluded him. As for bullying Chen Qingyuan, that was purely a matter of personal vendetta, a definite act of retribution. If not now, there would be no opportunity in the future. Each time she tormented Chen Qingyuan, her heart brimmed with joy, appearing outwardly as a frosty lotus, forbidding intrusion, while secretly she reveled in laughter. She wondered if she would ever be able to leave the abyss in this lifetime. Within the abyss, the woman in red slowly closed her eyes, yearning for the moment she could reunite with Chen Qingyuan. Having lived for so many years, she had already merged with the laws of the abyss, unable to depart even a step. To force her way out would surely disturb the causal laws of time, resulting in divine retribution and her demise. It mattered little. As long as he lived, there remained a glimmer of hope. The woman in red's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she turned and returned to the bamboo cottage. In the northern wilderness, strange phenomena persisted for several days, causing significant upheaval. Many forces speculated about the descent of extraordinary treasures and dispatched numerous experts to investigate. Yet to no avail. Others believed that a prodigy favored by the heavenly Tao had been born, searching for individuals that met the corresponding criteria. In summary, the northern wilderness grew increasingly chaotic, with the younger generation's rivalries intensifying. As the central figure, Chen Qingyuan remained blissfully unaware of these events. Time flows unceasingly, and the humble master Yu Chenran has been patiently waiting outside Yinshi residence. It was not until the 4th year of Chen Qingyuan's seclusion that he firmly established his Tao body and cultivation. Chen Qingyuan, acutely aware of the significance of the 3 Dan of the Saint grade, immediately concealed the true nature of his golden Dan with a jade bracelet, crafting the illusion of a heavenly grade golden Dan. Upon exiting his seclusion, Chen Qingyuan was astonished to find Yu Chenran standing at the entrance of Yunshi residence and exclaimed, "Master, what brings you here? Please come inside." Yu Chenran scrutinized Chen Qingyuan for a moment and detected the aura of a heavenly grade golden Dan. Silently acknowledging that this young man harbored many secrets, successfully eluding his discerning gaze. Observing the grave expression on Yu Chenran's face, Chen Qingyuan nodded slowly, respectfully inviting him in. Chapter 77. The Third Pact, Never Regret. Within the confines of the room, Chen Qingyuan poured a cup of tea for Yu Chenran and quietly inquired, "Master, do you have something to convey?" The human heart is inscrutable. Unless absolutely necessary, one should refrain from revealing their true self. Yu Chenran did not directly address the matter, but subtly cautioned him. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan's eyelids twitched slightly. He was not foolish. He grasped the underlying meaning of Yu Chenran's words and felt a flicker of anxiety. Surely, his esteemed master would not conspire against him. "Stop your wild imaginings. If I intended to harm you, would I have waited until now?" Through Chen Qingyuan's eyes, Yu Chenran discerned his thoughts, playfully nudging him with a light kick and chiding him with a smile. "Hey, I assure you, disciple has not been thinking along those lines." Chen Qingyuan replied, feeling reassured by the reasoning in his master's words, and flashed a grin. "Humph." Yu Chenran rolled his eyes at him, snorting, "Your thoughts are transparent to me. Yet, I must admit, when I first beheld you, I was taken aback and felt a pang of envy. If you desire it, master, I shall gladly offer it to you." Chen Qingyuan jested. "Enough with your nonsense. Do not repulse me." Chen Qingyuan's playful banter lightened the atmosphere, strengthening their bond. "Please keep this matter confidential for your disciple," he requested earnestly. "Do you think me foolish?" Yu Chenran reclined comfortably, sipping his tea. "I shall personally safeguard your path, lest any mishaps occur." Regarding the matter of the 3 sacred treasures within Chen Qingyuan, not even the most trusted individuals within the academy would be informed. It was a secret he intended to keep. "Thank you, master." Chen Qingyuan felt a warmth in his heart and bowed in gratitude. "Enough with the gratitude. If you truly wish to show appreciation, procure some decent tea leaves for me. This brew is quite dreadful," Yu Chenran remarked, preparing to take his leave. Given Chen Qingyuan's intelligence, he was confident he would not act foolishly. Thus, Yu Chenran felt it unnecessary to elaborate further. "Yes, master." Chen Qingyuan managed a wry smile and escorted him, saying, "Safe travels, master." Once Yu Chunran departed, Chen Qingyuan remained seated, engulfed by a wave of trepidation. This time, it had been a narrow escape. Fortunately, the breakthrough had occurred within the confines of the Daoyi Academy. Had it taken place elsewhere, it would have undoubtedly stirred considerable trouble. With a long sigh, Chen Qingyuan's spirit began to ease. He then allowed a fragment of his consciousness to enter the space of the jade bracelet. He had not forgotten his agreement with the girl in the red dress. She had mentioned that he would only learn of the third pact upon reaching the Golden Core realm. Now the moment had arrived, and with a mix of curiosity and apprehension, Chen Qingyuan ventured inward. Buzz! Within the enigmatic realm of the jade bracelet, a line of text materialized, suppress the 10 prodigies of Beihuang, excluding yourself. What? Upon reading the third pact, Chen Qingyuan's expression shifted dramatically, and he gasped. Was this agreement rather excessive? The 10 prodigies of Beihuang were among the strongest of his contemporaries. Let Chen Qingyuan suppress them all. Is it not equivalent to trampling upon the peers of the entire northern wilderness? Perhaps we could negotiate a different arrangement? Chen Qingyuan murmured. Certainly, let us retract our previous agreement. If you marry me, everything can be discussed. As soon as Chen Qingyuan activated the bracelet's restrictions, the maiden in the red dress could engage in a brief conversation with him through the artifact. Suddenly, I felt that this agreement was rather suitable, requiring no further deliberation. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan quickly retracted his words, fearful of plunging himself into a den of tigers. What ist? To bind himself as a partner to this woman would spell eternal unrest. Thus, he promptly withdrew his consciousness from the bracelet's realm and sealed its restrictions. Apprehensive of hearing the voice of the maiden in red, suppressing the 10 heroes of the northern wilderness would not be an easy feat. Chen Qingyuan found himself troubled by this matter, sighing heavily, alas. Although he had established a foundation of the 3-Dan sacred product, his cultivation remained relatively weak, rendering him incapable of contending with those top-tier prodigies in the near future. Unless he revealed his full Golden Dan, victory would be elusive. However, should the existence of his Golden Dan be disclosed, countless troubles would inevitably follow. In any case, as she had not set a deadline, he could afford to delay. Chen Qingyuan initially sought a life of low profile, intending merely to earn some spirit stones through legitimate means, utterly indifferent to the hollow titles of the mortal realm. Surely, the assessment at the Daoyi Academy must be nearing its conclusion. Calculating the time, only a year remained. If they were to discover that Chen Qingyuan had entered the academy without undergoing the assessment, they would surely deem it unfair and would not extend him kindness. After all, in this world, only the strong are respected. If Chen Qingyuan did not exhibit genuine prowess, winning the people's approval would be arduous. Moreover, the two vice-deans could not disclose that Chen Qingyuan was the inheritor of the Qingzong lineage. All would rest upon his shoulders. If he could not even navigate these troubles, how could he hope to inherit the will of the Qingzong? When soldiers come, let them be met with soldiers. When water comes, let it be concealed by earth. Chen Qingyuan chose to set aside these troubling thoughts, continuing to meditate and cultivate, solidifying his foundation while also exploring the wondrous applications of the sacred Golden Dan. Time flowed swiftly, and in what felt like the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Over 100 individuals participated in the assessment, with only the top 10 designated as disciples of the academy, while the rest were returned to their original places. Given that the Daoyi Academy resided within a secluded and enigmatic space, even those seeking to locate it would find their efforts fruitless. Today, the assessment had concluded, and the 100 participants stood at the entrance of the Daoyi Academy, their injuries visibly healing at a remarkable pace, their chaotic auras gradually stabilizing. Some bore expressions of joy, while others appeared despondent, fists clenched in frustration. The most tormented of all was the one who placed 11th, as he had only a few points less than the 10th. Had he exercised a modicum of caution and avoided a single mistake, the 10th position would have been his. Alas, opportunities are singular and cannot be reclaimed. The first place was claimed by Song Mingyan. Dressed in white, Zhao Yichuan stood as one of the examiners, announcing the final results. He hovered in the void, casting his gaze upon the young woman positioned at the forefront. Song Mingyan, possessing mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, donned a long, dark gown. Her striking features were complemented by a frosty demeanor, and her solitary nature rendered her averse to engaging in conversation with others. You have the autonomy to select your instructor. The top achiever often enjoys certain privileges. Zhao Yichuan provided insights about several lecturers for Song Ningyan to consider. To his surprise, she lifted her gaze to meet his, her tone devoid of warmth as she declared, "I choose you." Taken aback momentarily by her response, Zhao Yichuan swiftly regained his composure, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Very well, but do not harbor regrets." Chapter 78. The assessment concludes. Chen Qingyuan becomes the target of criticism. Zhao Yichuan is infamous for his stern demeanor at the Daoyi Academy. Though many have been his students in the past, they were all eventually driven away. On that particular day, upon his arrival at the academy, Chen Qingyuan was unexpectedly allowed to bypass the assessment by Yu Chenran. This decision did not sit well with Zhao Yichuan, who directly confronted Yu Chenran, the vice president. However, upon learning that Chen Qingyuan was the heir of the Qing sect, Zhao Yichuan relented, deeming it a reasonable course of action. Had it not been for this causal relationship, Zhao Yichuan would undoubtedly have refused to acquiesce, and might have even clashed fiercely with the vice president. I shall have no regrets. The formidable Song Ningyan, who claimed the top position in the assessment, was indeed powerful, easily overshadowing her peers with her proud and lofty demeanor. Let us hope for the best. Zhao Yichuan's previously stern expression softened into a light chuckle. At this moment, within the Yushi residence, Yu Chenran's voice resonated in Chen Qingyuan's ears. "You rascal, the entrance assessment has concluded, and you must come to me." "Master, what do you require of me?" Chen Qingyuan inquired, addressing the void. "Though you have been admitted, many procedures remain incomplete. Go as instructed, and do not dawdle." Having successfully persuaded Chen Qingyuan to become his disciple, Yu Chenran showed no hesitation. What being the heir of the Qing sect, he was still my disciple, deserving of reprimands and discipline without mercy. Understood. With a bitter smile, Chen Qingyuan donned a clean, light-colored robe and made his way toward the mountain gate. In no time, he arrived at the entrance. Bowing respectfully before Zhao Yichuan, who stood suspended in the air, Chen Qingyuan expressed his reverence. Zhao Yichuan returned the gesture with a nod, a trace of warmth flickering in his otherwise indifferent gaze. This fellow seems to have softened his attitude towards me, likely due to my masteress' influence. Chen Qingyuan mused to himself. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Yichuan had not been swayed by the vice president status, but rather by the significance of the Qing sect. Step forward. Zhao Yichuan gestured for Chen Qingyuan to join the first row. By the time Chen Qingyuan arrived, Zhao Yichuan had already announced the names of the top 10 candidates, positioning them at the forefront. With Chen Qingyuan's inclusion, there were 11 individuals in the first row. All eyes were fixated on Chen Qingyuan, brimming with curiosity. Where did this person come from? I recognize him. He stood beside me before the assessment, but he didn't participate. What right does he have to stand with those who passed the assessment? Does anyone know him? Furrowed brows and hushed whispers filled the air. The northern wilderness is vast, and despite Chen Qingyuan's burgeoning reputation, many had yet to encounter him. "Hey, who are you? What is your name?" A young talent named Wang Qing, position 11th, voiced his displeasure loudly. Observing the discontent among the crowd, Zhao Yichuan merely watched from above, unperturbed and unwilling to intervene. As for me, Chen Qingyuan, feeling the collective gaze upon him, did not conceal his identity and responded candidly. "I hail from the Xinqing sect, and my name is Chen Qingyuan." Upon hearing this declaration, many among the audience displayed expressions of astonishment. Wang Qing's gaze fixed on Chen Qingyuan, forming a single line of astonishment as he exclaimed, "The 10 heroes of Beiwang." Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan chuckled softly, silently acquiescing. Standing to Chen Qingyuan's right was the woman in a black dress, Song Ningyan, who frowned and coldly inquired. According to the rules of the Daoyi Academy, no participant in the entrance examination is eligible to be named among the 10 heroes of Beiwang. What is the meaning of this situation? Is there such a rule? I was completely unaware. Chen Qingyuan was taken aback, genuinely hearing this for the first time. "You're unaware? The crowd regarded him with peculiar expressions, unable to comprehend why Chen Qingyuan was oblivious to the Academy's regulations, especially considering he was exempt from the examination. For countless years, it had been the established rule that students and examinees of the Daoi Academy could not partake in the selection of the 10 heroes of Beiwang. Given the remote location of the Xinqing sect, it was indeed plausible to remain uninformed about such matters. Furthermore, his master, Yu Chenran, had never mentioned it to him. I truly had no idea, Chen Qingyuan exclaimed, his expression one of bewilderment. I was quite puzzled as to which rascal nominated me as one of the 10 heroes of Beiwang, disrupting my few days of peace. However, what does being among the 10 heroes have to do with the examinees of the Daoi Academy? Upon hearing Chen Qingyuan's lament, the crowd began to genuinely believe in his ignorance, and many cast looks of admiration and a hint of sympathy towards him. You are finished. Song Ningyan observed Chen Qingyuan with a raised eyebrow and a mocking smile. What do you mean? Chen Qingyuan responded, even more confused. I merely lamented about the 10 heroes. How could that mean I am finished? Can you not articulate your thoughts clearly? Just as Chen Qingyuan was about to press further, Zhao Yichuan, standing aloft, suddenly interjected. The rascal you speak of is me. Huh? In that instant, Chen Qingyuan's body stiffened. His expression shifted dramatically as he met Zhao Yichuan's gaze. His voice trembling slightly. Saini Sr., what did you say? The recent lists of the 10 heroes of Beiwang were curated by me, Zhao Yichuan replied with an indifferent demeanor. Boom! Upon receiving confirmation, Chen Qingyuan felt as if struck by lightning, his mind blank, staring wide-eyed, momentarily unable to process the revelation. Historically, the list of Beiwang as prodigies had always been proclaimed by the Daoi Academy to ignite the ambition of the new generation, urging them to grow swiftly. Those with ties to the Daoi Academy were thus ineligible for the entrance examinations, preventing them from appearing on such lists. The Academy had always operated in the shadows, unbeknownst to the world, wishing to keep its students from public scrutiny to avoid violating ancestral teachings. For countless years, Chen Qingyuan had been a peculiar exception, being both one of the 10 heroes and a student of the Academy. 200 years prior, Yu Chenran had recognized that the Xinqing sect in the Flowing Star domain was the long-lost Qing sect. However, he had never disclosed this to anyone, nor revealed the connection between the Xinqing sect and the Daoi Academy. Consequently, Zhao Yichuan believed that Chen Qingyuan, a century ago, demonstrated exceptional talent, warranting his selection as one of the 10 heroes of Beiwang. Regarding the newly announced list of the 10 outstanding individuals, Zhao Yichuan initially did not consider Chen Qingyuan, but rather insisted on the inclusion of Yu Chenran. Consequently, Chen Qingyuan, who was still at the celestial spirit realm, inexplicably became one of the 10 outstanding individuals of the northern wilderness, prompting countless individuals to regard him as a mere stepping stone. Such is the fervent affection from a master. Yu Chenran intended to impose sufficient pressure on Chen Qingyuan, facilitating his rapid growth to shoulder the responsibilities of the Qing sect. It turned out, after much contemplation, Chen Qingyuan experienced a sudden epiphany. Senior, I apologize. That was not my intention. Regaining his composure, he hurriedly offered his apologies. It's quite all right. Many have cast aspersions upon me. Zhao Yichuan smiled at Chen Qingyuan, causing an unsettling shiver to run down his spine, instilling a sense of foreboding. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Yichuan summoned several individuals, intending to return the eliminated candidates to their original places. Once one departs from the Daoi Academy, there shall be no further opportunity to become a disciple of the Academy. Senior, I refuse to accept this. Wang Qing, the 11th ranked, mustered his courage and exclaimed loudly. Zhao Yichuan glanced at Wang Qing, emanating an unyielding authority. Why must he be exempt from the assessment? Furthermore, according to the Academy's regulations, the 10 outstanding individuals have no connection with the Academy and cannot enroll. Wang Qing pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Qingyuan, releasing his pent-up frustrations. All those who participated in the assessment possess exceptional talents and strengths, many of whom are not inferior to the 10 outstanding individuals, with the top candidates even surpassing them in prowess. It is solely due to their connection with the Academy that they cannot partake in the selection of the 10. Does the Dao Yi Academy require you to explain its operations? Zhao Yichuan stated, his tone leaving no room for dissent. No, of course not. Wang Qing dared not confront Zhao Yichuan directly, redirecting his ire towards Chen Qingyuan. I simply believe that this individual, having not participated in the assessment, is difficult to accept. It's not that I didn't want to partake in the assessment. What does that have to do with me? Chen Qingyuan felt the weight of 100 hostile gazes upon him, his heart heavy with frustration. Chapter 79. Can face be eaten? Chen Qingyuan became a student of the Dao Yi Academy without undergoing any assessment, which seemed profoundly unjust to others. Those who were not selected accepted their defeat to the top 10 with humility and respect. However, convincing them to accept Chen Qingyuan was an insurmountable challenge. Wang Qing, bold and forthright, voiced the sentiments of the crowd, his piercing gaze fixed upon Chen Qingyuan, making him feel distinctly uncomfortable. What do you intend to do? Zhao Yichuan inquired in a calm tone. I wish to engage and spar with him. If he can best me, I will willingly concede, Wang Qing declared. He recognized that this opportunity was fleeting and felt compelled to fight for his own honor. The sting of rejection was still fresh, and encountering Chen Qingyuan felt akin to grasping the last lifeline. Should Chen Qingyuan falter against Wang Qing, the Dao Yi Academy would have no justification for expelling him, unless they were prepared to forsake their long-cherished reputation. Even if Wang Qing were to lose, he perceived no substantial risk. If victorious, even without gaining admission to the academy, he could still drag Chen Qingyuan down with him. In essence, Wang Qing had calculated his strategy astutely. Regardless of the outcome, it would not be detrimental to him. What is your perspective, Chen Qingyuan? Zhao Yichuan did not dismiss the proposal. Instead, he entrusted the decision to Chen Qingyuan. Young men are often tenacious and combative. As long as they do not overstep their bounds, such qualities are not necessarily detrimental. It's of no concern to me. Chen Qingyuan replied nonchalantly. Are you perhaps intimidated? Wang Qing taunted. Please. Chen Qingyuan shot him a disdainful glance. Why should I engage in combat with you? Give me a reason. Prove that you are worthy of being a part of the Dao Yi Academy, and we will accept it. Wang Qing understood that he could not shoulder the consequences of this situation alone. He needed to rally others to exert pressure on Chen Qingyuan. Indeed, you were admitted without taking the assessment. We cannot accept that. They echoed. Chen Qingyuan, you have been named among the top 10 of the North Wilderness and yet gain entry to the Dao Yi Academy, which blatantly contravenes the rules. Nevertheless, if you possess the ability, we shall have no objections. The defeated talents, already disheartened, found an outlet for their frustrations through the controversy surrounding Chen Qingyuan. The pressure now rested entirely upon his shoulders. Yet, Chen Qingyuan maintained an air of indifference, showing no signs of anger. I do not need to prove myself. I'm already enrolled. If you're dissatisfied, take your grievances to the higher-ups of the Dao Yi Academy. Chen Qingyuan would not be easily provoked into a foolish confrontation. He saw no benefit in such a venture. What value was there in proving oneself? As for face, can it be consumed? Wang Qing was momentarily at a loss for words, bewildered by Chen Qingyuan's reaction. According to logic, Chen Qingyuan should have been eager to prove himself and engage in battle. Why was he deviating from the expected script? After a lengthy pause, Wang Qing pressed on. You lack even the courage to engage me in battle. Why do you have to be a disciple of the Dao Yi Academy? Do you think I am as foolish as you? Chen Qingyuan could no longer contain himself and candidly expressed his thoughts. What benefit do I gain from defeating you? Engaging in combat with you merely grants you an opportunity, and I have no intention of providing you such a chance. What do you do about it? Many instructors at Dao Yi Academy were secretly observing the unfolding drama, noting that Chen Qingyuan was starkly different from the disciples of the past. Previously, students would have eagerly rolled up their sleeves at such a provocation. Wang Qing was at a loss for words, unable to muster a rebuttal. You expect me to fight you over just 2 sentences? Are you out of your mind? You have so many people behind you. If everyone who disapproves of me demands a duel, I would be utterly exhausted. Besides, if you defeat me, it means you can step over my body to enter Dao Yi Academy. Do you think such an opportunity comes free of charge? At this moment, Chen Qingyuan revealed his true intentions. it was time to discuss monetary matters. If circumstances allowed, he would prefer not to toil excessively for wealth. However, the Xianying sect was undeniably impoverished, at least on the surface. The tasks and constructions within the sect were funded from Chen Qingyuan's own pockets, and he often provided some pocket money to his senior brothers. Supporting a large family was no easy feat. Over the years, most of the money Chen Qingyuan earned had been directed towards the development of the sect. When powerful figures from various sects attempted to coerce him into revealing the secrets of Tianyuan, the entire Xianying sect was enraged, genuinely prepared to fight to the death. After all, who within the sect had not benefited from Chen Qingyuan, especially for the newly initiated disciples? The additional training resources they received each month were all bestowed by him. What do you mean by that? Wang Qing asked solemnly, as if he partially understood. Are you truly foolish, or merely pretending to be? I shall offer you another opportunity to join the academy, but you must be willing to pay some price. Chen Qingyuan stated plainly. His argument was so compelling that Wang Qing found himself unable to counter it. He blinked, pondering for some time, and felt no animosity towards Chen Qingyuan. It was not just Wang Qing. Those aspiring talents who had been rejected felt similarly. Had they been in his position, they would certainly not relinquish the opportunity to enter the academy. If Chen Qingyuan was willing to accept the challenge, it would essentially make him a stepping stone, and gaining some benefits seemed quite reasonable. How much do you want? Wang Qing was determined not to miss this opportunity. That depends on you. This is an admission opportunity to Daoyi Academy. I wonder how much value it holds in your heart. Chen Qingyuan responded, unable to specify an exact number. For they were on the academy's territory, and being too demanding would not do. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing fell silent, deep in thought. Meanwhile, in the void, Zhao Yichuan observed the shift in the situation. On the surface, he appeared calm, yet internally, he felt ripples of intrigue, silently contemplating. How is it that Chen Qingyuan resembles an old fox, devoid of the youthful fervor one would expect? I find this young man quite likable. He is not foolish. No wonder you took him as a disciple ahead of time. At the very least, he is not someone who would be easily taken advantage of. However, can this young man prevail? Should we suffer defeat? It would not only tarnish the reputations of both myself and Yu, but it would also cast a shadow upon the esteemed reputation of Daoyi Academy. In hushed tones, a group of lecturers engaged in an animated discussion about this matter, their intrigue tinged with a hint of apprehension. Should Chen Qingyuan emerge victorious, all would be well. However, if he were to lose, the situation would become quite complicated. Have you made up your mind? I cannot afford to wait for you, Chen Qingyuan urged, noticing Wang Qing's continued daze. This is all I possess. I offer it to you in exchange for a chance to duel. If the amount is insufficient, it signifies a lack of seriousness regarding the opportunity for admission. After much contemplation, Wang Qing gathered all the spirit stones he possessed, placed them into a bag of holding, and tossed it to Chen Qingyuan. Chapter 80. Defeating the opponent. Astonishing everyone, Chen Qingyuan accepted the Qingyuan bag, a thread of divine consciousness probing within, revealing a surprising sight. Over 1,000 top-tier spirit stones and more than 100,000 mid-tier spirit stones were tucked inside. This young man appears to be quite affluent. A gleam of excitement sparkled in Chen Qingyuan's eyes. It was a tremendous profit. Wang Qing undoubtedly possessed a remarkable background, for such wealth could not simply be amassed without reason. The flowing meteor domain was indeed somewhat remote, lacking the advantages of those residing in the heart of the northern wastes. Truth be told, Wang Qing felt considerable pain in relinquishing all his assets. However, the price was justifiable for the opportunity to gain admission. It was a gesture of sincere intent. Chen Qingyuan stowed the Qingyuan bag and remarked earnestly, "You wish to battle me to prove your worth and secure your place in the Daoyi Academy. Am I correct?" Indeed, Wang Qing pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Since it is a matter of proof, it is essential to demonstrate exceptional prowess. Thus, a battle at our respective realms is necessary to truly ascertain who is stronger. Chen Qingyuan cleverly ensnared Wang Qing, placing a label upon him before proceeding. Wang Qing, being a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, held a distinct advantage. while Chen Qingyuan had only recently entered the golden core stage. Without revealing the foundation of his saint-level golden core, Chen Qingyuan would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. A battle at equal realms would facilitate a more manageable contest. As you say, Wang Qing, mindful of his reputation before the crowd, refrained from leveraging his cultivation level to intimidate Chen Qingyuan. Furthermore, he feared that should he win solely through his cultivation advantage, Chen Qingyuan might renege on the agreement. Truly, he is a contemporary prodigy. How bold! Chen Qingyuan praised with a slight smile. This fellow is rather foolish. Your elevated cultivation is a result of your own efforts. Why insist on a battle at equal realms? Publicly, Chen Qingyuan expressed admiration. Yet internally he regarded Wang Qing as somewhat naive. The cultivation world is exceedingly brutal, with lives extinguished at every moment. Those with simplistic minds have little chance of enduring until the end. Merely surviving is a luxury in itself. Alas, he has fallen into a trap. The instructor, observing from the shadows, was speechless at Wang Qing's actions. This was not a friendly spar. So why insist on a battle at equal realms? Such behavior merely grants opportunities to the opponent, showcasing a degree of foolishness. It seems the Wang family has overly coddled him. After hundreds of years of cultivation, he still possesses the demeanor of a novice, oblivious to the perils of the world. Many within the academy shook their heads in silent disapproval. This battle appeared to lack intrigue. Should Wang Qing rely solely on his cultivation advantage, he could have held his head high, but that was no longer assured. It seemed his eagerness to prove himself led him to accept Chen Qingyuan's proposal without hesitation. Zhao Yichuan, intrigued by the unfolding drama, waved his hand to construct a platform in the void, inviting both to engage in combat. The arena was expansive, resembling a miniature world of its own. Comme fort, Chen Qingyuan exuded the aura of an early-stage golden core cultivator, adopting a stance for battle. Wang Qing, a man of integrity, genuinely suppressed his own cultivation level. Then, like a streak of light, he dashed toward Chen Qingyuan, delivering a powerful punch. Chen Qingyuan swiftly evaded, extending a finger to strike at Wang Qing's side. With a resounding impact, Wang Qing was propelled backward, a gaping wound appearing on his shoulder. This was merely a probing move, yet Wang Qing found himself at a disadvantage, a fact that left him incredulous. Despite both being at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, why was there such a stark disparity in their strengths? Time was of the essence. Wang Qing manifested his Golden Core foundation, determined to unleash his full might in battle. A radiant aura of the Golden Core emerged behind him, akin to a sun descending upon the earth, adorned with the intricate patterns of a heavenly-grade golden core. Having qualified for the entrance examination of the Dao Yi Academy, Wang Qing's talent was undoubtedly exceptional. The heavenly-grade golden core surpassed countless cultivators in the world. In response, Chen Qingyuan also exhibited the phenomena of a heavenly-grade golden core, engaging Wang Qing in close combat. Armed with a jade bracelet gifted by the Maiden in Red, Chen Qingyuan concealed the true state of his body, rendering even the foremost experts in the world unable to discern his capabilities. After exchanging dozens of moves, Wang Qing seized a suitable opportunity to unleash a divine ability, the Taishan Tsang Mountain Seal. He struck with his palm, and a Dao diagram manifested in his palm, depicting a towering peak. Upon activating the Dao technique, the palm seal projected into the void, merging with the heavenly-grade golden core's phenomena, resembling a mountain soaring to great heights. Crashing down mercilessly upon Chen Qingyuan, the colossal mountain descended with blinding speed, leaving Chen Qingyuan with no avenue of escape. In an instant, the space around him darkened, an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon his very soul. I had intended to play for a while longer, yet who knew you would be so hasty? Chen Qingyuan mused internally, resolving to abandon his playful demeanor and take the fight seriously. While on the surface he appeared to possess the foundation of a heavenly-grade golden core, in truth, he was a three-dan saint quality. Even without manifesting the phenomena of the three-dan saint quality, he could exert power far beyond that of the heavenly-grade level. With a solid foundation, the potency of his Dao techniques was significantly enhanced. Moreover, his bodily functions experienced tremendous improvements, including a heightened ability to manipulate spiritual energy, a rapid absorption rate of the world's spiritual essence, and an elevated comprehension. With a decisive thrust, Chen Qingyuan's right hand transformed into a sword, piercing upwards towards the apex. Whoosh! In a flash, the sword cleaved through the Taishan Tsang mountain seal, shattering it into fragments. Wang Qing suffered a backlash from the Dao technique. Staggering back several steps, his internal energy roiling tumultuously. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Qingyuan appeared before Wang Qing like a specter, an ethereal sword poised at his brow. The events transpired in such rapid succession that Wang Qing had no time to ponder or evade. I concede, Wang Qing uttered, feeling the chilling intent of the sword at his brow. Though reluctant, he bowed his head in acknowledgement of defeat. Chen Qingyuan relaxed his right hand, allowing the condensed 3-foot sword to dissipate. Bestowing a smile upon Wang Qing, Chen Qingyuan exited the arena. Following this confrontation, those who had harbored dissatisfaction towards Chen Qingyuan fell silent. Being admitted as a disciple of the Dao Academy under exceptional circumstances was indeed no trivial matter. The onlookers were astonished. What they had anticipated to be a fierce battle concluded with surprising swiftness. Their gazes toward Chen Qingyuan transformed into expressions of apprehension, tinged with an unmistakable awe. Is there anyone else among you who wishes to take a chance? If there are profits to be made, Chen Qingyuan would certainly relish the opportunity to engage in a few more battles, gazing at the group of those who had been eliminated with a smile. The crowd fell silent. Who would dare to confront Chen Qingyuan in combat? If we were not bound to fight at the same level, I would be more than willing to take the challenge. Someone in the crowd spoke up. That won't do. You must prove yourself as formidable as others. How could you take advantage of differing cultivation levels? Chen Qingyuan swiftly dismissed the suggestion. To have you use your nascent soul cultivation to bully me would render the challenge meaningless. Though Chen Qingyuan's current cultivation was indeed inferior to the others present, the recent battle had earned him their respect. Back in the crowd, Wang Qing had been observing Chen Qingyuan, devoid of hatred, only a sense of frustration. If fate allows him to encounter Chen Qingyuan again, he would surely seek a rematch. Even now, Wang Qing could not comprehend where he had faltered. Both sides possessed equal cultivation, so why had he lost so effortlessly? This enigma eluded him, as it did the others present, including the old-timers from the academy. This young man is far more complex than he appears, Zhao Yichuan assessed as he scrutinized Chen Qingyuan.